In order to prove that one can become stronger while lying down, I decisively changed my job to a non-quality profession, boss. As soon as my hand touched the job transfer crystal, it exploded. Everyone thought I had failed the job transfer and would have to work like a beast on the assembly line. However, I didn't care at all, because the boss profession was so powerful that it couldn't display a quality level. Not only could I share the attributes and experience gained by employees, but as long as I had enough funds, I could mark employees without limit. I could truly become stronger while lying down. In the school square, I stood among the crowd and activated my talent skill to check resumes. Scanning the crowd, after checking dozens of people, I found that the vast majority had white potential, with very few having yellow or blue potential. Even some of the top students in martial arts classes had mediocre potential. I sighed helplessly and opened my personal panel. Looking at the panel, I couldn't help but ponder. Although this profession had unprecedented potential, allowing me to invest in even god-level or legendary hidden professions as long as I spent money, such potential professions were not easy to find. Moreover, the apprentice trial was about to begin, and if I couldn't pass, I would be stuck at level 0 and unable to level up. But with my 10 points of attributes, going to the secret realm would be no different from seeking death. Thinking of this made my head ache. At that moment, the scene suddenly became noisy. What? A life profession? A florist? Heaven is jealous of talent. Does hard work like that of the white school flower not matter? At the awakening platform stood a graceful figure, a girl with sleek black hair tied up high, her loose school uniform unable to conceal her strong and upright posture. Bai Qiuli, the top academic genius of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, the perfect school beauty, ranked first in both martial arts and knowledge classes year after year. Countless teachers have stated that this girl will surely become a pillar of society in the future. However, at this moment, her stunning face was filled with despair. A career as a florist in the life department had denied Bai Qiuli's entire life in just a few seconds. The principal, Ji Changlin, looked pained. Bai Qiuli forced herself to straighten her back, stifling the bitterness in her eyes, and squeezed out a smile, saying, "I'm fine." The head of the teaching department sighed and crossed out Bai Qiuli's name from the list of students recommended for key universities. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but feel a sense of empathy. In my previous life, I also tried my best, only to end up with nothing. One can only say that fate plays tricks on people. Then, with a thought, I checked the resume and was immediately taken aback by the golden potential. Isn't this the best employee? 2 hours later, the job transfer ceremony was coming to an end, and Principal Ji Changlin wore a worried expression. There were no epic-level candidates at all. With 36 elite professions and 12 rare professions, it seems that this year's competition between the two clans can only rely on other schools. Ji Changlin shook his head helplessly and then looked at the students below, saying in a deep voice, "The difficulty of this internship trial is not small. It is best for you to form teams of 5. Students who fail in life professions and job transfers can opt out of the trial." After speaking, the square became noisy again, and almost all the life professions left the square in tears, leaving only Bai Qiuli standing in place. But no one was willing to team up with her. No one wanted a life profession that would hold the team back. Qiuli, giving up is not shameful. As a life profession, entering the trial is just asking for death. Yeah, your grades are so good in all subjects. Even if you can't become a combat profession, you can still come to school to be a teacher. Ji Changlin and the director of education came forward to persuade her, but Bai Qiuli was very stubborn. "Principal, this might be my only chance to enter a dungeon in my life. Please grant me this." Ji Changlin fell silent. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd in the distance, awakening as a gardener. "Just be a vase." The voice was small but particularly piercing, like a sharp thorn stabbing into the victim's heart, causing Bai Qiuli to breathe slightly faster. Ji Changlin immediately exploded. "Who said that? Come out. Have you all forgotten the rules of the job transfer ceremony?" As soon as he finished speaking, a boy in the front row said loudly, "All citizens of the Great Xia are comrades and brothers. After the job transfer ceremony, no one is allowed to mock or belittle others' professions in any form. We should unite to resist external enemies. If there is a violation, the lightest punishment is a warning, and the heaviest is expulsion from school." With each word the boy said, the girl who mocked Bai Qiuli turned paler. Ji Changlin stepped forward 2 steps, his voice particularly angry. "Now, the Great Xia faces external demons causing chaos and internal alien races occupying our land. The country is trying to hold up a piece of sky, not for you to be here mutually jealous and mocking each other. You merely rely on a bit of favor from fate. How can you mock others, let alone mock someone who is working hard?" The girl was so frightened that she started to cry. I am a rare profession." When it came to rare professions, she finally had the courage to lift her head. Ji Changlin snorted coldly and said, "Severe warning and punishment. Deducting 30% of the professional subsidy. If there is another incident, you will be directly expelled." The square was silent, and no one dared to plead for her, This was the century-old iron rule of the Great Xia. It was permissible for professionals to fight to the death or to curse each other, but they could never mock others' backgrounds and professions, as that was not something they could decide. I couldn't help but admire this. It resembled what a country should be like during wartime. Ji Changlin looked at the stubborn Bai Qiuli again, with a worried expression. Qiuli, I respect your choice, but it's really dangerous for you to enter the trial alone. You should find a team. Bai Qiuli shook her head and said, no one would be willing to team up with me. Yes. A clear voice pierced through the crowd, and I directly approached Bai Qiuli to initiate a team invitation. Ji Changlin looked surprised. Qin Xiao, didn't you fail your job change? Why are you still here? I didn't fail. It's just that my profession is a bit special, I explained. Bai Qiuli pondered for a few seconds and decisively accepted the team invitation, as this was her only choice. Ji Changlin nodded, being able to team up. It seems you really didn't fail your job change. Bai Qiuli said seriously, since we become teammates, I need to clarify in advance that my attributes are very low, only 5 points. I waved my hand and said, no need to say more. I believe in you. The principal's mouth twitched at this. This kid wouldn't be pursuing with his life, would he? A loud bell rang, signaling the start of the apprentice trial. Watching as everyone was continuously drawn into the trial's light gate, Principal Ji Changlin's expression was serious. He didn't expect much from this year's results, just hoped the children would be careful. With a flash of golden light, the scene before me suddenly changed, and I found myself deep in a huge forest. Although we all entered the same secret realm, due to the random landing of the teams, there were only Bai Qiuli and me here. I looked at the task panel and caught a glimpse of Bai Qiuli squatting under a dead tree. What are you doing? Looking for withered moss. Bai Qiuli was checking under the roots of the trees. Neither of us has strong combat power, so to clear the level, we can only look for the secret realm exit. Applying withered moss on ourselves can reduce the chance of being attacked by ferocious beasts. That's unnecessary. With that, I waved my hand and directly activated my professional skill. Please select an investment opportunity. Legendary 20 funds, Epic 10 funds, a talent with golden potential. I decisively went all in and chose to invest in the legendary profession. In the next moment, a contract appeared out of thin air in Bai Qiuli's hand. What is this? Bai Qiuli blinked. She had never heard of needing to sign a contract for teaming up. Etian responded to Bai Qiuli's bewildered eyes and consoled. Don't worry, you can't lose by signing. You can't be fooled by signing. However, his face changed when the words came out of his mouth. Look out! There was a black shadow in the midst of the jungle that came speeding in, like a gale rolling over the ground, charging towards Bai Qiuli's position. Bai Qiuli reacted extremely quickly, bracing her hands on the ground and rolling backward, dodging a strike at her limit. The fog-filled jungles of the trials are often filled with monsters that raid like this. Brute Bone Bull Demon. What bad luck! As the dark shadow was exposed to the duo's field of vision, Bai Qiuli instantly recognized it. In the next moment, she, who had just dodged the fatal blow, without the slightest hesitation, took out a mortal iron longsword rewarded by the school and stabbed out. Etian sighed in admiration in his heart. The savage Bone Bull Demon would go into a stalemate for about a second after charging, which was the most suitable moment to counterattack. Despite the theory, the average person who has just been dealt a potentially fatal blow is bound to be horrified in his or her mind. There were very few like Bai Qiuli who could immediately react and return fire. Clang! The mortal iron longsword slashed at the back leg of the brute Bone Bull Demon, only leaving a light wound on the deep brown skin that resembled iron armor. The power is too weak. Although the brute Bone Bull Demon was merely a low-grade ferocious beast, it was difficult for Bai Qiuli to deal heavy damage to it with only 5 points of strength. Want power? Etian opened his mouth, suddenly feeling like the devil who tempts mortals. Sign it. A handprint is fine. Is it going to get some sort of buff? Bai Qiuli's face was puzzled. Looking at the contract did not look like an overbearing clause, and just took it as some kind of buffing skill of Etian. Seeing the savage Bone Bull Demon recovering from stiffness, she put her handprint in the Party B spot on the contract. Boom dash! In an instant, a pillar of brilliant golden light pierced through the clouds without warning. The terrified brute Bone Bull Demon instead retreated a few steps back after coming to his senses. Etian also couldn't help but smack his lips. The moment of awakening of a legendary profession. The commotion is still too great. I'm afraid I'll have to be careful if I'm transferring someone outside of the secret world in the future. Bai Qiuli's ice lake-like eyes rippled. Bathed in golden light, she was completely dumbfounded. The young girl, who normally reacted to the ferocious beast's surprise attack in a fraction of a second, took a full 5 seconds to realize the panel's beep at the moment. You accepted a job offer from your boss and the former florist profession was replaced. Transferred to legendary rank profession, Cold Moon Swordsman, trainee. Am I dreaming? Bai Qiuli stared blankly at her hands, a scene she had often dreamed of during the 10 years she had been studying and practicing hard. But now, it was a reality at the height of her despair. Rather than crying at the moment when she changed her job to a florist and her dream was shattered, Baicholi did not cry, but at this moment, 2 lines of clear tears slid silently down her cheeks. A motorist would have to drop 2 drops of gasoline for this scene. Etienne thought oddly before looking at the barbarian bone cow demon that was about to be scared away and signaled, "How about hacking it to death before you cry?" At those words, Baicholi opened her eyes and once again swung that mortal iron longsword. A few meters away, an ice-like sword chi cut through the fog barrier, and in the midst of a wail from the bull demon, the sword chi split it in 2 in the air, and the cut still condensed with frost. 1 sword, 1 second, spacing out a second to kill, saying that understanding Choli's aptitude for the swordsman profession, and the attributes of the legendary profession, were much higher than Etienne had imagined. He opened the staff panel and looked at Baicholi's attributes. Employee, Baicholi. Profession, Cold Moon Swordsman, 0 rank, apprentice. The investment opportunity shows the name of the occupation after the 4th rank. Currently it is the name of the occupation of the 0th rank. Quality, legendary. Power, 35. Agility, 40. Physical fitness, 25. Spirit, 30. Professional talent, Cold Moon Decision. Professional skills, Cold Moon Sword Dance. Moon Shadow Step. Cold Light Sword Spirit. Etienne sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The attributes of this legendary profession. Is it a human being? Initial attributes that were already more than 3 times that of an ordinary professional. The strongest rare occupation in this senior year's class only had attributes that were only about half of hers. And 1 more skill and 1 more talent than the rare professions. No wonder every legendary profession is cultivated as a treasure in every country. Just this attribute and skill alone, the future achievement is bound to be not low. Legendary professions, when really sick. At the same time, Etienne received several tips. You have successfully recruited employee Baicholi, gained each other's attributes, strength plus 35, agility plus 40, physique plus 25, spirit plus 30. You have acquired the talent/skill, Cold Moon Decision, Cold Moon Sword Dance, Moon Shadow Step, and Cold Light Sword Spirit. Employee growth attributes and acquired new career skills are similarly shared. Employee Baicholi kills the ferocious beast barbarian bone cow demon. You share the experience gained, experience plus 30. Etienne nodded without blushing. Good thing, my profession is a little more perverted. At the same time, almost all of the students within the secret territory saw this golden pillar of light that rose up to the sky. The pillar of light that pierced through the clouds was just too dazzling in the gray forest, making it hard not to notice it. On the other side, there was another squad that had similarly killed the savage bone bull demon. The boy at the head was called Lu Gang. Rare profession, storm fighter. His right arm was blood red, and he was grimacing a bit from the pain of being hit by the bull demon earlier. Lin Yu. Hurry up and heal. The one who was called at this moment was the girl who had taunted Baicholi in the Great Hall. Lin Yu, a rare rank priest. It was also because of the rare class profession that she had joined this team with an extremely high average combat strength. With 5 rare class professions, our combat power is considered the number 1 in the current session, trying to break the record for trial scores in the 1st grade. Lu Gang's injuries slowly recovered in the healing art. By then, not only will there be a reward from the principal, but you'll also be able to take a guaranteed place. Lin Yu sniffed and her eyes burned. The reason why she was jealous of Baicholi was largely due to this key university's guaranteed place. Now, Baicholi was completely hopeless, but she had a chance. Holy, what was that? The sky-rushing golden pillar of light instantly attracted the attention of Lubarge and the others. It is said that danger and opportunity coexist in the secret realm. Could this be our opportunity? Whatever. I can't find my way through the grey mist jungle anyway. Kill it and see. Chapter 4. Who gave the schoolgirl a tune like this? Cold Moon Swordsman. This is clearly the profession of my dreams. Baicholi wiped away the teardrops, but her eyes were still somewhat afflicted. She was suddenly a little afraid that if she had been a florist by trade, she might have been able to grit her teeth and suffer in silence. But now that she had tried the power of the Cold Moon Swordsman, she was afraid that she would break down if she were to return to being a florist. At ease. As long as I don't die, your dream will become a reality. Etienne raised an eyebrow and found a dropped piece of defense at the bull demon's corpse, barbarian bull heavy armor. This one is mine. As a boss, safety comes first. Baicholi was curious and nagging. I remember that the Fey General Knowledge book talks about, among the neighboring, elf royal races, in the South China region, there is an extremely rare group called the Sacred Sacrifice Elves. They can grant new racial abilities to other elves, provided they sacrifice their own lives. Most such means of empowering others are extremely costly. Why did you pick me? Etienne thought for a moment and replied sincerely, because you're a qualified employee. This answer didn't answer Baicholi's doubts. Instead it made her even more curious about Etienne's thoughts. Seeing that Etienne didn't have the intention to continue answering, she smiled sweetly. Yes boss, no matter what, from now on, I'll protect you. Listening to Baicholi's confident promise, Etion looked at his own attributes that were 10 points more than hers in each item, and nodded silently. It's better not to demotivate employees. The duo stepped into the mists, and this time it was their turn to actively seek out the monsters. Demon Chi Flower. This kind of flower only grows in places where demonic power is thick. Looks like we've found the right place. Baicholi's eyes were looking in all directions, and her battle intent was thick. Suddenly, 2 savage bone cow demons came charging through the gray mist, but this time, the ones with higher mental attributes discovered the 2 ferocious beasts much earlier. Baicholi didn't hesitate to slash out with a sword. With the passive skill, Cold Light Sword Spirit, the sword energy was as sharp and stern as the ice spirit. Employee, Baicholi kills the savage bone bull demon. You share plus 30 experience. Employee, Baicholi kills the savage bone bull demon. You share plus 30 experience. The attributes and talent additions of the legendary profession are too strong. Baicholi's face showed delight, but in the next moment, she looked at Etion Dao with full of apologies. Sorry, we're teamed up. I should have left some blood left for you to kill. During the trial, the experience is divided according to team roles. It was reasonable to say that jerks like Etion couldn't eat the experience and could only be eaten by Baicholi alone. But Etion was extraordinarily happy instead. Just kill. Don't worry about me. Anyway, if she kills it, Etion shares the experience as usual. So why bother doing it yourself? Trial mission, kill fierce beasts 3 out of 10. Score level, none. Time remaining, 1 hour, 47 minutes, 30 seconds. There was plenty of time, but Etion Baicholi's duo's goal was already more than just clearing the level. It was to score high and break records. Etion, in particular, was bound and determined to win the honor of being first in this trial. After all, it was about the financial rewards of dividend. Now with 0 funds he is desperate to get his money back. At that moment, beyond the gray mist in front of them, the sounds of fierce battles suddenly came. Etion Baicholi and the 2 of them exchanged glances and quickly looked toward the front. It was discovered that there were 2 rotting black giant apes, with 4 brute bone bull demons, chasing after a small team of students. The person who broke the back of the squad was Lu Chong. He was swept with the power of the storm around him, and he was heavily injured, leading his team members to retreat in succession. It could be seen that they had a strong fighting force in their team and killed a few bull demons, but the hardest thing for a newbie professional to deal with was a beast siege. Once the beasts surrounded them, it would cause great psychological fear to most newcomers, and they themselves were disorganized. At that time, it would be good to be able to accurately release techniques, not to mention formations to counterattack. It's an ape demon, a low-level evil demon. Speed and intelligence are both a bit better than the bull demon. In trials and replicas, not only will there be demons, but also stronger evil demons, the latter of which are born to feed on living creatures and are much more powerful in combat. Baicholi identified the demons, and Etion spared a moment to gesture to one, the fastest runner on Lu Gang's team. Lin Yu, who was so scared that she didn't dare to turn back at all to release her skills, was also the girl who had taunted Baicholi not long ago. Are you going to help her? Etion looked snidely at Baicholi, who had a face like an ice lake and did not hesitate to swing her sword forward. Not to help anyone, but I'm going to kill monsters and take the number 1 spot that belongs to me. Boss, you take care of yourself first. After saying that, Baicholi's figure shuttled rapidly like a shadow, leaving a faint moon shadow under her feet with every step. Moon shadow steps. Etion couldn't help but TSK in admiration. The posture of an excellent employee. Help! Help me! Lin Yu desperately fled, obviously a little startled by this group of evil demons. As for Lu Chong, he was still on top at the very back of the group. Facing 2 ape demons he was under extra pressure. Add a mouthful of blood to labor. Suddenly, a Z-shaped silver trajectory flashed through the 5 people of Lu Bao's squad, killing straight in front of ape demon and stabbing out with a sword. Thumbs up. The long sword pierced through the ape demon's throat with the speed of a wind chopping and electricity stabbing, hitting the weak point and killing him with a single blow. Employee, Baicholi kills the ape demon. You share experience plus 60. Etion's experience bar was already full, but the trainee trial hadn't been cleared, and he couldn't upgrade when he was in the trainee state, so he could only save up his experience and wait to upgrade when he cleared the trial. Etion was still very urgent about upgrading. When you reach level 10, you can advance your profession from level 0 to level 1 and gain exclusive skills for your profession. There are 5 levels of professional, 10, 25, 50, 75, and 100, which are the level conditions for the 5 advancements of the profession. Each rank gains profession-specific skills and advances the profession. Only, the difficulty of the level 75 copy of the 4th order transfer is so great that no one in the world has succeeded so far. The 74th level of the peak of the 3rd rank was already the limit of the professionals in the countries of the Blue Star. Etion was very curious about the boss exclusive skill. What would it be? Meanwhile, watching an ape demon fall to the ground in front of him and turn into a puddle of rotting blood, Lu Chong looked horrified. Until he saw the visitor clearly, his tone became a little stuttering. School girl? Bai Qiuli ignored him, turned his head and continued to swing his sword. The bull demon was killed in seconds with one sword, and the ape demon was killed in the same seconds with one sword hit to the vitals. Bai Qiuli's sword skills were strong, and with the cold moon swordsman profession, it was like a tiger with wings. For a moment, Lu Gang and his teammates were completely dumbfounded. Isn't schoolgirl White a florist by profession? Compared to her, I'm the one who looks like a living profession. Could it be that the opportunity of that golden pillar of light from before was gotten by her? Hearing the voice behind him, Lin Yu trembled and stopped. Looking backward, he was instantly terrified. More terrified than being chased by an evil demon in general. Bai Qiuli, you, how did you? Before she finished her sentence, she saw Bai Qiuli's long sword in her hand stained with blood, her gaze icy cold as she looked in her direction. Lin Yu was so scared that her knees went weak and she sat on the ground, not daring to make any more noise. Buzz dash! A sword chi came towards her, and Lin Yu's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints as her expression froze. However, the sword chi chopped behind her, splitting the last savage bone bull demon that was preparing to sneak attack her in half on the spot. After doing everything, Bai Qiuli returned to Etion's side without stopping a step, and never glanced at Lin Yu from the beginning to the end. Trial mission, kill 10 ferocious beasts. Grade, D, passing the trial allows you to leave the secret realm at any time. Time remaining, 1 hour, 44 minutes, 36 seconds. After killing 10 ferocious beasts, the rating of the trial quest changed, but it was far from Etion's expectations. The highest trial record of Qingqing Second Middle School was, Grade A, set by 2 epic professionals. Etion was prepared to set a small goal of starting at S rank. Boss, let's go. Bai Qiuli was talking to Etion. At this moment, Lu Gang walked over somewhat wriggling, his voice still stuttering. Bai, schoolgirl Bai, can I team up with you? His other teammate had also seen Bai Qiuli's terror and ran over to him attentively. Yeah, big schoolgirl White, we're all rare occupations. We promise not to drag our feet and definitely not assholes. Bai Qiuli didn't say much and just looked at Etion, waiting for him to decide. Boss, are you taking them? The voice was still cold and bland, but it was as if it set off shockwaves in the ears of Lu Barge and the others. Boss dash. Upon hearing this title, Lu Chong and the others turned their heads incredulously, looking at Etion, who was beside them with a jerk appearance, and their thoughts were in a whirlwind. Why is it called Boss? The iceberg schoolgirl, the fan of 10,000 people, and now with such terrifying strength, actually managed to call such a disheveled kid her boss? And by the looks of it, it really obeyed Etion's orders. Who tuned up the schoolgirl like this? For a while, Lu Chong and the others inexplicably heard the sound of a silky heartbreak. Etion didn't bother to pay attention to their shock and speculation and shook his head with a speechless face before saying, grab the scoring and take down the trial boss as well if possible. Yes. In the gazes of Lu Chong, Lin Yu and the other 5 people with different colors, Etion, Bai Qiuli and the 2 of them left straight away, leaving them with only a back shadow. Outside the secret land, inside the professionals hall in Castle Peak Second Middle School, Principal Ji Changlin silently looked above the secret light gate, a large fluorescent screen, which was the trial scoring bar. When the secret squad comes out of the ratings or the ratings change, it is fed back to the outside world through the big screen. Despite talking about not having any hope for this class, Ji is still silently staring at the scoring column. Head Wei, what brings you here? Suddenly, a group of people walked inside the professionals hall. The leader of the group was dressed in a navy green Chinese mountain suit, well-mannered, with a face that wore the warm smile of a professor of literature. East China Region General Manager. A handful. Wei Yuan. Ji Changlin smelled the words and got up accordingly, and Wei Yuan's voice was as warm as green jade. I just got back from watching the results of the trials in the first school. The first school has produced an A-rated squad this term. Very good, although Wei Yuan said so, but Ji Changlin do principal for many years is very clear. A middle school this achievement is not what Wei Yuan wants. This year was the period of the great competition with the Yagyu Dynasty, and excellent newcomers were especially needed in order to preserve a few points for Decisive. As head of East China, Wei Yuan is here to find top talent, but Ji Changlin could only shake his head helplessly. This session of our second middle school is probably no different from the first middle school. This is largely evident from the transfer results, and Wei Yuan couldn't help but sigh silently after looking at the transfer report from the second center. Occupational awakening is predestined, and it can't be forced on the students. In that case, I'll check out the third grade first. Ji Changlin nodded. I'll give you a ride. Chapter 5 can't hold back employees from working. First dividend. Ji Changlin and Wei Yuan's group left the Great Hall. Only the teachers of the second middle school and the director of instruction remained in the hall, and they all chatted idly. I wonder which of our school's teams will make some noise this year. I purposely instructed Lu Bao to form a squad of 5 rare professions. so I guess I can get an A grade rating, which is also a bit of face for this session. The director has great insight. Check it out. There's a team outscoring. Hearing the excited cry of a teacher, the director of instruction and the others looked at the trial scoring column. Only the first column of the scoring bar changed quietly. Trial scoring ranking, first place, Etion squad. Team member, Baicholi. Current score, D. Killing 10 ferocious beasts so quickly, and in a two-man squad. I can't believe it's that kid Akari. She's not a florist. How did she do it? Etion. Wait, which class is it from? For a while, the teachers were greatly amazed. Even a 5-member squad would find it hard to kill 10 ferocious beasts so quickly, not to mention the fact that Baicholi was still a florist profession before entering the secret realm. Could it mean picking up the pieces? A teacher guessed. If you run into 2 waves of beasts surrounding the group and wait for an opportunity to attack and kill the bloodied. Although it's a bit of a stretch, it seems like this is the only explanation. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the rating bar changed again. With the second still to come, the ratings of Etion's squad improved once again. Current rating, DC. The teacher who had just made the pickup guess was dumbfounded, and the rest of the group looked equally shocked. A C grade rating requires killing 20 ferocious beasts, and it's only been a minute or 2 and they've finished. There's only one explanation. They kill monsters extremely fast, even in seconds. It takes the attributes of an epic profession to have this kind of efficiency, right? But that's not all. Within a short period of 1 hour, the speed at which Etion squad's ratings improved made the teachers who originally had no hope for the session's results to come out, all of them staring at the rating bar with wide eyes. 5 minutes later, CB. 15 minutes later, BA. After 30 minutes, S. Quick, call the principal back quickly. The head teacher couldn't contain his excitement as he yelled. What's worth getting so worked up about? Ji Changlin returned to the main hall and saw that the teachers had gone completely crazy. The director of instruction pulled him to look at the trial scoring bar. A large S grade rating that was reflected in Ji Changlin's pupils. Less than an hour and an S rating. Ji Changlin tone pulled up. His body was so excited that it was a little trembling. This achievement. But even the 2 epic professionals who were the first in the history of the second middle school could not do it. Baicholi is in the florist profession, right? It must be that Etion's profession is somewhat special. He clapped his hands together and paced back and forth excitedly. Quick, get the person in charge back here now. If the outside world could see the battle within the secret territory, they would definitely rate this S rating a bit higher, because, since the beginning, this S rank rating was cut by Baicholi alone. Etion-chun was lying. Moreover, all the equipment other than weapons were still used by Etion first. If the other male students saw the scene, they were afraid that they would fight for their lives to come and revile him as a jerk. The schoolgirl who was the favorite of millions of people was treated as a pawn by Etion without any pity. What's even more detestable is that the schoolgirl herself is enjoying herself immensely. Phew. Yes. The tip of the sword dripped with the blood of the evil demon. Baicholi's eyebrows were extraordinarily hearty, and she exclaimed a sentence very unimaginatively. Walk through this swamp again and you'll find the trial boss. Crooked Rigwood. Etion heartily clapped his hands in admiration. Recruiting a Baicholi was definitely more efficient than recruiting a dozen ordinary people. This girl, she's a girly killing machine. Sword skills out of the ordinary, not to mention the evil demon extremely harsh, striking swiftly and directly to the weak point, and is good at killing the enemy with the least amount of physical strength. It's just, are you really only letting me have the experience alone? This way Baicholi single eat experience. Always feel a little guilty to Etion, and with a face of ease and pleasure, Etion waved his hand and said, it's enough for you to work hard to kill monsters. As the boss, he meant that statement sincerely. The experience will be shared to the penny anyway. Joke, the boss has to work? While Baicholi had a lot of thoughts in her mind. What do you mean? He thinks I'm not trying hard enough. Sometimes a woman's train of thought is elusive. Baicholi slightly raised her head, cold with a bit of arrogance. Don't worry, I'll work harder than everyone else. Etion's face was puzzled. Suddenly, he felt that the staff of this session was really good to bring, and he PUA himself. Baicholi surveyed the road ahead and turned her head to Etion and said seriously, this part of the swamp is very sad. If you're not careful, you'll fall in. I'll carry you along. ETA? Since the beginning, Baicholi had treated Etion as a supporting profession. As for the support professions, most of them have very low agility, hence the reason for this statement. But if he was really carried by Baicholi, where was Etion's dignity as a boss? Great. Saying that, Etion leaped up, and with 50 points of agility, he stepped on the swamp like a dragonfly. Seeing this, Baicholi looked surprised. How does it feel, that his agility is actually no worse than mine? Seeing that Etion had already walked to the opposite bank, Baicholi hurriedly followed. The duo came to the depths of the grey mist jungle, and at a glance, they saw a hideous evil demon. It was a troll that was only 4 or 5 meters tall, with a huge rough muscular body, 2 sharp fangs sticking out from its jaws, and arms as thick as tree trunks. Just looking at it was full of power. Trolls, medium-sized elite evil demons, strong, but attacks are spaced out rather long, and large size is one of the drawbacks. Weaknesses are in the eyes, the back of the head, the knees, and the elbows. In an instant, Baichioli remembered all the flaws about trolls. With that, he stepped out with his sword. "Boss, I'm on!" Roar dash. The troll spotted the duo and with a roar charged madly towards them, their feet shaking the ground. Etion didn't doubt Baichioli's strength, even if there was a difference in attributes with the troll. The former's skill ability and combat level could completely make up for it. One must know that the combat power of an ordinary person transferring to a legendary profession and a sword Dao genius transferring to a legendary profession were completely different. In only 3 or 4 rounds, Baichioli chopped off the troll's small right arm. With most massive creatures, joints are one of the weaknesses, but at the moment, the troll was also in a state of madness. Baichioli didn't have much stamina left. She held her breath and held her gaze, making the cold aura on her long sword even more intense. Cold moon sword dance. Facing the roaring and rushing troll, Baichioli's silhouette seemed to merge with the moonlight, and her longsword transformed into white streams of light, condensing 10 sword dance residual shadows in front of her. Sword chi was spreading and cold light was overflowing. In a flash, sword-wielding stumps in different dance positions left a line of blood on the troll's body. Cold moon sword dance. Condense sword energy to form 10 sword dance shadows in front of you, weaving and chopping all enemies within 1 second. Invincible during the chopping period, with detonation damage after the sword dance is completed. Pop! Lines of blood burst open, and the troll was covered in blood, its roar turning into a miserable scream as it fell heavily to the ground. As the highest output skill of the Cold Moon Swordsman, it is almost 15 to 20 times that of a normal attack. This was the terror of the legendary combat profession. Feeling the mana value and stamina that had already bottomed out, Baichioli was about to take a long breath. However, the next moment her pupils shrunk. No kill alert. Suddenly, the troll that had fallen to the ground opened its blood-red eyes, and with the last of its strength, its left arm swung desperately, sweeping the ground and smashing into Baichioli. The boss's blood level is still really high. This didn't even take a second. As an onlooker, Etion had long since realized this. Although the troll's dying counterattack would not be enough to kill Baichioli, it would at least cause her to suffer serious injuries or even broken bones, which was not what Etion wanted to see, delaying the employee's work. As the troll swung his arm, Etion took out an iron axe that the little monster had popped out, and smashed it out at the same time like a javelin throw. Bang! Accompanied by a sound of breaking wind in his ears, Baichioli, who was already prepared to resist a hard blow, was surprised to find that the troll in the back was smashed to death on the spot by this axe. How does his power seem to be stronger than mine as well? Baichioli was a bit confused. At the same time, a large string of prompt panels popped up in front of Etion. Kill the trial secret boss, troll. Your squad's rating is raised from S to SSS. The maximum rating has been reached. Automatically exit the secret world. You have passed the apprenticeship trial, canceling your career apprenticeship status and accumulating experience for liberation. Your level rises to level 6. Employee, Baichioli leveled up to level 6. You share the growth attributes, strength plus 60, agility plus 72, physique plus 42, spirit plus 48. Employee Baichioli ranked first in the second middle school trainee trial. You get a bonus, money plus 5. Employee Baichioli scored SSS level trial score and reached the honor. No. 1 in the history of Qingcheng trial. You will receive dividends, capital plus 25. High level equipment blind box asterisk 1. Chapter 6 Wei Yuan. Great Xian never lacked geniuses. Seeing that in the trial scoring column, Etion squad's score was raised from S to SSS. Ji Changlin and the other teachers in the main hall were thrilled beyond words. SSS. Right now it's just someone telling me that Etion has awakened a legendary profession, and I totally believe it. No one expected this class in the second grade to produce. Even more so, no one thought that it would be the 2 people who were the least favored before the trial that achieved the most terrifying results. Ding dash! The secret realm's light door opened wide, and Etion and Baichioli both returned to the professionals' hall. The teachers greeted them with excitement, while Ji Changlin instantly noticed something strange. Baichioli's aura now is like a sharp, unbeatable blade. It's a world away from before entering the trials. Realizing the shocking change, he looked grave. This is not the place to talk. Baichioli Etion, you guys come with me. In the office of the principal of the second middle school, Ji Changlin used a prop to lay down a shielding boundary in the room. It wasn't that he was making a big deal out of it, but the situation at hand was completely beyond his, and even the entire Deciasive's cognizance. Baichioli's occupation changed. It was the first case in the entire Blue Star since the 200 years of the Transcendent Era. Autumn Lee, In the face of these two students, Ji Changlin's, an 80-something-year-old principal, was a little nervous instead. Bai Qiuli understood his confusion and nodded. That's right, headmaster. My current occupation is legendary rank Cold Moon Swordsman. Ji Changlin's pupils dilated as he incredulously lowered his voice. How? If it were normal, the appearance of a legendary profession could excite him to the point of a big feast. At the moment, however, there was only tension within him. A living profession turned into a legendary profession. This kind of result, if it could be replicated, would definitely cause unprecedented drastic changes to Decisive. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuli just twisted her head to look at Etian. Seeing this, Ji Changlin also couldn't help but look at the latter in disbelief. Does it mean that Bai Qiuli is signaling Etian to announce it or not? And Etian himself is also thinking, to inform the state of the ability? Admittedly, if he hides his ability and becomes stronger alone, with his career the future is also bound to go to the top. But it is too tiring, searching for talents all over the world, defending ourselves against the evil foreigners who may invade at any time, and hiding the vision of each transfer, etc. Why are you so tired when you're the boss? Nowadays, Dacia is suffering from internal and external problems and is in desperate need of talents, and there is only a win-win situation when one's ability is matched with the country. The only problem, the country is so huge. Could there be people with bad intentions mixed in? It is also a good solution. Etian's view resume can be through the biography file will be a person to look at the bottom of the sky. Pao Qingtian look at the straight to the layoff, including the Ji Changlin in front of him. Etian had also long read the other party's biographical file, veteran and trustworthy. Soon, Etian made a decision. Inform the state of some of its capabilities, work with the state. In Ji Changlin's expectant eyes, Etian finally spoke. Headmaster, my career ability can shift careers for others. It's not random. 2 short sentences. As if a thunderbolt exploded in Ji Changlin's ears, shocking him somewhat speechless. Etian's voice sounded again. So principal, contact the leaders. The bigger the better. Qingcheng, in front of the entrance of Qingshan Third Middle School, Wei Yuan, the general director of the East China region, with his secretary, bodyguard and his party were driving about to enter the campus. News came in from the second middle school not long ago that a squad had reached an S-rank trial score in less than an hour. Would you like to go and take a look? Inside the car, the secretary was giving Wei Yuan a report on his trip, while the latter was old and calm. It's something to look at. It's a really good score. But the third middle school has just awakened an epic-level combat profession, and according to their principal's report, it says that the career potential is quite high. We're in the 3rd grade anyway, so let's just take a look here first, and it's not too late to go back to the 2nd grade later. The secretary nodded her head in understanding and scheduled the second school's itinerary for later. But at that moment, there was a vibration in Wei Yuan's arms. Wei Yuan took out his everyday cell phone, only to find that it was actually another encrypted satellite phone ringing. He looked grave. This phone, only the leaders of the Dacia headquarters, as well as some of the old war veterans could get through, and none of them were major events. Stop the car. Wei Yuan spoke in a deep voice, and soon realized that it was a call from his former old squad leader Ji Changlin. Hanging up the phone, even with Wei Yuan's urbanity, it was difficult to suppress his shock for a moment. Legendary careers. Also, people who can build legendary careers. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. He was very aware of how important this would be to Decisive if the news was true. He immediately opened the car door and got out of the car, leaving the secretary by the side full of confusion. Chief, aren't we going to 3rd middle school? Wei Yuan waved his hand. You guys go back first. After saying that, Wei Yuan's body transformed into a sky-rushing green rainbow stream of light. His speed was several times faster than a special car, and he flew towards the direction of the 2nd middle school alone. Only the secretary, driver and others were left in place in a state of confusion. Inside the principal's room of the 2nd middle school, Ji Changlin couldn't help himself from pacing back and forth. He knew too well the importance of Etian. If the news was revealed, he was afraid that all the countries in the world would come to fight for it at all costs. The reason why Decisive is in internal and external trouble and in a crisis situation nowadays is because the time of experiencing transcendence is too short, and there are too few legendary-level top-pillar talents, and if Etian's ability was true, the situation would be completely different. Bang! Not even a minute from the time the phone hung up, the door to the principal's office was pushed open by Wei Yuan. Ji Changlin and his nodded to each other. Wei Yuan smiled at Bai Qiuli first and opened his mouth. His voice was like a spring breeze. Autumn Lee student, right? Sword Dao main combat class legendary profession. The future is promising. I'll arrange for the Ministry of Education to implement a key talent development program for you after the college entrance exam. Work hard. Bai Qiuli responded in an unassuming manner. I will. I'll go out first. Then, She was very clear that the main character of today's conversation was not her, even if she was now in a legendary profession. Wei Yuan nodded, and Ji Changlin and Bai Chuli both left. Only he and Yi Tian were left, and at this time, Yi Tian had long since gained an understanding of Wei Yuan through view resume. Name, Wei Yuan. Basic information, male, 58 years old. From Qingcheng, Daxia, General Director of East China Region. Occupation, Star Soul Master, level 74. Potential, Gold, Jikji Talent. Biography, 18 years old, awakened the legendary profession of Star Soul Master. Joined the army for 20 years in addition to the demons and demons to become the first strongman in East China. And then with the foreigners, Yagyu Dynasty reached an agreement to stay behind the scenes and vigorously develop East China's military. Economic so far. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, chess sage, 20 points of capital. Seeing this resume, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is the real Daxia legend. Golden potential and a legendary profession. It's just a shame that such people are so few and far between. Daxia has only produced one Wei Yuan in the last 100 years. Yi Tian would like to recruit Wei Yuan, but the original profession will disappear after the investment, and I'm afraid that the other party will not be able to agree to give up a level 74 legendary profession. At the same time, Wei Yuan's deep eyes were sizing up Yi Tian and his smile was gentle. Student Yi Tian, I've heard about your ability, but you have to understand that the situation in the secret world is difficult for us to confirm. Needless to say, Yi Tian has been a man for 2 lives, and naturally knows that words are not evidence, and that the higher-ups have the concerns of the higher-ups. Luckily, after clearing the trial, Yi Tian's capital returned to 30 points and was able to continue recruiting. I understand. I'm currently able to awaken another legendary profession out. Really? Wei Yuan's eyes gleamed, and after receiving Yi Tian's nod of certainty, his heart was even more excited that he could not contain it. Daxia, this time, has picked up a nuclear weapon level talent. From the conversation, he could tell that Yi Tian's confidence was far from false. Together with Yi Tian taking the initiative to inform the country, the thoughts between the words were clear and unambiguous, and Wei Yuan didn't continue to talk nonsense. So, what do you need the state to do for you now? Yi Tian had already thought about it and blurted out, I need protection. Then, help me find talent. Let the country help find talent is also one of the main goals of Yi Tian and the country cooperation. After all, the efficiency of their own find which is comparable to the country out. When I find the right talent, I'll be able to prove my ability. Wei Yuan smiled happily at the sight. You can rest assured of all this. For your safety, I will personally arrange for protection. No need to worry. Afterward, Wei Yuan's tone became a bit more solemn, as if he was recalling something. Daxia, there is never a shortage of potential talents. All they're missing is a chance. To this statement, Yi Tian was extremely agreeable. Just as it was said in his previous life, thousands of horses exist, but not many bullies. Wei Yuan then picked up his cell phone and made a call. Principal of the 3rd middle school? I'm Wei Yuan. You immediately select some of the best students of the current session and wait for us in the conference room. We'll be right there. Chapter 7 Golden Potential. Pillar of the State. Just as Wei Yuan said, he directly took Yi Tian with him and headed to Castle Peak 3rd middle school. Since we're looking for talent, this senior class is a natural first choice. Yi Tian readily agreed that since there were no other suitable talents in the 2nd middle school, he might as well look at other schools. Castle Peak 3rd grade. Soon after receiving Wei Yuan's call, a banner saying welcome to our school was already hung. As Wei Yuan, who was the general head of the East China region and held all the affairs of the 12 main cities in East China, personally coming to a high school was definitely a big deal for the latter. The principal of the 3rd grade school and the school leaders stood at the entrance of the school to greet them, and seeing that Wei Yuan did not have a secretary accompanying him, and only brought along a teenager who was walking almost side by side with him, the crowd was inwardly surprised. Who is Wei Yuan? One of the 5 region chiefs of Daxia, the world's top professional, and this teenager, actually walking with Wei Yuan? What kind of status position is this? Welcome the head to our school. It's been a long time since you've been here. I wonder if this is. After exchanging warm pleasantries, the principal of the 3rd middle school shifted his curious gaze towards Yi Tian. Wei Yuan also patted Yi Tian's shoulder with some anticipation, endowing him with a new identity. Oh, this is my new special recruiting officer. Special recruiting. As long as the talent he sees, I will focus on cultivating it on behalf of the Ministry of Education. This was not a bad thing to say. The ones Yi Tian wanted to find were golden potential talents. The guaranteed bottom would be a legendary level profession. Certainly worth focusing on cultivating. Hearing this, the eyes of the principal of the 3rd middle school, the school leaders, and the others who looked at Yi Tian were immediately on fire. This teenager, with a single word, could decide on the Ministry of Education's special enrollment. This power and ability could be too scary. You know, any special enrollment can be a valuable achievement for the school. In the next moment, the principal of the third middle school and the others took the initiative to shake hands with Etion with unparalleled enthusiasm. Welcome leader! Welcome leader! I've arranged for the best students of the current year to be in the conference room, so if you need anything else, just ask. Etion pulled the corner of his mouth. Facing the enthusiastic crowd had to shake hands one by one. 10 minutes later, the two of them, Wei Yuan and Etion, finally arrived at the third middle school conference room. 12 outstanding students, specially selected by the principal of the third school, have been waiting here for a long time. Etion's eyes swept over, checking the resumes one by one, and he had to say that the potential of these people who had been selected was indeed generally stronger. Mostly blue potential, with 2 purple potential talents. Unfortunately, with the current scarcity of funds, Etion was in greater need of golden talents that could steadily earn back their honor. Moreover, the attributes and skills that came with the legendary profession were far too much stronger than the epic level. Nothing suitable this time? Wei Yuan called the students away and opened his mouth to inquire. The bar for evaluating potential is still very high, and some of our school students who are number 1 in multiple real-world simulations have not reached gold. Etion shook his head. There are 2 people who are quite good, but they are still a bit short of the talent I want. Then we'll check on the others. The 2 had just left the conference room. Suddenly, he heard noisy voices coming from the faculty office not far away. Director, here's my application for transfer. How many times have I told you? You're not good enough. Be honest and do your practical class internship as a teaching assistant at school and don't think about messing around. Director, but I've been interning for almost 3 years. Cut the crap and get out. As the cacophony of a man and a woman disappeared, the door to the faculty office closed and a handsome young man walked out with an application report. The boy has a short black hair, handsome, rough skin but full of power. All the masculine face but was shrouded by a few helplessness. With the experience of cattle and horses in his previous life, Etion curiously said, 3 years of internship, and still not given to transfer? At those words, Wei Yuan also looked at the principal of the third middle school with an unkind gaze. I also have some impression of him. Wan Jiang. 3 years ago, he was the number 1 practical combat genius in your third middle school, and was famous throughout Qingchang and even Linchang. Unfortunately, after switching to a life profession and being recruited by you guys as a practical assistant instructor. What? Now you're stuck in preventing him from switching. Could it be that the once practical genius is now incapable of teaching a practical class? The questioned principal of the third middle school's face suddenly changed and waved his hands. No, 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 you don't know that. In charge, he's got some special circumstances. The words were not yet spoken. The young man Wan Jiang, who had just been rejected for transfer, turned his head to see Wei Yuan and the principal and the others, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Immediately taking 3 steps, he trotted over to Wei Yuan, looking excited. Head Wei, you are my idol. My dad used to talk about you all the time and said he wanted me to be like you. Can you sign this for me? Wan Jiang excitedly handed over a paper and pen. Wei Yuan smiled gently. Of course there is no problem. Your father used to. But the next moment, he suddenly froze when he saw the folded piece of paper Wan Jiang handed up. Then the piece of paper was opened up. Application for transfer. Wei Yuan? Hey! Wan Jiang scratched his head, his eyes unconsciously looking away with an awkward smile, trying to trick Wei Yuan into signing the transfer application. Unfortunately, he was recognized too quickly. Wei Yuan put away the paper and pen, and his smile transformed into a puzzled one. Is it hard for you to turn around here? Need to use this little cleverness. Hearing the conversations outside, the Dean of Academic Affairs who had just refused Wan Jiang's transfer, a middle-aged woman in plain professional clothes, hurriedly walked out. She explained with some embarrassment, Leader, it's not that it's hard for him to transfer. It's that the number of teacher slots for practical classes in our school is already full. I don't want a regular teacher's spot. Upon hearing this, Wan Jiang said to Wei Yuan in a firm tone, all I want is a chance to go to war, even if it's as a battlefield logistician, as a field aide, as an engineer. Speaking of which, Wei Yuan understood, the school's official practical combat class teachers, even if they were living professions, were allowed to travel to the battlefield for support, and assistant coaches can't. Wan Jiang said forcefully, now that the country is in danger and surrounded by foreign enemies, a man should go into battle to kill the enemy and defend his country. Wei Yuan moved slightly. Even if you're in a living profession, perhaps you can only do logistics? Wan Jiang's voice gradually lowered. My father disappeared during an evil invasion. I practiced hard in actual combat wanting to go to the battlefield just because I didn't want to even have a chance to retrieve my father. Hearing this, the middle-aged woman Dean of Academic Affairs was visibly exasperated. For a carpenter by profession, you're just going to die in battle. Etion raised an eyebrow and opened Wan Jiang's resume while several people were arguing. Name, Wan Jiang. Basic information, male, 21 years old. From Daxia Dingcheng, carpenter by profession. Potential, gold, Jinghua pillar stone. Biography, military family. In his father's education in the service of the country, the actual combat talent is very strong. No one out of the right of the gun. 3 years ago, his father disappeared, leaving a ring for him. Investment opportunity, legendary profession Dragon Warrior Gun God, 20 points. His talent seems to have found it. Chapter 8 The Mysterious Ring. The deed of sale is also signed. Etian sucked in a mouthful of cold air, seeing that Wan Zhang's evaluation of his potential was not too high. Pillar of the town. I am afraid that the future achievements will not be weaker than Wei Yuan. Of course Bai Qiuli is the same, but more let Etian care. Is the life? Wan Zhang father left a ring. If it was an ordinary ring, it certainly wouldn't have made such a mark in the biography. It's just that it's hard to tell whether it's an opportunity or a risk at this point, so we'll just have to look forward to it later. Etian's eyes signaled Wei Yuan. Found it. Finding SH. Wei Yuan froze for a moment, followed by both eyes glowing at Wan Jiang, his heart rejoicing. Finding talent. With this in mind, he immediately dismissed the others and called on the dumbfounded Wan Zhang to head to the conference room. Pop! Wei Yuan snapped his fingers, and a star-like shielding defense boundary appeared, enveloping the conference room in an instant. Wan Zhang froze. I just want to sign a transfer application. There's no need to be so grand. He looked blankly at Wei Yuan, who gestured for him to look at Etian. It was then that he noticed that the one who was now presiding over the situation was actually this teenager who was even younger than him. Is your dream to join the army? Etian asked as he leaned back in his chair. Of course it's not necessary to ask. It's just that Etian thinks that this is very much in line with the scene during the recruitment. Wan Zhang thought he was about to sign his own transfer application, and righteously said, Yes, leader. It is incumbent upon us to defend our country and expel the evil demons and foreigners. Etian nodded. The chances of getting honors by joining the army seem to be a bit more than school. This wave of recruitment shouldn't be a loss. Funding 20. The recruitment/investment skill is activated and a contract falls into the hands of Wan Jiang. Sign it and call me boss from now on. Then, have headway take you to join the army. At these words, Wan Zhang's face rejoiced. If you sign it, you can join the army. Wait, this isn't a bill of sale, is it? Forget it. As long as I can join the army, I'll sign the contract of sale. After all, Wei Yuan is here. He does not feel that Etian can be a fraud, and at this moment, Wei Yuan was also gazing at it. Being able to artificially awaken a legendary profession, he was too eager to make sure the ability was real. If it's true, then those foreign evil demons. Wei Yuan hadn't experienced such a strong sense of anticipation for a long time. He watched Wan Zhang write his name on the contract. Boom dash. The golden pillar of light that represented the awakening of a legend lit up on Wan Zhang's body. The light emanating from the light pillar was reflected in Wei Yuan's pupils, and it was the light called hope. Wei Yuan looked a little dazed and couldn't help but mumble his feelings. Etian, Daxia thanks you for coming. In the pillar of light, Wan Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the changes in his body. My profession. Etian opened the staff panel and checked the abilities of his new profession with considerable anticipation. Employee Wan Jiang. Profession, Genshin Gunfighter, 0 rank. The investment opportunity shows the name of the occupation after the 4th rank. Currently it is the name of the occupation of the 0th rank. Quality, Legendary. Power, 40. Agility, 35. Physical fitness, 35. Spirit, 25. Occupational talent, Dragon's Guts. Ignore fear status. For every 1% reduction in blood, agility and constitution are each increased by 1%. For every enemy in the vicinity, strength is increased by 2%. Vocational skills, Dragon's Soul Protector. Broken Army. Ifu Dangan. If Bai Qiuli's Cold Moon Swordsman is an elegant assassin, then the Genshin Gunfighter of Wanjin is the king of the battlefield, especially gifted and extremely well suited for frontal battlefield combat. I'm sure I'll be able to make it in the military before long. Thinking about this, Etian became even more hopeful about getting his money back. You have successfully recruited employee Wan Jiang. Gained attributes, strength plus 40, agility plus 35, physique plus 35, spirit plus 25. You have acquired the talent/skill, Dragon's Guts, Dragon's Soul Protector, Broken Army, and Ifu. Recruiting a second employee, the horrific potential of Etian's boss profession was just coming into its own. Now level 6 Etian had the attributes and skills of 2 legendary professions at the same time, which was terrifying. In the meantime, after seeing Etian's ability with his own eyes, Wei Yuan profoundly realized his importance. After a few moments of contemplation, he took out the encrypted satellite phone and immediately sent a message to a number, blocking Etian's file with the highest authority. After the message was sent, Wei Yuan raised his head with emotion. However, he suddenly saw Wan Jiang bowing deeply to Etion. Suppressing his tears, his voice trembled and said, "Boss." Etion hastily waved his hand to stop his moving speech. "No need to say more. Just work hard." It was only at this moment that Wan Jiang finally realized why Wei Yuan had such a high regard for this teenager. "Boss, I will definitely repay you." Etion nodded casually before reminding, "Remember, the ring your father left you. Keep it carefully." Wan Jian froze. "I will." His voice began to tremble a little. "I finally have the ability to go to war. Finally, the ability to search for my father." Wei Yuan cancelled the boundary of the conference room and walked over to gently pat his shoulder. "I'll send you to the military headquarters on the eastern border of China. It'll be a good place for you to show off your skills." "Wait, Chief, there's one more thing I need to do before I leave." Wan Jiang ran out of the conference room, came to the door of the faculty office. The principal of the third grade looked over curiously at this point. "What's going on here?" Due to Wei Yuan's boundary shielding, the pillar of light from Wan Jiang's second transfer was not seen by others. Wei Yuan came out to tell him, "Wan Jiang has been specially recruited. I will send him to the border guard." The principal of the third high school was very pleased with his words. Good, good. Wan Jiang pushed open the door of the faculty office, and he didn't know how many times he had been here during the 3 years of applying for a transfer. The Dean of Academic Affairs, the middle-aged woman, was intently writing some kind of report as if she hadn't seen him. Wan Jian walked over, his pace light. He looked at the woman who had used various reasons and stuck him with 3 years of transfer applications. The woman who has yelled at him countless times for being a career wreck and for not being good enough to coach if he's not capable enough. The woman who had warned him countless times that going to war was a death sentence. But also the woman who raised him for 21 years and had the most confidence in him before switching life professions. "Mom, I'm leaving." Wan Jiang had mixed feelings in his heart, but his faith was extraordinarily strong. "Mom, I've always known that you wouldn't let me transfer because you were afraid I'd take the opportunity to go to war. Life professions have no self-preservation. You are afraid that I will be impulsive, afraid that I will die on the battlefield." The pen in Wan Jiang's mother's hand never stopped, as if she couldn't hear it, but her eyes, covered with fine crow's feet, were holding silent tears. "Mom, I can afford it now. I'm not going to die. I'm going to join the army, get stronger, and defend the country so that more families will no longer be victimized by the foreigners and evil demons, and I'm going to get my father back." As he spoke, Wan Jiang's throat felt like it was choked, and he was somewhat unable to speak. He dropped to both knees and kowtowed 3 times to his mother. "Take care, Mom. Mom, I'm leaving." Chapter 9, Yagyu Dynasty, a surprise for the Fae. In the evening, a military land cruiser left Xincheng and drove to Dingcheng, the border of East China. Wei Yuan personally drove the car and took Etian along with him, sending Wan Jiang to the border defense barracks. If an onlooker were to see that the chief director of East China personally drove for the 2 teenagers, they would be afraid that their jaws would drop in shock. The city of Ting, said to be a city, is more like a war fortress. On the steel-like city walls, rune cannons and metal storms form the external defense line, and there are also Fighting Eagle patrol planes monitoring the border and preventing hostile situations in the air at night. Upon entering the city of Ting, the entire city is devoid of life, and to Etian's extra surprise, in the streets of Ding City in the evening, it was not vendors or late-returning residents who walked by, but several foreigners. The giant lizard man with a lizard head 3 meters tall, the red sand scorpion with a humanoid scorpion tail and hands like bone blades, and the half-dragon man with 2 wings spread on his back. Obviously it's a daxia city. Why are there foreigners? Noticing Etian's doubts, Wan Jiang, who was a native of Ding City, sighed at the sight and explained, "Dingcheng, there are no more daxia residents now. 25 years ago, evil demons fully invaded the blue planet, and the world was attacked on all sides. As a result, some foreign races took the opportunity to invade Blue Star to take advantage of the fire through otherworldly passages, in an attempt to occupy Blue Star's land, and many small countries were directly exterminated by the foreign races. The fixed city, at that time, was then occupied by the Yagyu Dynasty, taking advantage of the situation." The Yagyu Dynasty? That's right. In the otherworldly passageway that appeared in Dingcheng, it connects to another world that's bigger than the Blue Star, and the Yagyu Dynasty is the master of that world. They are ruled by dozens of foreign races with the Yagyu dragon descendants as their kings, and their strength is terrifying. These foreigners in front of us are all the people of the Yagyu Dynasty. About the otherworldly passage, Etian then recalled. At first, when the otherworldly passageway appeared, the professionals thought it was similar to the replica entrance. It wasn't until I entered that I realized it was a 2-way street. Other races from other worlds can use this to descend to Blue Star, and Blue Star professionals can use this to travel to other worlds. Some friendly foreign races, such as the elves, dwarves, and mechanicals, live peacefully with humans, trading and exchanging resources with each other. More dangerous, warlike foreigners, They used various means to encroach on Blue Star's land and plunder its resources, and the Yagyu Dynasty was one of them. They treat Blue Star like a wild delicacy, clamoring for a bite. If the city of Ting is already occupied, why is the borderline located here? Tian was a bit puzzled. As the borderline of Dixia, there were quite a few foreigners just outside the car at the moment, but he wasn't afraid. After all, Wei Yuan was still here. As a level 74 legendary profession Star Soul Master, Wei Yuan's combat power was considered one of the strongest in Blue Star. Upon hearing this, Wan Jiang became even more agitated. I heard that Chief Wei Yuan, who was still the captain of the special squad at the time, killed the Yagyu Dynasty in order to recapture Ding City. Killed for 3 days and 3 nights from the south of Ding City to the Yagyu King City. Kill 300 royal dragon descendants. Stop. Wei Yuan, who was driving, immediately interrupted him. Face up to history, and don't brag about it either. 300 royal dragon descendants are enough to bring down 22 countries around the globe together. Wan Jiang closed his mouth resentfully, but it was evident that he did have some admiration for Wei Yuan. Next, Wei Yuan spoke personally as if he was caught up in memories. Dingcheng is a strategic location in East China, easy to defend and difficult to attack, and must be recaptured for the safety of more cities in the rear. The foreign races want to take advantage of our fight against the demons to reap benefits and occupy territory in Dixia. Then let them know, if we're not doing well, no one is doing well. At that time, Great Xia took the initiative to give up the 12 defense lines in eastern China, stopped fighting against the evil demons, and went all out to attack the Yagyu Dynasty and assault the Yagyu royal family. Even if we kill 800 enemies and lose 1,000, we must still make the foreign races tremble. We must make the foreign races not dare to come and violate us at will. In the end, after I killed the third king's dragon descendant, a peace agreement was reached between the two clans, and the Yagyu Dynasty agreed to return Tingcheng. Wei Yuan's tone was very relaxed and spontaneous. However, Tian could hear that with the dual threat of evil demons and foreigners, every step was extraordinarily treacherous for Dixia. A little carelessness goes a long way. However, comparing the situation of other countries around the globe, it's clear that Daxia made the right gamble with this move. 100 years ago, in the face of the alien race that descended upon the nations of the globe, some nations offered treasures and ceded territory in order to seek an alliance with the alien race. Some nations have even taken the initiative to bow down in the hope of being sheltered by powerful foreigners. As a result, without exception, these countries have almost all disappeared into history. Peace survives when it is sought through struggle, and it dies when it is sought through compromise. But even so, the magnitude of the threat of the Yagyu Dynasty can still be seen. After all, the Fei were still able to set foot on Great Xia's land now. If the Daxia state was sufficiently strong, no Daxia people would allow foreigners to live in Daxia cities. Daxia and Wei Yuan, at that time, should have done their best as well. The SUV made its way through the city and came to a formidable barracks beyond, where 2 rows of Daxia border guards signaled to stop for inspection. When the border guards came forward and recognized Wei Yuan's identity, they saluted and gave way. Driving once again near a drill ground, Wei Yuan spotted the person he was looking for, and Tian also got out of the car and looked towards the center of the incredibly lively drill ground. In the vast martial arts arena, a competition stage was separated by an alloy fence. On the stage, it was actually a fierce battle between a Daxia border guard recruit and a Yagyu Dynasty lizard man, and the people who were watching and cheering under the stage were not only the Great Xia border guards, but also the foreigners of the Yagyu Dynasty, which were quite numerous. Fong him, the foreigner, Fong, tried to cut him in the middle. At #UN% and asterisk, there was a lot of fighting and shouting on both sides. Only the words shouted by those foreigners from the Yagyu Dynasty were completely incomprehensible to Tian. Even in the military camp, there are foreigners present? Regarding the specifics of the Daxia border defense, an ordinary high school student like Tian's predecessor really didn't know much. No, that would have been the border guards of the Yagyu Dynasty. Remember the peace agreement reached between the Great Xia and the Yagyu Dynasty? Wei Yuan gestured for Tian Wanzhong to go over with him, explaining as he walked. The treaty of agreement is that the two races will stop the war and fight against the evil demons together. Ding City is returned to Daxia, but half of the area is to be divided and given to the Yagyu Dynasty to govern. The two races live in peace and friendship, each sending troops to garrison the city of Ting, and joining forces to fight against the evil demons. Peace? Friendship? Although the evil demons that devour living beings are the common enemy of the human race and all the foreign races, it is necessary to say that the two races can be completely united. Not to mention Tian, I'm afraid that no one who came could possibly believe it. Wei Yuan also simply said it more clearly. The Yagyu Dynasty's thieving heart is undead, and it wants to find an opportunity to occupy the territory of Dixia and plunder the resources of the blue planet. This is also the idea of most of the foreign races. As for Dixia, it still needs to utilize the power of the foreigners to fight against the evil demons, reducing the casualties of professionals and easing the pressure on the country. Use each other and play in the dark. It dawned on Etion, but in the final analysis, it is still because of the limited national strength of the Great Summer and the limited power of the professionals. Otherwise, why would there be a need to make false pretenses with the foreigners? Being forced to divide the city of Din in half was already a hopeless situation for Daxia. Now Etion understands. The two tribes' border guards are in the same city. Less friction than fights. Secret fights. There was a loud bang on the martial arts stage, and the new recruit known as Brother Fawn lost miserably when the lizard man was sent flying a dozen meters. Asterisk. This schlubby lizard man. It's as stinky and hard as a piece of. Can the recruits compete and win a handful now? Next. With the failure of the recruits on stage, the enthusiasm of the border guards off stage diminished significantly. At this time, Wei Yuan took Etian Wanzhong and walked towards an officer with a not-so-small rank, who looked surprised at the sight. Elder Wei, what brings you here? Been complaining to me all day about the lack of talent in the border guard, and here's one for you. Wei Yuan smiled and said, Wanjiang, you will stay in the vanguard regiment from now on. Yes, Wanjiang longing to look at the border camp, the heart of a great deal of bravado. 3 years in the bitter pursuit of the dream finally get what they want. Hello, Chief. The vanguard regiment leader's eyes lit up. Those who could be actively called talents by Wei Yuan were bound to be extraordinary. Yes, now is the time for a martial arts tournament with the border recruits of the Yagyu Dynasty. On the martial arts stage, everyone's level is locked at level 1, purely based on actual combat ability and the use of natural skills, and the winner is the one who wins 5 matches in a row. Do you dare to go up and try? Wang Jiang had looked at the martial arts stage for a long time, and had long been impatient. Why don't you dare? Chief, boss, I'm going. Etian nodded, pondering in his heart, I wonder if this border recruit martial arts tournament is considered an honor? And hearing Wan Zhang's words, that vanguard regiment leader glanced suspiciously at Etian. Boss? Wei Yuan smiled at the side and explained and introduced, I am just responsible for sending Wan Zhang to the military camp. The people were found and discovered by this Etian student, and it's not too much of a stretch to say that they are talented under him. Classmates, Pioneer Corps leader froze. He didn't understand what Etian's status was, but having a student to recommend talents to the army was a bit too ridiculous. For a moment, his favorable opinion of Wan Zhang changed to sulking, and he couldn't help but frown. Elder Wei, this. Before the words fell, a wild cheer suddenly erupted at the martial arts stage, only to see the martial arts stage. The lizard man's sharp claws cut through the air. Was Wan Zhang quickly a sidestep dodge, a heavy foot in its knee joints. As the lizard man lost his balance, Wan Zhang heavy fists struck. Breaking army, a very destructive single-player skill, urging the power of breaking bones to condense in weapons or fists and feet, causing huge power damage that ignores defense, and causing shock to surrounding enemies. Legendary level skills with extraordinarily exaggerated damage. Boom! Like a boulder hitting a flying bird, the lizardman's body was embedded in the ground by Wan Zhang's punch, and he was unable to get up again for a long time. The exchange lasted no more than 2 seconds before the fight was over. Asterisk. What a line! Where are these new recruits from? Whose ministry is this that is so brave? Percent. Hashtag Yuan and percent. This time, without having to understand the language of the foreigners, Etian knew that the foreigners on stage should be cursing. The head of the vanguard regiment's eyes were as wide as brass bells. He who had often faced the foreigners naturally knew that the foreigners of the Yagyu dynasty all had a thin dragon bloodline, and were born with a powerful body that was far beyond the human race. But at this moment, it was actually killed by Wan Jiang in seconds. Battlefield experience he saw clearly. That swimming sidestep flash, kicking knee, plus the final heavy punch. Undoubtedly a talent with a strong level of practicality and professionalism. Picked up a treasure. The head of the vanguard regiment's face instantly changed from anger to joy, and even brought on a hint of a fawning smile. Mr. Etian, do you have any other talents under you? Send a few more to our vanguard regiment. You don't know. Our vanguard regiment rejects demons in the north and has to guard against foreigners. It's a difficult day. ETA. The martial arts competition required 5 consecutive battles, but after watching the first one, the duo of Wei Yuan and Etian left. The values of the legendary profession, coupled with Wan Zhang's level of actual combat, Etian was still very confident in him. Besides, the foreigners that could be sent to the border guards had limited bloodlines and levels. The royal dragon descendants of the Yagyu dynasty were the real opponents to be wary of. It's late at night, and it's time for the 12 o'clock admin log to be refreshed. It was still Wei Yuan who drove Etian back. On this trip, Wei Yuan seemed intent on letting Tian learn more about the war with the foreigners. Today's border guard martial arts tournament is actually a microcosm of the game between Xia and the Yagyu Dynasty. As he drove, he said, there is a second clause in the peace agreement, survival of the fittest. Every 5 years, the two races will have a race newcomer contest. The bouts are 5 one-on-one single challenges, and 1 secret team battle. Victory or defeat is related to the ownership of the East China resource mysteries during the 5-year period, and even territorial control. Upon hearing this, Tian unexpectedly said, that means if we win, we can win back the other half of Ding City. More than that, it's even theoretically possible to win control of the Yagyu Dynasty's home world. Wei Yuan laughed helplessly. Unfortunately, we didn't win. Didn't win? But we didn't lose any other territory either, did we? The country can't be lost again. So every year, we used the control of a small secret realm to replace the punishment for failing the great competition. Secret realms, which were divided into 3 categories, small, medium, and large, could produce resources such as professional advancement, equipment materials, skill traits, and so on. For Qingchang, the output of 5 small secret realms was enough to feed a city. So we, Great Xia, gave up 27 small secret realms in order to preserve the country. Admittedly, giving up some of the territory and population might make life a little more comfortable for Daxia. But who will give up? Give up who? Those are all the people of Daxia. 17 small secret realms, which meant that any further losses might have to shake the foundations of the Great Summer. Tian was very curious. The Yagyu Dynasty, is it really that strong? Great Xia only has 200 years of transcendent history, while the Yagyu Dynasty, which has been around for at least thousands of years, has a deep heritage. And the Yagyu dragon descendants, the bloodline high and low determines the strength. In order to ensure the bloodline, the royal family inbreeding marriages, and even fathers having children with their daughters, grandfathers having children with their granddaughters are common. It makes their bloodline strong in every generation of kings. If a human wants to become stronger, it takes more than 10 years of hard work and blood and sweat, honing skills, accumulating attribute skills, and fighting the luck of the transfer ceremony. So much easier to beat the inbred sons of the Yagyu Dragonborn. It's hard not to lose. Wei Yuan was a bit thankful. Luckily you showed up this year to bring some hope to East China. Otherwise, I can't say I'll have to fight the Yagyu Dynasty for national luck again this year. But Tian didn't just want some hope. He wanted something a little more arrogant. I wonder, if we win the great race competition with the Yagyu royal clan, how much can we share? If the Yagyu Dynasty is later ousted, or counterattacked, the honor pays dividends. The car returned to Castle City and came to a downstairs with Castle Peak apartments on it. This was the new residence Wei Yuan had arranged for Tian, and the living environment and defense measures were much better than the previous residence. Right, you take this. Wei Yuan handed Tian several ball-shaped props. Boundary sphere, epic prop. After use, unfolds a 5x5x5m shielding boundary, isolating external means of entry, probing, etc. Next time if you awaken, you can unfold the boundary to shield the awakening light pillar. If alien races, extremist organizations, or hostile countries discover the awakening of high-quality professions, unnecessary dangers are likely to arise. Tian gladly received. Educated in his previous life, he naturally knows the reasoning of the submerged dragon should not be used. A smirk surfaced on Wei Yuan's well-mannered face. I hope that the race competition in half a month's time will bring a surprise to the foreign races. The two looked at each other. There were heartfelt smiles. Chapter 10 Managing Logs, Advancement Quest, 502 Castle Peak Apartments. Despite the name of the apartment, the interior is very atmospheric. The house that Wei Yuan had arranged for Tian, a spacious space of more than 100 square feet, came with a balcony, and the room also had buttons to open the defense boundary and call for support with one key, which was specially created by the state. And Wei Yuan also lived in the neighborhood, giving a great sense of security. As for Tian's former residence, there was nothing worth keeping. His predecessor was an orphan who grew up in the Qingcheng orphanage without a father or mother, and even his former residence was state-provided guaranteed housing. For an orphan to be able to live safely in Daxia until he graduates from high school and attends the transfer ceremony is unimaginable for any other country. Based on that alone, you can't go wrong with Daxia. The current time is 11:45. There's still a little bit of time before the admin log refreshes the rewards at 12 o'clock. Tian opened the personal backpack that came with a professional and took out the blind box of high-grade equipment from the trainee trial dividend from it. Blind box of high-grade equipment. Open it to obtain a random piece of high-grade equipment, weapon/defense/accessory. Probability, rare grade 50%, epic 40%, legendary 10%. The quality level of the equipment is the same as the quality of the profession. A trainee trial dividend equipment treasure chest that could open such high-quality equipment was something that Tian had not expected at all. Then if we win the great race competition in the future, how terrifying would the special rewards that we get a share of be? Etion couldn't help but think freely. Looking around the world, epic and legendary equipment are rare. It was only because of the emergence of the foreign races that had seized the many secret realms that had belonged to the Blue Star, making the equipment and material outputs of each country extremely low, making it difficult for even high-level professionals to create a high-level equipment. Open. Etion opened the blind box of equipment. In the next moment, a golden yellow light armor imprinted with a pattern like yellow sand rolling on the ground fell into Etion's hands. Yellow sand armor, epic level 5. Defense plus 30, body plus 6. Magic damage reduction 20%. Gain resistance when taking damage, gain body asterisk 500% of shield value. Epic armor, for most professionals, was already top equipment. Etion immediately replaced it. Even if you are protected, personal defense equipment is essential. After all, there are still many extremist organizations in society. They believed that the Fae were bound to occupy the Blue Star, and took the initiative to help the Fae against the human race, hunting the human race's newest talent with various means. There were quite a few of these renegade organizations. As many of the Fae had thousands of years of transcendent history, the races were extremely numerous and powerful, and it was even heard that certain Fae had the existence of gods. In contrast, the path of the human race is a little too arduous. Finally, 12 o'clock arrived. Etion's career panel refreshed with a long settlement box with quite a few monetary rewards. Management log. Employee Wan Jiang won the first place in the Border Recruit Martial Arts Tournament. Reward, money plus 7. Employee Baicholi, completion of the Qingqing single copy Wasteland Beast Ridge held difficulty first pass achievement. Reward, fun plus 4. Employee Baicholi, passed Wasteland's Ridge held difficulty 4 times. Reward, fund plus 0. 4. You share Baicholi's first pass through the Hell Copy experience 5,000 points. You share staff experience in brushing monsters 26,000 points. Your level has increased to 10. You have reached the level required for advancement. And after completing the advancement quests, your profession will advance and you will gain exclusive skills for your profession. Looks like my staff is on a roll. Seeing the management log, Etion showed a happy face. I didn't realize that in addition to Wan Jiang winning first place, Baicholi hadn't been idle, and solo swiped a first time through achievement. However, for Baicholi, with her outstanding sword Dao paired with her legendary profession, it wasn't surprising that she would be able to solo hell difficulty, counting the 10 pips left in hand. The funds are once again back to 21,4. It looks like the financial rewards that come with employee swipe copies are so much less than first pass copies. After Baicholi's first pass, he swiped hell difficulty once more and only got 0.1 inch. It still seems like they need to be allowed to open more new copies and clear new difficulties to have a steady stream of money coming in. On top of that, what pleased Etion the most was that the level had actually reached level 10. True, laying down and upgrading. It's all because of Baicholi's efforts. Other people teamed up to raid the hell difficulty for a day. She swiped it 5 times in a row. This efficiency was simply pulling full stop. Finally, it's time to advance. Etion opened the profession panel. In the profession column, there was an upward escalation indicator button next to rank 0. He clicked to view the advancement quest. First order advancement mission, recruit 3 gold-colored potentials. Current completion level, 2/3. 1 more golden talent to go. Etion looked at his fund balance of 21,4 and was suddenly grateful. It was fortunate that he had recruited the best of the best in terms of talent and was able to bring in financial gains for himself, or else he was afraid that he would need to be stuck for a long time even completing the advancement quests. Now that we have enough money, let's wait until tomorrow to see if we have the right talent. Etion is somewhat looking forward to the boss's career exclusive skills. Central China region, Daxia headquarters. Inside the conference room, a hale and hearty old man stood in front of the desk, his deep gaze fixed on the holographic strategic map in front of him like a 3D sand table. The map presented the entire territory of Daxia, the 5 major war zones of East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, as well as the corresponding engagements. Outside of Daxia, a patch of dark strategic dots that represented the signs of evil demons, as if they were about to devour Daxia at any time. And at the border of Daxia, there were more than a dozen other gray and red strategic points that were the signs of the foreign races, the same enemies that needed to be dealt with. If it were an ordinary person, just looking at this kind of puzzle, they would hate to just point and surrender. But for the Daxia headquarters, this situation has been going on for decades. On the other side of the conference room, 2 other principals were discussing the problems they would face this year. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan of northern China, the Dracula Empire of western China, and the Yagyu Dynasty of eastern China are going to face 3 foreign races in a competition this year. Send the new people in South and Central China to support them, especially North and East China. there can't be any more problems. I heard that 2 days ago, the capital of the Cold Kingdom was destroyed by the Void Bug race, and Blue Star is missing another country. The Cold Kingdom is close to the southeast of my Great Xia, so I wonder if it will have an impact? The more the people in charge talked, the more helpless they became. And at that moment, the old man at the desk suddenly spoke. East China doesn't need to be managed this year. At those words, the rest of the people in the conference room looked startled. No, whatever, East China. It's not about giving up on East China. The old man looked at the several messages he received on his satellite cell phone and couldn't help but feel some anticipation inside. It was Wei Yuan who said they might have the ability to work it out on their own this year. Send support from Central and Southern China elsewhere. The crowd turned sad and quite surprised. The Yagyu Dynasty that East China is facing is also among the best among the foreign races. Wei Yuan is actually so confident? Believe it first. If East China can hold out on its own, then West and North China can get more support and might be able to hold out as well. Obviously, in addition to East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, the four major zones faced an equally great threat from the foreigners, but there was only one step to take for Decisive. Let's hope East China has some variation this year. Chapter 11 Golden Potential, Martial Arts Wizardry. The next day, Etienne woke up in his bed in his new home and was about to subconsciously reach for his cell phone to check the time. Suddenly a refreshingly fresh scent drilled into his nose. You're awake? Crisp and nice voice rang in the living room. In a haze in front of Etienne's eyes, a slender figure wearing a white casual dress beauty walked in. Would you like some breakfast? Why are you here? Etienne looked at Baichioli blankly. Usually this kind of plot of a beautiful woman appearing beside the bed after waking up from sleep only appeared in a certain Beautiful Woman interactive video game. Baichioli carried a bowl of unknown food and explained. Elder Wei said that you are very important right now, and that you need to arrange for someone to protect and take care of you closely, so nothing can go wrong. I said I'd protect you, so here I am. Etienne was in deep thought. With Baichioli, it wasn't certain who would protect who, right? However, since it was arranged by Wei Yuan, I think Wei Yuan would be responsible to the end. It just so happened that his stomach was a bit hungry. Etienne looked at the food served by Baichioli with anticipation. His face suddenly hesitated and said, Is this grass? It's a salad. Baichioli righteously said. The nutrition is well balanced, meeting the daily needs of professionals. Etienne's face was heavy, as if he was struggling between eating a meal of pure green grass and wasting food. Elder Wei said that he has arranged a professional squad for you today, specializing in bringing you upgrades and striving for an early advancement into the profession. It wasn't just Baichioli. Even Wei Yuan thought that Etienne should be some sort of support profession, and that he would be slow to upgrade on his own. After all, it's already strong enough to be able to transfer someone else, so you can't still be a fierce fighter yourself, can you? Substituting for an upgrade? Etienne shook his head. That's not necessary. I'm already level 10. So fast. Baichioli's eyes widened. I brushed the hell difficulty copy 5 times yesterday, and I've only just reached level 10. Yes, thanks to you. Etienne silently thanked him, then lightly coughed. By the way, what's your first stage advancement quest? Different professions, advancement quests are different. The higher the quality of the profession quests, the higher the difficulty. I'm on a mission to clear a copy that no one has cleared before, worthy of a legendary profession. The difficulty of the quest is really high. The Great Summer had entered the Transcendent Era for 200 years, and each new copy would bring great benefits to the professionals, causing all guilds and teams of professionals to actively challenge them. And there's only one reason why no one passes the copy, and that's because it's hard. Having said that, Baichioli's fighting spirit was still high, and Etienne was also very much looking forward to it. The first pass of a copy would definitely bring in a lot of money as well. Just in time. Why don't we find a team and go see if there's a suitable copy to clear? Castle Peak 2. The whole campus is overflowing with struggle these days for no other reason than that the entrance exams start in 6 days. For most students, the college entrance exam is a major life event that determines how good or bad the college will be and how high or low the future will be. For a while, the several low-level replicas owned by Castle Peak No. 2 middle school were basically fully booked by students practicing leveling. Families that are better off will also find good substitutes for their children. And in front of the school, a team of 2 men and 1 woman substitute coaches kept turning down business after business. Brother, other substitute teams have brought several rounds of copies. Why hasn't our employer come yet? One of the boys sat casually against the wall, indignant. To make us wait so long, the King of Heaven will have to pay extra if he comes today. The other youth, slightly older and seemingly the eldest of the 3, reminded him in a serious tone. Jiang Che, be honest with me, this time the employer is taken very seriously by the top. Didn't you sign the confidentiality agreement? As long as it's successfully completed, there'll be no shortage of benefits. Don't whine here. Jiang Che, who was sitting on the ground, muttered in a small voice. that would also require an increase. At this moment, the duo of Etienne and Baicholi walked over. Along the way, Etienne had been observing whether there were any suitable talents, and view resume could only be viewed one by one, which was why he walked very slowly. After all, he was only one golden potential away from advancing, and Etienne was a bit impatient. Seeing Etienne, the older youth's eyes lit up. Mr. Yi, right? Hello, we're the Starfire Martial School's substitute team. My name is Zhang Xing, level 25 Epic Dual Gun Ranger. Etienne gladly went forward to shake his hand, realizing that this was Wei Yuan who had invited him to bring himself to practice, but unfortunately he didn't need it. After subconsciously checking his resume, he realized that this Zhang Xing was actually still a purple potential, epic level profession, purple potential, plus it's been 2 years since the transfer, and it's actually only level 25? After asking about his doubts, Zhang Xing revealed a few helpless smiles. With limited abilities, high ranks are hard to reach anyway, so I might as well make a little money as a substitute trainer. Professionals above first rank cannot be grouped together. So many substitute trainers stop advancing and keep their level below second rank at 25 in order to bring new people up to the next level. Looking at his demeanor, it seemed that he still had some hard feelings, but he didn't say. Etienne didn't continue to ask. Zhang Xing introduced again. This is my sister, Zhang Han, a level 25 shield swordsman. The somewhat petite Zhang Han nodded her head with Etienne. Although Etienne didn't need them to lead the training, these people did have good strength, and it would be fine to team up with Baicholi to open a new copy. Finally, Zhang Xing pointed to the last boy. This is my brother. Get up. Jiang Che, level 25 elf priest. He kicked Jiang Che, who was sitting on the ground. Up. Jiang Che is about 1 meter 78 or so tall. Seems to be a little malnourished in his early years. His body is thin and fair-skinned, and his looks are slightly childish, but his physique shows that he clearly has a martial arts background. Seeing this person, Etienne instantly glowing eyes, actually cannot help but emotionally. A martial arts genius who actually became an elf priest? At the same time, Etienne displayed the resume file belonging to Jiang Che in front of him. Name, Jiang Che. Basic information, male, 19 years old. From Qingcheng, Daxia. Occupation elf priest. Potential, gold, martial arts wizardry. Biography, orphan taken in by the director of the Starfire Martial Arts Center. Heir to the ancient martial arts. Extremely gifted and perceptive in martial arts, but extraordinarily interested in making money, with a dream of opening a new martial arts center for the old director. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, martial arts master, 20 points of capital. I didn't expect to find a gold potential talent on the Chargers. Etienne was quite excited, so the last piece of the puzzle for career advancement was completed. However, Jiang Che was a bit indignant. In his ears Etienne's words sounded more like teasing. The whole thing was bad. What's wrong with elf priests? I'm playing just as well. No matter what your status is, you can't mock someone's profession out of thin air. Jiang Che, his older brother, Zhang Xing, roared and hastily stopped him, but Etienne didn't care, but continued to look at him and said directly, I can get you a new career. At these words, the three siblings froze, especially Jiang Che. The entire person froze for 2 seconds, and in the next moment, Jiang Che couldn't help but rush in front of Etienne, his hands clasping his fists with excited eyes. Jiang Che drifted for half a lifetime, only hating that he hadn't met a bright master. Chapter 12 Career Advancement. Exclusive Skills. How can people change their faces so quickly? If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Che's investment opportunity showed that he was a martial arts patriarch, Etienne would have thought that he was a Sichuan opera patriarch. Zhang Xing Zhanghan first glanced at Jiang Che with contempt. He then questioned Etienne's words deeply. Careers are predestined. It's been a law for 200 years. How can you change careers? If someone else had said this, the siblings would have thought it was a liar. But on the contrary, Etienne was the employer that Wei Yuan had instructed, the person that Wei Yuan had favored. There was no need to lie to them. As a matter of fact, Jiang Che thought the same thing. But what if a miracle happens? The school entrance was crowded, so Etienne directly led Jiang Che's trio to the interior of the second middle school and arrived at the principal's office. Principal Ji Changlin, as one of the few people who knew about Etienne's abilities, naturally strongly supported him and lent Etienne an independent space. Etienne took out the boundary bead and enveloped himself in Jiang Che. In the next moment, 20 points of funds were consumed and the recruitment contract fell into Jiang Che's hands. The latter, in a state of bewilderment, read the contract carefully. You want me to be your employee and you don't even mention my salary? You're kidding. Jiang Che discovered the blind spot and exclaimed, your boss is too black-hearted, not even paying a dime of salary? You're a fool who signs this contract. Wait, what do you mean by offering legendary level careers? Jiang Che rubbed his eyes, looked again, rubbed his eyes again, and looked stunned. Etion did not explain, just told him that the contents are all in the contract, sign or not to sign by his own decision. Jiang Che immediately grabbed the pen. I'll sign. If you can't provide a legendary career anyway, you're breaking the contract and the contract doesn't affect me. Saying that, Jiang Che sparingly signed his name. As the golden pillar of light stormed up, Jiang Che's unruly face became shocked beyond measure, and his pupils suddenly dilated. You're playing for real. In an instant, Jiang Che's occupation panel changed. Employee Jiang Che. Occupation, Kung Fu Kid, 0 rank. Quality, legendary. Power, 40. Agility, 40. Physical fitness, 30. Spirit, 25. Occupational talent, Heart of Martial Arts, always remain calm in battle. Plus 50% damage from fists, feet, or weapons, and plus 50% armor breaker value. Occupational skills, Baji Quan Avalanche Fist. Baji Quan Sticky Mountain Leaning. Baji Quan Split Hanging Palm. As the saying goes, there is Taiji in literature to secure the world, and there are 8 poles in martial arts to settle the world. 8 Extreme Fist was fierce and brittle, but it was truly the simplest profession with the simplest skills Etion had ever seen. A full set of 7 skills, all of which were Baji Quan moves, but it's also the profession with the strongest initial strength and agility, and with the talent's increase in damage. It's quite a numerical beauty. A prompt then rang out, and the profession advancement was finally reached. You have successfully recruited employee Jiang Che. Gained attributes, strength plus 40, agility plus 40, physique plus 30, spirit plus 25. You have acquired the talent/skill, Heart of Martial Arts, Baji Fist. You have completed the career advancement quest. Your career level has increased from 0 to 1. Any employees you recruit in the future will have their initial career rank raised to rank 1. Occupational skills view resume upgrade. Acquired boss exclusive vocational skill, meeting. Originally, although the effect of the Heart of Martial Arts was strong, the lack of skills was one of the flaws, but now that it was shared by Etion, there were too many skills that could be used. The effect was stronger for Etion, and the re-recruitment of talents awakens professions that are no longer rank 0 but rank 1, which appears to be the same as the boss's career level. Immediately afterward, he looked at the resume upgrades first. View resume upgrade automatically detects talent with gold and above potential around you. Seeing this ability, Etion felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, every time he looked for a talent, he would have to open everyone's resume one by one, which was really a bit tiring. Now that it was upgraded, anytime there was gold and above gold potential around, it could automatically prompt Etion. In the end, what he never expected was, having meetings is, surprisingly, a skill. Meetings, disregard the distance limitation. Convene all employees to a special space to conduct meetings. There are 2 types of meetings, strategic meetings and tactical meetings. Strategy meeting, after the meeting, all staff members gain experience by 40% for 3 hours. If you use employee benefits, gain experience by 120%. Tactical meeting, after the meeting, the 4-dimensional attributes of the entire staff will increase by 30% for 3 hours. If employee benefits is used, the attribute increase will be increased by 80%. Employee benefits, spending money on special incentives for all employees. 2 meeting modes, more like some sort of group buff. However, the effects were all quite impressive, almost equivalent to a legendary passive skill. It seems like a good idea to try the effect before practicing or opening a new copy. At this time, Etion had just finished looking at the new skills, and Jiang Che's entire body had finally calmed down a bit from the long-lasting shock. Jiang Che's heart was a bit sour. As the youngest of the siblings, he had always been taken care of by his older siblings, especially after turning into an elf priest. He had become a drag in general. But now, everything is finally different. Jiang Che couldn't wait to swing 2 punches in the air, the winds of his fists stirring horizontally and horizontally. This is the profession that real men should play. Elf priest dogs don't play. After saying that, he looked at Etion with some excitement. Boss, so what do I need to do now? He knew that the changes today were all brought about by Etion, who had given him new hope. Etion knew that each of the golden potential talents had a different path to follow. It's more efficient to go in hard and tell them what to do, rather than letting the talent run free. So there was no work for Jiang Che. Just tell him he has to do what he's told when he's got something going on. Speaking of which, Etion had wanted to ask him to open a new copy together, but suddenly he kind of wanted to try out the effect of meeting. Anyway, the buff lasted for a full 3 hours, enough to last until a new copy was opened later. With this thought, Etion directly activated the skill, meeting. At this moment, the body became ethereal and illusory, and the surrounding scene kept changing like a hologram, as if it had entered another dimension. In front of him was a unique virtual space, like being on top of the starry sky, surrounded by soft light and shadow intertwined, which clearly constituted the appearance of a conference room. In the center of a long crystal table, Etion sat on the main boss chair. The back of the chair was as high as a throne. It looked like overlooking the universe of the heavens. At the same time, an invisible shroud of will spread. Boss, where is everyone? Jiang Che watched as Etion suddenly disappeared in front of him, and in the next second, a prompt for a meeting invitation popped up in front of him, which he clicked to accept. Outside, Jiang Xing Jianghan looked nervous and expectant. No one knew if something like changing careers would work. Bai Qiuli was beside them, in a calm mood, when she suddenly received an invitation to the meeting, and with a movement in her heart, her entire body suddenly disappeared in place. Where did she go? Invisible? Jianghan beside him scratched his head in consternation. Ting City, Border District. The Vanguard Regiment is about to practice in real combat, and Wan Jiang, who won the first place in the martial arts fighting tournament, has already become the captain of the new recruit squad. And at that moment the same prompt popped up in front of him. Boss invites you to attend the meeting. If there is no significant event, please click to accept or meditate in your mind to attend the meeting. Boss wants something from me? Wan Jiang thought for a moment and decisively broke away from the drill team, reporting directly to the recruit squad leader. Squad leader, I've got an upset stomach and I'm in a hurry. I need to go to the restroom. For this Wan Jiang, who had defeated the foreigners in 5 consecutive matches and won the first place in the recruit martial arts tournament, the various officers of the Vanguard Regiment were still very tolerant. The drill won't start until later, so go ahead. Yes. Wan Jiang came to a secluded place and recited a sentence in his heart. Then the whole person gradually became illusory until he disappeared, as if he was pulled into another space. Chapter 13 Employee Benefits. Enlightened copy. Please select the type of meeting, strategic/tactical. Since we're going to open a new copy later, we'd better increase our attributes, right? Tactical meeting. Etion sat in the main boss chair and made his choice. The next moment, on one side of the long table, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Jiang Che appeared in the conference room in order of recruitment. What a beautiful place, like sitting above the stars. Boss, you wanted to see me? Holy, Wan Jiang, who won first place in the border defense martial arts competition yesterday, is actually an employee of the boss as well? The three of them suddenly appeared here and couldn't help but open their mouths in some surprise, especially Wan Jiang. He completely did not expect Etion to be able to teleport him from Ding City, which was tens of kilometers away, which was an ability that was difficult for even a legendary profession to do, and Etion was also thinking about this point. It seemed that the skill, meeting, had more room for use in the future, but for now, he just wanted to try out the skill effects. Nothing much, just trying out a new skill. We'll give you guys an okay buff at the end of the session later. Having said that, Etion decided to take a look at the employee benefits that cost money. Using employee benefits can actually increase buff attributes by 80% directly. If it could reach 80% attribute boost, it would be a bit too much, comparable to doubling the level out of thin air. Employee benefits. Insurance. Spend money 3 * number of employees to generate a life-preserving shield for all employees, which can withstand 1 fatal injury for 3 days. Only 1 available employee benefit at step 1. 1 chance to be spared. Although there is only 1 optional item for the ETS-1 rank, you can see that the content of this employee benefit is really good. It's just a shame that it requires 3 points of funding per person to spend, which is 9 points of funding for 3 employees. Etion looked at his 1 for fund balance and silently closed the employee benefits. Well, let's end the meeting there. Etion was still satisfied with the test of meeting skills. You can ignore the distance to summon staff, attach buffs to all, and the staff welfare effect that costs money are all good. This made Etion look forward to the 2nd and 3rd ranked profession exclusive skills even more. The meeting was adjourned. This particular meeting space then disappeared and everyone returned to their previous positions. Wan Jiang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he looked at the 4-dimensional attributes plus 30% buff on himself. What a strong buff! Even after he returned to the drill team, his squad leader and the rest of the company couldn't help but be shocked. This kid, why does it feel like he's gotten even more aggressive after a trip to the restroom? Jiang Che, your profession, it's really changed. Seeing Jiang Che's current state, Jiang Xing Jianghan's siblings were sincerely delighted, shocked, and until now, a few moments of disbelief. It was then that the duo realized the reason why Wei Yuan had asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement before they came. Jiang Che had tears in his eyes. Brother, we don't have to press levels in order to take on substitutes. We have the ability to be an open team now. We can make lots and lots of money. On the other hand, Etion and Bai Qiuli were being approached by the principal, Ji Changlin, to talk. Etion, Qiuli, the college entrance exam is about to start. Do you still want to participate? Although with Etion and Bai Qiuli's professions, it was enough to get the special recruitment quota. But special admission to a university is still not the same as admission to a university. and nowadays Dacia is practicing real-world combat, with the entrance exams determining grants and tutor choices and so on. Baiqiuli said decisively, I will participate. I want to enroll in Huaxing University. I heard that Senior Yuan Frost, the strongest in the Great Xia Sword Dao, teaches there, and I want to be admitted under her. After saying that, Baiqiuli turned her head to look at Etian, waiting for his attitude. Even Etian himself didn't know that the weight of his opinion in Baiqiuli's heart was heavy enough to change the latter's original plan. But Etian doesn't tell people what to do. It's pretty good, but I should just skip it. The probability of Baiqiuli taking the college entrance exam and getting a ranking is still very high, and another dividend will arrive at that time. If Etian participates, the boss personally and cannot get a share of the dividends. He has always practiced to be able to lie down, not moving unnecessary hands. What's more, Etian now set 3 legendary career ability in 1. Go to the high school more or less some bully children. After leaving from the principal's place, Etian Baiqiuli joined the 3 Jiangche siblings and headed to the professionals hall. Baiqiuli needed to complete the advancement quests. Etian also needed to clear new copies to earn dividends, and the level 0 Jiangche needed to brush up even more now. In the hall of professionals, there were duplicate areas in addition to the transfer table. There are several low-level replicas owned by Aoyama 2 that can be accessed through the replica entrance option at the back of the main hall. The entrance to the replica can be crowded as we approach the entrance exam. Etian didn't go over to Squeeze, but first came to the replica bounty office. Some copies that have not been cleared and are extremely difficult are marked on the bounty list. The reason why the country rewards these copies is because after the first pass of the copy, the difficulty will be lowered and divided into 5 difficulty levels. And some newbie professionals can also brush up their levels and equipment through the copy, disguised as a way to increase the efficiency of practicing for newcomers. If the team with the first pass submits the process of the raid, they will also receive another additional reward from the state. These strategies are written into textbook materials and taught to students in order to improve the level of DCA's newbie professionals. However, Etian and the others looked around and realized that the copies that hadn't been cleared required a high level. The 3 of them, Etian, Baiqiuli, and Zhang Che, were too low in level to meet the level requirement to enter the replica. Why don't we go to another high school? Low-level copies, basically, have been cleared. Wait, here's one. Baiqiuli pointed to the top of the bounty list in surprise. The higher up the list of bounties, the longer it means it's been bountied and hasn't been cleared. Even the name of the replica became a little scarlet. Beast Master, Enlightenment class copy, difficulty, limited to level 10 and below professionals. Number of people is capped at 3. Unseal the copy. The 3 Jiangche siblings sighed in unison. This was simply unattainable for them. Etian also couldn't help but look surprised, not realizing that there were still Enlightenment class copies that hadn't been cleared, because the Enlightenment class copy, once cleared, will randomly generate a secret realm in that area. The importance of the secret realm is undoubted, with a large output of resources, materials, equipment, etc., which can be called the oil field and money printing machine of today's era. Even a small secret area is a big gain for the country. Therefore, every Enlightenment class copy appeared, the country would be the first to send people to raid. And the fact that this copy has not been cleared until now does speak to the level of difficulty. Enlightened copy. Should we try it? Zhang Che jumped at the chance. The higher the difficulty of the copy, the higher the honor dividend would be after clearing it. So Etian naturally wouldn't reject it. Then it'll be me, Choli, and Zhang Che together. Upon hearing this, a receptionist lady at the bounty office trotted over. He originally wanted to dispel Etian and the others' idea of a challenge, but after seeing that Baiqiuli was also in the group, he immediately changed his words. You're Baiqiuli, who made the first pass of Hell difficulty, Desolate Beast Ridge, yesterday, aren't you? With your battle record, you can indeed challenge to try. Etian never expected that this copy had become so difficult that ordinary people were not qualified to challenge it. The receptionist lady explained. This copy of the Beast King is, in itself, very difficult, and there seems to be a mutation within the copy. Altered? Yes, it could be a copy boss mutation or evil demonization. It could be other unknown creatures appearing in the copy for reasons no one has researched to understand. Hearing Missy's warning, Etian leapt back. Being equipped with the abilities and attributes of 3 legendary professions, he also had 2 legendary profession employees, and with the attribute increase brought about by meeting, the lineup was luxurious. As the saying goes, the source of all fear is not enough values. In the end, the young lady gave each of Etian's 3 people a copy disengagement charm, urging them to leave in time when danger arises. Meanwhile, the professionals by the entrance of the replica were a bit shocked to see Etian and the others challenging the enlightened replica. How brave! No one has cleared this enlightenment copy in over 10 years. I remember that the year before last, Huazhong transferred a legendary profession and 2 epic professions to challenge this copy and still lost big. That beautiful woman is called Baiqiuli. I know her. First pass Hal copy yesterday. Very strong. I don't know those 2 guys next to me. They shouldn't be weak if they can be teammates with Baiqiuli, right? Go for it, big sister with the long sword. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Etion's trio stepped into the entrance of the enlightened copy. Jiang Che had a stifled expression. Why? I'm at least the top substitute team of the Starfire Martial Arts School, and no one actually recognizes me. Sooner or later, I'm going to make a name for myself in the Grand Xia. ETA, cut the crap and hurry into the book. Chapter 14, Disappearing Special Potential Talents. You have entered the enlightened copy, Beast King. Along with a copy prompt, Etion's trio descended into a desolate grassland. As far as the eye could see, huge animal bones and broken weapons were scattered around, and a narrow boulder canyon could be seen in the distance. Completely different from the other copies, the trio had just come in and were threatened. Ow dash! A silver-gray head wolf threw back its head and whined, and 3 or 4 gray and black coyotes around it showed their teeth at the trio. Baiqiuli explored and marveled. Worthy of being an enlightenment-type copy, the attributes of the small monsters are actually higher than hell difficulty. A level 10 coyote had almost 5 times the attributes of a rare profession of the same level. Unfortunately, it was still a lot worse than a legendary professional. Watch make, fight. Jiang Che let out a strange howl from his mouth. His calves tensed and fired, and he slammed his fist into one of the charging coyotes. His fist slammed into the coyote's head, but he didn't expect to only cause a superficial wound, followed by a headbutt from the coyote that sent him flying a few meters directly. Holy dash! You're only level 0 and you want to cross 10 levels to kill monsters? Baiqiuli's tone was cold and clear, and at the same time that Jiang Che was sent flying, his figure swept past like a flying rainbow, and the long sword in his hand chopped out in the air. Blood-red damage numbers kept popping up, and it was actually weakness damage every time, sparing the head wolf of the pack. It still wasn't enough compared to Baiqiuli's battle prowess. Baiqiuli cleared the small monsters and turned back. Boss, let's go. Boss? She and Jiang Che looked over in unison, only to see Etion frozen in place with an odd expression, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Only in front of him, there was a special alert flashing that only he could see. Ding! Detected the appearance of special potential talents in the surrounding area. On the other side of the copy, in the middle of the Beast King's lair, a giant tiger as large as a small mountain was taking a nap, with fur like rocky gray armor and gnarled muscles underneath the fur, full of explosive power. And at that moment, a humanoid figure cloaked in black robes came to bow beside the giant tiger. Lord Beast King. The black-robed man's voice was neutral, indistinguishable from male or female, and it didn't seem to have much emotion. The giant tiger's eyes snapped open, annoyed that the black-robed man had interrupted its nap, and the black-robed man's body bowed even lower. Lord Beast King, another challenger has appeared. You, bothering me for this? No, Lord Beast King. The challengers this time are all different from the past. They have extraordinary strength. One of them, based on the power of his attributes alone, is something I'd never seen before. The black-robed man's tone was a bit scornful. Fighting head-on is never an enemy. In my opinion, it would be better to send scouts to lure the enemy in first. When the time is right, send out the elite to attack his 2 teammates, while we use a wheel battle to deplete their strength. And finally I will join you in the battle to have a few chances of winning. Before the black-robed man's words fell, he only heard the giant tiger spit out a rolling snort and roared arrogantly. Fart! The giant tiger stood up, his eyes bursting with bloodlight staring at the black-robed man. Originally, I thought you were not bad in ability, but now it seems that your guts are weak. With the rules of heaven in the replica laid out here, how strong can a level 10 human be? The black-robed man did not speak. The giant tiger ignored her and headed straight out of the lair, his footsteps shaking the ground. What a challenger! Just a new blood meal. Just as well I'm hungry. The giant tiger walked out of its lair, and as a boss actually wanted to directly hunt Etion and the others. At the moment the giant tiger left, the black-robed man's aura was no longer concealed, emanating an icy killing intent as he watched the giant tiger leave with an expressionless face. At this moment, the black-robed man was emitting an aura that was even a few points stronger than the copy boss. Waste is waste. Hard to be useful. Her eyes were full of disdain as she watched the giant tiger leave. A far cry from before. Even I can't win against him. You really think you're strong? Just looking for death. This copy looks like it's about to be cleared. If I don't leave my life is in danger too. I can't die along with that stupid tiger. After saying that, the black-robed man revealed an arm that took on a cold silver-gray color. With a wave of his arm in front of him, he pulled open an ethereal purple door that looked like a gateway to the void. And within it, light surged like liquid. The black-robed man stepped in with 1 foot, and actually disappeared directly into the copy. The light door then closes. Ding! detected the appearance of special potential talents in the surrounding area. Hint, special potentials are not necessarily stronger than golden or phantom-colored potentials, but rather, they possess or can awaken a particular ability that is unique among the tens of thousands of worlds in the heavens. When special potentials are recruited, their special competencies are similarly shared. Before Etion could finish reading the unique aspects of this special potential, the automatically detected information abruptly disappeared. Ha! Etion looked suspicious and opened the skill again, only to be told, there are no gold or above potential talents around at this time. How did this happen? Etion froze. It was so hard to find an extremely rare and special potential, and now it's actually gone. Granted, recruiting a special potential talent, which costs 60 points of funding, is really expensive, but if you can stay around, at least save up and there's still hope for recruitment, and now you actually don't even have hope. For a while, Etion frowned. A talent that appeared in the replica but has now disappeared. Either they were killed, or they had to have left the copy. Etion made up his mind and said to Baicholi and Zhang Che, "Quick, speedy copies, then double-check the copy for any hidden rooms, or special passages that can travel to other areas." Etion originally didn't intend to do it himself, but he'd been sitting on his hands a bit to find the special potential talent that had disappeared. Search carefully. Etion was on fire at the moment, and all the various elite monsters with decent strength along the way were like dirt. The monsters that even Baicholi had to precisely hit the weak points to kill in seconds. Etion casually punched one, showing off his numerical charm. Zhang Che looked dumbfounded next to him. Could it be that the boss also has the battle power of a legendary profession? The copy was just halfway through when the ground began to tremble at the moment. In front of Etion's trio, a hideous giant tiger appeared, as large as a moving mountain, accompanied by a low rumble. "Boss, how did the copy boss appear here of its own accord?" Split Rock Tiger King, Beast King, Level 18 Epic Boss. Seeing the giant tiger's message, Baicholi Zhang Che's duo couldn't help but reveal a few moments of scorn. A Level 18 Epic Boss with attributes that were slightly stronger than Level 10 Legendary Profession Baicholi by quite a bit. The latter also had to be cautious in order to win. At this moment, the giant tiger roared, shaking the heavens and earth as it looked tyrannically at Etion's three. "Ha, humans, that's what scares you." Etion ignored it, mainly because he wasn't good at universal beast language and didn't understand the words at all. But for those who were in the way, at this moment, Etion didn't have the slightest idea of wasting time. "Get out of my way if you're not a special talent." After saying that, Etion blasted out with a fancy free punch, smashing into the Split Rock Tiger King like a cannonball. With Kung Fu Kid's Heart of Martial Arts damage bonus, Etion's right fist floated up another layer of blood red. Breaker. The abilities of two different legendary professions fused and exploded with devastating power. The Tiger King's huge pupils continued to contract as Etion approached. As the Beast King, it would never have thought that there were actually humans who could burst out with such terrifying power. Compared to the human professionals it had encountered before, there was simply no comparison. It's like the little bully who ran rushshot over you in elementary school suddenly bumped into an adult on this day. It's like a gap in the sky. When Etion's fist was about to smash, the Tiger King suddenly thought of the black-robed man's admonition. Boom dash! The Tiger King's huge body collapsed with a loud bang, smashing a huge crater in the ground, and the cracks on the surface of the ground continued to spread like a spider web. One punch second boss. Zhang Che's jaw seemed to be stunned to the ground, his head full of question marks. "No dude, who the hell asked me to take such horrible people to practice before? Brains. Oh, it's Wei Yuan. That's fine." Baicholi's beautiful eyes suddenly shrunk as she looked at Etion's figure in disbelief. "Why am I so much worse than him? Could it be that I'm not trying hard enough?" Chapter 15, Medium-Sized Secret Realm. You want to leave after poking around for information? Still nothing? Boss, there are no hidden rooms and no access to other areas. After searching the entire copy for half a day and still getting no trace of the special talent, Etion guessed somewhat helplessly. Could it have been killed? And at this moment, Baicholi grabbed a dying monkey demon and exulted. "Boss, I just interrogated this monkey demon and he said that there was originally a black-robed man beside the Tiger King, but he didn't show up today." Zhang Che was partially shocked at his words. "You can still interrogate monkeys?" Baicholi took it for granted. "I've always gotten a perfect score in general beast language. The monsters and various alien races in the copy, their languages are different. If you learn their languages, there are great benefits in the actual battle and open the land." Dasha would select some of the general class languages and put them into the high school textbooks. It's just a pity that both Etion's predecessor and Zhang Che didn't understand them. Etion's eyes lit up. "Black-robed man," Zhang Che curiously said. "Wait, he just left without engaging us in a fight. Could it be that he knows he can't beat us?" "It's very likely. And, if he's a copy monster, on the contrary, he can still leave the copy. So there's really something special." The knowledge of copy monsters is common knowledge in high school textbooks. There is no copy monster that can leave the copy. Moreover, from the monkey demon's description, that black-robed man's drawing style was clearly different from the other monsters in the Beast King copy, and most likely did not belong to this copy in the first place. A being that doesn't pass through the replica portal but travels freely through the replica. The special potential is truly extraordinary. Etion could not help but sigh. Since he is not dead, there will be a chance to encounter him again in the future. Perhaps we can find Wei Yuan to send someone to search. Since he had come to a conclusion, Etion didn't dwell on it, so he simply left the copy directly and began to pass the settlement. However, this incident reminded him that it was better to save more funds, just in case the next time you stumble upon a high potential talent. It would be sad to miss out on a recruitment opportunity due to lack of funds. Leave the copy. You have passed the Enlightenment copy Beast King. A randomly sized secret area will be randomly generated in the surrounding area. Employees by Choli and Zhang Che pass the Chiefun copy. You get dividends. Capital plus 15 * 2. Bai Chili completes the advancement quest and advances to Cold Moon Sword Envoy. You share the first level exclusive skill, Ice Seal Absolute Breath Chop. Bai Chili leveled up to level 12. You share the growth attributes, Strength plus 26, Agility plus 30, Physique plus 20, Spirit plus 22. Zhang Che leveled up to level 8. You share the attributes, Strength plus 96, Agility plus 96, Physique plus 64, Spirit plus 56. Your level has increased to 14. Secret Realm Enlightenment, medium-sized resource-based secret realm, to be refreshed to the outskirts of Qingcheng City in 2 days. You, as an enlightened copy passer, will receive 9.5% of the resource output of the medium-sized mystery realm, based on the passing contribution. Meanwhile, the Qingcheng City Lord's Mansion. In the spacious conference room, the Qingcheng City Lord, the military commander of the garrison, and other officers stood solemnly on one side behind the general in charge, Wei Yuan. Originally, Wei Yuan was prepared to personally arrange for Etion to practice leveling and career advancement today, but it was not to be. The reason is coming right from the other side of the room. 7 half-dragons from the Yagyu Dynasty had come to East China to negotiate in the capacity of emissaries, the leader of which had a not-solo status in the Yagyu Dynasty and was named Red Emperor Dragon Envoy. Your Excellency Wei Yuan, we don't need to talk about the rewards and punishments of this year's great competition between the two clans. If your Grand Xia loses again, why don't you divide Tingcheng and Qingcheng together to our dynasty? It'll be better for both you and me. The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy's voice was hoarse, yet he had complete confidence. Before the annual great competition between the two clans, the Yagyu Dynasty would send emissaries, one to negotiate the winners and losers of this year's great competition in terms of rewards and punishments, nothing more than trying to seek more benefits. Secondly, it was an opportunity to test the military power of East China in an explicit manner. In the past, the appetite of the Yagyu Dynasty was still only the number of small secret realms, but this year, it was even a direct lion's mouth to cut off 2 cities of the Great Summer. After dividing the 2 cities, my clan will also help Dixia defend against evil demons. This will put less military and economic pressure on Dixia. Don't you think so, Your Excellency Wei Yuan? Such a crowning attempt to plot against the territory of the Grand Xia caused the Qingcheng City Lord, the commander of the garrison, and the other officers to all look indignant. The eyes were itching to eat the opposite Red Emperor Dragon Envoy alive. But on the contrary, Wei Yuan was very cloudy and relaxed, leaning back in his chair with a playful tone. A lion's share of the money would have to come from your Red Emperor himself, wouldn't it? The Red Emperor was one of the rulers of the Yagyu Dynasty, the pinnacle of the battle power of the royal dragon descendants. Years ago, he fought Wei Yuan without a win or a loss. Hearing this, the Red Emperor's dragon envoy said resentfully, Your Excellency Wei Yuan is right, but whether the Red Emperor comes or not, it won't change the ending of the grand competition. Your Excellency and Daxia, you still need to make plans early. Although the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was somewhat jealous of Wei Yuan, he was extremely confident in the outcome of the great race competition of the entire Subgu dynasty. Dragon makes eyes playful. No matter how strong Wei Yuan was, he was only one person, and one person could not change the rise and fall of a race. But at this time, Wei Yuan and the Dragon Envoy were separately informed of the news. Qingcheng's Enlightenment Mystery Realm was cleared. A medium-sized secret realm will appear in Qingcheng. Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy were each a bit surprised. That Enlightenment copy was personally transferred by Wei Yuan from Central China the year before to raid it. Yet none of it was successful. Who would it be nowadays? He suddenly thought of a certain possibility. The Red Emperor's Dragon Envoy, on the other hand, was surprised. The Enlightenment copy had even refreshed the medium-sized secret realm. One should know that the resource output of a medium-sized secret realm was comparable to 10 small-sized secret realms, enough to feed 2 or 3 cities, rarely for a powerful foreign race like the Yagyu Dynasty. A medium-sized secret realm was also very eye-catching. Looking at the entire East China, there was only one medium-sized secret realm. Your Excellency Wei Yuan, congratulations. The Red Emperor's dragon envoy smiled skinlessly. I wonder if we can go ahead and take a look. Wei Yuan's flat face was silent for a second. Good. After the news of the Enlightenment copy being cleared was spread out in the Green Mountain No. 2 Middle School Professionals Hall, the crowd in the hall cheered like a mountain of cheers. It wasn't just because Etion's trio had rated a Qingqing puzzle, even more so because of the medium-sized mysteries. A medium-sized secret realm appeared in Qingcheng, and if it could be rated again, it would be extremely beneficial to the Qingqing professionals. Principal Ji Changlin also rushed in curiously, but when he saw that the passers were Etion and Baiqiuli, he actually had a sense of entitlement. 2 talents in 1 session of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School. Maybe there is a hope to take an East China College entrance examination top student. Nope. I have a small pattern. It seems that there is hope to take the Fei Grand competition this year. Accompanied by the crowd's shock and cheers, Etion's trio walked out of the copy. Jiang Che had wanted to straighten his back to greet the cheers, but when he thought that he had done nothing in the copy, and as a legendary profession he was actually lying down to win, he couldn't help but get disheveled again. Looks like I have to get stronger sooner. Can't lose to the boss. No, just don't lose to Baiqiuli. After joining up with Jiang Xing Jiang Han and the two of them, the receptionist lady next to her was also shocked with her mouth wide open, not expecting that these people could actually do it. Hastily speaking, he said, "Wait, I need to register your information for the subsequent reward distribution," and at that moment, far outside the Great Hall, Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor's dragon envoy certainly did not squeeze into the Great Hall. The two had extremely high eyesight and saw Etion and the others in the distance. Etion and Baiqiuli. It's really them, Wei Yuan sighed in his heart, although he wasn't sure what kind of fighting ability Etion had. So far, Etion had always managed to give him a sense of miracles appearing. Jiang Che, his occupation is also different from before. I'm afraid it's also Etion's handiwork. There were very few detection skills that could detect the abilities of a legendary profession, but it was still fine to perceive a person's profession change and profession quality with high mental power. At that thought, Wei Yuan glanced at the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy beside him with a sharp gaze, and the Red Emperor's Dragon Envoy was still reeling from what he had discovered. Medium-sized secret realm. It really is a medium-sized secret realm being generated. Wait, legendary class. 2 legendary class newcomers. Damn, Daxia will actually have this kind of luck this year. Why didn't all those scouts realize it? The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy's face was gloomy, and then he was a bit thankful. Good thing I found it. 2 legend rank rookies might just pose some threat to the Yagyu Dynasty in the great competition of the 2 clans, and these 2 had cleared the Enlightenment copy, and their actual combat ability was obviously not weak. An extremely capable person who switched to a legendary profession might just give Daxia one more Wei Yuan in the future. This is something the Fei definitely don't want to see. The Red Emperor's Dragon Envoy made up his mind. When we return to the court, we must inform Lord Red Emperor and nip the 2 legendary newcomers in the bud. As for the other person who passed with them, it is not possible to see the occupational grade. Etion's occupational grade was unknown. Even the data panel couldn't tell, and it was useless for other people to have high mental strength. The Red Emperor's Dragon Envoy frowned, then decisively said, "Never mind, it's always right to kill them together. There are also medium-sized secret realms, which are in an ownerless state after birth, and whoever passes through the secret realm gets the secret realm belonging to. My clan may not be unable to come and grab a bite, but the first order of business is to leave urgently and send the message back, so that Wei Yuan can't be put on guard." The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy pondered for a long time in his mind and was about to change into a false smile and turn his head to stabilize Wei Yuan. However, in the next moment, Wei Yuan flipped his hand and grabbed it. Starry Skynet. A bright starlight chain came from all directions, locking all 7 foreigners, including the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy, in place. The speed was so fast that the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was completely unable to react in time. Wei Yuan, you don't talk about martial arts. The binding of the Star Luo heavenly net was getting tighter and tighter, and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy gradually couldn't speak, couldn't pass on information, and his strength was being drained away, until he fainted. Shield, imprison, silence, disarm, stun. The Star Soul Master's combat power wasn't the strongest amongst the legendary professions, but the control ability was definitely top-notch. Wei Yuan glanced indifferently at the 7 foreigners chained on the ground, his eyes flashing with a cold light of indifference. You want to leave after prying for information? Where's the good in that? Chapter 16, The Devil Tide Attacks. The mysterious ring powered up. Wei Yuan sent someone to take away the locked-up Red Emperor Dragon Envoy and 7 other foreigners and locked them up. If the messenger was killed, the Yagyu Dynasty would inevitably sense it, and with the current overall level of professionals in East China, it would not be easy to go head-to-head with the Yagyu Dynasty. How about blocking its power and locking it up for an indefinite period of time? And when Wei Yuan did it, Tian looked away and noticed. Wei Yuan simply signaled Tian to join him, and the two of them found a secluded office to chat. Well done. Even I didn't expect you guys to clear the Enlightenment copy. I've already arranged for the logistics department to equip you with some equipment. Next time before you enter a copy, at least let me know. It's too hasty to enter the book without even having any equipment. Wei Yuan looked at Tian, who didn't have a few pieces of equipment on his entire body, and on the contrary, he had also cleared the Enlightenment copy that had been plaguing East China for more than 10 years, and he couldn't help but laugh a little helplessly. He would rather the copy not pass than have anything happen to Tian. The latter nodded his head readily before talking about the black-robed man he found in the Beast King copy. Tian will interrogate the monkey demon derived from the characteristics of the black-robed man, informed Wei Yuan. For this special potential talent, he is extraordinarily nostalgic, even if there is currently no money to recruit. Wei Yuan frowned slightly at his words, and then agreed. A monster that can freely leave the copy is something I've never seen before. I'll post a bounty at the military and the professionals guild, and once I find it, I'll directly inform you of the target's location. Many thanks to Elder Wei. The two of them chatted for a few moments about the newly transferred Jiang Che, and Wei Yuan still had high expectations for the talent Tian had found. It was only that Jiang Che intended to transform into a professional opening team with Jiang Xing Jianghan, specializing in opening copies in secret realms, and was not prepared to join the army or go to university for further studies like Wan Jiang. Wei Yuan expressed non-interference, as did Tian. Alright, you go back first. Wei Yuan got up and seemed to have something to do. Try not to leave the city today. Secure the entire city at once. Martial law? The whole city was under martial law, which meant that the city was on a state of war readiness, and usually nothing good was happening. Wei Yuan nodded, his tone somewhat helpless. The demon tide is coming. Ever since the red meteor fell into the blue star 200 years ago, there have been constant invasions of evil demons in various countries. So far no one has studied to understand where evil demons come from, only that they are crazy, murderous, and aim to devour living beings. It is worth noting that the evil demon treats humans and foreigners equally. All creatures, without distinction, are hostile. Even many other worlds have suffered the same invasion of evil demons. Some scholars in Daxia have shown that every once in a while, evil demons will be pulled by some kind of power and become extraordinarily violent, triggering large-scale evil infestations. Call it the magic tide. Tian returned to the Castle Peak apartments. After learning that the demonic tide was coming and that there might be danger, he went home at the first opportunity to open his defenses without the slightest idea of going out to go on a wave. With his past life experience, he understands deeply. As a boss, just don't be a dick. Why risk your life when you have a staff that's stronger than the rest and can help you get stronger? When the staff under you are all highly competent, there is only one thing you need to accomplish as a boss: alive. So Tian immediately prepared to stay at home today, take a bottle of soda, stroll around the professional forums, and by the way, play the game. But before he could start playing, Tian received a message from Wan Jiang on his cell phone. Wan Jian, are you there, boss? Wan Jian, can that meeting buff come back again? Wan Jian, the demon tide is coming. But the squad leader said that new recruits can't go into battle unless their attributes reach 150 points, and I'm still a little short of that. The first to bear the brunt of the onslaught of the demonic tide was Ding City, which was the border. The city defenses of Ting City were built like a war fortress, plus the border guards were stationed there all year round, precisely to deal with the evil demons. Tian never thought that this Wan Jiang, no conditions to go to the battlefield, should also create conditions. Employees are a little too motivated, but he can't afford to ignore it as his boss. Just in time for the demonic tide, maybe Wan Jian can still make a name for himself. With this thought, Tian looked at the skill limitations of meeting, limited to 2 uses within 24 hours. After 2 uses there will be no attribute bonus. It means that you can have unlimited meetings, except that the gain disappears after 2. Luckily it was only the second time. Tian immediately used the skill, convene, a tactical meeting. On the other hand, the border area of Ting City, Wan Jian walked out of the restroom. Looking at the tactical meeting buff on himself, he smiled with excitement. Finally, I get to go to war. Wan Jiang, occupation, Genshin gunfighter, quality, legendary, grade, 9, strength, 148, plus 44, agility, 125, plus 38, physical fitness, 125, plus 38, spirit, 88, plus 26, buffs in parentheses. With the meeting buff, the main combat attributes were raised to over 150. And the strength was as high as 192 points. The attributes of the rare profession at level 25 were reached by Wan Jiang at level 9 with the buffs. At this time, a team of border guards is in the process of organizing their troops to run to the front line. The squad leader of the Pioneer Regiment came over, and when he saw Wan Jiang, he hurriedly heckled, "Wan Jiang, hurry back to the boot camp for training. I know you want to go to the battlefield, but not being strong enough to go would be a death sentence. Now go back first." Wan Jiang smiled brightly. "Squad leader, my attributes are up to par. What did you say?" Asterisk. Where did you get such high attributes? Wan Jiang displayed the 4 attributes, stunning the squad leader a bit. "Is this ING level 9? So squad leader, which squad do I report to?" "You." The squad leader's exhortation stuck to his lips, and he finally said helplessly, "Go to reserve squad 5. "Yes." Looking at the back of Wan Jiang's excited departure, the squad leader fell into deep thought. The head of the Pioneer Regiment was then approached and a serious report was made. "Chief, have you ever felt that Wan Jiang looks a little stronger every time he goes to the restroom?" The head of the Pioneer Corps mused for a moment. A human being, Ting Chang, as a major border city, had 2 additional lines of defense 5 or 6 kilometers outside the city, in addition to the steel-like wall defenses. For small demon tides, the border guard generals would engage in skirmishes, ambushes, or raids, splitting their forces to contain the tides outside the city in advance. On the one hand, it prevents them from consuming the city's defense equipment, and on the other hand, it can serve the purpose of training soldiers and increasing their experience in actual combat. This time for the small demonic tide, our 5th squad is mainly guerrilla in the Eastern Line's 12th district, responsible for harvesting the remnants of the evil demons after the main vanguard group. Do not venture forward. At the second line of defense outside the city, the leader of the 5th squad admonished his 5 team members. The combat units are divided into the main regiment and the reserve. The latter's main task is to hunt down the low-level evil demons left behind by the large force. Wan Jiang is one of them, although he can only follow the army as a reserve, but for the first time on the battlefield he is already very satisfied. He gripped the steel lance glowing with blue light in his hand, which was a weapon specially deployed to him by the headmaster after he met the conditions for going to the battlefield. A rare-grade lance. The resources of the army were not that rich, or rather, the resources of the entire Decisive were not rich. The ability to get a rare-grade lance was still due to Wan Jiang winning first place in the recruit martial arts competition, which was rewarded according to military merit. The wind was howling, and the air was filled with a rotting demonic aura. Thunderbolts fell from the sky in the twinkling of an eye, like silver dragons dancing wildly, slashing at the extremely distant group of demonic creatures that were like a black tide, which were the high-ranking professionals who were the main force. At the edge of the lightning-lit battlefield, the captain of the 5 squads that were roaming around raised his hand, signaling that 3 evil demons had been spotted in the distance. This was a low-level evil demon called Ghost Child, with a childlike body that was sickly grayish-black in color, with cracks all over its surface, and its strength was comparable to that of a level 30 elite. The captain makes a tactical gesture, and the players move in unison for the group based on their occupational characteristics. Taunt. The shield guards in the group took the lead and attracted the hatred of the 3 ghost children. The first wave of taunts. The goal is to set fire for seconds. However, before the others could make a move, Wan Jiang had already pinched the moment when the taunt took effect and leapt up, the tip of his spear blooming with blood. Breaker. Boom dash. What attack power does this new recruit have? The captain froze for a moment, only to see Wan Jiang slice a ghost child to pieces with a direct shot. But what everyone fails to see is that, after Wan Jiang killed an evil demon, from the corpse of the evil demon that had faded into black mist, a faint trace of gray and black magic power flew out and flowed into the ring on Wan Jiang's hand that his father had left behind. The ring abruptly lit up with an illusory glow. Chapter 17 Demon Ceiling Tower. 1,000 June quenching the body. Well done Wan Jiang. The captain of the 5 squads couldn't help but be excited. After seeing the Wan Jiang breaking army kill 1 ghost child, the remaining 2 ghost children were also under the influence of the breaking army and fell into a state of shock, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. In this way, the speed of killing evil demons was much faster. The squad members were excited. If they continued at this efficiency, it was impossible to say that they would be able to rank among the top few in the meritocracy of the various vanguard squads. Every time there was a demonic tide, each reserve squad of the vanguard corps would be rewarded with merit and ranked according to the number of evil demons killed, and the higher-ranked squads would also have additional rewards and promotion opportunities. No one expected a new recruit to be so raw in combat, but they weren't happy for long. In the next moment, the ring on Wan Jiang's hand flickered with an ethereal blue halo, enveloping his entire person. Then, Wan Jiang disappeared into thin air. Asterisk. Where are the people? What the hell? The squad crowd was dumbfounded, and they looked left and right and did not see the figure of Wan Jiang. Really disappeared. In a dark red deep space, gray stone blocks engraved with formation patterns covered the ground, and it was all dim in all directions. The path, emanating a faint runic glow, led to a caged space in the center. Where is this? Won Jiang's face was bewildered. Clearly one moment he was in the battlefield killing evil demons, and the next moment he was in this strange place. Suddenly, a cold voice from above his head echoed in Won Jiang's ears. You have fulfilled the unsealing condition of the first level of the sealing tower. Slaying the evil spirit level evil demon automatically opens the first floor of the demon sealing tower trial. Won Jiang subconsciously looked up and realized that at the very top of the entire space, there was a vague ring silhouette floating. It was identical to the ring on his hand. Is that the ring Dad left behind? Wait, isn't this a regular ring? After the combination of the hint just now and the current situation, Won Jiang guessed a possibility. Is it hard to believe that I'm inside the ring right now? Seal, magic, and tower. Won Jiang carefully recalled what he had just been prompted with, his mood shaking and undulating violently. The ring is usually just an ordinary model. He also only has a common relic of his father, but did not expect to hide Qianquan inside. It changed into such a divine space after he killed an evil spirit level ghost child. Open the first level of the trial. After realizing that this was something left behind by his father, much of Won Jiang's bewilderment and panic disappeared. Picking up the lance in his hand, he walked straight along the shimmering path ahead. Then in the center of space, he saw a gray altar. Trial on the first floor of the demon sealing tower. Kill 10 ghost children. Each level of the trial has 3 chances, and if all fail, the sealed devil tower will be permanently closed. Single-handedly fight 10 ghost children. The difficulty of this task is a bit exaggerated. If it was in a military training camp, asking a new recruit to single-handedly fight even 3 ghost children would be considered mistreating the newcomer. Ghost boys' attacks have extremely strong negative buffs: slow down, bleed, and corrode. And if you don't have a shield guard in front of you, it's difficult to get out of the way once you've been hit and entangled. Even a veteran would not dare to deal with it casually, let alone the fact that Won Jiang was only at the 9th level. At this moment, from the gray altar, one ghost child after another kept crawling out, and the scene was comparable to a horror movie. It's just a trial. It's so much easier to be sad than to be powerless. Won Jiang took a deep breath. The next moment, very decisively, he slashed at himself, pushing his blood level right below 40%, but at the same time, his agility and physique attributes were soaring. Genshin, ignore fear status. For every 1% decrease in blood, agility and constitution are each increased by 1%, for every enemy in the vicinity. Strength is increased by 2%. Until now, agility had increased by 60% and strength by 20. Combined with the tactical meeting buff, it put Won Jiang's attributes far ahead of Ghost Boy's. Since Ghost Boy's attack will have an extremely strong negative buff, it can't be hit. Kill. Won Jiang raised his gun and leapt up, his gun coming out like a dragon. Outside, all the members of the 5 squads looked at each other, revealing a few grave expressions. Although casualties would inevitably occur when faced with a demonic tide, this sudden disappearance was just a little too bizarre. For a moment, even the squad leader, who had been in the military for many years, was a bit confused. We can't wait any longer. Report the situation. Castle Peak Apartment 502. Etian was at home brushing through the professionals forum when he suddenly received a call from Wei Yuan. What? Won Jiang disappeared? 3 minutes ago. Squad 5 reported the situation to the Pioneer Corps commander. The troop leader had been informed by Wei Yuan that Won Jiang was a legendary profession, and the disappearance of a legendary profession was a big deal. So after investigating to no avail, he immediately reported it to Wei Yuan, and Wei Yuan is equally puzzled. To say that he may understand the cause, he can only think of the boss of Won Jiang, Etian. So Wei Yuan called. Yes, do you have a clue? If not, I'll send someone to search the front lines. Don't be in a hurry. Let me take a look at it first. Etian hung up the phone with an odd expression on his face. Won Jiang disappeared. Could it have something to do with that ring his father left behind? He, who used to read Netflix novels in college in his previous life, immediately thought of a possibility. He opened the staff panel. Employee work, if not viewed in detail, will only be settled uniformly at 12 o'clock each night, but it can also be viewed proactively. Soon, he noticed the state of affairs on Won Jiang. Sealed Tower Trial Challenge status. Unable to leave the space. Demon Sealing Tower? Etian was almost 90% certain that this was some sort of golden finger. In that case, Etian was also somewhat looking forward to it. After all, when the employees became stronger, they would also share in the boss. At the same time, several kill prompts popped up. Employee, Won Jiang kills evil spirit level evil demon Ghost Boy. You share experience plus 400. It wasn't until the 10th kill prompt popped up that the status on Won Jiang finally changed. Employee Won Jiang passes the first level of the Sealed Devil's Tower trial. You receive a dividend, capital plus 5. Won Jiang gets the trial reward, talent advancement. You share the talent advancement, Genshin unparalleled. Won Jiang obtains the trial reward, thousands of kilos of hardened body. currently in the process of hardening the body. Harden the body. After seeing the effect, Etion was shocked. Never would I have thought that the first floor of this demon ceiling tower would actually have this kind of thing that only existed in legends. 1,000 pounds to harden the body, grinding the physical body with the highest 1,000 pounds of gravity, strengthening the body in depth and laying the foundation for condensing a transcendent physique. This meant that there was a chance to condense the transcendent physique in the future. What is a transcendental physique? It is those physiques that are born with superb attributes and special abilities, but are almost exclusively found in foreign races. For example, the dragon body of the dragon race, the elemental spirit body of the spirit race, and so on. Either they are born with a strong physical body, born with divine power, or born with a special ability of some kind. The reason why the royal dragon descendants of the Yagyu Dynasty were powerful was because they were born with a dragon body, and their initial attribute values were dozens, if not hundreds, of times that of the human race. The human race, however, has never had a transcendent physique, and has only heard of it in the legends of certain foreign races. And now, the opportunity to condense the transcendent physique had actually appeared. Although quenching the body was only laying the foundation for a transcendent physique, it undoubtedly gave a hope. Chapter 18. It feels good to borrow someone else's golden finger. Inside the demon ceiling tower, Wan Jiang took a long, hearty breath. His tactics were dangerous, but surprisingly effective. The high agility in exchange for seriously injuring himself made it so that the 10 ghost children couldn't even touch him for a second, and coupled with the lance's attack range, he managed to pass the level without any injuries. The other reward for the trial is the Profession Advancement card, which directly breaks through the first rank when Wan Jiang's level comes to 10. Profession, Genshin Gunfighter Dragon Shadow Gun Soul, first rank, acquired new skill, Gun Shadow Formation. What excited Wan Jiang even more was the advancement of the talent technique. After all, common sense would say that there was only one opportunity for talent advancement when you reached the third rank. However, the rewards of the Demon Ceiling Tower allowed Wan Jiang to advance his talent at rank 0. It's the equivalent of taking an ability that you should have gotten at third level and taking it to first level. Genshin, ignore fear status. For every 1% decrease in blood, agility and constitution are each increased by 1%, for every enemy in the vicinity. Strength is increased by 2%. Advanced, unrivaled, ignore all negative statuses. For every 1% decrease in blood volume, the 4-dimensional attributes are enhanced by 1%, for every enemy around. The 4-dimensional attributes are enhanced by 3%. If it was a low-quality career talent, the effect wasn't quite so exaggerated after the advancement. However, Wan Jiang was originally a legendary level career talent, and the effect after the advancement was horrifying. Hardening is about to begin. Please prepare the challenger for gravity. Baptism can be performed a maximum of 3 times. When the challenger can withstand 1,000 pounds of gravity, it means that the degree of body hardening has reached perfection. Is it perfect to withstand 1,000 pounds of gravity in 3 times? As the words fell, it was as if an invisible pressure condensed in the air, and Wan Jiang only felt that his body was being pressed to death, and his feet even crumbled into spiderweb-like cracks that were expanding. His rigid face was combative. Come on, outside. The 5 squad leaders were deep in thought. Tian informed Wei Yuan of the situation in general, and after the Vanguard Regiment leader's order was given, their 5th squad was given the order to stay put. Luckily Wan Jian should be fine, but if we wait here, it's too much of an impact on the efficiency of killing evil demons, isn't it? The team members were slightly disgruntled, and the captain was very understanding. After all, killing evil demons counted for merit. Although the 5 squads were not considered strong and had little hope of obtaining a ranking, who could not want to obtain a little more merit? Why don't we split up into 2 teams? Wait, don't split it, you guys. One of the team members looked a little alarmed and subconsciously looked in a certain direction, only to see that in the midst of a gray darkness, more than 10 evil demons were rushing towards this side, some ghost children on all fours and creeping forward at a fast speed. Generally it is a very unlucky thing to run into a swarm of evil demons, and you can only withdraw while defending and call the surrounding squads to gather and besiege them. But for now, their team member Wan Jiang was still disappearing. Still waiting, the captain gritted his teeth. Wait 3 minutes at last. Shield guards resist for a while. If not, the words were not yet spoken. The ghostly blue halo reappeared, and Wan Jiang came out of the demon ceiling tower. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You, get out of here. The captain was momentarily distraught, but at this point he could only tell the crowd to retreat in a hurry. Sorry. Wan Jiang scratched his head in some shame, but he really hadn't expected such a thing as the magic ceiling tower. He turned his head to see the 10 or so evil demons that were hideously killing them, and his face became subdued and resolute. Gun shadow formation. He thrust his lance violently into the ground, and golden light blossomed. A 10-meter diameter golden light array blossomed with him as the center of the circle, and the phantoms of countless lances surfaced in no time. flickering with sharp and cold auras. The moment the evil demons rushed in, a lance silhouette was like soldiers on standby, deftly weaving and intertwining, constantly strangling. One skill, and the evil swarm is all but destroyed. The crowd of Squad 5 looked at each other with 5 confused faces and voiced a soulful question. Is this guy on our team? And Wan Zhang's heart surged as he watched the effects of quenching his body. Level of body hardening, 270 gene. Talent effect, strength plus 50, physique plus 50, spirit plus 20. The first time he quenched his body, he only lasted until 270. There was still a distance from 1,000 pounds, and he still needed to work hard. However, today's combat power was twice as strong as it was before he participated in the Demon Tide. There were still 2 more chances left to quench the body, and when it reached the 1,000 Jun degree, it was thought that the effect would be even more powerful. On top of that, the conditions for the next level of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial, he had also learned about in the tower, slaying a demonic monster-level evil demon. This, however, left Wan Zhang in deep thought. Currently, there are 5 levels of evil demons known to Daxia: evil spirits, demonic monsters, demonic spirits, demonic kings, and demonic kings of heaven. The demon monarch and the demon heavenly king. Every time they appeared it was a catastrophe for Blue Star, with the ability to destroy the city and even the country. At this rate, it would be a little too difficult to unlock the 4th or 5th level of the Demon Ceiling Tower. However, what was even more terrifying was that Wan Zhang realized that on the ring, there was a miniature tower pattern with the highest explicitly 9 floors on it. Where on earth did the father get this from? Wan Zhang couldn't come up with an answer even after pondering for a long time. Solely focus on the moment at hand. The road is better taken one step at a time. He turned his head to his Squad 5 teammates and flashed a wide smile. Let's go. I'll lead everyone to take the first place in the meritocracy. In the meantime, after the Wanjian body tempering was completed, Etian similarly shared the 1,000 kilometers body tempering talent effect. Although there were only 270 Junes at the moment, Etian was still confident in Wan Zhang and believed that 1,000 Junes wouldn't be far behind. Transcendental physique. Etian was still very interested in this ability that could raise the upper limit of a professional, hardening the body tests strength, physique and willpower. Should we get something for Wan Zhang to raise his attributes? The higher the attribute, the sooner Wan Jian would also reach the level of Qianjun, and Etian would similarly benefit. And it also helps with the higher level Sealed Devil Tower trial. Since the reward for the first floor of the trial is a hardened body, the rewards for the later floors should have something to do with the transcendent physique, right? I have to say, this feeling of borrowing someone else's golden finger is pretty good. Etian leaned back in his computer chair, brushing the forum while waiting for the time to slowly approach midnight. Etian was the only one in the house today. After the Enlightenment copy, Baichili turned on the solo mode alone and hasn't come back until now. It seemed that Etian's previous second boss behavior had irritated her again. Plus there are only 6 days left before the college entrance exam, and grabbing stronger is probably on every senior's mind. Moreover, the honor of the college entrance exam must be extremely high in gold content, and the dividends and special rewards must be inevitable. And Etian was also particularly looking forward to this. The night became deeper and deeper. The demonic tide seemed to have ended as well, and the grayish-colored demonic aura that had originally shrouded the eastern border was constantly receding. The time came to midnight. 12 o'clock is here. Settlement list for admin log starts refreshing. Chapter 19, The Secret Realm will appear. Illusory color level potential. After clearing the Enlightenment copy, along with Wan Jiang breaking through the first floor of the ceiling tower, Etian's fund count came to 36. 4. It's still a ways away from hiring special talent, but it's substantial. I wonder what's in store for this settlement. Eaton began to look at yesterday's admin log. Management log. Wan Jian won first place in the recruit drill. Reward, money +2. Wan Jian received first place in the Vanguard Regiment's Demon Tide Reserve Merit. Reward, funds +5. Baichili, complete the first pass of the single copy Spectre Valley Hell difficulty. Reward, money +4. Baichili, completing the first pass of a single-player copy Blood Knight Inferno difficulty. Reward, money +4. Baichili, pass Blood Knight Hell difficulty 3 times. Reward, money +0. 3. You share the experience gained by your staff, brushing, walkthroughs, first passes, 84,000. Your level has increased to 16. Rewards like the Enlightened copy and the first level of the Sealed Devil Tower, which had been checked by Etian in advance, wouldn't appear on the management log. So far, the funding income is still substantial. The funds in ETA's hand were raised again, 51.7. Experience likewise soared, but because the experience required for upgrading increased exponentially after leveling up, the speed of upgrading was not very fast. But Etian had discovered a problem. Jiang Che, what is this kid up to? However, any openings, first pass copies, or even brushing copies to practice leveling will be considered one of the achievements, and will feed some money back. But Jiang Che actually had no feedback. Has he been groping for fish all day? No, his experience obviously went up quite a bit. Jiang Che had now reached level 10, step 1, and his occupation had advanced from Kung Fu Kid to Qijing martial artist. Offhand, judging by the settlement panel, he didn't swipe any of the copies. Jiang Che, Jiang Xing, Jiang Han, 3 siblings, was ready to transition from the substitute team to the open team, to open copies, secret realms through the sale of cheats or materials, etc. To make money. I think the early development may not be smooth. Let's meet tomorrow and ask. On the contrary, Baicholi was really gratifying to Etion, challenging the hell copies almost every day. Of course, because of its Cold Moon Sword Envoy's profession, high damage and flexibility would have been suitable for single brush. As he was thinking, a message from Baicholi suddenly popped up. Baicholi ceded 0.5% of the Secret Realm's output to you. You currently control 10% of the Secret Realm's output. Etion then remembered. When you pass the Enlightenment copy, all members will divide 10% of the secret output ownership according to the copy contribution, which is a reward for the person who opened the secret. Etion was given 9.5% ownership in the first place, and Baicholi got 0.5%, which is now transferred to Etion. The remaining 90%, on the other hand, belongs to the rewards of those who pass the secret world. It is held by the first team to clear the secret area. When the unsealed secret realm appears and is raided, the person who holds the right to own it will be able to continuously extract equipment, materials and other secret realm resource outputs. Getting the right to own the output of the secret realm is comparable to a gold mine. Even if you turn it into the state, you will be rewarded with a fortune that will enrich you for a lifetime. As a result, the competition for the first pass of the secret realm is more intense than for a copy. Not only would the country deploy talents from all over the world to form a pioneering team, but even the major professional guilds, and even the foreign races, would find a way to participate in the competition. All teams will enter the secret realm at the same time, and whichever team is the first to pass will be considered the master of the secret realm. Etion was still very interested, because clearing a medium-sized secret realm must also be an honor, and the dividends would definitely not be small. Medium-sized secret refreshes in a day. Yagyu Dynasty, Red Emperor City. In the other world connected by the otherworldly passage in the northern part of Ding City, Red Emperor City stood majestically at the top of the world. In the center of Red Emperor City was a dragon-shaped palace that resembled a dragon about to take flight, with each scale being a piece of epic material crystal. Above the throne and the temple, the dark red scaled dragon king's eyes were like the blazing sun, and his voice was majestic and low. Where is the messenger? Back to Lord Red Emperor. The dragon envoy has not returned yet. Below the throne, the half-dragon attendant bent his head. The dragon king of the Yagyu Dynasty, Red Emperor, let out a disgruntled query. Lord, calm your anger. Perhaps that human race want to seek your shelter, so please retain the messenger, so that the messenger late return. At those words, the Red Emperor didn't have the slightest doubt. After all, the emissary sent by the Yagyu Dynasty was the face of his Red Emperor. Aside from certain lawless top Xiao professionals, no one had dared to be disrespectful, especially some anti-human extremist organizations, who believe that the foreigners are the masters of the world, and even take the initiative to ask to join the Yagyu Dynasty, and it is just a common thing to curry favor with the emissaries. And at that moment, a scout quickly entered the hall to deliver a message. Reporting to Lord Red Emperor, Lord Qing Emperor has discovered that a medium-sized secret realm is being born, not far from our clan's battle lines. It's near the human race Xiaoqingsheng. Medium-sized secret realm. The Red Emperor's dragon eyes lit up, radiating greed. Good, very good. Now that the war is tight, the secret realm is needed to replenish resources. Among the royal dragon descendants of the Yagyu Dynasty, there were currently 3 who claimed the title of Emperor: the Red Emperor, the Green Emperor, and the White Emperor. Among them, the Red Emperor was at the top of the battlefield, the commander of the army of the Yagyu Dynasty, the main initiator of foreign wars, and one of the great enemies of the Great Xia East China. The Green Emperor was called the Dragon of All Laws and had an extremely strong perception of magic and spiritual energy, and could sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy formed by the secret realm. It was precisely because of the existence of the Qing Emperor that the Yagyu Dynasty was able to move ahead and compete for many of the resources of the secret realm. Pass my order. The Red Emperor was already a bit impatient. Although the secret realm appeared in the middle of the Great Xia, a medium-sized secret realm was worth sending his people to fight for. Dispatch Mar and Yedra to come and make sure to seize the secret realm ahead of the human race. Understood. The next day, Etion opened his hazy sleepy eyes, and after some washing found that Baicholi had long left, if not more traces of life in the house. Etion even suspected that Baicholi had not returned overnight. When it really was sleeping later than Etion, Waking up earlier than Etion, Etion rubbed his messy hair and reached the cafeteria under his apartment to prepare for a breakfast. However, he didn't expect that Zhang Che would wind up looking for him. Boss, finally found you. Zhang Che stared with expectant eyes as he sat down next to Etion. Etion had wanted to ask him what he did yesterday, but seeing his urgent appearance, he changed his words and said, "What is it, boss? Can you let the Autumn League girl form a team with us?" Meeting Etion's puzzled gaze, Zhang Che explained, "Boss, my brother and my sister and I have transitioned from a substitute team to an open team, but most of the opening copies are in teams of 5, and we can't even recruit teammates. All 3 of your professions are strong. How come you can't recruit teammates? Isn't the medium-sized secret realm about to appear? And now all the major professional guilds are frantically recruiting people, preparing to gather top forces to raid this secret realm. They're offering salaries one above the other, so naturally no one is coming from our small team." Etion then realized that the attraction of the medium-sized secret realm was even greater than he had imagined. For each organization, it's a big gamble, and if you win, it's the rest of your life's riches. Therefore, for a time, even the value of the various professional masters was increasing. No wonder Zhang Che couldn't find a teammate. At this time, Zhang Che thought of something else and said indignantly, "Boss, yesterday we would have stumbled upon a secondary secret refresh. We happened to be the first raiders, only to have our first pass stolen by another average team of 5. Oh." Now Etion finally understood why Zhang Che had only increased his level yesterday but had no clearance record. It turns out that you've stumbled upon the secret realm but have been preemptively cleared. In the secret world, after the first team makes the first pass, the rest of the teams automatically fail. The secondary secret realm was even less difficult than the small secret realm, and there were also many records of wild teams of professionals clearing it. So with Zhang Che and Zhang Xing's abilities, they shouldn't have been robbed. A squad of average strength can still rob you of your first pass? Etion asked curiously as he ate the last bite of the donut. Zhang Che rapped a bit, but still said seriously, "That leader does have a bit of a thing when it comes to playing tactics, taking 4 average level teammates and actually being able to speed through." Saying that, Zhang Che clenched his fists and was a bit indignant again. "If he hadn't robbed me of a sub-secret realm, we'd have the money to change our equipment and even repair a martial arts school for master by now." A secondary secret realm, although not as good as a small secret realm, was worth a lot of money to own. Etion thought about it and agreed to Zhang Che's request. "Alright, I'll ask Qiuli's opinion for you." "Hey." Zhang Che left after Etion. His eyes seemed to be burning with the flame of revenge. If Sister Qiuli was there yesterday, how could they have taken the secret realm? Next time we run into that leader again, let him see our true strength. Zhang Che followed Etion out of the cafeteria. The next moment, he saw a figure walking down the street, and his eyes widened as if he had spotted an enemy. "Holy, that's him." Etion raised his eyes with the same curiosity and spotted a somewhat scruffy, lean figure. Zhang Che's eyes burned. "That's right, I remember him. That leader who robbed my secret realm yesterday." Night show. Ding. Detected the appearance of phantom color level potential talents in the surroundings. Chapter 20, Night Cultivation. The genius who was forced away by the guild. Phantom level potential. The moment he heard the skill prompt, Etion almost thought that he had heard it wrong. A small Ching-Chang. Surprisingly crouching tigers and hidden dragons. True to Wei Yuan's words, the great Xia is never short of talent. And at this moment, that lean youth, Night Cultivator, also heard Zhang Che's voice and stopped to turn around, revealing a natural smile. "Yo, yesterday's martial arts school boy?" Looking at Zhang Che with a look of readiness for revenge, Night Cultivator said with interest, "Wouldn't still be angry at being passed through the secret realm by me first, right?" Zhang Che bristled. "If it wasn't for the fact that there were only 3 of us yesterday, you definitely wouldn't have gotten the secret realm first pass. Wait for my revenge today." At those words, Night Repair didn't refute them, and admitted it with peace of mind. "That's for sure. I've seen your damage. I'm afraid the career quality is frighteningly high now. But," said Nightshade, laughing with both hands, "don't look for me either for revenge. I've left the Sega Guild." "Ha?" Zhang Che froze and was a bit speechless for a moment. "Didn't you just lead the team to take the seat sub-secret realm yesterday? Why?" At the same time, Etion opened Nightshow's resume. Name, Yu Shu. Basic information, male, 20 years old. From Qingcheng, Daxia. Profession battle mage, elite level. Potential, Mirage, full-time master. Biography, gifted. Tactical genius. Has a deep understanding of the abilities of almost all professions, after transferring to join the Sega Guild as a leader, with superb and marvelous understanding of the copy to lead the team to take countless first passes. After capturing the secondary secret realm, the Sega Guild recruited an epic professional as the new leader and demanded that Nightshow hand over the right to own the secret realm to serve as a chaperone, citing contractual stipulations, and Nightshow left the Sega Guild in exchange for giving up the secret realm. Investment opportunity, divine occupation retailer, 40 points of capital. Hiss. This Sega guild is really something else. After reading the resume, Etion couldn't help but feel emotional. The guild that grew by relying on night cultivation and then drove night cultivation away after having the secret realm as a base. Wolfish. But Nightshow didn't go into detail with Zhang Che and just casually said, "Anyway, you'd better go to Sega if you want revenge. I'm going to go find another team. See you later." Nightshow waved his hand sagely. With his current strength, without a team, one person upgrading and brushing equipment is too slow, much less able to pass the high-level copies, or need to find a team. Zhang Che sighed at the sight, seeming to feel a bit sorry for this former rival. The ones who know your strengths best are often your opponents. The Sega Guild couldn't figure out Nightshade's value, but Zhang Che clearly understood Nightshade's ability, especially for a duplicate opening team. Zhang Che hesitated. Do you want a fresh start? Etion opened his mouth and called out to Night Cultivator. Zhang Che turned his head towards Etion in surprise. He had wanted to recruit night cultivation and was worried that he wouldn't be able to come up with satisfactory conditions, but now since Etion had opened his mouth, it would be much simpler. Want to consider following me? Here, this legendary profession Zhang Che is one of my subordinates. Etion didn't talk nonsense and patted Zhang Che's shoulder to open the door. If an outsider had heard Etion's words, he would have scoffed. Still a legendary profession? Legendary professions as your subordinates? Dream on. Legendary career in the country are rare. The major forces of the organization are not flattered as the guest of honor, which may be subordinate to a teenager. But Nightshow really believed it. This was because he had seen how powerful Zhang Che was yesterday when he was competing for the sub-secret realm. The damage at level 10 was quite high, and the career quality must be frighteningly high as well. Zhang Che was also very cooperative at this time, taking over Etion's words. That's right, I'm the first, second, under the boss. He wanted to highlight his position in passing, but after thinking about Baicholi and then Wanjiang, they all seemed to be better than him. Third master. Zhang Che gave a thumbs up, and beside him, Etion couldn't help but sweat slightly. Night cultivation carefully sized up Zhang Che. It didn't look like he was lying, and he couldn't help but be 1 point more curious about Etion. What kind of organization is this? Is there so much internal harmony? A legendary profession that is so humble. He thought in his heart as he subconsciously thought that it was more or less self-effacing to rank third in the hallowed legendary profession. Maybe it's because the level is too low. Maybe the others are higher. If it was really as Zhang Che said, Night Cultivator was still quite optimistic about this organization. You know, the Sega Guild that ditched him and used the secondary mysteries as a gimmick couldn't even recruit legendary professions. Only epics. Discovering that Nightshow was somewhat moved, Etion signaled him to find a quiet place to talk in detail. In the street is more or less a bit waving. Nightshow followed, casually asking, "What's your approximate salary?" Zhang Che replied without hesitation, "Not at all. ETA. Nightshade. Forget it, just have a place to stay." The three of them arrived at Etion's apartment. Night cultivation had few conditions, and Etion had few requirements, so the recruitment process went quite smoothly. But when Etion handed the contract to Nightshow, the latter fell silent. This contract was drafted by philanthropists compared to the Sega Guild. Not only are there no restrictions on employee movement, no requirement to surrender ownership of the secret realm, but even the terms and conditions are pitifully small. But when he saw the words, "Boss provides god-level professions," at the end, the corner of Nightshow's mouth twitched. Ha! The scene at hand is like walking down the street with a beggar holding the secret of the Rudraksh poem and speaking righteously to you. "Junior, I see you have amazing bones." As a matter of fact, Etion really did say just that. However, he did a bit more, and seeing the look of night cultivation feeling teased, Etion opened his mouth. "I've called a man over, and seeing him should give you some confidence." Not long after, a knock sounded on the door and Zhang Che opened the door for Wei Yuan. My god! Night Cultivator's scattered expression suddenly became a bit more serious. For this legendary head of East China, Nightshow had seen it many times in the headlines of the forums, and the aura of a high-ranking professional was not at all like the majesty of a superior acting. "Here, you see." Etienne gestured with interest. "This is our partner." How is working with the state not considered partnership? The main reason why he called Wei Yuan to come was that it was the first time that he had given a divine level transfer, and he didn't know if there would be any surprises. In the 200-year history of the globe, godly professions have actually appeared 16 times, but by now, only 3 remain. Every time a god-level profession appeared, it would invariably be targeted by evil demons and frantically assassinated by foreign races and extremist organizations without fail. Having a big man around is a good way to cope in case of accidents. And soon the facts proved that Etion's precautions were correct. Wei Yuan swept his gaze over night cultivation and said happily, "Another talent has appeared?" In addition to being curious about the new talent, He was also a bit surprised, just how many more legendary professions could Etion transfer? But what he never expected was that this transfer, not a legend. Nightshow didn't hesitate anymore at this point and decisively signed the contract. Can let the East China hand on his side. Now is a beggar to bring the secret of the Rudraksh poem. He also want to practice. Wei Yuan gently snapped his fingers when he saw this, and the starry sky-like shielding boundary appeared. However, in the next moment, Wei Yuan's bland demeanor suddenly changed in shock. A phantom-colored light with terrifying might condensed on Nightshow's body, with an aura like a rainbow. It actually seemed as if it wanted to tear through that boundary and go straight to the sky. Chapter 21, Scattered People. I'm enough to solve all the problems by myself. Not a golden light, but a phantom light. Wei Yuan was in a trance for a moment, and before the boundary was about to be broken through by this pillar of transmutation light, he cast a spell with both hands and continuously formed a triple boundary. Now, the light pillar that spared the god-level transfer was covered up. If Wei Yuan hadn't been present at this time, the divine level's transformation light pillar would have appeared in the morning, and I'm afraid that the assassinations of the evil demons and the Fae would have arrived at noon. Divine. Wei Yuan had not seen the appearance of a god-level profession with his own eyes, but he had heard of the phantom colorful light at the time of the transfer. Subconsciously, he looked towards Etion, and unlike Jiang Che's astonished look, Etion was clearly unsurprised and had obviously known about it for a long time. Etion, can you even awaken a god-tier profession? This kind of ability is a little too scary. Luckily, Etion appeared in Daxia. Wei Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. His mind plunged into deep thought, seeming to have a stronger hope for Daxia's current war situation, for breaking the covetousness of the foreign races and evil demons that were eyeing him. Nightshow's gaze froze, his pupils slightly dilated as if he was nailed in place. The Night Cultivator, who was able to come up with tactics extremely quickly in the face of any copy or secret realm, now had a blank mind, leaving only an unnameable shock. Rarely shuddered at today's panel. Night Repair. Occupation, Casual, First Rank. Quality Divine Grade. Level, 10. Power, 170. Agility, 170. Body Mass, 170. Spirit, 170. Occupational Talent, 1000 Chance Umbrella Exclusive Weapon for Casualties. Level grows with Casualties Occupation. Can change any weapon form without cooldown, and has Mythic Weapon attributes. Talent 2, Full-Time Enhancement, can learn low-level skills, below second level, of all professions without limitations, and skill effects are super-enhanced after learning. This profession, it actually has 2 talents, but no self-contained skills. Etion had also long been impatient to check out the abilities of this god-tier profession, Scattered Man, and he had to say that it was completely different from the other professions he had seen. First of all, bringing your own mythic weapon is a bit outrageous, and you can change forms without cooldowns. It was important to realize that Mythic Grade, the highest quality of equipment, was currently not available in a single piece globally. That's right, not a single one. This is because some of the only remaining copies in the world that can pop out mythic level equipment, like the 4th rank transfer copies, are so high in level and difficulty that no one has been able to clear them so far. And this, the world's only mythical weapon, is the only one, because when the recruitment is successful, it means that Etion also has a piece. However, the second career talent, Etion felt that it was a bit weak. Being able to learn unlimited skills from all professions is powerful, but you can only learn low-level skills. Whether or not they can fight depends on Nightshade's ability. I just don't know how far this super strengthening can be strengthened. Etion saved his anticipation for the second half of the effect. You have successfully recruited employee Night Repair and gained each other's attributes. Strength plus 170, agility plus 170, physique plus 170, spirit plus 170. You have acquired the talent, 1000 Chance Umbrellas. Full-time reinforcement. The phantom-colored aura of the transfer light pillar gradually dissipated. Wei Yuan's starry sky boundary was also dispersed by him. The 4th place in the world and the 2nd divine profession in Great Xia was born right in front of him. For a while Wei Yuan had some feelings. Would it be possible that in the future, the global high-quality professions combined would not be as many as those under Etion? Just in time. You can have these. Wei Yuan took out 3 finger rings and handed them to Etion. These were props called shielding rings, which had the ability to not be probed to find out the quality of the profession. Although there are very few skills that can detect classes, and not many existences that can sense the quality of professions with their mental powers, it's still important to take extra precautions. Etion gladly took it. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, these props were still needed. Originally, the 3 finger rings were granted to Etion and by Chili Jiangche, and Wan Zhang's had already been sent to the barracks. But Wei Yuan hadn't expected an additional night show today. Why don't you meet me in the office later and I'll give you another one? And it just so happens that there's a kit for you as well. Before leaving, Wei Yuan urged Etion again. It wasn't until Wei Yuan left that Night Show came to his senses from this great surprise. It was only now that he cleared up some of his earlier doubts. Why would Zhang Che's hallowed legendary profession listen to the orders of a teenager like Yi Tian? Why was even Wei Yuan able to be called by Yi Tian? And now, Nightshade finally got it. Boss. Nightfix calmed down and said, in that case, I'll call you that as well. Sure. Now then, are there any tasks I need to do? The always spontaneous and uninhibited Night Cultivator was now hoping that Yi Tian would let him do something instead. It was really that this favor of a god-level profession was so heavy that he couldn't wait to put a little value on it. It's like entering a company and being given a limousine, villa, and $10 million bonus by your boss right after you start. It's a time when you feel like you have ants crawling on your body if you don't sell out. Yi Tian also just happened to fulfill his wish. Tomorrow when the Qingqing Medium Secret Realm opens, I want you to lead the team through as the tactical command position. After recruiting Night Cultivation, Yi Tian's confidence in clearing the medium-sized secret realm grew a bit more. Medium-sized secret realm. Night Cultivator had naturally heard about this. Recently, all the major guilds have been recruiting like crazy, and just by thinking about it, you can tell how fierce the competition is. Even the Sega Guild, which was trying to recruit people to raid medium-sized secret realms, took Night Show's position as leader. Trying to get through the secret world means getting ahead of all the teams and being the first to race through. But for challenges, Night Cultivator had always been unafraid. Boss, so who are our teammates? The maximum number of people in a squad in the secret world is usually 5. Yi Tian happened to have a counterpart, and he informed Night Cultivator of the general information about Baiqiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhang Che. In this way, together with Yi Tian himself, there were exactly 5 people, all legendary professions. Night Cultivator sucked in a mouthful of cold air and looked at Yi Tian with some disbelief. He had never thought that someone could organize such a terrifying team. If the name of this all-legendary profession squad was put out there, it was estimated that it could directly scare off 90% of the guilds that wanted to compete for the medium-sized secret realm. While thinking, Night Show suddenly looked up at Zhang Che. So you really weren't being modest when you said you were the third expert, Zhang Che. But after digesting the information from the team members, Nightshade felt a hint of trouble. This is because the medium-sized secret realm itself has both difficulty and mechanics, and the monsters in it are all above second rank, level 25, with the final boss being close to third rank, level 50. Night Show and a few of the team members, although all of them were of extremely high quality, their levels were too low. The highest ranked Baiqiuli was currently just at level 14. Night Show fell into deep thought, and Yi Tian asked, can't do it? Of course. Night Show did not hesitate to be very confident. A low level is nothing more than low damage, but with the quality of our profession, we can make up for it by practicing. Nightshade thought repeatedly about his teammates' ability and was quite sure. However, he realized that Yi Tian had only stated the abilities of the remaining 3 teammates and not his own. He subconsciously assumed that it was for him and 3 team members to take the boss through, and even then Night Show wasn't worried. It should be my problem that the players are of such high professional quality that they can't carry the boss. Nightshade thought in his mind as he voiced another question. Boss, what I'm thinking about is the career configuration of our team. How? Cold Moon Sword Envoy, Dragon Shadow Gun Soul, and Chi Jin Martial Artist. They are all melee output type professions, and their abilities are too one-dimensional. Passing low-level copies can naturally be pushed all the way across, but medium-sized secret realms require a bit more preparation. Only after hearing Night Cultivator pointed out did Yi Tian realize this as an afterthought. A reasonable configuration of a team of professionals is generally neat shield tank, assassin, maneuvering class profession, ranged, high output profession, cleric, auxiliary, or other. In contrast, the problem is obvious. Our career configuration, lack of healing, lack of front row hate pulling, lack of AoE monster clearing ability, lack of air-to-air, Night Show said, his tone gradually becoming confident. But don't worry boss, these problems are enough for me to solve alone. Chapter 22 Never fought a battle so rich. Now, all that's missing is some skill books. Yi Tian thought of Night Cultivation's talent, full-time reinforcement, and couldn't help but have great expectations for skill effect super reinforcement. What can be achieved with the enhancement of a godly profession? However, there are no initial skills in the scattered profession, and currently you can only use skill books to learn skills. Most of the skill books were produced in the copies in secret realms, with a very low burst rate, but they were also sold on the official trading house platform established by Qingchun. The problem was that the 2 people, Yi Tian and Night Show, a poor high school student and one who had just netted out from the guild, both had no money. It's okay, find elder Wei, Yi Tian thought without hesitation. With the country's resource reserves, taking a little bit of skill books wasn't simple. At least it was a partnership. With that thought in mind, Yi Tian prepared to take Night Cultivator to Wei Yuan's office. Wei Yuan, as the general director, was originally based in Xincheng, the only large city in East China. Ever since he discovered Tian, he had personally acted as Tian's protector and lived in Xincheng, coinciding with the opening of the medium-sized secret realm. His office was set up in the Qingqing City Lord's Mansion, just a few hundred meters away from the Castle Peak Apartments. There you are. Noticing that Tian had come to the office, Wei Yuan, who was in the middle of his office work, stopped the pen in his hand and pushed the large set of equipment box next to his hand. This was a set of equipment that Wei Yuan had promised to give Tian, in order to give him self-protection. Tian opened it curiously, and all of a sudden there was a big flash of golden light, a whole legendary set. The 5 pieces of equipment, armor, wrist guards, leg guards, shoes, and helmet, were powerful and elegant with silver wolf head tattoos reflected in golden light. This was an extremely strong defensive, Skywolf set. Rao thought that the country must be extraordinary, but still did not expect to actually take out a whole set of legendary equipment for him. After all, Daxia is in a period of resource scarcity today, both to guard against evil demons, but also to deal with a variety of foreign races. War frequently, even if Tian does not understand the specific war situation, but also know that Daxia has long been unable to make ends meet. Just the secret realms that had been plundered by the foreign races over the years was not a small amount. The fewer the secret realms, the more scarce the production of resources in Daxia, making it difficult to forge high-quality equipment. A whole set of legendary sets. I'm afraid that even Wei Yuan himself couldn't put it together, but Tian didn't make too many pretenses and took what he needed to take. Thanks a lot. He knows exactly what he's worth. But it was a set of legendary equipment. Tian was very confident that he would earn it back 100-fold. As a good boss, you don't let your partners lose money. Wei Yuan then added, by the way, the subterranean dragon base in central China and the East China military are going to form 2 opening teams for raiding tomorrow's medium-sized secret realm. They want to absorb Baiqiuli and Wanjian respectively to form a team. I came to ask your opinion first. Subterranean base. This name was really not unfamiliar to Tian. It was a famous special squad department in Daxia. In the subterranean base, there were 3 or 4 special squads on standby, all of which were composed of top professionals of epic quality or higher, specializes in handling special missions for Daxia and responding to emergency or critical enemy situations. It is a special organization among the official professionals. This time when the medium-sized secret realm appeared, they must have come as helpers to prevent the secret realm from being seized by hostile forces. Tian didn't expect Baiqiuli's reputation to have spread to the subterranean dragon base, but he had already decided to form a team and had no reason to agree. I've also decided to form a team and raid the secret realm. Tian uniformly refused. Baiqiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, these people are all my team members. You guys? Wei Yuan froze for a moment, completely unprepared because Tian and these few people were just too low in level. At this level, I'm afraid that none of them could resist the damage of the secret realm monsters. However, when he saw that Tian looked very resolute, he did not strike a blow, but asked, decided? Exactly. It's good to be young. Wei Yuan's tone was envious. Even when he was in his late teens, he had not attempted to challenge a medium-sized secret realm with a difficulty level of rank 2 close to rank 3. Of course, it was also because when he was younger, he simply couldn't put together so many legendary level teammates to make a team. Good, then I'll return them. Wei Yuan respected Tian's decision, even if he didn't think highly of it. After all, the secret realm would open in 1 more day, and the gap in levels was too difficult to bridge. At this point, Tian opened his mouth to talk about his main purpose, to come and ask for some low-level skill books. The treasury of the Grand Xia military, or the logistics department of East China, stored some skill books, only they all required military merits and contributions to exchange for them. But Wei Yuan was a pain in the ass. Just some low-level skill books. Minor problem. Soon after, Wei Yuan brought the Tian Knight cultivation duo to the logistics department. The logistics department, the official logistics department of East China, is responsible for the supply of equipment and materials for the official army, as well as the exchange of rewards for professionals who have made contributions to East China, etc. With Wei Yuan leading the way, Tian Yao repaired all the way to the Silver-White Technological Corridor and arrived at the skill book library. Here are rank 0 and rank 1 skill books. There are just fewer of high quality. Wei Yuan raised his finger and said, the explosion rate of high-quality skill books was even lower than the probability of awakening a high-quality professional, and there were very few of them in the logistics department. Night Repair also had the good sense to blandly state, I only need the lowest level skill books. All skills would gain enhancements anyway, and low-level skills were just as strong in his hands. With such anticipation, he soon found a basic skill book on the shelf of the skill book library. Elementary healing, restores a small amount of life value to a single friendly unit, restricted to priests. Seeing that Night Show had taken a book with almost the weakest skill, Wei Yuan's face was puzzled. Thought he was looking at himself. Night Repair was embarrassed to take. Solely turned his head. Since he had promised Etion, he naturally wouldn't be petty. But Night Show and Etion did not think so much. The two are now very eager to see. Full-time enhancement. Just how far you can enhance the effect of a skill. Night Show instantly used the skill book. The book turned into a faint grayish-white light and merged into Night Show's body. And in the next moment the skill underwent a radical change. Full-time enhancement, skill healing enhanced to Holy Oracle of the Apocalypse. Holy Healing Apocalypse instantly restores a huge amount of life value to all surrounding friendly troops, and removes all negative statuses, attaching a layer of Life Shield and Divine Blessing. Life Shield, shield value equal to 50% of blood. Life value does not change until the shield breaks. Divine Blessing increases attack power and speed by 20% for 2 minutes. Etion and Night Cultivator had their hearts pounding and struggling to hold on to themselves inwardly. The effect of a low-level skill of normal quality, after full-time reinforcement, seemed to be a bit stronger than a legendary level skill. With just one skill, Night Cultivation could almost become Ching Ching's #1 milkmaid. Looking at the dozen or so rows of skill bookshelves in front of him, each of which was basically piled high with skill books, Night Show's complexion froze and he couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Never fought a war so rich. Chapter 23, First Team Battle. The bookstore full of skill books at the moment was like a treasure in Night Show's eyes, and at the same time, the skills that had been strengthened by talent were similarly shared with Etion. You have shared the skill of Employee Nightshade, Holy Oracle Apocalypse. The problem of team therapy has been solved, but this is only the beginning. Nightfix continued to search and soon found his next target. Grim Machine Gun, inflicts rapid bursts of fire on the enemy, limited to Gunnery Division. The gunner's skill makes up a lot for long-range output. The power of the scattered profession was initially manifested at this point, and Night Show didn't need to consider the profession restrictions at all when picking his skills. A collection of the best of the best. Moreover, the 1000 Chance Umbrella can be changed into a mythic weapon for any type of profession, and with the talent of full-time reinforcement, it can perfectly utilize the abilities of all professions. Night Show was quite satisfied with this career ability. It's like it was customized for me. Saying that, he used up the Grim Machine Gun skill book as well. Full-time enhancement, skill Grim Machine Gun enhanced to Metal Storm. Metal Storm, the rate of fire is increased to the limit, instantly releasing 500 to 800 rounds of ammunition, forming a dense fire network, with each round reducing the enemy's defense and movement speed by 5%. Now, a long-range output skill that seemed to work as an armor-breaking and control skill. Night Show's heart darkened as his eyes swept over the other skill bookshelves. One more for the long-range output. The medium-sized secret guard types are complex, and the air-to-air aspect needs to be patched up a bit. He thought for a moment and reached out to draw. Lightning Orb, inflicts projectile damage to the target enemy with a probability of paralysis. Learning Reinforcement. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain, forms a huge field of thunder, inflicting chain-jumping huge lightning damage on enemies within the field, surely inflicting paralysis, and forming a thunder jacket that inflicts decapitation damage when the field ends. Paralysis, action speed is greatly reduced. Probability of falling into a short stun. Night Show's goal was extraordinarily clear, and a book of skills was taken away and studied by him, so much so that Night Show's abilities are becoming more and more comprehensive. Taunt, Enhancement, Chaos Field. Rolling, Enhancement, 3 instantaneous strokes. Blindfold Split, Enhanced, Multiple Shadow Split. Hato Chop, Enhanced, Soul Splitting Chop. In the end, Night Show chose a total of 8 skills, all of which were team-oriented abilities. As for why he didn't choose more, because Night Show knew very well that the current him had limited blue and limited energy. Having these was already enough. Similarly, Etion shared these skills. The duo then bid farewell to Wei Yuan and left the logistics department. With the problem of the team's ability configuration resolved, Night Repair's confidence in clearing the medium-sized secret realm rose once again. He inquired Etion, "Boss, now it's just a matter of leveling up the players. If I follow my leveling ideas today, I should be able to reach an average of level 17, and it will be much more stable to take the secret realm then." Etion nodded and thought, maybe even to a higher level. Night Fix, unlikely. My calculations are already the fastest brush efficiency. Etion didn't say anything. He just brought Night Show back to the apartment and prepared for the meeting. Speaking of which, this was the first official meeting after acquiring the meeting skill. It was also to announce the start of the first team fight. Please select the type of meeting. ETA, Strategy Session. Strategy Meeting. After the meeting, all staff members gain experience by 40% for 3 hours. If you use Employee Benefits, gain experience by 120%. As the words fell, the scene in front of him quickly distorted and reorganized like a hologram. The light conference room, which seemed to stand above the starry sky, lit up again. What an amazing ability. Night Show appeared in the second row of the long crystal table and looked around in surprise. Jiang Che was sitting across from him. Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang sat in the first row of the long table, curiously observing Night Show. The newcomer. Tomorrow when the Qingqing medium-sized secret realm appears, we'll strike as a team and we'll be sure to take the realm. This night cultivator will take command of the procession. Tian opened the door without any nagging and also introduced Night Cultivator to the others. In this meeting, no one would refute Tian's orders. It was just that Bai Qiuli sized up Night Show, questioning in her mind whether he could handle the command responsibility. Wan Jiang felt the problem while being excited. Medium-sized secret realm. Wait boss, isn't our level a bit too low? At this moment, Night Cultivator opened his mouth and said calmly, I've already made a plan for practicing, so we'll brush up together today and at least level up to level 17 or above. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up, and at high levels it is common to level up one level a month. Nightshade's escalation efficiency for this program has been quite high. This efficiency is fine. Wan Jiang was not surprised by the fact that all of Tian's men were talented. Only, the others present, including Nightshade, were not yet aware of the additional effect of this meeting. Tian opened the employee benefits option at this point. Insurance, spend money 3 * number of employees to generate a life-preserving shield for all employees, which can withstand 1 fatal injury for 3 days. If you use employee benefits, you can boost the experience buff for strategy sessions to 120%, but 4 employees at the moment means it costs 4 times 3 is equal to 12 points of funding. It's no exaggeration to say that it's a huge amount of money. However, in order to make taking down the medium-sized secret realm a bit more secure, Tian suppressed his heartache and decided, through gritted teeth, to spend it. For employees clearing the medium-sized secret realm is 4 shares of the dividend, definitely doubling the money back. But the fund balance prompted him, originally 51.7, only 11.7 remained after giving night shift a transfer. Tian pondered for a moment and immediately looked at what the guys had done today, hoping to deduct a little bit of funds. I didn't realize that Bai Qiuli, who woke up early today, solved the problem directly. Employee Bai Qiuli, passed the Elf Mountain field, held difficulty 3 times. Reward, money plus 0.3. Labor, brushing the hell difficulty copy 3 times in one morning, when it was really a genius of hard work. Tian couldn't help but feel emotional, and was even wondering if he should get her some kind of reward. The funds were reached at 12 o'clock, and Tian gave out employee benefits to everyone before the end of the meeting. On the insurance, the fund balance was then zeroed out. A layer of Deathless Shield. Good stuff. Thanks boss. With the Deathless Shield, shouldn't I go to the Demon Ceiling Tower to challenge the limits again? The employees thanked Tian, but they didn't realize that there was an even bigger surprise at the end of the meeting. I'll go. Night Shio looked at the buffoon on his body at the moment, and his entire body was completely stunned. Strategy meeting buff, gain 120% more experience value for 3 hours. Upgrading is difficult for all professionals, so some effects that increase experience gain are especially valuable. Sometimes, a prop with a 20% experience increase could fetch hundreds of thousands of sky-high prices and still be in short supply. And now, Tian directly gave everyone a 120% experience increase. Night Shio turned his head to Tian incredulously. I'm not hallucinating, am I boss? ETA, only 3 hours. Make the most of it. As the words fell, Night Repair perked up. With this buff and his practicing plan, their leveling disadvantage would be made up for. At this point if he can't take it again, it's really his problem as a commander. Don't worry boss. On the other hand, Castle Peak No. 2 Middle School, a small maglev train, stopping in front of the school, where the current senior class is lining up to board. On the 4th day before the college entrance exams, organized by the Ministry of Education, all senior high school candidates have a chance to try out a large team copy. Team copies, i.e., in order to enhance the candidates' practical and group compatibility, as well as to enable them to obtain good equipment and skill books, are important activities before the college entrance examination. The students couldn't wait to board the train, and Bai Qiuli had just walked out of a secluded corner of the school, looking a little surprised at the buff who had ended the meeting. Autumn Lee, where were you just now? Principal Ji Changlin couldn't help but ask when he saw this, and at the same time raised his hand to signal. The regimental train is about to start, so hurry up and get on. At this time, after learning that Tian was preparing to raid the secret realm, Bai Qiuli had already changed her mind. I'm sorry Principal, something came up at the last minute and I'm looking forward to your approval for the group book. What could be more important than the regiment? Ji Changlin frowned slightly and said bitterly, Qiuli a large regiment could have made up for some of the flaws in your equipment. The opportunity could be just this once. Bai Qiuli's parents are dead, no one to help her except for the school's scholarships, and the equipment resources are even more dependent on themselves. Compared to some candidates who are rich and backed by big guilds, they are inherently inferior in terms of equipment, skills and props. It will be a bit unfavorable for the high school competition for rankings. Baicholi naturally knew what Ji Changlin meant, and also knew the pros and cons, but this kind of thing of raiding a medium-sized secret realm was too exaggerated. It was not at all something that a senior could do, so he simply changed his side of the story. Don't worry, Principal, I understand everything. Baicholi's gaze was confident and her tone was serious. I'm determined to win the first place in the East China region for this year's college entrance exam. Ji Changlin, who wanted to persuade again, was a little moved, and the word stuck in his mouth for a long time before nodding his head. Okay, I'll go ahead and get you a special authorization on the regimental side, and you're free to go until the entrance exams. Thank you, Principal. Chapter 24, One Wave. Terrifying brushing efficiency. Castle Copy Center. Every city in Daxia had such a designated location for brushing books. Unlike the professionals' hall in the second center, this place possessed copy entrances that were on the higher end of the level scale, and there were no longer any copies below level 10. It was the place where the most professionals came and went every day, and major guilds and open teams abounded. Dressed in a plain white uniform, Baicholi's pace was light, the tips of her hair fluttering with the wind, her gaze seeking out her teammates who had said they would gather here, momentarily attracting the astonished eyes of many passers-by. Zhang Che waved his hand in succession when he saw this, and the youth who was leaning against the wall a little loose on the side also greeted him. Nightshow, you're a battle mage? Baicholi noticed the mage armor on Nightshow's body, which was a type of armor unique to battle mages. Nightshade grinned. Used to be, now a little bit of everything I'm capable of. Wan Zhang is coming over later in Dingcheng. Let's brush up on our books first. Good. As Nightshow's trio prepared to enter the replica, a person in the center of the overcrowded replica stared at him. The man was wearing guild-customized clothing with the word Sega tattooed on it. Wait, that guy couldn't be Nightshow, could he? At those words, several people from the surrounding Sega guild looked over, and it was obvious just from their backs, as they had often looked at Nightshow's back in previous copies as well. The leader of the few was Sega's president Ma Xiang, who showed disdain when he saw Night Cultivator's two teammates. After leaving Sega, Night Fix really is nothing, and he's actually mixed up to the point of teaming up with little kids who just transferred. Looks like the old captain is sort of wasted, and we're about to raid the medium-sized secret realm. Night Repair must not be of the same world as us in the future. And at this time, Etian approached Wei Yuan again to help transfer Wan Zhang back. The rules of the army cannot leave the barracks at will, but once Wei Yuan opened his mouth things were much better. With a single phone call, Wan Zhang was on a special bus back to Qingcheng. Wei Yuan sat behind the wide wooden desk and looked at Etian on the sofa and reminded him, your team is different from the others. The level is too low. It's easy to get hurt in the secret realm. Don't venture in. Whether it is a copy or a secret realm, it is not a game. The moment the blood bar goes to 0, it is announced that the person is completely dead. In Etian's team, there was 1 god ranked and 3 legends, and the loss of any of them in battle would be a great loss. Okay Wei. As he asked Wei Yuan to do things more and more smoothly, Etian's address had automatically transitioned from Old Wei to Brother Wei. Level 25 held difficulty copy. Deadwind Gorge. Is the practicing efficiency in your plan really as fast as you say it is? Nightshow's trio came to the entrance of the canyon against the gale, and Baicholi couldn't help but ask curiously. Normally a group rushing a hell copy would start at least an hour at a time, and Night Repair actually said that 5 minutes was the most. Of course. Nightshade smiled calmly. You guys just wait for me here. After saying that, Nightshow executed 3 instantaneous stages and flashed hundreds of meters away from his original position. Zhang Che looked puzzled. Is he going to attract monsters alone? The method of fighting by attracting monsters is very inefficient, because the hatred one can pull is limited, and cannot attract several monsters at a time, and soon this way of brushing the book is eliminated. More than 2 minutes later, Baicholi and Zhang Che, who were puzzled, suddenly felt a shaking of the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Che looked to the other side of the canyon, and the man was directly dumbfounded. Only 10 night cultivators were seen running in their direction, followed by uncountable monsters, and the movement of their running shook the canyon seemingly a bit. Zhang Che was shocked. Did he lure all the monsters from the entire copy? Baicholi was also a bit surprised, utilizing the split technique to attract monsters, but to be able to split so many bodies at once, and to be able to accurately control each of the split bodies to pull in the monster's hatred. Micromanipulation is quite strong. That's right, Night Repair utilized multiple shadow split, which was equivalent to controlling 10 perspectives in pulling monster hate. The number of multiple shadow split splits varies with level, and currently you can only split 10 at level 10, but you can't use the skills of your main body, only attack or defense. Nightshow instantly realized that this was a monster pulling divine technique. Rumble. The monsters of the entire replica were drawn into the canyon by Nightshow's subtle hate pulling. he utilized triple instant to return to his teammate's side and warned, "The terrain in the canyon has a small range, so directly use the strongest ranged skills to clear the monsters." Their levels were generally more than 10 levels lower than the copy monsters, and their normal speed of pushing the book was extremely slow. The good thing is that their advantage is that their skill damage is extremely high, gathering a wave of the strongest AoE, ranged, damage and hitting the monsters at the moment they gather the most, making the efficiency soar. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain, Metal Storm, Frozen Jedi Breath Slash, 8 Extreme Fist Avalanche Fist, destructive booms and power fluctuations intertwined. The entire canyon was torn apart near instantly, and the blazing waves swept away all life. A dozen seconds after the skill was thrown, there was an alert that the copy had passed. It's level 11. After the three of them were teleported out of the copy, Nightshio looked at his level and was very satisfied with the efficiency. It seems like the one-wave tactic was successful. Baiqiuli Jiangche also nodded in agreement. In this way, they will be able to brush up their levels incredibly fast. At this moment, a short-haired masculine boy with a height of 1.9 m walked up to the three night cultivators. "My name is Wan Jiang. The boss asked me to come over and join together." "Yo, it looks like the people are thoroughly assembled." Night Cultivator took the initiative to shake hands with Wan Jiang and laughed. "The boss isn't here, so it's just the four of us brushing up together." Nightshio reminded slightly seriously at this moment, "Today's brush will be boring, mechanical and dull, but for the sake of the boss's mission, I hope you'll all hang in there." As the tactical commander, Nightshade subconsciously assumed the role of the team's leader. Mobilizing the players is also a part of it, but the only thing that answered him was Baiqiuli's cold and clear voice. "There's no need to talk too much about nonsense. The strategy meeting buff is limited in time, so don't waste your time." The two of them, Wan Jiang and Jiang Che, agreed and did not take the next boring brush-up seriously at all. Nightshio scratched his head and revealed a one-point self-interested smile, so he simply stopped talking and continued to open the copy. But in his heart, Nightshio was extraordinarily surprised. He had previously seen some epic and legendary professionals in other guilds while hanging out in Sega. These people are often very proud of their strong professional qualities, and it is even more impossible to get them to follow the leader's instructions, or they have to be cajoled as if they were a lord. On the contrary, these people under Etion are all legendary professions, not to mention that their comprehensive quality is even more frightening. It wasn't until the evening that Nightshio reinforced this conclusion. The whole team was driven by Baiqiuli, continuously brushing the book until late at night, brushing until the extreme fatigue debuff appeared on the status bar before finally getting a break. Etion arranged for the exhausted four to go back to Castle Peak Apartments to rest. All the rooms on the 5th floor of the Castle Peak apartment were handed over by Wei Yuan to Etion to manage, and there was just enough room. "I'm a little scared of the staff working overtime. What should I do? I'm not going to get hung up on a streetlight." As Etion falls into contemplation, a new day's management log begins to settle. Chapter 25. The staff is too provincial. The groupie. Management log. Baiqiuli, past hell difficulty copy Dead Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds +3. 6. 10,000 borders, past hell difficulty copy Dead Wind Gorge 35 times. Funds +3. 5. Jiangche, past hell difficulty copy Dead Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds +3. 6. Night Repair, past hell difficulty copy Dead Wind Gorge 36 times. Funds +3. 6. You share staff copy / monster brushing experience. Leveling up, level 16 level 24. After the 3-hour strategy meeting buff bonus, Etion used the strategy meeting again. Only the second experience bonus was only 40%. Even so, the four were still very productive with their brush. Among them, Baiqiuli, the highest leveled one, had already risen from level 14 to level 20. The three of them, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Night Cultivation, had also risen to level 19. Keep in mind that the experience bar is exponentially higher above level 15, one of the fastest to reach level 20 in history. A rich kid hired 2 teams of professional trainers in shifts and also took nearly 10 days to reach. And with Etion's buff effect and Night Cultivation's brush efficiency, the double boost, the whole team was close to level 20, especially Etion, whose level soared to 24. It's also very close to the Career 2 progression at level 25. Getting a first-rank meeting skill made Etion even more excited about the boss's second-rank career ability. And what Etion didn't expect was that before the medium-sized secret realm started, the funds actually returned to the capital. Today the fund balance is back to 14.3. There are no achievement rewards. It's purely a 0.1 money swipe. Hardcore. For a while, it made even Etion sigh a little. As a boss, having these employees is a real relief. The next day, the medium-sized secret realm was refreshed with the latest news from the eastern outskirts of Qingcheng, sweeping through the entire Qingcheng and the surrounding urban areas. For a time, all eyes were on the group. the teams of the major well-informed professional guilds rushed to the outskirts of the eastern city at the first opportunity, not to be left behind. At this time, on the outskirts of the eastern city, the Daxia army had already sent troops to make good defense. A blur of island phantoms continued to solidify in the countryside, the sight of the secret realm entrance about to open. At first, it was like a wisp of an illusion on the horizon, hidden like a mirage. Then the outline of a floating island became clearer, and it seemed like a ladder paved with starlight was ready to guide people to the island. When the ladder is solidified and the entrance is opened, each open team will be able to enter the raid, and after the raid is successful, it will stay here in the form of a resource secret realm, continuously producing resource materials. If the raid still fails within 3 days, the secret realm disappears completely. At this point, in just 10 minutes, there are already more than a dozen guilds with open teams waiting and ready to go, including Sega. Sega's president, Ma Xiang, was extraordinarily confident with his 3 newly recruited Epic Pro teammates. Chairman, look, that should be the official opening team from East China. And that team, even the subterranean base sent someone. The competition is so fierce. That's the earth-ringing squad. And that blue-haired captain, Zhao Qi, is a legendary level professional. Ma Xiang's confident face darkened with every word the player said. The 3 epic teammates he had bothered to recruit seemed a bit inadequate in this scenario. Ma Xiang's face was indignant. Damn it, the competition in a medium-sized secret realm turned out to be so fierce? If it wasn't for Nightshio helping him take down a secondary secret realm and giving him the money to recruit epic-level players, the Sega Guild actually wouldn't have had the ability to compete for a medium-sized secret realm in the first place. His confidence is a bit undeserved really. At this time, another guild leader next to him said, medium-sized secret realms produce a lot of resources and have huge benefits, so it's easy for foreign races or extremist organizations to mix in and compete. That's why the subterranean base came over. As they spoke, a few guilds had already silently left knowing that they couldn't compete, but Ma Xiang stubbornly remained. On the other side, the blue-haired, tall and thin Zhao Qi, who was also the captain of Subterranean Dragon Base's Special Squad Earthsound, was following Wei Yuan with his teammates. As the Special Squad leader, he was in awe of Wei Yuan when faced with him, but thinking of his own boss's words, he could only compensate for his smile and open his mouth with trepidation. Elder Wei, the boss asked us to bring a message, he said, to help other people to compete for the secret realm. The remuneration is arbitrary or not, but only to help you. Must be 5 pieces of legendary equipment to start. Zhao Qi carefully observed Wei Yuan's face. Of course, it's all the bosses alone. It has nothing to do with the subterranean dragon base. As a special squad, they also help other regions compete for the secret world from time to time, in case the secret world raid fails and disappears, or is captured by alien races and other extremist organizations. After a successful raid by a special squad, they will return full ownership of the secret realm to the head of the region, but will also receive some nominal payment. But 5 pieces of legendary equipment would be a pure lion's share. Wei Yuan was not angry. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile, as if recalling interesting past events. Your boss Ling Luo has been looking for a fight and getting beaten up every time since the military camp, and after decades, it's quite a tough will. Zhao Qi pursed up his lips and respectfully lowered his head slightly, not daring to answer. It's not good to offend either side. Don't worry, Wei Yuan smiled gently. If you guys can really be the first to compete for the secret realm, I'll bring 5 pieces of legendary equipment to the door to deliver the payment. Zhao Qi straightened his back a bit at his words. Don't worry, Elder Wei, our earth-ringing squad is determined to win. We won't give the enemy a chance to take advantage of this. The rest of the members of the Earth Sounding had also taken a positive stance, and although they were the latest special squad to be established, they had the confidence to do a crushing job on the other squads and guild streams, and Wei Yuan looked around at this moment, slightly puzzled in his heart. The secret realm is about to begin. Where did Etion's team go? As a matter of fact, Etion's team members were pinching the time before the secret realm appeared, preparing for another round of replicas. Waiting at the entrance to the secret realm was just waiting anyway, so why not upgrade again? These were Baiqiuli's exact words. As a result, Nightshio's few people leveled up to level 20 when they came out of Dead Wind Gorge again. As for Baiqiuli, her level was raised to 21, the average went up another 1 level, and Etion's experience bar to level 25 had risen to 80%. Medium-sized secret realms, with an entry restriction of up to rank 2. Almost all of the competing teams, including the Earth Sounding Squad, were at rank 1. Level 25. The current gap between the team and them was much smaller than what Night Repair had originally planned. If you add the career quality, you're instead way ahead of the rest of the team in terms of configuration. On top of that, Etion once again applied the tactical conference buff. the four-dimensional attributes of the entire staff are increased by 30%. As for why they no longer spend 12 funds to increase the increase to 80%, of course there is no need for this. At this point, Etian just didn't want to make a move. It wasn't like he couldn't. On the outskirts of Qingqing East, the entrance to the medium-sized secret realm was about to open. Wei Yuan, the ground-sounding squad, the East China military openings team, and the openings teams from the major guilds were waiting here. And at that moment, the sky suddenly fell silent, obscured by a hideous figure. The crowd looked up, and in moments feelings of gravity, worry, and alarm spread through the crowd. It was an extremely oppressive figure. The dragon's body was huge and majestic. Its wings covered the sky. Its scales and armor were like eternally burning incandescent flames, and its earth-shaking dragon roar proclaimed his arrival in a high tone. Yagyu Dynasty, Red Emperor. Behind him, there were 5 other half-dragons of varying forms, all of which had the bloodline of the Yagyu royal family. Obviously, it was to compete for the secret realm. Damn, this group of foreigners is coming to rob again. The eyes of the East China military were indignant. A few members of the Earth Sound crew frowned. Looks like the pressure is on us. Captain Zhao Qi's gaze was firm. It will win. Chapter 26, Entering the Secret World. Here comes the comfort zone. Boom dash. The bright starlight transformed into 8 spheres gathered in Wei Yuan's palm, and then blasted towards the Red Emperor in the sky. The mediocre ball of light that exploded onto the Red Emperor actually erupted with an extremely amazing boom, causing the people on the ground to cover their ears. However, after being blocked by the Red Emperor with one of his wings, it only left a little green mark. It's not nice to treat a partner like that, is it? The Red Emperor's voice rumbled out like shocking thunder. There's an old saying in Daxia that this emperor likes, the fittest survives the fittest. The secret realm, naturally, is for those who can do it. Are you Wei Yuan afraid of competition? The Red Emperor clasped his hands to his chest and floated in midair with his wings up, looking at Wei Yuan with a teasing smile on his face. And Wei Yuan looked indifferent. Looking at his unsurprised expression, he seemed to have realized that the Yagyu Dynasty would come to fight for it. After all, Qingcheng was not far from the Yagyu Dynasty's otherworldly passage. But now is indeed not the time to turn the tables with the Yagyu Dynasty. The Great Xia is surrounded by enemies on all sides. Facing too many wars, it is not appropriate to add to the chaos of war. Wei Yuan said in a deep voice. The secret realm was unveiled by my human race. Do you, the Yagyu Dynasty, just say come? The Red Emperor laughed out loud. That small secret realm in Dingcheng is returned to you as an entrance ticket for my clan. In a medium-sized secret realm, the resource production was as much as a dozen times that of a small-sized secret realm. And the bigger the secret realm, the higher the probability of being able to produce high-quality items. Seeing that Wei Yuan didn't refuse, the Red Emperor led a few royal half-dragons to land at the entrance of the secret realm, and couldn't help but reveal a confident, maniacal smile, as if he had it all under control. It was like doing a business of exchanging a small secret realm for a medium-sized secret realm. Ha 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 ha, that's right. The Red Emperor's dragon eyes looked around, his mouth very confident. The secret realm, it should be occupied by those who can pass on this emperor's order. In the future, if a secret realm appears in the Yagyu Dynasty, Xia will feel free to come and challenge it. No one will be denied. Ha 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 ha. The royal dragon descendants, with their bloodline and dragon body, are naturally powerful, especially at low levels. Their strength and physique are far beyond the human race. The Yagyu Dynasty has always been so confident. Seeing the arrival of the Yagyu Dynasty, nearly half of the guilds had immediately withdrawn from the secret realm competition. Each of these half-dragons is almost comparable to a legendary level warrior. There's no contest. Don't waste your time. However, as countless people were leaving, the small team of 5 with Etian as their leader swam against the current and finally arrived. Seeing the foreigners, Baicholi's cold eyes were cold as she translated for Etian. Boss, this dragon said that we can just go to the Yagyu Dynasty and rob the secret realm from now on. Oh, Etian's spirit perked up and flirted. Sounds like the Yagyu Dynasty is quite friendly. Jiang Che scratched his head. Even though I'm a poor reader, but looking at other people's faces, it doesn't seem right. Night Show, who was also fluent in the Fey language, replied in the affirmative. That's what it means to us. Wan Jiang stared intently at the entrance to the secret realm and said in a deep voice, it's starting. As the words fell, the entrance to the secret realm officially opened. The path of attraction that was like a starlight-paved path, condensed into substance. All challengers would be pulled into the medium-sized secret realm as soon as they approached. Prepare to strike. The Itsang squad and the 5 half-dragons were the first to rush to the front of the path of acceptance. Immediately afterward, all the teams, including Etian and the others, entered the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, Etian and the others teleported to another dimension. The 5 people stood on a floating island, with waterfall-like streams of light dangling from the edge of the island, and broken runes scattered on the ground, which was quite ancient. You have entered the medium-sized secret trial. the realm of Tianyu. Current trial level 1, kill all monsters on floating island to pass. Most of the trials in medium-sized secret realms are divided into 3 levels. Night Cultivator, who was quite knowledgeable about the secret realm, vocalized, "It looks like the first level is a race to clear the monsters." This was quite a common way of trial, the first level of most secret realms. However, after last night's hellish leveling practice, for Night Xiao, by Chioli and the others, they were more than familiar with the tactics of clearing monsters. As the tactical commander, Nightshade put away his usual diffidence. After looking at the surrounding terrain, he quickly gave the order. "Do it, cross-polymerize the monsters." "Understood, boss, just find a place to rest. Jiang Che will stay behind to protect you." "Good, Jiang Che." As the words fell, Night Xiao, Bai Qiuli, and Wan Jiang ran in different directions. The terrain of the floating island was different from the Dead Wind Gorge. There was no natural canyon to gather monsters, so each team member needed to pull hate separately to draw the monster hate together. As for Night Xiao's multiple shadow split, after reaching level 20, he was already able to split into 20 splits. Most of the monster pulling tasks were still left to him. Controlling 20 doppelgangers at the same time wasn't normally difficult to operate. But for Night Xiao, micromanipulation was simply his comfort zone. Rumble. From the 4 sides of the circular floating island, in a dozen directions, all the night cultivation bilocations, as well as the Wanjian Baicholi, respectively, attracted the monsters to the center point of the island. This is the core of Night Shift's cross-polymerization of monsters. Gather all the monsters' movement tracks to a certain intersection for fire coverage. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. The Thousand Chance umbrella in Night Xiao's hand changed into a mythic greatstaff, and terrifying thunder power descended from the sky like brilliant heavenly might. Boom dash. The monsters at the crossroads were emptied of nearly half of them in an instant. With night cultivation leveling up from level 10 to level 20, the attributes had more than doubled, and with the buff effect, the battle power had now increased greatly. Cold Moon Sword Dance, Gun Shadow Formation. After last night's hellish practice of swiping the book, Baicholi and Wanjiang had done a good job of timing their strikes. In an instant, 3 waves of AoE skills were released, completely emptying the first level of monsters. Etian couldn't help but be extraordinarily marveled when he saw Night Cultivator's one-wave stream style of play for the first time, compared to the other squad's horizontal push style of play. Night Cultivator's one-wave flow was nothing short of a descending blow. Of course, it also takes advantage of skills that are too strong. Night Repair efficiency pulls full and without hesitation. The second level. After the secret realm opened, the illusory floating island transformed into an array plate that was composed like a hologram, and the actual racing of the squads is shown as a progress bar. Most of the people who had given up on participating in the secret realm stopped by to see the intense spectacle of the competition in this medium-sized secret realm. Holy, the half-dragons of the Yagyu Dynasty, and the Earth-Ringing Squad, are both so fast at clearing monsters. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, drawing resonance from around them, and Wei Yuan and Red Emperor, standing at the very front, similarly noticed this. The Yagyu Dynasty and the Earth-Sounding Squad, upon arriving at the first level, quickly cleared the monsters, with the progress bar at one point soaring to over 30%. This was not what the 2 supreme beings expected, but what made Wei Yuan puzzled was that he saw the progress bar of Etian's squad, which was still at 0% for a long time. Before the words left his mouth, he only saw the monster-clearing progress bar of Etian's squad rapidly skyrocket. In a second or two, it directly skyrocketed from 0% to 98%, 99%, and 100%. Wei Yuan's eyes revealed a look of surprise. Similarly, the eyes of all the onlookers in the crowd, including the Red Emperor, were wide with disbelief. No dude, open? So much for efficiency in opening up. Which team is this so fierce? Why haven't I heard of it before? Exclamations of wonder were endless among the crowds of onlookers. On the contrary, the Red Emperor's face was slightly gloomy. However, the next moment, after Etian's squad cleared the first level, the second level's trial scenario was then unlocked. Only 5 small floating islands appeared in the next scene of the floating island. On every small floating island, a mini-boss existed. This means that all 5 mini-bosses in 5 different islands must be killed to clear the level. Seeing this, the Red Emperor's face turned from cloudy to sunny, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and the rest of the onlookers, including the military, were a bit indignant. Damn, this second level is too favorable for the Yagyu Dynasty. Yeah, the half-dragons of the Yagyu Dynasty are all very powerful in their individual battles, and 5 of them can even challenge 5 mini-bosses at the same time. With a nurse, support, and tank in the Earth Cry Squad, it's bound to be much slower if we have to challenge them one by one no matter what. It's not just the Groundlings squad, it's the same for all the professional squads. Unless there's a team where every member has the ability to tear down mini-bosses hand-to-hand, but teams usually have to juggle healing, tanking, and other professions, so how can they do that? Chapter 27 Re-encountering Special Potential, 5 floating islands, each with a mini-boss. Within the secret territory, seeing the second level of the trial scene, Etion couldn't help but look strange. If anything, the gathering of monsters in the first level is Nightfix's comfort zone. That second level is literally a comfort zone for the whole team. You know, before Night Show came, the staff under Etion had no special ability whatsoever. It's just able to fight. Seeing this, Night Cultivator's face was astonished, and he even felt a bit relieved. There's nothing more to say. One for each, go! The players stood at the edge of the floating island, with 5 teleportation arrays in front of them, each of which could teleport to 5 small floating islands. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhang Che, the 3 of them stepped forward, each teleporting to small empty islands to challenge. Boss, I can kill the remaining 2 in a row. Don't worry. Night Cultivator turned his head to Etion and then stepped into the teleportation formation to leave. Etion didn't want to slow down the progress of the entire team, so he simply entered the last teleportation array as well. Nightshow transformed the 1000 Chance umbrella in his hand into a long blade and lifted his foot to instantly move in front of the boss. It's time to catch seconds. The mini-boss faced was named Empty Island Fungus Lord and was level 40. The Hollow Island Fungus Lord is like a small mountain like mycelium and flesh and blood, huge in size and covered with thick fungal folds, specializing in defense and toxin stacking. Against an average squad, you can use high defense to slowly stack toxin damage, which can be quite a headache. But with the Night Cultivation mythic weapon augmentation, this defense would not be enough. In a flash, several huge sharp edges cut out from the blade, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to shake and ripple. Soul-swinging splitting slash, more than any other skill learned to make up for the AoE. This chop is the most damaging, aside from a certain control effect. Only, with the bloodstain of the opposite Empty Island Fungus Master, it was impossible to see the efficacy of the control. The chopping blow fell. Accompanied by a wailing sound, the small boss fell heavily to the ground. And one. Without pausing in his movements, Nightfix went straight to the last island to tackle the last mini-boss. 3 instantaneous stomps back onto the teleportation array, and when Nightshow came to the last small floating island, instead, he realized that Etion had long been sitting next to the corpse of the mini-boss, quietly waiting for the others to finish. Boss. Night Cultivator's face was startled, and his gaze toward Etion was a bit surprised. It was the first time he knew that the boss didn't seem to be without a fight, and it doesn't seem to be weak. Ding dash. All 5 floating island mini-bosses were taken down. 5 suspended runic slabs glittering with golden light formed a stone bridge-like connecting passage, guiding the small group of people to the final level. Let's go. Etion got up and gestured. Nightshow didn't think anymore and moved to follow Etion. Go! Compared to the speed of the other teams, Etion's team was simply leading off a cliff, sparing the Yagyu Dynasty and the Earth Sounding Squad who were following behind. They had only just arrived at the second level. That's a bit of a scary speed lead. Really, Etion's 5 people arrived atop a giant floating island in the end. The place was surrounded by storms, lightning was woven in a web of clouds, and a thick mist seemed to form gates to receive them. Meanwhile, behind this foggy barrier, a figure clad in a black robe kept weaving in and out. The painting style is a bit at odds with all the other monsters in this secret realm. Shattered Rock Guard. The black-robed man stared at the 2 secret realm minions not far away. 2 purple flying daggers flung out from under the black robes, killing the 2 guards in seconds without a sound, turning into a number of experience values that were absorbed by the black-robed man. If anyone else were here, they would be very surprised, because there has never been a copy of a monster that you can kill to gain experience. It's not far from evolving into an elite monster. The black-robed man thought silently. Secret realms below rank 2. As long as I don't run into that pervert from last time, it's not much of a threat to me. However, at this moment, 5 people suddenly walked in the fog barrier beside them, reaching the 3rd level so quickly. Shocked, the black robe subconsciously turned his head to look. In the next moment, she exchanged glances with the leader of the 5, her face horrified. Across the street, Etion was pleasantly surprised the moment he saw the black-robed man. Ding! Detected the appearance of special potential talents in the surrounding area. It's you! It's him! Ever since the last time he left from the Enlightenment Mystic Realm, Etion had asked Wei Yuan to order a search, but there had been no news of the black-robed man. I didn't expect to meet again in the secret realm now. The black-robed man and Etion glanced at each other with almost no hesitation. Run! Damn! Why did I run into this disaster again? She was very certain that she was by no means a one-move match for Etion. As a copy monster, what are you waiting for if you don't run away when you run into a professional you can't beat? Don't run! I'm not trying to kill you. Etion's feet generated wind and immediately chased after him, leaving the 4 members of the team looking at each other in place. This, Night Cultivation briefly stunned Etion's rapid speed for a moment before grasping at straws. Forget the boss, let's open the boss. It's important to fight for the secret realm. Anyway, the original night repair strategy plan for the boss didn't include Etion. A few people quickly arrived at the center of the third level's giant floating island and met the final boss, Sky Dome Monarch. It was a 3-meter-tall elemental creature, like a body woven from starlight and storms, like a seahorse with 6 wings on its back. Wan Zhan's first hand is involved. I'll break its defense. Metal Storm, Night Cultivator quickly said, and the 1,000-machine umbrella in his hand transformed into a giant gun full of mechanical beauty. Over 2 meters in length, the whole thing was made of a dark gray alloy, and as the skill was triggered, it spewed out a tongue of purple flame at a rate of fire of hundreds of rounds per second. At this moment, the other side of the giant floating island, the black-robed man realized that he couldn't get rid of Etion even after fighting for his life. A deep powerlessness welled up inside him and he was extraordinarily indignant towards him. As for what Etion said to her, I'm not trying to kill you. Who believes it? She knew very well that those professionals, when they found copy monsters, especially special copy monsters like her, full of one thought, does killing it explode the good stuff? During the period when her power was weak, she did not know how many times she had suffered such strikes, and the pain of each one was fresh in her mind. Once you're killed again, you can still be revived, but all the experience and levels you've worked so hard to accumulate will be cleared. A moment later, the black-robed man's face showed a resolute look. No more deaths. The Void Gate. She waved her hand violently, as she had done when she had first unlocked the copy, and a gate appeared in front of her that led to nowhere. The black-robed man rushed into it and disappeared. Etion stopped, his face helpless. It was the first time he had ever witnessed such a marvelous way to leave a copy. There was a feeling of unknown danger in that void door, and he was not at all prepared to risk his life by following it in. Freely traveling through copies, secret realms, what a buggy ability. If he was allowed to obtain this ability, wouldn't he be able to just go in and grab it when someone else swiped the secret realm? Etion frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He was still very interested in recruiting this special potential talent, the only one he had come across so far. But if the other party's means of traveling through the copy space at any time wasn't addressed, there wouldn't even be a chance to talk about it. Etion hadn't seen much at the moment and didn't think of a means of restraint. But ghostly, he decided to take out his cell phone and ask the amazing Wei Yuan, is there, like, an ability to restrain spatial teleportation? Outside, Wei Yuan, who was fully focused on staring at the progress of the secret realm pass, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate slightly. When he saw the message sent by Etion, Wei Yuan, who was as calm as Wei Yuan, could not help but fall into a long silence. Aren't you the hell in the racing mystery? Where did you get the time to send a message? Wei Yuan let out a meaningful laugh and replied, yes. Is this another sub-level space of the secret realm? The black-robed man stepped out of the door and realized that the surrounding scene was still the medium-sized secret realm, the realm of Tianyu. Sub-level spaces, which are trial spaces with the same scenario and the same levels divided for each challenger in the secret realm. She looked around and realized that this was the second level, and not far from her was a half-dragon challenging the mini-boss Stormweaver. The Yagyu Dynasty's tactics on the second level were also to challenge a mini-boss each, but they didn't expect to be bumped into by the black-robed man for one. Dragonborn? In the face of a half-dragon man who was not a bad strength in the eyes of countless people, the black-robed man was actually unimpressed. Fortunately, it's far worse than that calamity. Ever since he had faced Etion, the black-robed man felt a lot more confident against everyone else. Attack the mini-boss while the half-dragons are at full strength. The black-robed man quickly flew out 4 purple flying daggers from behind him. Giggle, gimme, gimme, gimme. Accompanied by sharp wind-breaking sounds, the 4 flying daggers accurately stabbed into the half-dragon's waist. The intense stinging sensation provoked the half-dragon to let out a violent scream in agony. Seeing this opportunity, the mini-boss Stormweaver follows up with a skill shot that almost critically wounds the dominant half-dragon on the spot. Good chance. Seeing this, the black-robed man once again flipped out his twin swords and flew out to kill, his precise and sharp blade reaping the bloodied half-dragon in a short time. Immediately after that, she didn't even let go of the mini-boss. Was crippled by the half-dragon. Killing 2 powerful targets and filling up on experience has changed her title qualitatively. Elite Monsters, Chapter 28 Big Money, Second Order Mission. Outside, the Red Emperor's face was angry to the point of redness, and it seemed that even the temperature around him had risen a bit. He sensed it clearly. The half-dragons in the secret realm who possessed a royal bloodline were missing one. There's a half-dragon dead in the secret world. Waste. The Red Emperor could never have imagined that a half-dragon man with a royal bloodline could actually die in battle in the secret realm. That's right. If the black-robed man hadn't been scared away by Etion and happened to teleport behind the half-dragon man, there was indeed no possibility of death. But in doing so, not only did they lose a half-dragon, but the progress of the Yagyu Dynasty's passage was also slowed down. Waste. Wei Yuan said lightly from the side. Red Emperor, pay attention to your image. At those words, the Red Emperor's eyes immediately turned scarlet as he stared at the bland Wei Yuan with increasing anger. You think 4 of our clan can't win? Your Daxiao's progress is only. The Red Emperor looked at the secret realm progress bar as he spoke, and for a moment, his eyes widened as he stumbled over his words. This was because the progress bar showed that Etion's squad had already reached 95% of their progress at the 3rd level. The final boss, it's just a hair's breadth away from being a pass. On the contrary, the 4 remaining half-dragons of the Yagyu Dynasty had only just finished the 2nd level. The corners of Wei Yuan's mouth slightly curled into a smile. For some reason, after Etion sent him a message just now, he inexplicably had a feeling that Etion would be able to take first place. Inside the secret area, the last level of the giant floating island, the 4 of them, Night Xiao, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, and Zhang Che, stood in a semi-circumscribed position, with Night Xiao constantly opening his mouth to initiate commands. Stop, leave skills and blues for when I break armor. The boss is low on blood. He's going to release his final kill move. Qiuli interrupted him. Before the words fell, Bai Qiuli had long been ready, and the strong cold ice power continuously condensed in the long sword in her hand. Frozen Jedi Breath Slash. A white scar swept past, and the boss Heavenly Vault Monarch's berserk figure was frozen in a patch of cold ice crystals. Immediately after, countless chopping strikes landed on top of the ice crystals. Night Xiao quickly said, Concentrate fire. Second boss, Frozen Jedi Breath Slash, has a segment of icy freezing effect that can forcibly interrupt the boss's skills. However, the boss will unleash the berserk more quickly after the ice ends, so make sure to do a spike during this time. The boss's blood level was only 5%, and this threshold was easy to kill in seconds for Night Xiao and the others. TS boom, the ice crystals burst, and the broken pieces of the boss's body and the shattered ice crystals were scattered all over the ground. Your team has killed the secret boss Heavenly Vault Monarch. Etion had just returned when he saw the scene of the boss being killed. He barely even moved his hand before he was taken through the medium-sized secret realm, which was considered to be the first person in history. Ness, Zhang Che and Wan Zhang clinked their fists and shouted. It was everyone's first time clearing a medium-sized secret realm, except for Night Xiao, who had joined the Sega Guild for 2 years before raiding his first sub-secret realm. I didn't expect to come here and pass the medium-sized secret on the 2nd day. Nightshade's smile was like a new lease on life. How's it going, boss? Great, Etion affirmed. In fact, what made Etion happier was the message Wei Yuan replied with, that there was a way to stop the spatial teleportation. This meant that the next time you encountered the black-robed man, there was a chance to recruit this particular talent. Double happiness. At the same time, the settlement announcement was made. You have cleared the medium-sized secret realm of Tianyu, leveling up to level 25. You have reached level 25. After completing the advancement task, your profession will be advanced 2 times, and you will obtain the exclusive skills of your profession. Employee by Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Zhang Che, Night Xiao. Achievement of medium-sized secret realm first pass achievement. Reward dividend, capital plus 20*4. Legendary equipment blind box *4. This time, the rewards are luxurious. 4 people pass the medium-sized secret area, and there are 4 dividends, totaling 80 points of money coming in. It's the first time that Etion has made a large entry, and with the original balance, the total funds now amount to 94.3. Even if you recruit a special potential talent, you still have a lot of money left over. And beyond that, the most important takeaway this time around, when it comes to the possession of medium-sized secret areas, your team is the first to clear the medium-sized secret realm, and according to the team distribution rules, you, as the team leader, will receive 100% ownership of the secret realm's output. This was something the team had decided on before entering the secret realm, handing over full ownership of the secret realm output to Etion. After all, the resources in a secret realm needed people to develop them, and a resource secret realm that could support 2 or 3 cities needed people to manage it even more. Everyone agrees that the boss should be the one to worry about such things. However, to be able to give up ownership of the secret realm so decisively, apart from the military, Etion's squad should be the only one. The level of the players had increased, but there were no equipment skill rewards for clearing the secret realm. Seeing this, Etion decided to take out 4 legendary equipment blind boxes and reward the 4 of them. After all, the efforts of all the employees are there for all to see. As a boss, you should never be stingy when it comes to rewards. Besides, Etion already had the Heavenly Wolf set gifted by Wei Yuan, and the others always had to have some decent equipment as well. Great job everyone. This is a bonus of sorts. A random legendary equipment of this profession will be opened. Asterisk. Zhang Che stared in disbelief. A piece of legendary equipment with a huge value was given just like that? Bai Qiuli and Wan Zhang's gazes were also firmly fixed on the blind box, and they were somewhat stunned. Especially Bai Qiuli. Her own equipment was poor, which might become a disadvantage when put on the high school exam, but Etienne directly helped her make up for it. Boss atmosphere. Nightshio received the blind box, his eyes shocked and somewhat touched. He had been in the guild for 2 years and had met too many bosses to want to hold every bit of wealth in his hands, handing out some meager rewards that the employees deserve, and posing as if the employees had been given a huge favor. On the contrary, Etienne, it is clear that people will not complain even if they do nothing. However, they are taking the legendary equipment as a bonus, which is definitely the first one in the past 200 years. If it was more about repaying Etienne before, then as it was, Nightshio really recognized this boss. Come on, one for each boss atmosphere. Boss atmosphere, awesome. Before leaving the secret realm, Etienne checked the advancement quests. Now that the level has been reached, the second advancement is not far away. 2-step advancement tasks, recruit 1 god-level potential talent, any employee receives region-level honors. Progress toward completion, 1/2. Divine potential talent. He just happened to have Nightshio. The only thing missing was just 1. Region-level honors. Honor, to be more specific, is some kind of award, such as the first in the history of Baichioli's apprenticeship trial, or the first in the merit of Wan Zhan's reserve team during the demonic tide. The regional level, which refers to the fact that Huaxia is divided into a total of 5 war zones: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, undoubtedly calls for bigger awards. The first thing that came to Etienne's mind was the college entrance exam. Today's Daxia is divided from the earlier national college entrance examination into 5 major districts with their own entrance examinations. The East China Regional College entrance exam is just 2 days away. Baichioli, who is preparing to take the college entrance exams, will certainly be considered a big district honor if she earns a place in the exams. 2 days later, Etienne silently calculated. On the day of the college entrance exam, all the candidates in all of East China will participate, and many talents are bound to emerge among them. What a great day for him to recruit. 2. Chapter 29 Means of Recruiting Special Talent. As Etienne's squad cleared the secret realm, the rest of the squads were forced to end their secret realm challenges and all failed, because there is only one winner. At this moment, Etienne as well as the rest of the raiders came out of the secret realm one after another. The rest of the squads were confused. It ended too quickly. Sega Guild. President Ma Xiang was dumbfounded. He hadn't even reached the halfway point of his progress in the first level, and as a result, he was teleported out. Sega's progress? And it's at the bottom of the teams. Ma Xiang commanders can't command, has no damage, and totally wants the 3 newly recruited epic teammates to take him through. Pure dreaming. However, his eyes snapped wide as he actually saw night cultivation in the squad that passed through. Chairman, that wouldn't be night cultivation, would it? How can that be? What makes him an elite profession to be able to raid a medium-sized secret realm? It must be a lapdog. Actually, I think the night team's command is actually pretty good. Several members of the Sega Guild took the initiative to refute the president, infuriating Ma Xiang with a reddened face. Yeah, there's not even a commanding officer on the team right now. It's a messy fight. Silly chairman. I want to quit the guild. A few people who had once been Night Cultivator's team members couldn't help but look at today's Night Cultivator with some envy and regret. Now, the night team and us really aren't from the same world. On the other side, as the special squad of the subterranean base, the Earth-sounding squad was also a bit confused. Captain Zhao Qi looked at the first place in shock and couldn't believe it. They've been on fire because of the Yagyu Dynasty meddling, yet this is only just getting through the second level. It turns out that someone has already finished painting the secret world. No, you guys are more fierce than the special team. So what's so special about my special team? The only point of comfort was that the secret realm was not captured by the foreigners, and overall it turned out okay for Daxia. It's just that Zhao Qi is a little depressed, specially authorized to come over to help them, but now they have become passers-by instead. The Earthly Ming squad sardonically bid farewell to Wei Yuan and hurriedly returned to the subterranean dragon base, and at this moment, the one who was the most furious belonged to the Red Emperor of the Yagyu Dynasty. Wastes, it's all crap. The half-dragon Yedra and the others who were involved in the competition silently lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. The Red Emperor was shocked and even broke his defense a bit. The Yagyu Dynasty had brought people to compete for the secret realm countless times, and never once had they lost so completely. Not only that, even if he didn't fight down the medium-sized secret realm, he also lost the entrance ticket to a small-sized secret realm for nothing. Typical lose-lose-lose. A wasted trip and a great loss of face in Daxia was even more unacceptable to the Red Emperor. Aside, Wei Yuan silently looked at the Red Emperor, his face flat as if he was watching a play, causing the Red Emperor to become even angrier. He roared, "Wei Yuan!" Wei Yuan revealed a light smile at the corner of his mouth and said blandly with his hands clasped over his chest, "The secret realm is over, so the Red Emperor will take his time. Good. The anger in the Red Emperor's dragon eyes almost turned into substance. Don't forget that the race competition isn't like the secret realm limiting levels. I hope you'll still be laughing when the time comes. As Red Emperor prepared to leave, he felt angry again. For this race competition, I want you to take the medium-sized secret realm as a bet. Wei Yuan didn't pick up the conversation and just casually said, I wonder if the Red Emperor's words about allowing Great Xia to freely challenge the secret realm of the Yagyu Dynasty are still valid. Without a word, the Red Emperor spread his wings and left. The few remaining half-dragons also hurriedly followed and returned to the Yagyu Dynasty. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect this old dragon to have a day when he lost face like this. Well done to this Etion squad. No matter who wins the fay, I'm his biggest fan. Many of the onlookers, who had given up on entering the secret realm, couldn't help but feel relieved after watching this secret realm competition. The Yagyu Dynasty, which had competed for many of the secret realms of the Grand Xia over the years, had finally gotten one back, making people raise their eyebrows. The secret realm ended, and Etion and the others were taken away from here by Wei Yuan. Etion, in particular, was dragged by Wei Yuan alone to the conference room for a detailed discussion. I indeed didn't expect that you guys could really pass through the secret realm. Wei Yuan couldn't help but admire at this moment. Etion had truly created a miracle. Since they're partners, it's only natural that they can make a difference. Without much nonsense, Etion directly talked to Wei Yuan and prepared to give the right to own the resource output of the medium-sized secret realm to Hua Dong. After all, medium-sized secret realms require a large amount of manpower to develop resources, and continuous management, protection, and so on, and it's too difficult to operate as an individual. Moreover, the amount of resources in the medium-sized secret realm was so much that Etion couldn't eat it at all, and it was only by handing it over to the country that the resources could be better utilized. Wei Yuan's eyes revealed a few moments of appreciation. The fact that Etion didn't even take the opportunity to make a condition was enough to prove the long-term vision. For a while, Wei Yuan, who was the general head of East China, could not help but start thinking seriously about the relationship with Etion's partner. Well, in that case, I won't say any more, Wei Yuan said cheerfully. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. I will also set aside a portion of the resources of the secret realm, specifically reserved for you to take. Etion immediately made a request and said, there's really a need for it now. What was it you said at the time about having the ability to prevent spatial teleportation? Although Wei Yuan didn't know what Etion had to offer, but seeing the latter's eager appearance, he simply didn't sell out. He took out a square prop, all four sides of which consisted of an illusory transparent grid that looked like a small prison. Deathmatch jail. Upon use, creates a space that all cannot leave by any means unless the prop holder dies. Upon hearing this, Etion's face showed joy. There's still this kind of good stuff. He took this deathmatch prisoner and realized that it was still a legendary class item. There it is. The next time we encountered the black-robed man, we wouldn't be afraid of her running away again, Wei Yuan explained. This was developed by a legendary rank profession inventor in Decisive, and currently only a few are officially owned by Decisive. This exemplifies one of the benefits of working with the state. This kind of strange function props, if not Wei Yuan told, Etion himself want to find can be a little too difficult. Overall, a pleasure to work with. Some people rejoiced and naturally some people were angry. On the other hand, in the Red Emperor's palace of the Yagyu Dynasty, the palace was in shambles, with all sorts of rare treasures beside the throne knocked over, and even the stone pillars in the palace were half smashed. The crowd of royal dragon descendants in the hall didn't dare to utter a single breath. The Red Emperor was furious as soon as he returned, and it was the first time in more than 20 years that he had suffered such a stifling loss. Lord Red Emperor rest his anger. After the Red Emperor had been shaken by his anger for a long time, half of the dragon mage staff spoke up in relief. The secret world is but one small failure. Now that several princes have returned from the dragon ancestor's secret realm, the bloodline of the princes and highnesses is far from being comparable to that of a half-dragon, and it's more than enough to crush the Great Xia. And when the great competition between the two clans comes around, the Great Xia will be made to pay for its blood. These words caused the Red Emperor's furious expression to ease for a few moments. The princes of the Yagyu Dynasty were the group of newly born dragon sons with the purest bloodline, and according to the theory of the dragon bloodline, they were also the strongest in terms of strength as well. In terms of rank, it has even surpassed the second rank. The Red Emperor resumed his seat on the throne and let out a hum like a thunderous tremor. This time, for the great competition between the two clans, I'm going to raise the stakes and make Great Xia take out one. No, two medium-sized secret realms. The half-dragon staffer agreed and chimed in. The Red Emperor is wise. Let Daxia double back what it earned today. The Red Emperor's face had just eased a few moments when, in the next moment, a soldier in the temple came with a message. Lord Red Emperor, the Great Summer's border guards want to take over a small secret realm of my clan, saying that you allowed it. Ah, damn. the Red Emperor's newly eased face became even more furious, and with a bang, he slammed his fist on top of the throne's armrest, which was fortunately hard enough. Go out and lose a small secret world. The two words spiteful seed seemed to be engraved on the Red Emperor's face. Want to take the secret realm? I'd like to see where Decisive gets the guts to take it. The Red Emperor snorted coldly and instructed his staff at his side. Go to the Great Xia border to invoke the evil demon source Qi. Let's see if they still have the leisure to take my secret realm. Chapter 30 1000 June Hardened Body, Perfection. A sudden tide of demons. After leaving from the city lord's mansion, Tian, Bai Chioli, Night Cultivation, and Jiang Che had a hot pot dinner in the apartment. Think of it as a celebration of the first team action. Before the secret realm, Night Cultivation and the others brushed their books to the point of extreme fatigue, and now that the secret realm had been successfully captured, it was time to relax. So at Tian's suggestion, the crowd took a short afternoon vacation and had a good meal, but Wang Jian did not participate. There was a time limit for him to leave in the army, only 2 days full time. It was not easy to go back to Qingcheng, and after the secret realm ended, he went home to visit his mother at the first opportunity. The most important thing a child wants when he achieves something is the recognition of his parents. Unfortunately, Wang Jian's father is missing and he can only share it with his mother. I wonder when I'll find my father. Late at night, after Wang Jiang and his mother had dinner, he lay alone in bed looking at the ring on his hand in a daze. His father had left him with so many mysteries. Why did he suddenly disappear? Why was such a ring left behind? And where did the ring come from? Wang Jian covered his face helplessly, unable to figure it out. Nowadays, the only thing that could be done was to raise his strength as well as continue to challenge the demon ceiling tower. With that thought, he renewed his fighting spirit, leveling up to level 22 after the secret realm, plus the attributes provided by the 1000 hardened body. Currently 270 Junes, strength plus 50, physique plus 50, spirit plus 20, causing his attributes to skyrocket. There was also a blind box given by the boss that opened a piece of legendary armor, coiled dragon armor, making his current attributes quite exaggerated. Wang Jiang, profession, Dragon Shadow Gun Soul, first rank, quality, legendary, rank, 22, strength, 390, plus 30, agility, 291, physical fitness, 341, plus 50, spirit, 235, equipment attribute bonuses in parentheses, equipment pan long armor, steel lance, professional talent, matchless, occupational skills, dragon soul protector, army breaker, Ifu, gun shadow formation. Compared to the first time when he challenged the 1000 June hardened body, his attributes had more than doubled. Now, if he impacted the 1000 June hardened body again, there might be hope for a perfect score of straight 1000 June. When Wang Jiang's mind moved, the person disappeared out of thin air from the room and teleported directly into the ring space. I'm going to challenge the 1000 June hardened body. Wang Jiang returned to this demon ceiling tower and stood in the center of the space on the first floor. As the words fell, the tower responded to his plea. The second 1000 June hardened body challenge begins. There are 3 chances to challenge the 1000 June quenching body, and if the degree of 1000 June is reached within 3 times, it will be counted as perfect and the quenching will be successful. In the next moment, an invisible heavy pressure coalesced in an instant. This time, it started directly from the 270 juniors' past scores. However, Wang Jiang, whose physical attributes had been boosted several times, no longer felt the slightest pressure. 500, 600, 800, 1,000 pounds. The moment the heavy pressure was exerted to its limit, Wang Jiang only felt bound by countless chains, and every bit of his muscles were being torn as if they were being torn apart. But willpower, like a taut string, kept him hanging on. Instead of destroying his body, the heavy pressure was polishing and strengthening every bit of his muscles, even increasing their density. A moment later, a glint of essence flashed across his body, and his aura changed abruptly, as if a mountain had risen from the ground. The 1000 Juns hardened body challenge is over, and perfect hardening has been achieved. 1000 Juns, one of the foundations for reaching a condensed transcendental physique. 1000 hardened body, perfect, strength plus 150, constitution plus 150, spirit plus 50, agility plus 50, physical quality rises dramatically, chi and blood flourish like a dragon, recovery is greatly enhanced, and serious injuries can be healed in a short period of time. It worked. Wang Jiang's clothes were drenched in sweat, and he breathed in large gulps of air to rejuvenate his body. Yet the excitement of the moment is hard to contain. The 1000 June quenching body was perfectly achieved, and it was too much stronger than the attribute bonus at 270 June, and it meant that legendary transcendent physique seemed to be not far away. The trial content of the first level of the demon ceiling tower was completely finished. The ring that was tattooed with the 9 tiers of the tower lit up with white light on the first tier. Who dash? Wang Jiang left from the ring space, took off his clothes and took a shower, and looked at his attributes today with joy. Strength, 490, plus 30. Agility, 341. Physical fitness, 441, plus 50. Spirit, 265. A level 22 attribute was already higher than a level 40 epic professional. The attributes gained from upgrading will also increase when the profession advances, and theoretically the higher the level the harder it is to be overtaken. To be able to have today's attributes, it was evident that the effect of the ceiling tower trial was strong. Wang Jiang was also getting more and more excited about the follow-up to the demon ceiling tower. The second tier of unsealing conditions. Kill the demon monster level evil demons and try to reach it early. Castle Peak Apartments 502. Etian and the others had eaten their meals and were lying on the big sofa in the living room chatting. Nightshio had already decided to form an open team with the three Jiangche siblings, perfectly solving the problem of Nightshio being alone and the lack of experts in the team of the three Jiangche siblings. At this moment, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Etian. You have shared employee Wanjian's talent, 1,000 kinds of hardened body, perfect. All of a sudden, his physical qualities were strengthened, and just by sitting here, his chi and blood flourished like a furnace. Who turned the air conditioner on hot? Jiang Che fanned his collar, his face puzzled. Bai Chili stared at Etian from the other side of the sofa, always feeling that he had gotten a little stronger. Nightshio also looked at Etian and couldn't help but flirt. The boss is still young. He's getting restless in the middle of the night. I'm usually like this in the morning. Etian also didn't expect that Wan Zhang's 1,000 June quenching body would be so effective after reaching perfection, but the corners of his mouth still twitched when he heard Night Cultivator's words. I'll leave you to it, Nightshio said, taking Jiang Che with him as he left. See you later, boss. Bai Chili was a bit embarrassed. I'll go back to my room first. Etian was speechless and simply went back to his room to sleep as well. Shortly afterward, 12 o'clock arrived. Manage log settlement refreshes. However, there's not much content as the entire crew is basically in a rest phase after clearing the secret world today. Only a couple of copies were made while practicing in full before the secret world. Received a total of 2.8. It's just an add-on compared to the huge intake from today's secret passage. Current fund balance, 97.1. The next day, when it was time for Wan Jiang to return to his unit, he drove back to the Dingcheng border guard barracks. However, as soon as he arrived at Dingcheng, the urgent state of mobilization of the border guards made his heart skip a beat. What's going on? It's suddenly in a state of war. Wan Jiang hurriedly found the head of the vanguard regiment and was informed of the current situation. A new wave of demons has appeared, and the scale is even bigger than last time. At least a medium-sized demonic tide. Why is it so sudden? It's obvious that the last demonic tide has only passed a short while ago. Source Chi. Someone has triggered the evil demon Source Chi, causing the evil demons to rapidly converge and form a demonic tide. Chang Wei, the head of the vanguard regiment, coldly grunted. It must be those grandsons from the Yagyu Dynasty. Evil demon Source Chi, a unique prop, was like a stimulant to evil demons, and once induced it would cause a demonic tide. Wan Zhang's expression was instantly indignant. A medium-sized demonic tide is already a great threat to the border defense, and repelling it head-on will inevitably take a toll. And this time, being triggered by the Yagyu Dynasty, the medium-sized demonic tide suddenly appeared. For the border guards who are not well prepared, it may cause a fatal blow, and the generals in the defense line do not know how many of them will be killed or injured. Seeing Wan Zhang's expression of indignation, the head of the regiment, Chang Wei, however, smiled slightly and lightly, signaling him, but don't worry too much, the people in charge warned us long ago yesterday. Wan Zhang froze at his words. Elder Wei? Yesterday, the warning was over. The Red Emperor is irritable and refuses to suffer. There will be sinister means. The border guards immediately enter a state of war patrol. Regimental Commander Chang Wei recalled the order Wei Yuan had given yesterday. He couldn't help but say with admiration. As soon as the secret realm ended yesterday, Elder Wei gave the order to prepare the army for war. So Dingcheng has been on the defensive for a long time now. Wan Zhang's complexion was shaken, and his heart rose and fell. Regimental Commander Chang Wei stretched out a finger and pointed upward, signaling him to look toward the sky. A figure hovered in mid-air, overlooking the borderlands. It is Wei Yuan. He is surrounded by a faint starlight. His robes hunting in the gusts of wind, elegant and introverted face reveals a mountainous composure. The foreign races that originally wanted to take advantage of the medium-sized demonic tide to make some small moves were all converged the moment Wei Yuan appeared. If Yi Tian were here, he would have sighed, this is the talent of the community. If only people could be in charge. Regimental Commander Chang Wei emotionally patted Wan Zhang's shoulder. You'll learn from this in the future. Wan Jiang nodded silently. Then Chang Wei gave him his assignment. Although Wei Yuan had anticipated it, the threat of a medium-sized demonic tide was still real, requiring the border guards to deal with it cautiously, and there was no room for slacking off. You don't have to go back to the reserves. Get into the guerrilla squad. It's the chief. Chapter 31 Connecting to the Demon Ceiling Tower. Transcendent Physique 3 choices. Due to Wanjian's performance in the last Magic Tide, it's a bit condescending to be in the reserves and a bit inexperienced to be in the main team. So a guerrilla squad, an establishment squad with free reign, would suit him better. Thinking about the unlock conditions for the second level of the Devil Ceiling Tower, with his lance in hand and a brisk gait, Wanjian couldn't wait to get to the defense line to kill the enemy. The medium-sized demonic tide had a large number of evil demons and a demon monarch level presence, so the border guards would abandon the first line of defense outside the city and instead retreat to the second line of defense to cooperate with the city defense apparatus to retreat the enemy. Wanjian kills the enemy while covering the evacuation of his teammates. Nowadays, his strength was already considered to be easy to use when facing low-level evil demons. Medium-sized demonic tide. It's true that it's more ferocious and larger than the last small demonic tide. Found it. Monster-level evil. After Wanjian killed a few evil demons in a row, his eyes suddenly lit up as he spotted his target. It was a hideous monster of more than 2 meters, its body surface twisted and covered with a layer of flowing blood, as if it was a flesh and blood monster that had been stripped of its skin. Blood Demon. Fiendish monster class. Level 30 epic professional strength. Wanjian recalled the military's evil demon record, and blood demons were considered a powerful type in the demon monster class, but for today's Wanjian, it was no more than a single enemy. Breaker. The gun came out like a dragon, and the power with destructive force easily crushed the blood demon. In the next moment, Wanjian's entire body disappeared with him. You have fulfilled the unsealing condition of the second level of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Kill the demon monster class evil demon. Automatically opens the second level of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial. The Demon Ceiling Tower is good everywhere. It's just the point of suddenly teleporting people, and that's a bit speechless. After Wanjian spat out a sentence, he came straight to the trial space. Sealed Devil Tower second floor trial. Kill 10 blood devils. Unlike the bewilderment he felt when he first entered the sealed demon tower, Wanjian had plenty of confidence at this point. Facing 10 blood devils came out of the darkness of the trial space. Wanjian held his lance with both hands and thrust it into the ground, swinging a large formation of golden light by his feet. Gun shadow formation. It was worth mentioning that the 10 blood demons in front of them provided Wanjian with a 30% attribute bonus, so much so that they were killed more quickly. The second level of the trial is cleared, and you receive the bonus talent, Spiritual Gathering Form. Spiritual Gathering of Forms. Flush the flesh with spirituality and mold a transcendent physique. As the trial ended, the second level of the Demon Ceiling Tower blazed with light. An invisible spirituality like a clear spring was integrating into Wanjian's body. Unlike the heavy pressure when quenching the body, the Spiritual Gathering Form was soothing and refreshing, as if the limbs and bones had been purified. So cool. So far, Wanjian's 5 senses were all enhanced. Senses of sight, hearing, smell, and touch are greatly enhanced, and one can even sense spiritual fluctuations, anticipate danger or enemy actions, and so on. Talent, 1000 June Hardened Body, perfect, and talent, Spiritual Gathering Form are fused, and the preconditions for Transcendent Physique have been met. Seeing this new tip, Wanjian's face showed joy. Never in a million years did he realize that the legendary Transcendent Physique had beckoned to him. A new attribute has been added to his talent bar, the Transcendental Physique. None. Prerequisites for activation of physique have been met. Need to obtain/activate physique. Simply put, it means that Wanjian has gotten the qualification to have a transcendental physique, but does not yet possess a transcendental physique. However, from the message from the Demon Ceiling Tower, Wanjian gained a hint. The third tier of trial rewards will directly reward transcendent physique. The opening condition of the third level, killing demon spirit level evil demons. Wanjian's heart was pounding at the moment. Magic spirit level. It might not be hopeless to put up a fight. The boss gave me a legendary profession and rewarded me with legendary equipment. If I don't become stronger, how can I stand up to the boss's favorable opinion? Spell it out. Wanjian pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind to try to challenge the demon spirit level. For a new recruit to challenge a demon spirit level evil demon. If the headmaster knew about it, he was afraid that he would be shocked. But there was more than one Wanjian to challenge. Wanjian's battle intent was matchless. Yet the next moment he left the Demon Ceiling Tower, he froze violently. Only the moment he suddenly appeared, countless pairs of scarlet eyes around him were staring at him with death. All around, all are evil demons. At the Dingqing Border Defense Command Post, all the chiefs, including Chang Wei, were stunned. Hasn't it been determined that all personnel have been evacuated from the first line of defense? How is it that there's another person killing behind the evil demons? The entire friendly force was confused, and the 2 battalion commanders in charge of the evacuation were even more confused. Yeah, they did all evacuate just now. In the face of a medium-sized demonic tide, The original battle plan was to retreat to the second line of defense, with all the generals of the first line of defense withdrawing. But he never expected that someone would appear out of nowhere surrounded by evil demons. Over the city of Ting, Wei Yuan looked indifferent, overlooking the battle until he spotted Wang Jiang in the group of evil demons. It's that team member under Etian. What's he doing? This is the moment when one finds oneself falling into the evil surroundings. Wang Jiang had no fear, no dread, only excitement, because he is now terribly strong, unrivaled. Ignore all negative statuses. For every 1% reduction in blood volume, the four-dimensional attributes are enhanced by 1%, for every enemy in the vicinity. The four-dimensional attributes are enhanced by 3%. The range of this surrounding wasn't large, but it couldn't hold up to the fact that the evil demon swarm was too dense, so much so that there were also 60 to 70 evil demons on the side. It increased Wang Jiang's attributes by nearly 2 times. The feeling of power that he had never felt before caused a gust of wariness to well up in Wang Jiang's chest. The long spear swept across the room, and with a casual strike, it actually killed nearly 10 evil demons in seconds. Ouch! A feeling of euphoria surged through his body, but Wang Jiang did not venture forward. He was not reckless and was well aware of the status quo. Medium-sized demonic tides, with the presence of demon monarch-level evil demons, were a completely different level of enemy for him, and once he was up against them 10 deaths would not be possible. As a matter of urgency, it was better to open the third level of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial while it was still possible. After the first 2 trial challenges, he realized that the monsters in the trial were the same as the evil demons he had killed by activating the trial. The demon spirit level evil demon was powerful, equivalent to a level 50 or 60 epic professional, and was not easy to deal with, so it was best to pick an opponent that was restrained by him. There, Wang Jian's eyes coalesced on a gnome-like monster, surrounded by a black gas-like virus. Plague Roar, Demon Spirit, rank, 55, attributes, Strength 565, Agility 565, Physique 600, Spirit 595. Description: releases a large number of viruses causing countless negative statuses, and can be infected with deadly epidemics through contact. The Plague's Roar, a very tricky monster for the border guards, and many professionals were even more reluctant to face it, because the virus it releases is so disgusting. Once infected with the epidemic virus is very painful, and it will take a long time to save them after the battle. But for Wang Jian, totally bonus off. His talent, matchless, ignores all negative statuses. These include viruses and epidemics. Breaker. With this thought, Wang Jiang did not hesitate. His body moved swiftly and quickly killed in front of the Plague's Roar. The lance tore through the evil demon's body, and with the unparalleled high attribute enhancement, the demon spirit shattered at the touch. In the next moment, Wang Jiang disappeared once again. When did he get so fierce? Inside the command post, Chang Wei, the head of the vanguard regiment, was startled, but quickly became bewildered. Why did he disappear again? Someone beside him said suspiciously. Could his occupation be a space assassin? Demon Ceiling Tower, 3rd floor. Wang Jiang was fully focused and mentally tense, simply because he was facing 10 plague roars in front of him. Moreover, the high attribute bonus of unparalleled had disappeared, leaving only a 30% bonus when facing 10 enemies. Even if he was immune to negative statuses, his hard power was much worse. Without hesitation, Wang Jiang followed up with a series of shots to the body. Reducing the blood bar to less than 50% increases the attribute bonus by 50%. At this moment, his strength attribute skyrocketed to 882. That hurt. Wang Jiang showed his teeth, but his battle spirit was awe-inspiring. Transcendent physique. I'll be spicy. Kill. In the meantime, after Wang Jiang killed a demon spirit in seconds, the border guards began to work on clearing the demonic tide. The foreigners of the Yagyu Dynasty had originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to create chaos and disrupt the Daxia garrison operation. However, with Wei Yuan overlooking the entire situation, and in the absence of the Red Emperor, the rest of the foreign races did not dare to act rashly at all. The reason why Daxia is weak, the root causes are too few high-quality professions, insufficient resources, and too many foreign enemies brought about by alien passages. But once a high-potential, high-quality professional grows up, it is by no means inferior to those powerful alien races. On the 3rd level of the Demon Ceiling Tower, Wang Jiang's blood level was now down to 20%, but his momentum was undiminished. Across the street, there were only 3 plague roars left, sparing the immunity to the negative status of epidemic poison. The battle power of the demon spirit level evil devil was still very strong, and it could be called the most dangerous battle in Wang Jiang nowadays. I should have known I should have gotten my boss to have a meeting before I came to the challenge. Wang Jiangbian thought, suddenly feeling indisputable about his attitude today. With a legendary profession, legendary equipment, and even an employee benefit of being immune to lethal damage for once by the boss, he actually didn't dare to fight for his life. I'm the one who didn't put up enough of a fight. Wang Jiang looked determined, with unprecedented wariness in his eyes. This was followed by 2 more stabs to his already bloodied body. The blood quantity slipped to 5%, but the attributes reached an unprecedented height. Ichabod! Wang Jiang swung his spear and leapt up, his might far exceeding that of the 3 demon spirit level evil demons. Breaker! Boom dash! The strong blast carried a destructive force, setting off a violent tremor in the trial space. The 3 plague roars died instantly in battle, and Wang Zhang's level was raised to level 23. At the same time, the passage of the 3rd level of the trial was announced. You pass the 3rd level of the trial and receive a reward, a random transcendental physique. Choose one of 3. Transcendent physique 3 choices. Wang Jiang sat on the ground, still recovering from his injuries with his strong qi and blood, excitedly checking the rewards. The transcendental physique, which can be called some sort of passive that is so powerful that it incorporates and strengthens the entire physical body, mostly exists only in the Fae. He couldn't wait to see the choices as 3 illusory card-like patterns fell before him. Shen Tai Hegemony, grade A high increase in defense and constitution, and the ability to convert attacks received into energy for a powerful counterattack, damages related to constitution and defense. What a strong defense against injury. It's extremely good for meat shield tanking professions instead, and can almost take the combat power up a level. An A-ranked physique alone was almost comparable to the abilities of a legendary profession. However, Wang Zhang's profession was more warrior-oriented, and he preferred to have warrior-type abilities. He randomly looked to the next one, but he didn't realize the person was a little confused. Phoenix Body, S-rank high increase in agility. Attacks come with high amounts of fiery and light attribute damage, and can be reborn in nirvana upon death. Note, the choice transforms you into a woman and increases your charisma greatly. Wang Jian. Originally, he was quite moved by the S-rank transcendent physique, not to mention the high increase in agility. The attack came with double attribute damage. It's simply stronger than a legendary passive, but it's just bias to become female. Wang Jiang took a deep breath and silently averted his gaze, and on the other side, Tian was wandering around the center of the major replicas. He had searched countless replicas today just to find the black-robed man with special potential. It's just a shame that the probability is so low for a being that can travel through copies. However, at this moment, Tian's heart stirred and fell into doubt. Why does it feel like an escape? He noticed that Wang Jiang had already reached the condition of transcendental physique. After sharing it to himself, it should obviously be good news. Strange. Chapter 32 Thunder Warbody. Establishing a special squad base, Wang Jian set his sights on the last option. The 3rd option icon featured a small figure surrounded by thunder. The icons are labeled with the appropriate information. Thunder Body, S attack speed and movement speed are greatly enhanced. Each attack summons thunder power around the body. The range and damage of the thunder power is determined by the strength of the attack. Probability of applying a paralyze effect to an enemy when thunderbolt hits them. So strong. Seeing the last physique, Wang Jiang finally showed a happy face and found his target. He decisively chose the Thunder Battle Body. Has chosen Thunderous Battle Body as the reward for the 3rd level of the trial. Transcendent Physique Fusion successful. As the voice of the demon ceiling tower fell, a fierce force surged into Wang Jiang's body. Light and dark intertwined thunder arcs flashed out around him, and at this moment, it was as if he had transformed into a legendary profession of the thunder element. He subconsciously swung his lance, and a bamboo pole-thick thunderbolt fell with it, shaking the ground with a few pieces of rubble. Wang Zhang's face showed surprise as his lance swept across again. 3 consecutive lightning strikes followed the trajectory of the lance and crossed, hitting the ground and smashing out 3 large craters. The transcendent physique is really not bad. While Wang Jiang was elated, the prompt for the next level of the trial space rang out. The 4th level of the trial space can strengthen the transcendental physique or obtain a higher rated physique. 4th tier trial unsealing requirement, kill demon ruler level evil demons. If an S-ranked physique is this powerful, I wonder how strong a higher rated physique should be. Thinking of this, Wang Zhang's motivation multiplied in his heart. Time to get out of the tower. In the 2nd line of defense of the Ding City border, the main army of the Vanguard Regiment was mixing it up with the demonic tide. Creatures like evil demons, once they were triggered by the source chi, were almost as crazy and only knew how to fight. And even though they had already killed a few waves with the city's defenses, it was still tricky to deal with them. And at that moment, on the electronic screen of the command post, the bright light of friendly forces once again lit up among the blackened mass of evil demons. I'll go. Who killed behind the evil demon again? Who else could it be? Seeing Wang Jiang reappear, a few of the commanding chiefs have been somewhat surprised, and he'll probably continue to disappear later anyway. However, at this moment, the head of the group, Chang Wei, exclaimed, "Wait, what is he doing?" Only to see the back of the demon tide. Wang Jiang swept across with his spear. Wherever the lance went, the power of thunder crashed mountains and cracked rocks. Unstoppable, like a thunder dragon descending to the world. Evil demons, what they fear the most, is the thunder that destroys evil. For a while, the lance in Wang Zhang's hand was electric and starry, and with the double boost of the S-Class physique's attack and movement speeds, it allowed him to raise the speed of his kills by a level. This time, Wang Zhang wasn't going to borrow the demon's ceiling tower to escape. Just as the border guards started to counterattack, he, as a guerrilla squad, should certainly contribute. How is killing behind enemy lines not considered guerrilla? Gun shadow formation. As the first rank vocational skill was triggered, thunder that was several times stronger than before gathered momentum in midair. The thunder battle body. Was the stronger the attack the stronger the attached thunder? And facing a group of enemies, the gun shadow formation was undoubtedly the strongest attack at the moment. Boom dash. The destructive thunder intertwined with the golden light of the gun shadow array, weaving a prelude to a war of strangling evil demons. After the two demon monarch level evil demons of the demon tide were cashed in by the border guard experts, the rear of the demon tide was miraculously stirred up by Wang Zhang alone. Isn't he a gunfighter? How come he knows thunder magic? Good chance. With the evil demon's rear in disarray and the rhythm of the charge broken up, it seems like we can end the demon tide much sooner. The chiefs in the command post had their eyes lit up, and with their rich combat experience, they immediately saw the value of Wang Zhang's move. This kid, I don't know if he should be punished for acting without authorization or rewarded for outstanding performance. Let's talk about it after the battle. The main regiment charges. You have shared employee Wang Zhang's ability, transcendent physique, thunderous battle body, Jabla dash. Purple electricity was like a dragon, roaming crazily around Etion's body, and the manifestation of the thunder battle body fusion was actually a bit stronger than Wang Zhang's then. A thunder-type transcendent physique. Not bad, not bad. Etion adapted to the abilities of the transcendent physique and recognized Wang Zhang's choice. This S-Class transcendent physique brought with it an ability strength almost comparable to that of a legendary profession. And after Wang Jiang had added this extraordinary physique, he could probably compete with the god-level Knight Cultivator for the title of the strongest employee. Etion thought as he exited this copy at this point. The fact that he still hadn't found the black-robed man after most of the day made him a bit disheartened. It's better to find Wei Yuan and ask him to offer a reward tomorrow. The main reason why he couldn't find it today, Etion thought, was that there were too many people swiping the book, causing the efficiency of entering the copy to be slow as well. After all, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. No candidate would give up a chance to make a temporary hasty move, in case they brush up on an equipment or skill that suits them, or level up 2 more levels and get some more rankings. He is also very excited about the entrance exams, even though he is not going to take them, not just for career advancement, but more opportunities to find talent. Etion left the replica center, and on the way, he learned that the medium-sized demonic tide had been repelled, and the border defense had won a big victory. This was not surprising, because he knew that nothing could surely go wrong with Wei Yuan's personal arrival. Just as he was thinking, Wei Yuan, who was wearing a green coat, descended from the sky and appeared in front of Etion. That employee of yours, Wang Jiang, is very strong now. Wei Yuan and Etion walked side by side, casually chatting like old friends. Etion nodded affirmatively as he thought of Wang Zhang's demon ceiling pagoda and his pillar of Xinghua potential rating. He'll be stronger later. Wei Yuan looked at Etion in amazement, not realizing that he seemed to be unsurprised by Wang Zhang's miraculous performance today. Is this the boss's confidence in his employees? After a long period of contemplation, he put that aside for the moment and spoke of his coming. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, and since you're not taking it, why don't you come and be a special recruiting officer for East China? Good, Etion said painfully. Just like when he was in Castle Peak 3rd Middle School, the special recruitment officer is the position of selecting special talents, which coincides with Etion's intention to have an official identity, so he agreed without any hesitation. One more thing. Speaking of this, Wei Yuan's expression was somewhat playful, as if he was looking forward to this. Your staff is large and strong. How about you set up a special squad base, like the Earth Tone Squad? Wei Yuan shook his head. It's not one special squad. It's like the subterranean dragon base that holds multiple special squads. Etion froze for a moment. He indeed never expected to let him set up a special squad base. No kidding. Chapter 33, Dasha's Mercenaries. The college entrance exam begins. Special squads that specialize in handling special tasks for Dasha, or responding to emergency enemy situations, and supporting Dasha everywhere. On average, a new special squad only comes out every 4 or 5 years, and the Special Squad Department, the subterranean dragon base in central China, the elite department in charge of all special squads, the most special organization in Dasha, bar none. In the 200 years of the Great Xia, only one subterranean base had appeared. Now Wei Yuan said, let him benchmark the subterranean base. At this moment, he suddenly recalled, in his previous life, The fear of being dominated by the stupid hanging bosses and the A side. Seeing Etion's strange look, Wei Yuan faintly laughed. Take it easy, I assume you can still awaken quite a few others? Etion nodded. As long as he had enough funds, he could even recruit awakening 1 billion people. In fact, he was quite looking forward to that day. Recruiting 1 billion people. What level of strength would he reach? Then there's no problem. Don't you think that the special squad base, the most lacking thing is the top professionals? And you can find a lot of top professionals. Wei Yuan was excited, and Etion fell into silence. Cooperation with the country and mutual assistance is indeed what he wants. But if he joins and establishes a national department, he will certainly be able to obtain resources to support him. But at that time, there will inevitably be more trivial troubles than now, and he does not want to waste his time on that. He didn't hide it, and graciously voiced his concerns with Wei Yuan, expressing a negative attitude. But without thinking about it, Wei Yuan looked odd. You don't think that Decisive can still support a second subterranean dragon base, do you? How can there be so many resources? Etion froze. And that is? Wei Yuan's palm fell on Etion's shoulder and explained. I hope that the special squad base you set up is not positioned as a state department. Rather, they are mercenaries working with Daxia. Etion's eyes lit up at the words. This identity. It seemed to be a bit of a mess. The mercenary status, rather than the tedious minutiae of the state sector, remains at its core a cooperative endeavor. After more explanation from Wei Yuan, Etion understood. This special squad base was not the idea of the Daxia headquarters, but Wei Yuan's suggestion. Daxia nowadays has many special missions and urgent enemy situations, but the lack of resources has resulted in the inability to form another special department, while Etion and the others passed the medium-sized secret realm, which in turn allowed Wei Yuan to see hope. In short, before, it was Etion alone who worked with the state. Instead, it is now up to Etion to take everyone under him and transform from an individual to an organizational form to work with the state. I'll still try to meet your needs, but it's up to you to take care of things within your organization. Wei Yuan laughed. Want to think about it? Etion was quite impressed. Becoming an organizational form would raise the number of matters that could be accessed, meaning more opportunities to earn dividends. For example, the last time a medium-sized secret realm appeared, he could also send special squads to rush to the aid of other regions like Subterranean Dragon Base did. The only problem seems to be competing with the Subterranean Base. After all, you can't help but have some competition when you have a new special squad base that serves the same function as the old department. Etion looked at Wei Yuan suspiciously. Are you looking at the Subterranean Dragon Base with displeasure? Wei Yuan rubbed his jaw, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. That's not true. It's just that the head of the Subterranean Base has some grudges against me. Saying that, he suddenly reacted to Etion's meaning. You're quite confident. Etion's question was clearly saying that in terms of special squads, Subterranean Base must not be able to compete with him. However, Etion did think so, and with the strength of his staff, he really couldn't think of any special squad that could compare. He decisively agreed to Wei Yuan's proposal, only that the current number of employees was still small, and it would be a while before a special squad was formed. Good. I can still provide a base site if you need one, Wei Yuan said and left after sending Etion back to the Castle Peak apartments. 12 o'clock at night. Another day of managing the settlement of the log. Management log. Wanjiang passes the second and third trial levels of the Demon Ceiling Tower and gains plus 10 funds. Nightshou and Jiang Che have successfully opened the level 40 copy Grudgebone, gaining plus 6 funds. Jiang Che turns in copy strategies, sells new copy equipment materials, and saves up all the money to start the new Starfire Martial Arts School, gaining plus 1 funds. Jiang Che teaches Baji Quan to a new student who came to the martial arts school in admiration, gaining plus 0. 2 Tovi's funds. Your experience is full and you cannot upgrade until you complete the advancement quests. Bai Chioli will take the college entrance examination tomorrow, so he practiced the skills of all the martial arts exams all day today, and there was no financial feedback. The thing that surprised Etion the most wasn't Wanjiang clearing the Demon Ceiling Tower and Night Cultivation opening a new copy, but Jiang Che, starting a new martial arts school? Seems like I've heard him mention it. Jiang Che is a child who was taken in by the old Starfire Martial Arts Center director, and his wish is to open a new martial arts center for the old director. But Etion didn't expect that opening a new martial arts school and teaching new students who practiced martial arts would actually give feedback on funding as well. Is that some kind of accomplishment? Maybe it counts. Etion can't figure it out for the moment, and will need more examples to judge it clearly. The good news, though, is that funding has increased further, coming in at 114.3. It was a pity that he was so focused on searching for the black-robed man today that he completely missed the new talent. But the good thing is, tomorrow is the entrance exam. To say that the place where the talents of Daxia are gathered, the college entrance examination center must be considered one. Hopefully tomorrow will be productive. Closing the settlement of the management log, Etion picked up his cell phone and prepared to play 2 games before going to bed. Early in the morning of the next day, Etion, who was wearing slightly dark circles under his eyes, arrived at Qingsheng's designated examination center for the college entrance exam. Qingshan No. 1 Middle School. The shielding spell formation at the entrance of the school was turned on early, and no one was allowed to enter the school without the qualifications for exams or invigilation. All the major professional guilds, family members, and others were isolated by the heavily armed guards dozens of paces away from the school gate. The annual college entrance exam is officially open. Etion, who had been given the privilege of being a special recruiting officer, had a smooth and unobstructed journey to the management office of the examination center of the first middle school. As soon as he arrived, his eyes were drawn to a woman in red beside Wei Yuan. She was dressed in a special red regular uniform, emphasizing her tall and slender figure. Her wavy and slightly curly black hair was draped behind her shoulders. Her temperament was enchanting and dangerous, just like a red mandala standing proudly in the wind. But the reason why Etion noticed her was not because she was pretty, but because her gaze had been staring unkindly at Wei Yuan. Come on, I'll introduce you. Seeing Etion arrive, Wei Yuan smilingly waved him over. There were more than 10 people in the management office of the examination center. All of them were the enrollment teachers of the major top university schools in Daxia. And when they saw Wei Yuan taking the initiative to wave to a student-like person, they couldn't help but be a little curious. But Etion tugged at the corner of his mouth. He already had a guess as to the identity of the woman in red. Sure enough, Wei Yuan raised his hand and pointed at the woman in red and laughed. Here, the boss of Subterranean Base, your future competitor, Officer Ling Luo Ling. The woman in red, Ling Luo, clasped her hands to her chest, her cold eyes sizing up Etion for a moment before giving a cold snort to Wei Yuan. Ha, coward! Let a student take on what he or she is afraid to do. Etion's eyes lit up. Just these 2 words alone. He gossiped that between Ling Luo and Wei Yuan, there was less love than hate. Wei Yuan lightly laughed twice, as if he didn't notice Ling Luo's mockery, and continued, he is Etion now. I know. The leader of the squad that pressed past the Yagyu Dynasty and the Earth-sounding squad and cleared the medium-sized secret realm. After the Earthly Ming squad failed in the secret realm, they went back and mentioned him to Ling Luo, which made Ling Luo very curious about him. Ling Luo gazed stern. She is the subterranean dragon base boss, but also 74 level of the top professionals, but actually completely unable to see the depth of Etion. Strange. The civil exams have begun. In the examination center management office, the principal of the first high school noticed the time and reminded the crowd. The advanced placement examination for professionals, which is divided into a civil and a military examination. For the literature test, you are tested on the content of the textbook as well as the tactical and strategic aspects. A portion of candidates with poor transfer careers will sign up for the civilian exams only, using their scores to secure a clerical or tactical support position. And Etion didn't expect to find his target after only the first literary exam. Golden potential talent detected. Chapter 34 Scholars and Relics. Although most of the people present were enrollment teachers, they had little interest in the literature test. The content of the literature test is only a plus for professionals. The martial arts test is the decisive test to see the strength of a newcomer's ability and potential. Therefore, apart from the few invigilators who had left for the civil examination, the crowd was still waiting for the martial arts examination to begin. However, Etion walked directly towards the literature examination center. For a while, it drew a crowd. Only Wei Yuan, who knew Etion's marvelous abilities, followed him out without saying a word. The examination halls for the literature exams in this world are no different from the college entrance exams in the previous world, where papers and practice tests are done in various classrooms. Etion came to the back door window of a certain examination room classroom and looked at it along with the queue of the resume. Spotted a girl who put pen to paper very quickly and thought she was confident in her answers. The girl looks clean and quiet. Her figure is thin, wearing a plain white but washed and somewhat yellowed school uniform. Her expression is extraordinarily serious. Name, Tranquility. Basic information, female, 18 years old, from Qingcheng, Daxia. Occupation double sword warrior. Potential, gold, prospector of ancient civilizations. Biography, parents divorced, grew up with grandmother, resulting in introversion, has an almost obsessive interest in the history of ancient ruins, and is naturally gifted at exploring the contents of ancient civilization ruins. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, scholar, 20 points of capital. The double knife warrior. Etion looked at Serenity's arguably soft appearance and could not help but feel a few exaggerations. After reading the other party's resume, Etion discovered that Serenity's family is not good, and it even seems that most of the high-potential talents have relatively average family backgrounds. Etion pondered for a while and shook his head. It wasn't that the talent's family was average, it was that most families in Daxia today were not doing well. Where are all the rich and cozy families under the double attack of evil and foreigners? In the corridor of the examination room, a patrolling teacher saw that picking the back door Etian and subconsciously prepared to go forward to drive away. But immediately afterward, seeing Wei Yuan also come to Etian's side, he decisively turned around and went to patrol the other direction. What? Some new talent? Wei Yuan saw the situation and stepped forward, while Etian just took the opportunity to ask, how about a career as a scholar? Scholar, obviously not a combat profession. As for the non-combat professions, Etian didn't know much about them and didn't know if they were worth recruiting, and Wei Yuan was immediately interested in what he said. For Daxia, the scarcity of scholars can be much higher than combat professions. Oh, the scholar's ability to discover and study, Wei Yuan explained, and in the process, he also helped Etian popularize the contents of the relics. Know about the ancient ruins? That's the lost inheritance place containing the civilizations of all the major otherworlds. These include the war sites of ancient civilizations, the birthplaces of natural visions, the inheritance sites of ancient transcendent civilizations, and so on. The opportunities are limitless, and scholars, who can unearth those lost relics and decipher their contents. A relic with an inheritance is of incalculable value. Hearing Wei Yuan's explanation, Etian was uncertain. After all, it had been a long time since news of a relic had been rumored in Great Xia, and the last time a secret realm had appeared was more than 10 years ago. However, Wei Yuan was well aware of the value of relics and scholars. Scholars do nothing but excavate. They study. When I think about it, when the otherworldly passage appeared, the language of the otherworldly race was not compatible with the human race, and it was only after scholars studied the language of the otherworldly race that the Great Summer was able to establish contact with the otherworldly race. Some of the generic beast languages, dragonborn languages, etc., that you have learned are the result of scholarly research. In addition to this, the research and development of some special prop materials have also been contributed by scholars. After listening to Wei Yuan's explanation, Etian still realized for the first time that the role of non-combat professions should not be underestimated as well. Scholars simply have an irreplaceable role to play in unearthing relics and studying languages. So much for finding a treasure. For Wei Yuan also mentions the scholarly profession. The high quality of the profession is important. Though that being said, normal to legendary quality. Scholars don't change in terms of name like other professions do. However, there are some relic contents or some alien civilization texts that low-quality scholars just can't decipher, and higher-quality scholars are necessary. Scholars, that's the real hierarchy. If East China had one more legendary-level scholar, there was no telling when an ancient relic could be unearthed. Thinking about Serenity's potential evaluation, ancient civilization explorer, Etian decided that this girl would definitely have a great future after recruitment. After the exam, arrange for someone to bring her to the conference room. This girl? No problem. Jingle bells dash. Along with the urging-like sound from the classroom loudspeaker, all the literature examination candidates handed in their papers and walked out of the examination room. Serenity, who was dressed in a plain white school uniform, walked out of the school building and let out a long sigh of relief. Played pretty well. Should be enough to apply for a clerkship. Although her awakened profession was that of an elite-grade dual blade warrior, which was envied by many, she was not prepared to take the martial arts exam, because she knew for herself that her character was inherently unsuitable for going into battle to kill the enemy, and that an awakened profession could not change a person's character. Serenity didn't even dare to kill chickens. For this reason, she often felt a little guilty about her profession. Just as she stepped out of the school building, a beautiful figure flashed in front of her. It's Bai Qiuli. Tranquility eyes seemed to flash through a few small stars. The legendary sword immortal sister. If only I were as powerful as her. Bai Qiuli's achievement of many hellish first passes, coupled with the capture of the medium-sized secret realm, allowed her fame to spread extremely quickly. Serenity was staring blankly when Wei Yuan's secretary suddenly came and spoke. Mr. Serenity, please come with us to the conference room. Ha! Serenity froze. Inside she was frantically thinking, did she forget to write her name on the test paper? Or did you forget to mark your answer key? It can't be so careless. Serenity followed blankly. Following to a small meeting room in the school building, Wei Yuan's secretary respectfully invited her in and left with the door closed. Serenity saw the person in charge, Wei Yuan, at a glance, making her extra nervous. However, what made her even stranger was that Wei Yuan just stood in front of the window without saying a word, and instead a teenager sat on the sofa in the talk room. Setting off the person in charge, Wei Yuan in turn like a bodyguard general. Wei Yuan spoke up at this moment. This is our special recruitment officer Etian. Etian had sort of discovered that no matter who was recruited, as long as Wei Yuan stepped in, the process would be particularly simple and the other party's trust would increase dramatically. After all, an East China chief, coupled with the top professionals in China, the popularity was here. As expected, after Wei Yuan spoke, Serenity's nervous expression changed to surprise. I'd been special recruited. Etion handed over a contract and affirmed. That's right, after signing it you'll become my employee, and then Headway will arrange where you'll go. Serenity, a non-combatant profession, was not suitable to join the special squad base, so Etion simply left it to Wei Yuan to arrange. After all, it was a legendary scholar, but the major research institutes of Disya could not even grab it. Serenity pursed up her lips and slightly sized up Etion. Never would she have thought that this teenager, who was about the same age as her, would actually want to make herself his employee. Can you rely on it? She asked carefully. May I ask what the approximate monthly salary will be after joining? 200,000. Wei Yuan answered for Etion. Other combat professions aside, a legendary scholar, the treatment that should be given he still had to give out. After all, Etion had given him people to arrange, so he naturally couldn't treat them poorly. Bonuses are separate. Before he could finish his words, he only saw Serenity's expression turn solemn when she heard the figure of $200,000. Pick up a pen and start signing the contract. He couldn't wait to sign all the places where he could write his name, fearing that Etion would back out. $200,000. That's almost 2 years of a clerk's salary. Etion couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Having a salary is indeed different. Jiang Che would probably consider starting the Starfire chain of martial arts schools if he learned of the $200,000 monthly salary. As Serenity signed her name, Wei Yuan then snapped his fingers and the starlight boundary unfolded. In the next moment, golden light blazed out. Chapter 35, Bai Qiuli has the appearance of a scholar. Employee, tranquility. Profession, scholar, first rank. Quality, legendary. Level, 10. Properties, omitted. Occupational talent, absolute concentration, greatly increased mental power, so that when engaged in study or research, the brain is absolutely focused and not easily disturbed by the outside world. Occupational skills, general knowledge of the languages of the nations, ancient ruins exploration, ruins decipherment, civilization scholar. Seeing the skills of the Serenity legendary rank scholar, Etion was somewhat surprised. A general knowledge of the languages of all races allows the possessor to acquire 10,000 languages of otherworldly races, including ancient texts, secret scripts, and so on. It instantly helped Etion make up for the flaws in the alien language. On top of that, relic decryption, which allows one to gain 3 core pieces of information about a relic as they enter it. If there was a chance to enter the relics in the future, the role would be immeasurable. Seeing that transferring golden light, even though he had already seen it a few times, Wei Yuan still couldn't help but TSK. If other countries learn that the legendary profession they are tearing up their faces to scramble for can be awakened here in Etion casually, I don't know what kind of sensation it will cause. No, by then I'm afraid it will be war. On the contrary, Serenity. The little girl froze for an unknown amount of time, and the moment the golden light flashed up, it was as if her brain had gone a little down as well, until Wei Yuan briefed her on the situation. It was only then that she was pulled back from her dreamlike demeanor. A secretary was then called and arrangements were made for Serenity to go. The martial arts exam has begun. Just after walking out of the conference room, Etion saw the various enrollment teachers walking quickly towards the martial arts examination room. Even Ling Luo, the head of the subterranean dragon base, was no exception. The boss of the special department subterranean dragon base actually came to our tiny Qingqing to recruit people? Wei Yuan couldn't help but banter a bit, while the mandala-like cold Ling Luo, with her head slightly raised, returned a cold snort. Hearing this, Etion seemed to have guessed the other party's goal. I'm afraid it's none other than the legendary professional Bai Qiuli. However, it was almost impossible to steal employees under Etion. Martial Arts Examination Center. This is the professional square that is several times larger than the classroom of the cultural examination. However, the number of people who took the martial arts exams was far less than the number of people who took the civil exams. There has to be at least some career strength to apply for a martial arts exam. Otherwise it's simply a waste of time and money. Even before the exam started, the admissions teachers from the major universities had already made their moves and seemed to have found their targets long ago, climbing into conversation with several candidates. One of the boys, Sun Yi, even drew the interest of National Martial Arts University. Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing, respectively, were the 3 superb academic institutions of Disya, with top tutors and copy resources, and were the dreams of countless students. And that Sun Yi, Etion checked the resume, is a purple potential talent. Occupation is epic quality, fighting king. On top of that, it seems that the family is quite well off, with all the equipment being epic or rare grade. My goal is to enter the National Martial Arts University with the #1 ranking in East China. Sun Yi's haughty tone drew the delight of the admissions teacher of Guowu University. Very ambitious. Your father has found Xiao Feng as your mentor. He will also watch your entrance exam remotely. Do well. Sunny responded with a fighting spirit. However, without thinking about the words, the gazes of all the enrollment teachers, including Ling Luo, were attracted by a beautiful figure at the back. Bai Qiuli. I don't know who shouted, and in a moment, the enrollment teachers of the three superb academic institutions of Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing gathered around, all unwilling to lag behind. Even Ling Luo was very interested in it. The last time she was recruited into the Earthly Calling Squad, she was rejected, and this time, Ling Luo was prepared to come in person for special recruitment. Legendary profession with a track record of clearing medium-sized secret realms. Hot candidate for the high school entrance exam. Countless candidates cast envious gazes, and Sunny silently listed Bai Qiuli as his greatest rival. However, Bai Qiuli didn't pay any attention to the special recruitment opportunities from various universities, and didn't even look twice at Ling Luo from the subterranean dragon base. In the crowd's astonished gazes, she unexpectedly walked straight towards Tian. Why is the owner out of business today? Bai Qiuli smiled, her tone like she was flirting, but in the eyes of the others it was a bit different. Countless male and female candidates began to speculate about the relationship between Tian and Bai Qiuli. Tian smiled. Of course I came to see you take the top prize. This is not true. Tian's second stage advancement mission, but also needs Bai Qiuli to win a place in the college entrance exam. It is naturally best to take the top spot. The corners of Bai Qiuli's lips rose with a hint of imperceptible arrogance, and with a flick of her wrist, a long, chilly sword cut through the air. With the ice spirit sword from the boss, the first one is a must. Tian froze and then reacted. The legendary equipment blind box he had given to Bai Qiuli had actually opened a legendary great ice attribute longsword. His luck was really good. The ice spirit sword with the cold moon sword envoy is comparable to a specialized martial art. Nice. Tian sighed in admiration and informed Bai Qiuli about the preparation to form a special squad, to which the latter readily agreed. In the distance, Ling Luo's unhappy eyes fell on Tian. She never expected that she, the head of the subterranean dragon base herself, would not have a teenager to be taken seriously. Ling Luo's gaze fell on Bai Qiuli again and he said unhappily, this ninny is also a lover. She doesn't even care about her future for her boyfriend. No one came to explain the misunderstanding for her, because almost all of the admissions teachers and students, too, thought the same thing. Wei Yuan, the only person in the know, was silently standing not far away at the moment, and couldn't help but hook a smile as he watched Ling Luo's deflated appearance. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the martial arts examination began on time. The martial arts exam, which is divided into 3 major categories: combat robot battles, copy challenges, and simulated evil confrontations. It is divided into tests of the candidate's combat skills, copy ideas, and performance against evil. All candidates start with the first combat robot and challenge 3 levels in turn, with the final speed of clearance as the high school grade. All candidates enter the trial level. I declare the martial arts exam officially begins. Wei Yuan's steady voice echoed throughout the entire square as he stood in front of the podium to personally announce the start. Tian stood beside Wei Yuan and felt the perspective of an invigilator. The performance of all students in the martial arts examination level will be clearly presented in front of the podium. However, what the crowd didn't expect was that not even 10 seconds after the martial arts exam started, someone instantly broke through the first barrier. What? Bai Qiuli killed the battle robot in seconds. That's equivalent to the strength of a second-ranked professional. What terrifying damage. The various admissions teachers were shocked at the sight. As for Wei Yuan and Ling Luo, their eyes also showed surprise. The former silently turned his gaze to Tian, and seeing his flat face, he couldn't help but say, a legendary class weapon. You're quite a handful. Sparing Sun Yi's rich family background, he didn't have any handful of legendary equipment, which shows the rarity of legendary equipment. Tian casually laughed. It's only right to be generous to your employees. What's more, Bai Qiuli's level, it was also unexpected. 23 by others. With Night Cultivation's hellish brushing efficiency, her level was 6 levels higher than the second highest Sun Yi. Level attributes plus equipment crushing. Seconds are par for the course. 3 minutes. Bai Qiuli got her copy through as well. It's too fast. It's not on the same level as the other candidates at all. Bai Qiuli, there's the appearance of a scholar. Chapter 36 Bigger and Stronger Offices. First in East China. These admissions teachers from various universities are each experienced and have seen the college entrance exam dozens of times. However, it was really the first time that someone like Bai Qiuli had passed so quickly. At this point, even Sun Yi, who was currently in the second place in terms of progress, had only just reached the second level of the martial arts exam, the copy challenge. Bai Qiuli, on the other hand, had already killed the last level of simulated evil confrontation. Her opponent, a simulated demon monster class evil demon, Dark Giant, The demon monster level is already a bit over the top for most candidates, so the martial arts exams are still graded more on performance against each other. But now, Baichuli actually didn't lose the slightest bit of ground. Ahem. Etienne students. At this time, an enrollment teacher from Southern University quietly came to Etienne's side and spoke. Student Etienne, Baichuli is your girlfriend, right? I wonder how you feel about South University. Seeing this, the enrollment teachers of the three superb academic institutions, National Martial Arts, Jing University, and Huaxing, stared at each other with wide eyes, and inwardly exclaimed that they were despicable. Seeing that the special recruitment of Baichuli did not work, she turned to raid her boyfriend, but the teachers also reacted, just based on just now Baichuli's submissive attitude towards Etienne. If any university could recruit Etienne, it was guaranteed that Baichuli would be able to follow along, although he didn't know how capable Etienne was. With Baichuli's current performance at the quasi-scholar level, if she could be recruited, what would be wrong with giving Etienne a special recruiting slot for nothing? Figuring this out, enrollment teachers have come together to Etienne's side. It caused Etienne to cry and laugh a little. Trying to recruit me for school? I have to say, these admissions teachers still have some peculiar ideas. Without waiting for Etienne to open his mouth, Wei Yuan next to him couldn't help but cough lightly. You guys still want to poach people from me? This Etienne student is affiliated with East China, so don't get any ideas. Not to mention these few university enrollment teachers. Even if the heads of other regions came, Wei Yuan wouldn't be willing to let Etienne out. The crowd never expected that Wei Yuan would think so highly of this teenager. It seemed extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the crowd somewhat awkwardly hurriedly hailed. Sorry for the abruptness. Another 2 minutes passed in the martial arts exam. Baichuli was doing her best to gain the upper hand in the battle with the dark giant at this point, causing Wei Yuan and Ling Luo, two of the top professionals, to also reveal gazes of extreme recognition. Wei Yuan couldn't help but say, this child, Baichuli, might be able to become an ace in the race competition. Ling Luo, the second-place Sun Yi, is actually not bad, a racial player that can be considered for the racial competition. The Great Race Competition still refers to the Great Freshman Competition with the Yagyu Dynasty. Every 5 years, it is divided into one team copy race and 5 one-on-one eliminations. Daxia had to be a newly awakened professional to compete, while the Yagyu Dynasty, too, could only send newly born Fae or Dragonborn to compete. That means that Daxia will have to put up 5 players at the very least. Sun Yi, who had an epic profession plus epic equipment, was considered a good candidate in Ling Luo's eyes. After all, you need 5 people to fight. Even if there is a Baichuli is not enough. Not to mention that the copy of the race also need teammates to synergize. Wei Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. Sun Yi was indeed already good, but if Ling Luo knew that there were 3 more as strong as Baichuli here in Etienne, I'm afraid it wouldn't be good anymore. At this point, aside from Baichuli, there was still no one who had reached the 3rd level. Baichuli's figure was like a swallow, her sword aura was like frost, and the gusts of cold aura from the ice spirit sword chopped out suppressed the dark giant on all fronts. Until Baichuli retracted her sword and her cool voice fell. Cold moon sword dance. Chopped. It actually directly killed the demon monster class evil demon. It's too easy. On the podium, the enrollment teachers had expected this result, but they still couldn't help but be shocked when it actually appeared. The dark giant's fall meant that Baichuli had ended the trial. This grade, which had been recorded by the invigilator, was uploaded to the National Assessment Management System. Once the grades are assessed, the high school rankings will probably come out in the evening. Looks like a high probability of being number 1. Etienne was somewhat unexpectedly happy. Just waiting for the rankings to come out, he would be able to have another dividend as well as career advancement. As Baichuli finished 5 or 6 minutes later, Sunny also finally passed the martial arts exam. It was only when he saw the gap between him and Baichuli that his confident face suddenly became incredulous. After more than half an hour, the martial arts exam was completely over. The end of the Wukong exam also means that the college entrance exam is completely over. All the candidates went home one after another to wait for their results, and the major admissions teachers began to approach the candidates for special recruitment based on their play in the trials. However, Etienne didn't automatically detect high potential and didn't participate. He was being brought to the city lord's mansion by Wei Yuan. After determining the formation of a special squad base, or Etienne's mercenary base, Wei Yuan decided to give him a base site. No, that's it? Etienne raised his head, seeing the dozens of square feet of office the size of a conference room in front of him, and let out a question. As an office, the space is really not small. Even the location is next to Wei Yuan's office. But the problem is, a special squad base is given such an office? It's too shabby. Wei Yuan laughed and explained. There will be a base. It's just that the number of people under you is currently too small. This office is an identity to facilitate your actions in Daxia. This is something that Etienne agrees with. In a country with a strict system like Decisive, having a proper identity will be a lot more convenient. Otherwise, we'd need a permit every time we leave town. It couldn't be that every time an emergency arose, Wei Yuan had to be called in for a play-acting episode. And Wei Yuan also promised to grant him a separate base immediately when the number of people had gathered enough for 2 special squads. Good thing too. Wei Yuan pointed smoothly to the office's hanging sign in front of the office. You come up with a name for your office. This can also serve as your base office from now on. This question caused Tian to fall into deep thought slightly. As a similar, special squad base to the subterranean base, it should have an overbearing name anyways. Make it big and strong. Tian raised a finger, which was his considered after deep thought, while Wei Yuan fell into silence. The name of this office was then settled upon. Make the office bigger and stronger. Afterwards, Tian filled in the names of Baiqiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Night Xiu to the list of special squad members, sort of included under the banner of the office. The special squad was theoretically a team of 5, and if you didn't count Tian, the current team of special squads was still 1 person short. At about 7 p.m., the high school rankings were announced. Baiqiuli, who finished first in East China. Chapter 37, Career Advancement, and Ascension, a divine level. Not even a few minutes after the news broke, media reporters from all over the country flocked to Qingcheng. Fortunately, the address of Castle Peak Apartments is hidden and the security is strict. Otherwise at this moment, Tian's apartment will be crowded with reporters. Lost the target of the reporters, simply a brain blocked in front of the entrance to the second Qingshan Middle School. The principal Ji Changlin to deal with the reporters at the same time with a smile on his face. As for Baiqiuli herself, she was in the city lord's mansion, meeting with Zhang Yuanfang, who had the reputation of being the first sword saint of the Grand Xia. Zhang Yuanfang, Huaxing University's sword Dao profession instructor, level 74 flowing cloud sword saint, one of the top professionals in Daxia, and the instructor Baiqiuli had always wanted to enroll in. After the first place in East China was determined, Zhang Yuanfang immediately came over from Central China to personally interview his disciples. As for the results, why is it the first in East China? Not that Baiqiuli can't rank in the country. Rather, since the alien invasion, Daxia 0 into a whole set up 5 districts each against the enemy. The college entrance examination is also reformed into 5 districts respectively. There has long been no national ranking. Of course, maybe Daxia HQ does, but doesn't publicize it. And the ranking of no 1 in East China had already made Tian very satisfied. The second order advancement quest is considered to have finally been reached. Baiqiuli won the first place in the East China region's college entrance exam, rewarded with dividends, 15 points of funds and the Star Dipper Protective Elemental Formation. The second rank occupation quest has been completed. Your career level has been raised from first to second rank. All of your future employee recruits will have their initial career level raised to second level. Add a new item for employee benefits. Acquired boss exclusive occupational skill, promotion. Worthy of the gold of the high school entrance exam, there really is a special reward. Tian was the first to see the Star Dipper Elemental Protection Formation and the dividend, a legendary quality formation prop. Formation, similar to Boundary, is a special and rare ability, and even the college entrance exams use formations to protect and detect the security of the exam room. And this Star Dipper Protective Yuan Formation has the ability to detect hostility and defend against all dangerous attacks. The onlookers can't see the difference after releasing it, and it will only take effect after triggering the defense effect. Not bad, not bad. Legendary quality formations are hard to come by. They can be placed in the base in the future to improve departmental security. One should know that only the high school exams had used rare grade formations, and Tian had already used legendary grade. He then looked to the rest of the harvest. After advancing to the second rank, one more employee benefit was unlocked, but he actually sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the specifics. Employee benefits. Insurance. Spend money 3 * number of employees to generate a life-preserving shield for all employees, which can withstand 1 fatal injury for 3 days. Second, year-end awards. Spending funds 10 * number of employees. To all employees issued a blind box of legendary quality equipment. Year-end awards. 10 o'clock funds a person. Tian calculated that with the current number of employees, it would cost 50 points of funds to issue one. After recruiting Serenity, he had originally thought his 109.3 fund balance was quite high. Now it seems like there's still not enough money to go around. Although a legendary quality blind box per person is worth a lot of money and is beneficial to the staff's strength improvement, but at the moment, I still can't consider it. The staff still has work to do. And the last item, the boss's second rank exclusive skill, was very useful. Promotion. Employees can be promoted to a higher level, e.g., an ordinary employee is promoted to an excellent employee, and receive special investment opportunities again. Current number of places available for promotion, outstanding employee *2. Increase in the number of places available for promotion after career advancement and access to more staff grades, backbone staff, secretaries, etc. Currently all employees, including Baichioli, are at the rank of ordinary employees, and promotions, which allow you to promote an average employee to an excellent employee, are currently available in 2 promotions. There are special investment opportunities after promotion. Etion rubbed his jaw. He had to say that every profession exclusive skill was quite useful. At this point, he had already silently identified the first candidate for promotion in his mind. Baichioli, no doubt about it. Rarely among so many talents, Baichioli was also one of the hardest working, with outstanding talent and unlimited future achievements. What's more, Baichioli is about to enter the university. There are more chances to win awards, and later on, he will be able to pop more dividends for him. Promote Baichioli. Etion's mind moved, only to see that on the staff panel, Baichioli's title abruptly changed. Outstanding employee, Baichioli. Immediately afterward, a new special investment panel popped up. Outstanding employee investment opportunities -I. Career promotion, promote a legendary level career to a god level career. 20 points of funding. 2. Exclusive weapon, obtain the Cold Moon Sword Immortal's exclusive weapon. 5 points of money. 3. Only promotion, not investment. 3 choices. Etion directly ruled out the third option, the light promotion of a name. And what is the difference between a cake? Having experienced a previous life as a cowhorse salesman, he was most annoyed by pie. The promotion of a profession to god level is without a doubt the biggest boost. He didn't even think that there was actually an ability that could promote the quality of the profession, but it also cost a lot of money. 20 points. Luckily, Etion was still quite rich in his hands now. Investment, career advancement. Wait, almost forgot. The vision of the appearance of a god-level profession was too shocking. It might attract trouble. It's better to ask Wei Yuan to assist first. In the talks room of the city lord's mansion, Baichioli and a beautiful woman were talking to each other. That beautiful woman wore a long moon-white dress. Her stature was tall. Her flowing cloud hairpin tied up her long hair, and her face was gentle and stern. It was none other than Zhang Yuanfang, who was known as the first sword saint of Great Xia. Seeing Baichioli's exceptional talent in the Tao of the sword, Zhang Yuanfang moved to accept a personal disciple. Chioli, since this is the case, you can join my disciple and follow me to Huaxing University. Baichioli readily agreed, but suddenly said with an apologetic face, Elder Yuanfeng, I still need to speak to the others. She thought about leaving castle to go to college, so she could inform her boss at least. But without thinking, Zhang Yuanshan looked as if he had already seen through it and laughed flirtatiously. Tell your little boyfriend? Before she came, she had long ago learned from Huaxing's admissions teacher about all of Baichioli's circumstances during the examination, including her suspected close relationship with Etion. Baichioli's pretty face froze, and quickly waved her hand. No, that's my boss. Boss? Zhang Yuanfang suddenly frowned slightly and said with some displeasure. Autumnly, you are a legendary profession. The future will surely top the great summer. How can you live under people for a long time? So much for couples. How can a legendary profession go under someone else? Before Baichioli could explain, the door to the meeting room was pushed open by Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, who was dressed in green, walked in and waved the power of the star spirit with both hands, instantly laying down 3 starry sky boundaries for Baichioli. Once the boundary was out, Zhang Yuanshang couldn't help but smile sweetly and faintly. What? The head of the hall. Wei Da, can't let Chioli go with me? Baichioli also looked puzzled. She knew that although she had good grades, Etion had a lot of talent under his command. Wei Yuan wasn't so bad as to stop her from leaving. The corners of Wei Yuan's mouth hooked into a smile as he spread his hands and said, It's no big deal for the head of the hall to be called in to work. Zhang Yuanfang faced surprised, although Wei Yuan this slightly flirtatious, but still shows that he was called to do things. Could it be the headquarters? However, he saw Wei Yuan look at Baichioli with an odd expression on his face and said, Your boss said he's going to give you a promotion. Baichioli and Zhang Yuanshang both looked puzzled. Promotion? What the hell? But in the next moment, a brilliant aura of phantom color suddenly blossomed from Baichioli's body. The brilliant pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, reflecting in Zhang Yuanfang's shocked-to-death pupils. A crisp sword chirp came from the light pillar, and Baichioli's clothes danced as the sword intent in her body continued to pull up, becoming even more powerful and stern. You have been promoted to Outstanding Employee, and your current profession has been upgraded from Cold Moon Sword Envoy to God Tier Cold Moon Sword Zune. The ultimate profession is promoted from Cold Moon Sword Immortal to Cold Moon Sword God. You have obtained the Divine Profession skill, Ling Tian Sword Domain. Baichioli's face flushed a little red with excitement. Her profession was promoted to the God level. Boss promoted me. Next to him, Wei Yuan, who had witnessed the second god-tier profession, was overwhelmed with emotion, and Jiang Yuanfang's mouth involuntarily opened wide, her usual dignified expression now out of control. This is what that boss can do? She turned her head incredulously to Wei Yuan, who put his index finger to his lips, signaling her to keep it a secret. No wonder. Jiang Yuanfang's chest continued to ripple. No wonder Baiqiuli would reside under that boss. In her place, she kind of wanted to join that boss's crew. One promotion and a godly profession is born. Chapter 38, Relic Slate. Deathmatch Prisoner Open. The other side of Castle. Tranquility, accompanied by Wei Yuan's secretary, said goodbye to her grandparents and left her family a month's monthly salary that had been advanced in advance. Wei Yuan's female secretary had also specially arranged for someone to protect the safety of Serenity's grandparents in the dark. The secretary then drove Serenity through a hidden mountain trail. Serenity, as a legendary level scholar, came to the only ancient civilization research institute in East China. This research institute is a gathering place for scientific research talents in East China, and the purpose of the research is to find and decipher the remains of otherworldly civilizations. Here, this was the place Wei Yuan had arranged for Serenity to go. So many tablets from alien civilizations. Entering the institute, Serenity's eyes became excited. Slate, a way for many foreign races to record civilizations or secret information, had been passed down to them through the vicissitudes of time, and Serenity was particularly interested in it. Welcome, Mr. Serenity. Inside the research institute, one by one, professors and researchers dressed in white lab coats came out to greet them. The director of the institute graciously gestured that he had been told by Wei Yuan early in the morning that this was a legendary scholar. Looking at the entire blue planet, the strongest would only be epic scholars, legendary scholars. For the first time, it has a significant role in the current excavation of ancient remains in East China. Hello, Serenity politely greeted, her eyes unable to help drifting to the stone slabs of the distant test bench. This piece, could it be the legendary relic tablet? The director of the institute had wanted to exchange a few pleasantries, but seeing how obsessed Serenity was, he couldn't help but get straight to the point. That's right, this tablet records a clue to a relic near East China. Once the tablet clues are deciphered, you will be able to get the clues and contents of this ancient relic. It's just a shame that we're deciphering it too slowly and with too much complexity. Serenity's eyes lit up. Can I try? Of course. The director was just about to do that. What we've deciphered so far only proves that the tablets are related to the Yagyu Dynasty. Seems to be about dragons or dragonborn. He brought Serenity over to the relic slabs, which were covered in mottled surfaces that looked historic, but with very little wear and tear, and with good conservation measures. The deep grayish-brown surface is covered with symbols and esoteric lettering that look like spirituality. Serenity held her breath, her eyes extra serious. Absolute focus. With the deciphering ability of a legend rank scholar, this slab actually caused her to feel a hint of difficulty, so it could be seen that this relic slab was one of the many slabs that were also extremely difficult. I can't fully crack it right now. It'll take a little bit of time. Serenity looked apologetic. However, the director and the researchers looked at each other in disbelief, and were even a little confused for a moment. You think a relic tablet can be cracked by looking at it? It would take at least 2 months for any institute in any country around the globe to crack a relic tablet. It's all right, said the director, who was about to exhort a couple of words. Just then I heard Serenity continue, but I cracked out 3 items. Director, all fellows? Are you serious? The crowd's gazes focused over in a flash with Serenity's words. Serenity stretched out her finger to point to one of the stone slabs and said seriously, the forbidden land of the dragon ancestor mysteries, the betrayed dragon of extinction. Before the words left their mouths, all the researchers, including the director, were shocked, and a few of the words, the contents were exactly the same as what they had translated. She really cracked it out. However, it wasn't over yet, only to see Serenity's fingers slowly moving, her eyes incomparably serious, her lips slightly moving as she read, the Black Emperor, N. Da. Hog. G. The next day, Aoyama Apartments. Etienne got up and washed up, as usual, went to the cafeteria under the apartment building to eat breakfast. Not only delicious, the key is free, it is hard to refuse. After promoting Baiqiuli yesterday, he also shared the high amount of attributes increased by the Cold Moon Sword dignity, as well as the overwhelming Heavenly Sword domain, a divine pure attack skill. Compared to the scattered people of night cultivation, Baiqiuli's Cold Moon Sword Zune nowadays specializes in attacking, really like a sharp sword, and can rank first in the staff in terms of combat power, and another excellent staff spot. Etienne was ready to think about it and hadn't used it yet. However, if he could advance his career quality, he kinda wanted to see what night cultivation's god tier scattered would be like after advancing. After spending 20 on Baiqiuli, there are 89, 3 funds left, plus 6 points from yesterday's log settlement, for a balance of 95. 3. The reason why the funds have been kept so high. It's Etion who still can't get enough of that black-robed man. Special talent, so kept 60 plus on hand, but unfortunately never came across it again. Today, Etion was going to continue to enter the copy to try his luck. However, at this moment, Wei Yuan suddenly called, "ETA, hello? What? The black-robed man has appeared." Etion could hardly control his expression of surprise and immediately put down the donut in his hand. 2 minutes later, Etion arrived at Wei Yuan's office to learn of the situation. "Yesterday you asked me to place a bounty on the military, and today someone ran into that monster you were talking about in a replica. Cloaked in black robes, doesn't look like a normal copy monster, fast and erratic." Wei Yuan relayed to Etion, "Isn't this the characteristic you described?" "That's right." Etion's eyes burned. "Where is it now?" "Wei Yuan, the Qingchen guards found it in the level 35 wild forest. They didn't engage and left directly to report back." "Yes." Etion couldn't help but get excited, lamenting that there really were people who were just good at what they did. Relying on him alone to find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But Wei Yuan directly rewarded the whole army, and it was much simpler at once. After saying that, Etion thanked Wei Yuan and immediately set off to the center of the replica. Level 35 copy. Wildwood. Here the red sun is shining, and the trees are tall, thick, and fall in a strip of shade. Etion entered the copy alone and was a little apprehensive. "It's not going to run, is it?" He slowly moved forward, but never heard the sound of his resume auto-detecting, and his mind grew more and more helpless, until a long time later, he saw the body of a monster with sharp-edged wounds, a new copy of a monster that theoretically would never have just died. Ding! Detected the appearance of special potential talents in the surrounding area. Sure enough, Etion's gaze blazed, and the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Deathmatch Prison. Open. Chapter 39, Sidebook Bug Alice. The other side of the copy. The familiar black-robed figure landed the short blade in his hand on top of a replica monster's head with precision and sharpness. As the monster fell to the ground, the body turned into a ball of empirical blue light that was absorbed by the black-robed man. Level 24. The black-robed man's voice seemed to be devoid of emotional fluctuations. "The current strength can only hunt small monsters. Upgrading is still too slow. The boss of this wild forest, Wild Scarlet, has a one-sided brain and is simply impossible to talk to. In fact, with a special existence like hers, there was a lot of pressure to survive, both in terms of facing the professionals who challenged the copies and not being accepted by the copies. Once the copy bosses looked at her the wrong way, it was an endless hunt. If not, she wouldn't have had to fudge with those copy bosses in the first place, and this current level 35 copy is still a big threat to her. I don't know when I'll get out of my copy." The black-robed man slightly raised his head to look up at the sky, and the left side of his face covered by his black robe floated with black piston flower-like demonic lines. Putting away the short blade in her hand, she moved her body quickly in preparation for finding other monsters. However, at this moment, a black-clothed teenager appeared in front of her. The teenager stared straight at her, a smile on his face like seeing an old acquaintance, and looked up in greeting. "It's been a long time." The kind words were exchanged for the black-robed man's body suddenly tightening, and all of a sudden, he entered a fight. "No, flight state. You again." The black-robed man never expected that after the copied Beast King in the secret realm of Heavily Lantau, he would actually run into Etion again and again. "What the hell did I ever do to you?" Etion was probably the last person she wanted to run into at the moment. It was really that this person's battle power was too perverse, and even if the black-robed man had elevated to the level of today's elite monsters, he didn't feel that he had the slightest chance of winning. She even felt that Etion clearly had level 50 plus attributes, but managed to enter a level-restricted level 35 copy. "Is there any justice?" Etion's voice was bland. "Don't be nervous, I'm really not here to kill you." "Hell no." As soon as the black-robed man spoke, he immediately prepared to utilize his spatial teleportation ability to escape. She reached out and pulled the door to the void, her eyes constantly on Etion to prevent him from suddenly making a move to interrupt. Only to see Etion's indifference made her heart steel. "I can't beat you now, but sooner or later I'll be stronger than you." However, in the next moment, the void door she was so proud of was not pulled open, and the entire space did not respond to her command. The area is affected by the prop deathmatch prison, and all creatures cannot leave until the owner of the deathmatch prison dies or voluntarily lifts it. "What?" The black-robed man's heart fell to the bottom, looking at the smiling Etion. He didn't need to think to know that it was the other party's tactics. "To go this far in order to kill me?" She is also insightful. This kind of props that affect space are precious and incomparable. She really can't figure out where exactly she offended this guy in front of her. The black-robed man's gaze was icy cold, and only one thought remained in his mind. Etion stood in place, his hands in his pockets, his tone affirmative. "I guess you won't give up yet." Before the words fell, A figure piled high with killing intent brought a gust of wind crashing down on his face. The icy cold blade slashed at Etion's throat in an instant. The black-robed man's ferocity almost condensed into substance. Even the strongest person will die just as long as his throat is cut. She currently belonged to the copy monsters, and although she would be resurrected after death, her level and abilities would be zeroed out, which she had saved up for most of the year to get to her current strength. Having killed from level 0, she was not willing to start over. She didn't attack the heart because the skin of those with strong physiques was so hard that it was difficult to seriously injure them, but the throat was a place where many people ignored their defenses. She injected her entire body strength into this blade. However, in the next moment, Etion disappeared from his original position, and 3 instantaneous stages came behind the black-robed man in an instant. 2 fingers gently point at the black-robed man. Boom dash! The mountain-like pressure crushed the black-robed man to the ground, losing all his strength and means. Sure is hopeless. The black-robed person was paralyzed on the ground. The pain in her body didn't make her indifferent expression change, only a feeling of powerlessness spreading in her heart. Strength. Without it, you can only be slaughtered. You can't do anything without power. You have to get stronger. The black-robed man's despair was swept away, and in his heart, his fighting spirit for the next time to start from scratch was even stronger. However, Etion just sat next to her. Now believe that I'm not trying to kill you? The black-robed man sniffed and froze. Indeed, she is not Etion's opponent at all, and now she wants to kill her long ago. Could there be more nefarious means? At that moment, she supported her body, and her face under the black robe was displayed in front of Etion. It was a very extremely demonic face. Half of the face was cold and outstanding, rather like a serpentine beauty, while the other side of the face was covered by black, with an evil aura. Etion slightly stunned, because that black tattooed half of the face is not a tattoo or something. Rather, it is a sign of evil. This is a person who has been tainted by evil, and theoretically should have turned into one of the evils and lost his mind long ago. The black-robed man raised his eyes and looked straight at Etion, inwardly puzzled, unable to see what this teenager wanted to do. And with it, Yiton opens his resume. Name, Alice. Basic information, female, 33 years old, human race of the Genbu world. Occupation, Genbu fighter/elite monster copy. Potential, special, copy bug. Biography, the first female fighter of the Gunmu world. Encountered abyssal pollution while exploring an abyssal wormhole, and became a half-human, half-demon monster by virtue of her strong willpower to resist the pollution, awakening the ability to travel through space. Later, because the abyssal wormhole was shattered by an unknown existence and destroyed into a number of copies, Alice did not lose her memories after becoming a copy monster. Instead, she awakened the monster template due to her half-human, half-demon form, and was able to kill the enemy and evolve, but she has been trapped in the copies. Investment opportunity, hidden profession, Queen of Blades, 60 points of capital. This resume is overloaded with information. Gunmu world, abyssal worm nest, half-human, half-devil, copy bug level monsters. Every word was a blind spot in Etion's knowledge, and the only thing that was expected was probably the hidden profession that came with the special potential. Source Martial World. After experiencing the emergence of many otherworldly passages, Dasha has also learned that there are many other worlds similar to the Yagyu Dynasty in the world. In addition to the Blue Star, the Source Martial World was probably one of the thousands of other worlds. As for the other contents about the Abyss, there is no record in the Decisive textbook. It shouldn't be that he didn't memorize it. Etion thought silently. Alice, the black-robed man, had a wary gaze. What do you want? Help you? Help me? Alice snorted coldly. You can reverse the copy rules and help me leave the copy? Etion shook his head. Although I can't help you get out of the copy for now, I can help you become stronger. With that, he used his skill and a contract fell into Alice's hands. Alice read it with a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. I'm just going to die, and there's no way I'm going to work for anyone else again. Ha! Etion laughed softly. As a businessman in his previous life, treating other people's refusal is not in the least bit hasty. Alice, what is your dream? How did you know my name was? A little insignificant ability. Hearing Etion's words, Alice looked skeptical. Dream. Side thought Alice's expression became ruthless, her gaze determined. Vengeance. The scum who told us to explore the wormholes of the abyss and then blocked them to keep us from escaping when they discovered the evil contamination. Obviously so many people are not infected. All of them are still saved. All enemies who stand in the way of my vengeance shall die. As she spoke, Alice's indignation reached the extreme, her anger almost condensing into substance, almost forgetting about Etion's existence. Etion's heart flinched. So the story that was skimmed over in the resume was actually so tragic, but it was good for what he said next. It seems that your will for revenge isn't very strong either. How can that be? Alice's demonic eyes glared at Etion. I'll do anything for revenge. Etion smiled blandly. Then for the sake of revenge, can't one briefly abandon one's principles? Alice froze. The heart is full of mixed feelings and celestial wars. That principle of it's impossible to work for anyone else is constantly attacked in the mind by the high flames of vengeance. After a long time, Alice shook her head. It won't work. I've been tainted by the abyss. There's no way I can take on another power. Unless your power can be stronger than the contamination of the abyss. Even less so. Hearing this, Etion fell into thought. Which was stronger, the pollution of the abyss, or the power of his unknown profession? He simply pointed to the contract in Alice's hand. Why don't you give it a try? Try it? Alice looked at a paper contract in her hands. Her eyes could not help but appear a few moments of hope and self-deprecation, and then pressed the handprint. The next moment, the light burst forth. Chapter 40, Double Template. Queen of Blades. The light bursts forth and is unforgivable. Thousands of runes turn into rivers like stars and flowed towards Alice's body. Immediately after that, the replica sky dome was dyed blood red, and a solemn and murderous aura enveloped the entire replica world. Alice's body erupted with an astonishingly sharp edge around her, as if there was an invisible blade that chopped through everything with her will as the trigger. Etion couldn't help but feel a little excited. Sure enough, he had succeeded after all. The resume test had hinted that hidden professions were different from gold or phantom colors. Each special potential talent has a different performance when transferring and even more different types of abilities. That's probably what makes the hidden professions so special. With one more member in the staff panel, Etion's heart rejoiced that he had finally recruited his first special potential talent, although the 60 points of funds spent is a bit high, bringing his balance down to 35.3. But seeing Alice's attribute panel, Etion felt that it was worth it. Employee Alice. Professional panel, Queen of Blades, second order. Quality, hidden. Grade, 25. Strength, 575. Agility, 600. Physique, 518. Spirit, 550. Profession talent, Demonization, Darkness Fighting God. 12-winged light will blade. Profession skills, Final Judgment, Cold-blooded Executioner. Monster template, Voidwalker, Elite Monster. Ability, Void Shuttle, opens the door to the void, allowing you to shuttle to other dimensions at will. Currently only able to shuttle to replicas, can be used up to 6 times per day. 2 panels. This was the first time Etion had seen it, and both panels are extraordinarily capable. The hidden profession Queen of Blades didn't need to be mentioned. Her attributes were about the same as a god tier, but the natural skill Demonization was an extremely powerful transformation skill. As we all know, the transformation technique is bound to be strong. On top of that, the monster template's ability also let Etion know the reason why Alice was called a copy bug. Freely traveling through copy space, this skill is so useful. It means that you can kill enemies in the copy without any sound. It even allows an extra person to help out when opening a copy that would otherwise be limited to 5 people. Etion instantly thought of the recent race competition. In the first game, it was a team copy race, where Dacia and Yagyu Dynasty each sent a team of 5 people to race to open the land. Now that Alice was there, Etion didn't even know how the Yagyu Dynasty would win this one. How do you fight with a hang? There's also the level 75 4th order copies that plague the world, and when Alice grows up, opening copies will be easy. 60 funds spent really isn't a bad deal. You have recruited staff Alice. Shared skills, Void Travel, Demonized Darkness Dojin, 12-winged light will blade. Shared properties. A long string of feedback came back to Etion. Alice, on the other hand, now has a drastically changed image. Long silver white hair flowed up as if it were flowing liquid metal, and dark lines loomed under the skin, presenting a more complete demonization. The left eye constricts to a vertical pupil, with thin dark lines extending from the corner of the eye, like a demon's tear trail. Black robes danced in the wind, and behind them floated 6 pairs of 12 light-wheeled blades with metallic, silver-colored light energy patterns dotting them, which could be driven by will. This was the passive manifestation of the 12-winged light-wheel blade. Unprecedented strength filled Alice, making her almost unable to believe it was real. For a long time, Alice put away the 12 light-wheel blades hidden under her black robe and walked to Etion in a graceful manner. On one knee, the face full of demonic beauty bent down slightly, and his right hand formed a fist and fell on his chest, which seemed to be some kind of Genbu world movement. Whatever you are, Alice serves you, master. Her voice was husky and magnetic, with a bit of demonic allure, especially the last 2 words, which were as deadly as poison. Etion waved his hand and said, "Get up, call me boss from now on. My identity is just that of an ordinary Dacia human race." "Okay boss." Alice trailed off seductively as she stood up staring at the teenager with burning eyes. It was such a young and handsome teenager who had actually imbued her with such a strong power. The ability to do so is truly unbelievable. At the same time, it gave her hope to become stronger. With the power that was the Queen of Blades, she no longer had to struggle between life and death like she did before. Thinking this, Alice moved closer to Etion, her voice dangerous and seductive. Boss, aren't you afraid that I will have power and threaten you in the future? ETA? Etion looked at her with a strange look in his eyes, and for a moment, he didn't know how to answer. Alice silently pursed up her mouth because Etion's eyes looked like he was looking at an idiot to her. Alice, what is the level of this monster template that can be upgraded from an elite monster? What are the upgrades? Alice, the levels of replica monsters are divided into minor monsters, enhanced monsters, elite bosses, lord bosses, ultimate bosses and world bosses, elite bosses and lord bosses, which are often referred to as copy mini-bosses and big bosses by professionals. The latter tends to be the strongest monster in the end of the copy. As for the ultimate boss, it is said to appear only in some special venues, such as the legendary ancient ruins, large secret realms and so on. As for the world boss, the world has only seen it once so far. It appeared in a mega secret realm, which was developed by the US Empire at the time, and as a result, no one survived. Alice continued, theoretically, the level of a world boss is something I can also reach. That's what I've been aiming for, because the ability to void shuttle goes up with the monster template level. I think the possibility of my getting out of the copy is right here. Etion was also somewhat looking forward to the ability to travel through space, which could currently only be used in the duplicates. If it can be used outside of a copy in the future, the effect would be even more useful. Etion curiously said, the condition for leveling up monsters is that you can only hunt and kill duplicate monsters? Or is it okay to kill anything? Kill any creature. The stronger the better. Alice, it's just that I'm a human after all. I don't actively hunt humans. Etion suddenly had a flash of insight. Then you can go to a copy of the Yagyu Dynasty and hunt the Fae and Dragonborn. It's time to give the Fae a dose of intensity. Chapter 41, The Secret Realm is Invaded. Void Shuttle. Kill the Fae? That's a good one. Alice was excited. And with the monster template, she would have gotten more experience from killing copy challengers than from killing copy monsters, especially those naturally strong foreigners, before the lack of strength to avoid its front. Now hidden occupation in the body. Hunting foreigners will be able to grow rapidly. But then another thought occurred to her. It's just that I've been in a copy and have no idea where the Fae are and can't find out where their copies are. The Voidwalker's ability, Void Walking, allows him to travel through the various copies at will, but without a location guide it's like walking blind. In fact, Alice was gambling on her luck every time she traveled through the replica due to her inability to judge the direction of the outside world while living in the replica. But Etion happened to have a solution. You now should be able to sense my location, right? Alice closed her eyes and used her spirit to faintly sense something and nodded in surprise. After the recruitment was successful, Etion and Alice automatically established a boss-employee relationship. Just as Eton could view the employee panel, Alice, who was recruited, could feel her boss's presence in an invisible way. That was the source of her powers. To Alice, this feeling was like being in the middle of a dark and boundless sea and suddenly being enveloped by the light of a lighthouse. I'll help you find the location of the Fae's copy, and you can just teleport directly to me when you get there. Hearing Etion's words, Alice's face showed joy. In this way, her life of wandering like a blind man in the copies finally came to an end. She bowed elegantly and gracefully toward Etion. Alice follows your guidance. Leave the copy. This trip was still quite satisfying for Etion. Harvesting a special talent and getting the strange ability to travel through copies. The special potential is really something. While Etion was sighing, he suddenly discovered that the copy center professionals had become much less. After some whispering, some teams of professionals ran towards the outside of the city. What happened? The receptionist lady at the copy center next to him, who had a deep impression of Etion's passage through the Enlightenment copy in the secret realm, answered with a sniff. That medium-sized secret realm outside the city has mutated for some reason and is completely closed. A medium-sized secret world outside the city? Wasn't it the realm of Tanyu that Etion and the others had seized not long ago? Etion frowned slightly. The occurrence of a mutation and complete closure undoubtedly meant that the resources in the secret realm could not be exploited. A good medium-sized secret realm. If you can't enter to exploit the resources, then you can only watch and get nothing. It was equivalent to their previous scramble being completely wasted. Strange. With this in mind, Etion quickly rushed to the secret place outside the city, wanting to find out what was going on. And just as soon as they arrived by the secret realm, they realized that the entrance to the secret realm had already been isolated by the guards. The hundreds of professionals who had come to watch were all stopped outside the blockade line and were not allowed to approach the entrance of the secret realm. And the situation looked quite grim. Everyone moved back. No closer. The garrison shouted. Etion saw this and came closer, taking out an identification belonging to himself. A letter of credentials, make it bigger and stronger office. One of the guards frowned slightly at the sight. What do you dong? It's not right. Sorry sir, didn't recognize you earlier. His expression changed from indignation to suspicion and finally solemnity as he raised his hand to indicate that Etion could pass through the blockade. The name of the document is abstract and serves a purpose. According to Wei Yuan, the power of this document is no less than that of a city lord, and the vast majority of places in Daxia are unimpeded. Why should he get in? Who is he? The onlookers who were blocked out made indignant noises. The garrison soldier said angrily, "They are special organs that can solve problems. What are you doing going in there? To be buried with them?" Once these words came out, the indignant voices of the onlooker professionals faded away. Etion came to the side of the entrance of the secret realm and realized that the original entrance of the secret realm was coalescing with ghostly purple vortexes, emitting a dangerous aura. At this time, beside the entrance to the secret realm, Wei Yuan was not here. Instead, Baiqiuli and another graceful beauty were here. "Boss, I was just about to send you a message." Seeing Etion arrive, Baiqiuli surprised him. The other pretty woman with a sword could not help but look towards Etion at the words, who returned the same curious gaze. Seeing this, Baiqiuli first briefly introduced the two of them. "So it's Senior Zhang Yuanfang. Ah, the little boss of Autumn Blaze." Zhang Yuanfang's eyes sized up Etion, not realizing that the boss who was able to promote Baiqiuli to a god-tier profession was actually a young handsome man. Etion couldn't help but wonder if he could make Zhang Yuanfang a level 74 top professional. Come, the matter was bound to be not small. Baiqiuli explained for Etion at this moment. This morning the secret realm suddenly changed. The entrance was blocked, and all the miners were blocked inside. It is suspected that an evil demon has appeared in the secret realm, and a small team needs to be sent to solve it. Then, the opening team formed by Nightshio and Zhang Che went in 4 hours ago, and now they haven't even come out. Ever since they went in, the entrance to the secret realm has been completely blocked. No one can enter. Nightshio and Zhang Che also went in. Etion frowned slightly. He was clear about Night Cultivator and Zhang Che's abilities. If they were evil demons, they wouldn't be trapped for so long. Unless it was a demon monarch or demon heavenly king level evil demon. But if that kind of level came, the target couldn't be a secret realm. It was feared to be the entire Qingcheng. Zhang Yuanfan looked towards the ghostly purple entrance to the secret realm with a solemn expression. This kind of tactic is most likely some kind of foreign race. Baiqiuli spoke urgently. "Boss, do you want to try to see if you can contact them with a meeting? Otherwise no one would know what's going on in there right now." Etion sniffed and opened the staff panel. Looking at Night Cultivator and Zhang Che's status, it was found that the duo was in a constant state of combat, their blood level staying above half-blood, not life-threatening for the time being, but dragging it out wasn't a sure thing. "No need, I'll save them." As Etion's words fell, Baiqiuli froze slightly, while Zhang Yuanxiang next to him shook his head helplessly. "The entrance is blocked. No one can get in. I'm afraid the purpose of this foreign race is not simple." Despite her words, Etion still walked to the entrance of the secret realm. The secret realm is in lockdown. It's inaccessible. One such hint stopped Etion in his tracks. Zhang Yuanfeng and Baiqiuli, a large and small group, looked at Etion with puzzled eyes. And at this moment, Etion raised his hand and pinched towards the entrance of the secret realm, unstable energy flickering in his palm, causing the ghostly purple vortex to almost be torn apart in general. Void shuttle. In the next moment, Etion took a step into this torn open rift, and actually entered directly into the entrance of the secret realm. The two women, Zhang Yuanxiang and Baiqiuli, who saw this scene were dumbstruck. What the hell kind of power is that? Zhang Yuanfang's gentle and elegant demeanor gradually messed up as he murmured in a low voice. When did Xia produce such a terrifying figure? She then turned her head to look at Baiqiuli. "This boss of yours? What exactly is his strength?" Baiqiuli's clear little face was a bit bewildered, thinking back carefully in her mind, but her tone was a bit uncertain even to herself. "The boss he should it be great?" Chapter 42, Void Bug Race. Blatant blackmail. Purple light flashed as Etion appeared in the secret realm. The originally familiar realm of Tianyu was now shrouded by countless barriers like a black net, and the smell of decay spread continuously, emitting a foul odor. It seems that this level of blockade can still be broken by Void Shuttle. After Etion shared Alice's Void Shuttle, he similarly mastered the ability to shuttle into a copy/secret realm. It seems that it is possible to shuttle not only from copy to copy, but also from outside to copy. Etion raised his eyes to look around and saw 2 Skytrace gold mines. In the secret realm of resources, there would be the birth of many such veins of resources, which could be mined by miners to obtain a large amount of materials. Skystrike gold, containing wind spirit power, suitable for crafting equipment for agility professions. However, the few pieces of skyscraper gold left on the gray surface today, such a hard ore, were full of gnawing marks, and the surface was covered with gaps. Looks like there are quite a few Fey. Etion's gaze fell towards the depths of the realm of Heavenly Islands, and there was actually some anticipation in his heart as he then opened his mouth. Alice. As the words fell, the secret space beside Etion was torn open, and a demonic figure walked out with long legs. Queen of Blades Alice. She walked over to Etion, her cold face filled with curiosity. Isn't this the secret realm from before? Yeah, even though it's not a copy of the Yagyu Dynasty, there should be quite a few foreigners here. Hearing Etion's words, Alice subconsciously licked her red lips with an expectant gaze. Let's go. Etion quickly killed his way deeper into the realm of Tianyu, and he could sense where Night Cultivation and Zhang Che were. Stepping onto the second floating island, there was finally a sound coming from the island's black web-like barrier, a toothsome buzzing of a bug swimming across the barrier. Etion raised his eyes and looked. The little bug had a hideous face. Its armor emitted a dark purple light, and it had 6 beetle-like legs. Void bugs? Alice's eyes glazed over and she recognized it at once. Etion casually glanced at it and realized that the alien race named Void Bug Race was of average strength, with only around second-rank combat power, and 12 light wool blades appeared behind Alice's back in an instant, the long knives stabbing away along with the sound of breaking wind, chopping at a few void bugs by virtue of her intention, each chopping strike cutting out dazzling trails of light and shadow. As a talent, the 12-winged light wool blade has a high 500% attack damage increase attached to it passively, and a normal attack is enough to kill in seconds. Thumbs up, thumbs up. A harsh blade light slashed through, and the swarm of insects in front of her was chopped up in no time, turning into a light mass of experience to be sucked up by Alice. Alice was delighted. It's really stronger than the experience of copy monsters. It's not far from the level of an elite boss. At this time, Etion directly killed the third giant floating island. Only the aura of the place was even more rotten and harsh, with dense swarms of insects crawling over the black web-like boundaries, and in the corner of the giant floating island, dozens of mining workers cowered off to the side. Night Xiao, Zhang Che and his brother and sister, as well as a professional wearing a Starfire Martial School uniform, were under Night Xiao's command, protecting the mining workers while facing off against the void bug swarm. It looked like the battle had been going on for a long time. Boss, what are you doing here? Wasn't the secret realm blocked off? How did you get in? The moment Night Cultivator and Zhang Che saw Etion, they had shocked looks on their faces. There was a connection between them and Etion, and they could sense that the person in front of them was none other than Etion himself, and not something else pretending to be him. That left them more than a little confused. It's not coming to your rescue. In front of them, a ghostly green reptile of enormous size and a spider-like bug that devoured its prey from time to time on the side were clearly two elites of the Void Bug Race. Void Ogre, level 40, Void Weaver, level 40. These should be the two strongest creatures they've come up with this time. It's not easy to deal with. Boss, be careful, Night Cultivation Zhang Che hastily reminded. For his part, Etion was very subdued. Alice, in the next moment, two mantis blade-like energy light blades popped out from Alice's wrists, matching the 12-winged light will blades. The blades were as harsh as a whirlwind. The two void bugs weren't really too strong, and Night Xiao could deal with them as a god-level profession, but the dozens of mining workers behind him still needed to be protected, leaving him with no way to fire on all cylinders. Zhang Che couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Holy boss, this beauty is fierce. It seems like it also has god-level combat power? Night Xiao couldn't help but nod his head as well. Alice's current combat power was completely unbeatable. It was a pity that they didn't know that today's Alice hadn't turned on demonization yet, or it would have been more than enough to kill these two void bugs in seconds. Night Cultivator took a breath and reminded Etion when he saw this. Boss, I'm afraid this Void Bug Race's plans are not small. I remember that the Void Bug Race's otherworldly passage came from the Cold Kingdom next door, but a few days ago, the Cold Kingdom had already been destroyed by the Void Bug Race, and now they've set their sights on Daxia. Destroyed the Cold Kingdom? Etion was slightly surprised to say, although the Cold Country is a less powerful country, but after all, it is a country. Actually so easy to be destroyed? Night Xiao spoke of the information he knew. The void bugs are divided into two types of bugs, the void bugs and the parasites. The void worms are these around here, not considered top-notch among the Fae in terms of combatability, but possessing the ability to invade copies with treacherous means, and parasites, which are said to be able to parasitize and manipulate other creatures with low mental power. These two abilities, I must say, are truly bizarre. It's not surprising that a country was destroyed. Just this void bug's ability, Etion always feel in Alice's void shuttle, have some inexplicable relationship. There's another kind, parasites, outside. Wei Yuan was not far away from the secret realm, yet his driver suddenly had green eyes and a horrifyingly strange look on his face. Playing God, Wei Yuan looked at the driver's suddenly changing face. His face was calm as could be. Trying to tell me something, come on. With Wei Yuan's extremely strong spiritual power, He naturally sensed that something had gotten onto the driver's body, but the other party wasn't doing it rashly, so he obviously had something to say. Soon after, the driver's voice hoarsely said, "Your Majesty, the Honorable Insect Mother, greets Da Xia. Cut the crap." From these words, Wei Yuan was already very clear that the visitor was none other than the Void Bug race that had destroyed the Cold Kingdom, and the ruler of the bug race was the Void Bug Mother. Getting this message, he also immediately thought that the secret realm being blocked was the handiwork of the Void Bug race. The insect race parasitizing the driver spoke morosely. "Your Excellency is so impatient, so I'll make it short. The problems that cannot be mined in the realm of Tianyu can be solved by our clan for Xia. Those few outstanding humanoids trapped in the secret realm, my clan can also help release them. We, on the other hand, only need 2 small secret realms as payment." Ha! Wei Yuan was amused. The medium-sized secret realm was blocked, and it wasn't even a tactic of the void bugs, just blatant blackmail. No doubt, trading 2 small secret realms for a medium-sized secret realm was, in other words, similar to collecting protection fees. If you don't agree, the medium-sized secret realm is blocked and no one can enter, which is equivalent to scrapping, and the void bugs can repeat the process over and over again. This is what makes the void bugs as a race so disgusting. The invasion of copies is indeed an ability that the vast majority of countries cannot protect themselves against, and the same goes for Da Xia. Wei Yuan would not compromise, but it would take time for Da Xia to find a countermeasure to deal with this ability. At that moment, however, the cell phone vibrated. Wei Yuan slightly glanced sideways and saw a message from Jiang Yuanxian. Tian has entered the blocked secret realm. Chapter 43, Promotion of Boss. Copy permission. ETA. The situation of the secret realm was still naturally clear to Wei Yuan. After night cultivation, Zhang Che and the other 5 entered. The secret realm was completely blocked by the void bugs. Invasion copies are the racial gift of the void bugs. If there were means to deal with it, the entire Cold Kingdom wouldn't have perished so quickly. But Tian actually broke through the void bug race's blockade? How it's done? Seeing Wei Yuan's thoughtful face, the insect race parasitizing the driver spoke once again. "Your Excellency, as a leader of Da Xia, naturally knows the reasoning behind sacrificing the small to protect the big. 2 small secret realms only, in exchange for a medium-sized secret realm, plus the lives of 5 Da Xia talents. It's still a very good deal." "No?" The parasite's voice was hoarse and oozing, yet Wei Yuan's mood gradually calmed down. Since Tian had the ability and also dared to take the initiative to enter the blocked secret realm, he must have some confidence that he could handle it. Moreover, as things stood, I'm afraid that the only one who could deal with this treacherous tactic of the void bug race was Tian. The parasite urged. "If we delay, I can't guarantee what will happen in the secret realm." Wei Yuan chose to believe Tian and shook his head with a faint smile. "I don't think so. The secret realm, within the territory of Tianyu. Alice's fighting prowess is truly shocking to the entire audience." The 12-winged Lightwool blades were divided into 6 to guard against the small bugs, while the remaining 6 cooperated with Alice to fight 2 level 40 void bug elites in a row. Although the Void Worm was not strong in frontal combat, that Void Arachnid and Void Weaver were also equivalent to epic professionals of the same level. Unfortunately, there was nothing to be done against Alice. Final judgment. Countless blood-red chopping marks exploded from the 2 Void Bug elites, as if they had been struck by dozens of chopping strikes in an instant, and their bodies had been torn apart by the power of the end. Bang! Accompanied by a popping sound of blood and water bursting open, the 2 Void Worm elites were decapitated by Alice without even letting out a scream. Employee Alice kills Void Arachnid. Void Weaver, you share experience. Alice has absorbed enough hunting experience, and the monster template has been promoted from Elite Monster to Elite Boss. Void Shuttling ability has been improved. The limit of use has been increased from 6 times per day to 10 times per day. As the panel alert sounded, Alice's body became more slender and upright after she was promoted to an Elite Boss, and the 2 mantis blades on her arms were much strengthened. Although Elite Bosses were called mini-bosses, they were at least bosses, completely out of the realm of small monsters. At the same time brought, and belongs to the boss of the copy of the permission. Alice gains Elite Boss privileges, can change the copy terrain/weather, can impose an ability restriction in the battle scene. Seeing this, Tian was a bit surprised, not realizing that Alice could already do the ability restriction. It's also called the boss mechanic in the mouths of professionals. The copies have some powerful bosses that can impose restrictions on the copies. For example, bosses are forbidden to return blood, fire spells are forbidden in the copy, all weapons are disarmed, etc. These are abilities unique to copy bosses. There was an extremely perverted restriction in the globally stuck level 75 4th order replica. The replica challenger's attributes drop by 90%. Only such a restriction comes from an ultimate boss. The higher the level and the more powerful the boss, the stronger the limitations on the abilities that can be imposed. Although Alice was only an elite boss at the moment, since she was able to gain access to the ability limit, it proved that the future was promising. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the two void bug elites fell, and the countless small void bug swarms around them let out hasty cries. The two strands were warring, and they wanted to go first. Even the two elites were easily decimated, so the remaining little bugs were even less likely to beat Alice. Not only that, but the talent of the void bug's invasion copy is also limited. Invading a replica is equivalent to breaking into a replica boss's home base, and will be detected and targeted by the replica boss unless the boss is killed or united. And after the secret realm was cleared and the boss disappeared, it was only then that these small void bugs could easily invade in. Once the copy boss existed, the little void bugs would have the early warning of being in someone else's territory and encountering danger at any time, and subconsciously wanted to run away. Alice leapt up like a wolf into a flock of sheep. Trying to run? Alice, place a no-leave restriction. Etion opened his mouth and Alice was about to do the same. Theoretically, the higher the boss level the greater the authority, and higher level bosses will override the ability limitations of lower level bosses. Therefore, in the copy, the general professionals are subjected to, are the copy of the big boss mechanism limitations? Subconsciously ignore the small boss mechanism, and it just so happened that this secret realm, only one boss, Alice, existed, prohibited from leaving the secret world. Alice used the boss's authority to give this command to the entire secret realm. In a flash, the entire secret realm seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, imposing a layer of restriction on all creatures. With the authority of an elite boss, I can only limit the forbidden to leave the secret realm restriction to 1 minute. Command given to start. All targets in the secret area cannot leave for 1 minute. 1 minute, that's enough. Alice's demonized half-pupil turned scarlet, and the 12-winged light-will blade was on fire under her control. Hundreds of small voidworms crawled frantically to the edge of the replica, wanting to repeat the same trick of opening a loophole in the secret realm through invasion, and then leaving through the loophole. However, the racial talent that they were proud of was completely ineffective at this time in general, and this failure made their inner fear even greater, and their hasty cries became even more mournful by a few points. Etion looked at the status on his body and realized that sure enough, even a professional like himself was restricted from leaving. As a boss, the access within the copy was truly terrifying. It was conceivable that if Alice grew to become the ultimate, or even a world boss in the future, what other copies would be impossible to beat? It's not too much to say that it's a god within the copy. Don't say that the Yagyu Dynasty wants to compete in the great race competition for copy racing. That is, 10 more foreign races together, but also the same messy kill. Kill kill kill. In contrast to the uncertainty of the small voidworms, Alice was like a demonic lord descending from the heavens, and wherever the 12 light-will blades went was filled with the monster's dismembered limbs and blood. The scene was bloody as hell. Ha 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 ha. Alice's insane laughter reached the ears of the people present, causing Etionishio Jiangche and the others to break out in a cold sweat. The dozens of rescued mining workers were originally quite elated to see the voidworms that had trapped them killed. Now seeing Alice's insane killing, a group of workers looked at each other with numbness. Why does it feel like this one is more ruthless than those bugs? She's more like a boss than those bugs. I feel chills down my back just looking at her. No dude, your back is cold because you're leaning on a bug carcass. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 44, Joint Annexation of Dasha. Go to the hostile camp copy. 1 minute passes. Only Alice's sword shadows were left inside the copy, and the giant floating island as well as the black net boundary of the voidworms were filled with traces caused by the chopping attacks, as well as the dismembered limbs and broken arms of the small voidworms. Although the number of small void bugs was high, Alice's killing speed was terrifying with her ultra-high agility and 12 independently manipulated light-will blades. Nightshio Jiangche and the others had wanted to help, but Etion stopped them. These voidworms acted as intruders to the secret realm, and Alice would drastically increase the upgrade speed of the monster template when she killed them. This was also one of the reasons why Etion found that Alice could be evaluated as a copy bug. Except for the dual templates of professional and monster. As a copy monster, it could actually level up infinitely, even from a small monster to a boss, which was absolutely impossible for other monsters. As a professional, you can kill copy monsters to upgrade. As a copy monster, you can kill copy challengers to upgrade. Alice with her dual templates has an immeasurable future ceiling. Hundreds of small voidworms turned into experience and were absorbed by Alice, and the path of promotion from elite boss to lord boss was a little closer. Wonderful. After the killing was done, Alice licked her lips, her expression enjoying herself immensely, as if she had just finished a delicious meal. It's over. Etion turned toward Night Cultivator and the others. You guys first lead the mining team, everyone to leave. Nightshade nodded. Understood. The weather on the floating island turned from cloudy to sunny, and the black net boundary that shrouded the secret realm gradually dissipated, signifying that the secret realm had returned to a state of normal passage. Alice was a bit unfulfilled. and turned her head to Etion and inquired, "Boss, there are no more monsters or foreigners in this secret realm. Where should I go next?" That's probably Alice's only drawback. She's been in a separate copy of the space, and has absolutely no sense of direction to accurately find a suitable target to hunt. This killing machine needs to be started up a bit by Etion. Yagyu Dynasty. This was the destination Etion had originally prepared for. He said, lifting his foot out of the secret place. "Wait for my call." Outside, Zhang Yuanxiang and Baicholi were nervously watching the entrance to the secret realm. Etion entering the secret realm meant that the problem had escalated once again. Once Etion couldn't get out, it was definitely more serious than losing a medium-sized secret realm. But fortunately, the ghostly purple entrance to the secret realm gradually returned to normal, and the blockade was lifted. Knight Xiao, Jiang Che, and the others left the secret realm with dozens of mining teams intact. Fortunately, okay. Baicholi and Zhang Yuanxiang breathed a sigh of relief. The latter was surprised and somewhat amazed. "That little boss of yours, Xioli, is really capable." The other sighed. Wei Yuan's eyes spaced out and looked in the direction of the secret realm. The parasite that was on the driver urged, "Don't waste time, Your Excellency. There won't be a miracle." Before the words left his mouth, the parasite was alarmed. The scent of hundreds of void bugs of the same kind from the direction of the secret realm had all but disappeared into thin air at this moment. What's going on? Have they all retreated? The parasite was in a daze. He hadn't thought at all about the possibility of being killed in battle, because this was a second-rank mystic realm. The levels were all limited to 25 or less, and they had sent out 2 level 40 void bug elites, which was already a crushing level of combat power. What's more, how could hundreds of void worms die so quickly? The parasite was enraged. Damn it! How could they go against the orders of His Majesty, the Bug Mother, and retreat without authorization? Wei Yuan sensed the disappearance of the foreign race's aura in the secret realm, and a pleased smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Etion really is a person who can create miracles. In the next moment, he reached out in the direction of the parasite and grabbed it, and the majestic power of the star spirit condensed into an invisible hand, crushing the wisp of the parasite's spiritual intent to smithereens. "Tell your bug mother that if she dares to enter Dasha again, I will return the favor at my door." Ah! Ah! The great green body of the parasite let out a mournful scream in pain. Parasitic worms parasitize by remotely releasing a strand of spiritual intent through a void worm, taking the opportunity to occupy the body of a mentally weak person, although the main body was not in danger. Once the spiritual intent was destroyed, the parasite body would also suffer a painful backlash. The place where it was located was a corroded gray-black land. The sky was covered with black netting knots, and countless dense and disgusting insect eggs were hatching under the broken walls around it. Here, the destroyed Cold Kingdom, devoid of any human life. This bullet-ridden area had become a complete nest of void bugs, grotesquely twisted bugs crawling over the collapsed buildings. The parasite rushed angrily to the worm mother's lair, despite the mental anguish, and tried to question the void worms about their sudden withdrawal. Yet the results he got made him shudder. The hundreds of void worms that were sent to Dasha, not a single one of them returned. All of them perished. "I can't believe I'm the only survivor." He couldn't believe it, not even in disbelief, and the chill in his heart made him feel a great deal of fear. At this moment, in the darkness of the Bug Mother's lair, the Bug Mother's low and majestic voice was heard. "Dasha is really different from the Cold Country." The void bugs hadn't suffered such a setback at all when they had raided the Cold Kingdom, losing hundreds of void bugs in their first strike, and didn't even get a single benefit for nothing. The void insect race, which had occupied the Cold Kingdom too easily, experienced frustration at the hands of the human race for the first time. It does make sense that Dasha can have such a vast country. The Bug Mother's voice gradually hissed. But we, the void bug race, need a bigger territory just the same. This little place, the Cold Kingdom, is completely unsatisfying to them. Dasha, the Dragonborn of Yagyu, seemed to be their match. The Bug Mother's deep, hollow voice came from the darkness once again. Find them and jointly annex the Great Summer. The secret realm issue was resolved, but the way Etion cracked the void bug invasion really made Wei Yuan curious. Wei Yuan found Etion to chat alone. The means of the void bug race is bizarre. There are many countries have been poisoned. If there is a once and for all means of prevention, is equivalent to remove a piece of the heart disease of the Great Summer. However, Etion shook his head. I don't have a way to guard against the invasion of void bugs. My solution is to go straight into the replica and take care of all the void worms. Directly entering a copy sounded simple, but Wei Yuan knew that this was another special ability unique to Etion. However, he was relieved that although he could not prevent it at the moment, at least with Etion around, there was a way to deal with the void bugs for the time being. It seems that we need to call the people from the Institute to attack the large-scale boundary spells, and it's better to guard against the void bugs before it's too late. Etion was, after all, only one person, and it was impossible for Desya to completely rely on him and do nothing. Wei Yuan said and then solemnly said once again. However, this time it's still thanks to you, at least today. If it wasn't for Tian's hand, Xia really didn't have too good a way to deal with it, and it was likely that he would have to give up a medium-sized secret realm. Tian smiled back, just in time to have something to ask for. Brother Wei, can you take me into a copy of the Yagyu Dynasty? As long as it's a copy in their possession. Wei Yuan froze. Entering a copy of the Yagyu Dynasty? Taking the initiative to run to a copy of a hostile camp alien race was a strange request he had never seen before. However, Wei Yuan also knew that Tian was not a person without a purpose, and was bound to have his purpose. Thinking about it, he nodded. Yes, I'll take you. Chapter 45. Which boss directly blocked at the entrance of the copy? Great Xia's East China border. Ding City. This is the city where the border guards of the two tribes, the Daxia and the Yagyu dynasties, are stationed together, and there is no shortage of friction and fights on weekdays. After Daxia took away a small secret realm, given by Red Emperor Bai, from the Yagyu dynasty, it made the friction between the border guards of the two races even more intense. Hurry up, it's going to be a sprint. Beautiful. Just broke the little Yakuza dragon's record. Take all their bets. What's so proud about being a few seconds ahead? The human race just hasn't seen the world. Fei I Brown Yu. At the center of Ding City, the Daxia border guards on one side and the alien army on the other were surrounding a copy of the entrance and placing bets. Fiercely, Wei Yuan drove his car to bring Tian over, and the latter was curious at the sight. Is this the usual thing on this side of the border? Besides martial arts fights, is this kind of play where you take turns speeding through copies? Which is also a kind of competition. After Wei Yuan's explanation, Tian quickly read and understood the rules as well. Daxia and Yagyu Dynasty, the two sides sent each other to brush copies, competing to see which side passes the level faster. While the two sides placed bets on each other, the bettor from the winning camp will receive the losing camp's wager based on the percentage of the wager. Like martial arts fights, this kind of direct competition of combat power was very common in cities where both clans had troops stationed at the same time. The only thing that suffers is that copy being brushed over and over again by both clans. Wei Yuan indicated the copy and said, "Can this copy be your target? No, I'll take you to kill into the Yagyu continent and make sure you still have no problem brushing a copy." The Yagyu continent, the other side of the otherworldly passage in Dingchang, was the old home of the Yagyu dynasty. Tian immediately stopped. Not really, this copy will do. His goal, anyway, was to bring Alice to the vicinity of the Yagyu dynasty, and just let her have free reign when the time came. The two men got out of the car and walked over. At this time, it was just about time for the Yagyu dynasty to send out someone to race, and the foreigner that was sent out, Tian still had the impression that it was the half-dragon man from the last medium-sized secret realm Yedra. It seems that he was sent down to the border guards by the Red Emperor because he failed in the secret realm competition. Boss! Tian had just leaned over when he heard a bright voice shout. Wanjiang jogged 2 steps. Not seeing Tian for a long time made him quite surprised. Good day, Chief. Chief Wei is also here. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. Tian noticed the shoulder badge on Wanjiang's shoulder. This was being promoted to captain. What? You're in the copy race too? Wanjian hemmed and hawed. Have some fun on your break. Saying that, Wanjiang mysteriously came to Tian's ear. Boss, you'll never guess. I've acquired a super strong ability. Tian casually said. Transcendent physique? Wanjiang's eyes instantly glared like bronze bells at his words. The shock of a quietly hidden secret being revealed in a single word. Tian lightly coughed twice and patted his shoulder. Not bad. Keep up the good work. After saying that, Tian walked towards the copy betting place, leaving Wanjiang with an incredulous look on his face. The boss deserves to be the boss. Even the transcendental physique can be seen. However, he must not have thought that my transcendent physique could continue to improve. Yedra, pastime of 8 minutes and 35 seconds, a new record. Brown. Soon, Yedra, the half-dragon of the Yagyu dynasty, had left from his copy, with a speed pass score more than a point ahead of the previous place. The Daxia border guards won all of their bets from the previous round by the Yagyu dynasty. Daxia, hurry up and send someone out. Come on. Side races take turns on the field, and this time it's time for Daxia to send someone out. Wanjiang has long been impatient. Boss, I'm on. Watch me directly crush this little Yakuza dragon. No, let me, Tian said, ignoring Wanjiang's surprised eyes, and walked directly to the entrance of the copy. The Daxia border guards froze. Who is this little brother? Which regiment? Instead, the foreigners of the Yagyu dynasty scoffed. Here comes a brat. Is there no one left in Daxia? However, seeing that Tian really entered the copy, the foreigners did not place a brainless bet. After all, there were quite a few pig-disguised tigers these days, and this set of Daxia border guards had long been played many times, making the foreigners much more wary. So for this round, only a handful of people placed bets. This was a level 35 copy. and the difficulty alone was almost nothing for Etion. Then again, he wasn't aiming for a speed pass. Alice, as the words fell, Alice's sultry figure clad in black robes flashed over. Now 182's figure was even more slender under the black robe, and his eyes glittering with golden aura and demonic demon pupils were particularly expectant. Boss, is the prey here? That's right, there will be a constant line of Fae lining up at the door in a few moments. Etion laughed. And, this is the vicinity of the Yagyu Dynasty. There are few foreign races in the nearby copies. Bringing Alice here to the Yagyu Dynasty kind of speeds up the promotion of her monster template. Those dragon descendants with naturally powerful bloodlines were the best nourishment for Alice's evolution. Etion commanded. You should clear this wave of copy monsters first, and keep the clearance time at 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Alice nodded obediently, maneuvered up her 12-winged light will blade and went into action. Etion, the clearance record is 8 minutes and 30 seconds. A new record. Shay, thought I was hiding some strength. 5 seconds ahead? What's a few seconds lead? It's just luck. Humph. I haven't even exerted my full power yet, and it won't be a problem for 7 minutes or less. After seeing Etion's clearance score, the foreigners of the Yagyu Dynasty were disdainful. Yedra, the half-dragon who spoke last, was more than ready to strike again. Place your bets, place your bets. This round, the Fae were motivated to place their bets. Equipment, materials, coins, and so on, as long as there is something of value, it can be used as a bet. They were clear about Yedra's strength. A half-dragon man who could be sent to raid a medium-sized secret realm naturally had extraordinary strength, and the Dasha border guards were well aware of this, and the bettors were almost non-existent, except for Etion. Boss, you want to bet on this too? Wanjian lowered his voice in disbelief as Etion not only placed a bet, but also placed a lot of bets, throwing in a bunch of equipment that had been popped out from the previous brush, leading to even more people placing bets on the Fae side. Etion just smiled. Just for fun. Wei Yuan pondered, suddenly remembering the black-robed man that Etion had mentioned and was in the copy, and vaguely guessed. Yedra entered the copy. He also bet a lot of his belongings before entering the book, and if he's on fire, breaking the record will be easy. Come on. The half-dragon Yedra had just entered the copy when she saw a black-robed figure standing not far away, 12 light blades floating behind her. Nope, how come I didn't see this monster last time? His head was still thinking, when he saw Alice's figure flashing, approaching extremely fast at a speed that was hard to catch with the naked eye, and cold light flashed in front of his eyes. Nope, it's a boss. What a strong boss. In just a single glance, he could clearly feel that he was no match, and the sense of oppression almost overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. Yedra's heart nearly exploded. Damn, what kind of boss blocks the entrance to a copy directly? Chapter 46, King's Dragon Descent Nos. Dragon Medulla Crystals. Soon, Yedra realized she was wrong. It's no longer about the copy boss blocking the entrance to the copy. Rather, the black-robed man in front of him was completely stronger than the final boss of a level 35 copy by an unknown number of times. This boss isn't right. It's too late. We have to resist her attack first, and then think about how to get out of the copy. Feeling the harsh cold light approaching in an instant, Yedra decisively gave up the idea of fighting. He mobilized his entire body's strength, and the dragon's blood scale armor on his arms flashed with green light as he crossed and braced himself in front of his chest. In the next instant, there was a flash of cold light. His desperate defense was torn apart by Alice like she was cutting tofu. Yedra also belonged to the upper middle level of half-dragon descent among the Fae of the Yagyu Dynasty. However, in front of Alice, the Queen of Blades, who possessed a dual template and a hidden profession, he couldn't even take a single hit at the same level. The light will blade that flashed with a cold light looked like it was bantering. You're as funny as your defense. In the next moment, the 12 light will blades penetrated into Yedra's body like a million arrows piercing through the heart. Yedra was killed on the spot. Alice looked unimpressed. The boss was right. Just wait here and someone will deliver themselves. Yedra, pass failed. Outside, seeing the replica entrance revert to a challengeable state, everyone present and the Fae were instantly dumbfounded. If the challenge fails and the person hasn't come out yet, there's only one possibility, that they died in the copy. How is that possible? The Fae couldn't believe it. It was a half-dragon. How could it die in a level 35 copy? Could it be that the copy has awakened after being swiped so many times? Evolved? As the crowd looked at each other in disbelief, Etion wore a smile on his face and reaped all the bets that the foreigners had placed in the previous round. Equipment of varying quality, materials, and so on. A massive amount of bets were collected by Etion alone. The stuff isn't too valuable, but who wouldn't take it for nothing? Seeing this, Wanjiang couldn't help but lead a loud laugh. Is this all you Yagyu Dynasty has? Is this the level? If you can't even brush a copy, jailbird vegetables will practice more. At those words, the Fae burst into a rage, especially those who had placed more bets in the previous round. Yedra is a waste. No wonder the medium secret realm wasn't taken down. So he's so weak. Change and come again. Soon, the Yagyu Dynasty once again sent a half-dragon. This time, the half-dragon man, who also carried a military rank, seemed to be of a good rank in the Fey army. It caused the Fey to recall this round and place even more bets. Half a minute later. What? Failed again? The duplicate state resets, representing the new one, and the half-dragon dies in it. Did the copy actually evolve? The foreigners looked at each other in disbelief, and the great Xia border guards mocked mercilessly. This is what made the former most indignant. Not only was a large number of bets won, but the key was ridiculed by Daxia with some loss of face, all stationed in the same town. How can you stand the aggravation? A giant scorpion alien with a body of more than 3 meters rose indignantly. I'll do it. 20 seconds later, the copy fails and the giant scorpion is killed in action. Fei? Etion lost his smile helplessly when he saw this. Alice is still too hasty. Who would dare to challenge like this? Wanjiang suspiciously turned his head to look at Etion. Now he kind of understood. It must be that the boss had done something extraordinary in the copy. Although the Xia border guards didn't know exactly what had happened, seeing the foreigners get defeated was soothing, and the shouts of formation were loud and clear. It was like cold water had been poured on the Fey. The 3 fallen Fey, who were all top combatants under level 35, couldn't win, let alone the other Fey. However, at that moment, a giant dragon figure flew in the air. The huge body of the dragon landed on the ground, setting off waves of air that spread in all directions, shaking the foreigners backward. Compared to the half-dragon man, this giant dragon had more pronounced dragon features in his size and looks. His aura was incomparably strong, and his golden vertical pupils proved his purer dragon bloodline. Your Highness North. His Highness North actually came over in person. The foreigners were showing reverence at the sight, while Wei Yuan and Wanjiang and the others also recognized each other's identities. It's actually a royal dragon descendant. The Yagyu Dynasty, with the degree of the bloodline of the ancient dragon race, determined the level of strength and status. The king's dragon descendants are the descendants of a group of dragons with the most powerful bloodline, and are given the name King's Clan. If the half-dragon has a bloodline degree of 3, then the bloodline degree of the royal dragonborn is at least 20. In terms of attribute values alone, strength surpassed the legendary level warrior profession, and physique surpassed the legendary level tank profession. And this was the king's dragon descent. Wei Yuan reminded. This should be one of the opponents of the race competition. In the Great Xia and Yagyu Dynasty's great race competition, both sides needed to send out a new generation of players to fight. And this giant dragon, Nos, was clearly the best of the newborn dragon descendants. Wanjiang stared at the giant dragon Nos, his eyes surging with battle intent. Etion, on the other hand, had an expectant look on his face. He wouldn't be trying to enter a copy, would he? As the words fell, he only saw the giant dragon Nos coldly grunt. Humph, a small copy, and there's a need for competition? His voice was as low as vibrating thunder, drawing scorn from the faces of the surrounding Xia border guards, and the foreign armies of the Yagyu Dynasty followed in excitement. But immediately afterward, he looked at the foreigners with a more disdainful expression. You guys, you can't even win against the district's human race. Bunch of losers. To the king's dragon descendants, this group of thin-blooded foreigners were not even as good as henchmen, and were at best considered minions. The giant dragon Nos had originally just completed the Red Emperor's trial mission and was preparing to return to the Yagyu continent, passing by Dingcheng only to find the two races racing bouts, so he came down to have some fun. When North saw Etion's clearance record of 8 minutes and 30 seconds, his face was disdainful to the extreme. A level 35 copy of the district. 1 minute is enough. Although North hadn't reached second rank long ago and was around rank 28, the combat power brought by the dragon bloodline was exceptionally powerful. As soon as these words came out, the foreign armies of the Yagyu Dynasty cheered in unison, their fighting spirit instantly returning to its peak. His Highness North is unrivaled. The human race of the Great Summer behold. Seeing the place where the bet was placed, North looked confident and casually dropped 10 crystals of flowing green light. For a while, it drew the Great Xia crowd to marvel. Holy, dragon marrow crystals, legendary grade material. These dragons are so rich. If we can bring down the Yagyu continent, our army will definitely not lack money. Even Wei Yuan was quite interested. Dragon marrow crystals. It seems that they are only produced in the dragon ancestors' secret realm in the sub-ancient continent. The forging material for the topmost legendary equipment. Dragon ancestors' secret realm? It was the first time Etion had heard this name. Wei Yuan, legend has it that it's a mysterious space left behind by the ancestors of the ancient dragon race, containing endless dragon secret treasures and inheritance, and only dragons with a strong enough bloodline can enter it. Hearing that only the dragons could enter, Wanjiang expressed deep regret. It's a pity. I remember the Red Emperor said he could let us challenge the secret realm at will, although the dragon medulla crystals were worth a lot. No one from Disya's side went over to place bets at all. After all, the power of the Dragon North was something that everyone could personally feel, and setting a new record really wasn't much of a challenge for him. The only easy day. After North stepped into the copy, he once again placed a wave of heavy bets, becoming the only person in Daxia to place a bet. Wei Yuan and Wan Jiang both showed a foxed look in their eyes, and Wan Jiang tried his best to lower his voice. Boss, what the hell did you do in the copy? Wei Yuan had also noticed early on that Tian's expression had become very subtle ever since North decided to enter the copy. Tian revealed a harmless human smile. I think the opponents for the race competition may have to be reduced by one. Chapter 47, Repromotion. Lord Boss, Gargoyle North stepped into the copy space, his golden vertical pupils flat and indifferent. Even a 1-minute pass copy is not too difficult for him. It's just a pastime. However, at this moment, an excited voice suddenly came from behind him. Thought there wouldn't be any more. I didn't realize it was time for the main course to be served after the appetizer. Falling on North's ears, every word reeked of danger. His muscles tensed, and he turned abruptly to meet Alice on all fours. So perfect was the hunt that Alice was overjoyed. With her monster template, the more powerful creatures she hunted, the faster her monster level evolved. As it happened, the progress bar of today's elite boss, after absorbing many of today's foreigners, was less than halfway to evolving again. This gargoyle came just in time. You mustn't run away. Alice once again gave a command to the replica. All targets are forbidden to leave the replica. Still 1 minute is enough time. As the words fell, the golden light of the giant dragon-nosed dragon's eyes shone brightly, and his face was incomparably indignant. It's just a special boss born with a bit of intelligence. You think you can defeat me? With an earth-shattering dragon roar, the 4-meter-tall North lifted his wings into the air, and his dragon's wings beat downwards with a deafening pop. Accelerating, North was like a missile swooping towards Alice. Alice and North are of similar rank. What was even more marvelous was that one was a dragon race with a very high bloodline, and the other was a hidden profession plus monster template double attribute bonus, resulting in the same exaggerated attributes. Both of them were extremely terrifying existences when put in the outside world, with peak battle power at the beginning of the second rank. If anyone could have witnessed this battle, they would probably call it a real one. Ace versus. That was one of the things that made Kaironos angry. I do fear you because we are of similar strength, but what makes you so confident that you can kill me in 1 minute? Alice's expression was overly relaxed, making him a little fired up. The shadow of North's huge dragon claws enveloped Alice, and the sharp claws like steel blades seemed as if they were about to tear her to pieces in a matter of moments. Since it's going to take a minute to finish you off, I'm going to give it my all. Alice's body was enveloped in a layer of cold, unforgiving black aura, and the demonic pigeon flower magic pattern on the left side of her face flowed as if it was alive, releasing boundless darkness. The moment the dragon's claws were just a fraction of a second away from crushing Alice, a wild and violent voice spat out from her mouth. Diablo fighting god. In an instant, the wind and clouds in the replica changed, and the power of darkness rose up to the sky, covering the sky. Fear, like an invisible weight, choked North's entire body in the dragon's claws, hard enough to force him to stop moving for a few seconds. The pupils of North's dragon plummeted, like some kind of extremely dangerous existence that had appeared in front of him. The power of the abyss. You're an evil demon tainted by the abyss. Who dash? Alice spread a pair of huge demonic wings behind her back. Her entire body was covered by a set of pitch-black scale armor, and floating 12 light wool blades merged into one, turning into a long blade that was pitch-black and glittering with crimson patterns. She slowly opened her eyes, her left eye turning a burning crimson color, emanating a tyrannical and ferocious aura. The power of the abyss was the first time Alice had used it since she had been contaminated by the abyssal wormhole and transformed into a half-human, half-demon. In her usual human form, it would have been hard enough to suppress the contamination of the abyss, and to actively use it again would undoubtedly hasten her death. However, after being transformed into a hidden profession by Tian, he was in turn able to utilize the power of the abyss to actively transform. This, darkness fighting god, was the demonized form of Alice's former Genbu fighter. It's too late to run now. Alice let out a whisper, followed by chopping out 7 or 8 chopping strikes at an extremely fast and incomparable speed, creating black and red bursting trajectories. In the blink of an eye, the dragon claw that North was just about to grab was already sliced into pieces. Dash. Demonization. Dark god. Demonize yourself into the form of a dark god, increasing your destructive power, attack speed and movement speed, skill damage, reaction speed, and other combat abilities by 5 times for 3 minutes. Destructive power. A collective term for attack power and defense penetration. At the moment of demonization, Alice's combat power had been completely in a state of crushing. Alice lifted her wings and flashed, and the demonic long knife in her hand cut out a giant wave of dark energy, destroying and tearing apart North's body. No, I'm a royal dragon descendant. I'm going to be a dragon king. The pupils of Nose's dragon were wide open, and his struggles became more and more feeble. Eventually his body fell and smashed a deep pit in the ground. The huge experience value of the king's dragonborn was absorbed by Alice, leveling up to level 26, and the monster template also received a boost. Monster template promoted from elite boss to lord boss. The ability to travel through the void has been improved. The limit of use has been increased from 10 times per day to 15 times per day, allowing you to mark all areas you have traveled through and return to them at any time. Obtained Lord Boss privileges, can change the environment organs of the copy, can give stronger ability limitation commands, can command all monsters in the copy. Alice couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. It had taken her half a year to advance from a normal monster to an elite monster. However, after meeting Etion, he had continuously promoted 2 levels in just one day. Following the boss was really the right decision. At this point, only half a minute had passed in the outside world. The Fae of the Yagyu Dynasty gazed warmly. His Highness Nose had said that the copy would end in 1 minute, so it would definitely be 1 minute. Yet in a few more seconds, the copy did end in 1 minute. But North didn't come out. What? The half-dragons, red sand scorpions, giant lizardmen, and all the other alien races, all of them were greatly shocked and looked almost frantic. The royal dragon descendant of the Yagyu Dynasty, the seed contestant of the race competition, and one of the dragon descendants with the purest bloodline. Nose, I can't believe I died in my copy. For a while, the hearts of the officers of the alien army sank to the bottom. After this matter was reported to the Red Emperor, even if they hadn't done anything, they would definitely be punished. All the foreign races had panicked and dispersed like birds and beasts, no longer daring to discuss the replica match. It caused the Dasha border guards to laugh, and they had never felt so lifted. At this time, quite a few people reacted. What the hell did that little brother do in the copy just now? It's too awesome. Right. I'd believe it if I said I threw a demon lord into the copy. Where is everyone? And after making sure that North was dead, Etion took away the 10 dragon medulla crystals from the bet early and got into the car with Wei Yuan and left. Seeing Etion's departing figure, Wan Jiang waved his hand toward the crowd and said, "What did you do? It's just that the foreigners are too much of a dish." When these words came out, the crowd of border guards immediately nodded their heads in agreement and said, "That's it. It's so trashy. And a dragon descendant." On the way back and forth, Etion fiddled with the dragon medulla crystals of flowing green light. It's worthy of being a legendary material. It's very tempting just by looking at it. Wei Yuan laughed, because it's also an ingredient. The dragon descendants usually eat it directly for strengthening their bodies. It just can't be bitten or digested with human teeth and intestines. Along the way, Etion had already profoundly known the value of this dragon marrow crystal after Wei Yuan's popularization. Or rather, anything mined from the dragon ancestor's secret realm was worth a lot. It made him quite curious about this dragon ancestor mystery realm in the Yagyu continent. Wei Yuan added, "It's just a pity that there are only 10 dragon marrow crystals here, which isn't enough to make equipment. If we had more, we could build some top-notch legendary equipment." At those words, Etion instantly thought of North. North was decapitated by Alice, and the trophies from the body should be in Alice's hands as well. As a royal dragon descendant who could take out 10 dragon marrow crystals as a bet, I wondered if the loot would be a surprise. Chapter 48 Attack, God Advent Sect. On the northern outskirts of Qingqing City, a high-level floating vehicle was heading out of the city. On the floating car, it was Jiang Yuanfeng who was leading by Choli, preparing to head to Huaxing University. As one of the 3 superb academic institutions in Daxia, Huaxing was located in the only large-scale city in East China Xinjiang. I've heard that Huaxing has a single trial secret realm where you can exercise to improve the effect of your skills. Bai Qiuli was excited and said, "The race competition starts in 3 days, so I hope I can become stronger again." Zhang Yuanxiang smiled slightly at the sight. She had seen quite a few newcomers with strong professions, but those with strong professions, high talent and hard work like Bai Qiuli were really few and far between. Pending the single challenge of the great race competition, the probability of defeating the king's dragon descendants is still very high. She was about to speak when suddenly her eyes flashed. A sharp alarm sounded in the floating vehicle. "Warning! Enemy attack! Warning! Enemy attack!" Boom dash! In the wilderness on the way from Qingcheng to Xinjiang, 3 missiles trailing long tail flames struck the floating vehicle and exploded violently. Amidst the smoke of the explosion, Zhang Yuanxiang condensed green light sword intent around his body as a shield, protecting Bai Qiuli to land safely. However, the moment they landed, several figures surrounded them through the dim light of the sky. Zhang Yuanfeng's face was cold and stern as he swept around with his sword. It was a dozen or so professionals wearing purple church robes with different weird symbols carved on their faces, all around level 50, with not a few third-order professions. Among them, there was even an epic profession mechanical reformer, with a thick cannon barrel behind his back smoldering with gray smoke. Who was responsible for shooting down the floating car? The God Adventist Church. Zhang Yuanfeng's tone was cold and murderous. A quick glance revealed that this was the Blue Star's infamous anti-human terrorist organization God's Advent cult. They only move around in the wilderness on weekdays, not daring to set foot in the city of Daxia, much less take the initiative to attack the top professionals. They went all out to hunt down the top newcomers in each country with their own ludicrous philosophy. That mechanical reformer, as well as the crowd of the God Advent cult, had their eyes dead set on Baiqiuli, their tone extraordinarily pious and holy. Those who prevent the 10,000 races from descending to the Blue Star must die. At this time, Wei Yuan was driving and preparing to send Tian back to Qingcheng. Suddenly, his face flushed, and through the boundary he had laid in Qingcheng, he sensed the aura of a nearby high-level professional battle. Zhang Yuanfang and Baiqiuli have been attacked. Tian froze at the words and subconsciously opened the staff panel, discovering Baiqiuli's status bar constantly changing. Being in a combat state, Elder Zhang Yuanfang is here, and someone else dares to attack them? Wei Yuan perceived deeply for a while and frowned slightly. The God Advent sect. That is a bunch of crazy people who don't want to die for the sake of achieving their goals. I'm afraid that Baiqiuli's recent behavior has caused her to be targeted by the Divine Progenitor sect. The organization, God's Adventism, was mentioned in class from time to time, specializing in hyenas. They practiced the idea that there was a divine presence among the 10,000 clans, and that only by defecting to the 10,000 clans and letting the power of the gods descend upon Daxia would Daxia be able to survive the evil doomsday. Tian thought it was ridiculous, and it was not yet clear whether there was a god or not. If the 10,000 races were really allowed to descend on the Blue Star, would Daxia still be Daxia? But on the contrary, the Divine Prosperity sect tended to target any existence that was unfavorable to the 10,000 races. However, if you can't beat the top pros, you can only stare at the newbies, which is disgusting. Although Baiqiuli was wearing a shielding ring, after her transfer, she had consecutively made the first pass through a hell copy, cleared a medium-sized secret realm, and ranked first in the East China High School exam, and was bound to take part in the race competition, which made the Divine Prosperity sect feel threatened. This bunch of... Tian felt disgusted. Wei Yuan's tone became a bit faster. I have to back up as soon as possible. The Flowing Cloud Sword Saint is good at attacking, not protecting. If the Divine Prosperity cult wants to kill Baiqiuli regardless of the cost, Zhang Yuanfang won't necessarily be able to protect her. I'll do it. Tian's words drew an odd look from Wei Yuan. Don't worry, I can still keep my staff, so that Elder Jiang doesn't have to worry about killing all the enemies. Saying that, Tian knocked his finger and activated the skill dash, meeting. In the next moment, Tian's figure disappeared into thin air, as if traveling to another dimension, and the invisible call from the boss reached down to every employee. Wei Yuan's expression stagnated. The other side of the battlefield. Although, theoretically, Zhang Yuanfang and some of the members of the God's Advent sect were all third-order professions. However, the top legendary profession at level 74 was more than a star stronger in terms of combat power compared to their level 50 who had just crossed the threshold of the third rank. But the Church of God's Advent is really a bunch of lunatics who are almost desperate for the will of the so-called gods. A level 55 third-order assassin, stealthy sneak to the side of the two women, followed by direct self-explosion. He carries the mechanical reformer's destructive artifacts, using all of his professional power to detonate and inflict a destructive blow at the cost of his own life. Crazy. Zhang Yuanfang had noticed it long ago, but in the face of this kind of life-threatening opponent, she could only give up her attack and release all of her sword intent to resist in front of Baiqiuli. As a human race, instead of fighting for the human race, they fight for the foreigners. What a few good dogs. The mechanical reformer of the God Adventist Church laughed out loud. Wrong. It is for the sake of the human race that we are doing this, and only by allowing the gods of all races to descend upon Daxia can we bring the hope of peace. The green-colored sword aura in Zhang Yuanfeng's hand flourished. If this is what it takes to make peace, I'd rather die at the hands of an evil demon. However, she couldn't continue her attack. Another assassin came sneaking in and blew himself up nearby, so she could only give up her attack to protect Baiqiuli. At this moment, in the face of explosions that were deadly at every turn, Baiqiuli's face was never flustered and her tone was calm. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm the one who got you into trouble. Although her combat power was already strong, it was still inferior in front of a third-ranked professional. Zhang Yuanfang smiled in relief. Such a child with an excellent heart. If he could survive, his future achievements would definitely be unlimited. Don't worry, Wei Yuan will come, and teacher will make sure you're okay. The feeling of powerlessness filled Baiqiuli's whole body, but it didn't make her disheveled. Instead, it stirred up her fighting spirit even more. I'm not strong enough. Just then, a prompt popped up in front of Baiqiuli, and her eyes lit up. Teacher, don't worry about me. The God Adventists once again launched another round of attacks. Attack! don't let her escape. However, as soon as the words fell, Baichioli's figure directly disappeared out of thin air. The God Adventists froze. What's going on? The intel didn't say anything about them having spatial abilities. Spatial ability is extremely rare. The entire Great Xia doesn't have it before. Could it be stealth? The mechanical reformers who were the leaders were also dumbfounded. Their biggest aim was to get rid of Baichioli. Otherwise how would they dare to hijack Zhang Yuanxian's floating car? And now the target has vanished into thin air? Zhang Yuanfan was slightly stunned, but thinking of Baichioli's words before she disappeared, as well as the performance of God Prosperity Sect who was also unaware of the situation. Baichioli should have been rescued. Is that her little boss? Don't know the specifics, but all in all it's a good thing. Zhang Yuanxiang rose with his sword. His eyes were cold and compelling, and the murderous flowing clouds of sword intent instantly enveloped the entire arena. The sword intent that was like substance shot straight up into the sky, causing the crowd of the God Advent Church to instantly feel a piercing chill. Now, who should escape? Zhang Yuanfeng's tone was icy cold and incomparable, and the flowing clouds of sword intent cut through the night sky, creating an arc of sword intent on the battlefield. The sword intent was devastating, and wherever the sword intent went, the wind rose up and filled the air with biting and pure killing intent. What? No, no. Her sword intent was the first to chop at the mechanical reformer, who was a professional of the same third rank, and the latter was actually killed in seconds by a single sword. There were even 2 third-order divine progenitor cultists who were caught in the aftershocks of the sword intent and had their vitality decimated. A one-sided massacre that has begun. Chapter 49 Dragon Ancestors Secret Realm Token. Dragon Marrow Crystals. Inside the copy space, Alice, who had just been promoted to Lord Boss, was traveling through the nearby copies. As Etion had said, this was the territory of the Yagyu Dynasty, and there were few prey in the copy. However, at that moment, a boss invites you to join the meeting prompt popped up in front of her, causing her to faintly stare. A meeting? Could it get me out of my copy? After a moment's thought, Alice accepted the invitation, and then her figure disappeared in an instant, as if sitting high above the stars in a conference room. Baichioli looked grateful. Luckily, boss, you held the meeting in time. Now Teacher Yuanfeng should be able to take on the enemy with ease. Tian nodded. He had also discovered the ability, meeting. It was simply a superb life-saving skill that ignored distance. After all, there is no time limit for meetings. Drive as long as you want. In other words, once the employees were in danger, Tian could always pull them into the conference room to save their lives until the crisis in the outside world was over. Tian reminded the crowd, once you encounter danger, it's best to alert me immediately. Serenity wasn't in the meeting, and Tian was going to send a separate message to inform her after the meeting was adjourned, because when the meeting was held, Tian realized that it was in a state of absolute concentration and was studying something, so he didn't disturb it. The rest of the employees nodded their heads in agreement, never realizing that a meeting could actually save their lives. Yet at the moment, Baichioli, Night Cultivator, and the rest of the entire staff had sensed an extremely dangerous aura. It's the devil. The crowd's spirits tightened, clearly sensing that it was a terrifying aura from the abyss. They immediately stared, only to see Alice appear in the 5th position on the long table in the conference room. Alice looked very surprised. It actually did come out of the copy. It's a shame you can't use any of your powers here, and you can't void travel. Everyone, don't be nervous. Tian raised his hand to signal the crowd to feel at ease and introduce them. This is a new co-worker, Alice. He explained Alice's situation briefly, and after hearing that Alice was also one of Tian's men, the crowd looked much calmer. After all, they are all employees under Tian. There is nothing wrong with saying that they are co-workers, and they are a little more accepting of each other. Tian added, Alice is in a special situation and can only act in the copy at the moment. Everyone can directly call out to Alice if they run into danger in the copy. Alice nodded. Call me anytime if you have a hunt. Oh, she found some subtle connection to everyone present. Probably co-workers, enough to find you all in the various copies. Wan Jiang suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Boss, the one who killed North in the copy. Could it be Alice? As Tian nodded his head in affirmation, it was as if Wan Jiang had finally found the answer. A royal dragon descendant was actually decapitated by Alice in less than a minute, causing Wan Jiang to be amazed at his strength. Tian happened to ask, Alice, that royal dragon descendant, did it leave any loot behind? That's all there is. Alice rummaged around and took out a token and 30 crystals. After placing it on the long table in the conference room, the item fell in front of the boss's seat with Tian's intention. Crystals, or that legendary grade material, Dragon's Chalcedony crystals. It made Tian show a happy face. In this case, the 40 dragon marrow crystals in his hand should be enough to forge equipment. Equipment forged with dragon marrow crystals was also top-notch and legendary quality. The other token, on the other hand, caused Tian to frown slightly. Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm Token. With this token, you can open the entrance to the Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm once, and it disappears after use. The Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm? Although I heard Wei Yuan say that there is an abundance of high-quality resource materials and countless secret treasure inheritances inside. But isn't that inside the Yagyu continent? How am I supposed to use that? After thinking for a long time, Etienne first put the token away before saying anything. Yagyu continent, Red Emperor's palace. The 8 lapis lazuli pillars supporting the palace had already been broken by the furious Red Emperor's wave of his hand. North, dead. Then you have the nerve to come and see me? Red Emperor kicked on the broken pillar stone. The stone smashed forward to report to the officer of the Dingqing army. The latter did not hide and did not avoid. Hard to be smashed half dead. If it was a half-dragon or any other foreign race, the Red Emperor wouldn't care how many died. But the royal dragon descendants, each one of them a future pillar of the Yagyu Dynasty, must not be lost, especially since the great race competition was just around the corner. This was undoubtedly one less contestant. What angered the Red Emperor even more was this: one of the Dragon Ancestor Mystery Realm tokens that he had rewarded North with must have been lost as well. That token, each one of them is worth a fortune. Only by possessing the token could one obtain the secret treasures in the Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm, or even obtain the special abilities inherited from the ancient Dragon Ancestors. The entire Yagyu Dynasty could only obtain 5 tokens per year, and now there was one less. The half-dragon mage staffer under the throne spoke up. Lord Red Emperor, it must be the sinister human race that did something in the replica that caused the replica abyssalization, which led to His Highness knows. The Red Emperor coldly stared at him. Still need you to say? Red Emperor's sacred light. Of course the Red Emperor knew that it was Daxia who had done it, but it wasn't like he could catch the other party. The thought made him even angrier. At that moment, a messenger came to report. Lord Red Emperor, emissaries from the Void Bug race have come to discuss cooperation in capturing Great Xia. Upon hearing this, the group of foreigners within the palace looked at each other and whispered. It was very common for 2 alien races to cooperate with each other, but the Void Bug race was shady and cunning, and the Yagyu Dynasty did not have a good impression of them. The Red Emperor grunted disdainfully. A reptile in the gutter. And you presume to join forces with a giant dragon? Let them roll. Even with the loss of Nos, with the depth of the Yagyu Dynasty, the Red Emperor still didn't put Daxia in his eyes. Why would a mere Daxia need to join forces with others? The Red Emperor snorted coldly. Tell the Green Emperor to send someone over. The race competition isn't this emperor's own business. The northern wilderness of Qingchang, the divine prosperity cultists were faced with the firepower of Jiang Yuanxiang and were killed or injured. More men were lost than in all previous missions combined. If the God Adventists had just run away, perhaps not so many people would have died. However, they also guessed that Baicholi was just hiding in some space and would come back again after some time, and then they would hunt Baicholi again. As Wei Yuan said, the God Adventist Church is a bunch of lunatics. With this idea, the God Adventist Church persisted for a long time. From the very beginning, when faith was strong, to the collapse, to the near regimentation of the church, there were finally people who were afraid to run for their lives. Up to this point, half of the members of the Divine Prosperity sect had lost their lives under Jiang Yuanfang's sword. Sort of an opportunity to uproot an anti-human organization. The meeting was adjourned. Etienne's body returned to Wei Yuan's car, causing the latter to be curious. Baicholi's side is indeed fine. You have a peculiar way of protecting people. This ability of Etienne to pull people into space was really rare. Wei Yuan even felt a bit rascal. Etienne smiled, then took out 40 dragon marrow crystals and asked, Brother Wei, is this enough to build equipment? Wei Yuan was puzzled at the sight. You actually even managed to get the loot back? He guessed that Etienne managed to kill North, but he didn't expect to even get the relics that North left in the copy. This large amount of dragon marrow crystals was truly worth a lot. Enough to build 2 pieces of legendary equipment. I'll help you find a forger. Which part of the equipment do you want? Wei Yuan didn't say anything, and promised after receiving the dragon medulla crystals, legendary level materials, which required at least an epic level forge master to build into equipment and required quite a lot of auxiliary materials. But it shouldn't be a problem for Wei Yuan. Etienne thought for a moment. The jewelry category, I guess. Compared to equipment such as armor and weapons, jewelry such as necklaces and rings were more rare and precious. Wei Yuan nodded his head in agreement and then brought Etienne back to the Castle Peak apartments. The night was low, and the stars were embedded above the canopy, shedding bits of cold light. Before parting, Wei Yuan said in a serious tone, Tomorrow is the election of contestants for the great race competition. I'll leave it to you guys. Etienne waved his hand backward. Don't worry. Chapter 50 If only you could win one. Back at the apartment, it was late at night. Baicholi followed Jiang Yuanxiang to Huaxing University and was considered to have reported to work early, leaving Etienne alone in the apartment again. After switching to Alice today, the funds have shrunk considerably. From a balance of almost 100, to just 35.3 now. The good thing was that Alice's strength, and the characteristics of the dual templates, made it worth it for Etion. And, with 12 o'clock quickly approaching, a new admin log settlement refreshes. Management log, Night Cultivation and Jiang Che teamed up to pass the first hell copy, Desperate Valley. Reward, Fund +6. By Chili challenges Huaxing University's single trial Secret Realm. Reward, Funds +4. Wan Jiang is promoted to small captain of the Dixia Border Guard Recruit Battalion. Reward, +1 funds. Serenity cracks the ancient relic tablet and deciphers 3 key clues, bringing the relic deciphering degree to 74%. Reward, money +2. You share the experience gained by your staff, killing enemies, trials, first passes, and brushing monsters, 650,000. Your level increases, level 25 level 28, funding, 48.3. This management log made Etion realize, there are really various ways to obtain funds, copy of the first pass, secret trials, even promotion to rank, as well as cracking the relic tablet, actually counted as one of the dividend achievements. Serenity, as a legendary scholar, didn't expect the efficiency to be so powerful, making a huge contribution to the ancient ruin slate cracking in a single day. Instead, Alice, as the strongest person on the staff by far, being trapped in a copy with no way to leave for the time being caused her to only kill people, unable to achieve any achievements or honors for obtaining dividends. However, Alice is the most efficient when it comes to killing enemies for experience. Etion finally swept a glance at a few employees. There's one promotion left. Who's it going to? The race competition was about 2 days away from starting, so at least before the competition, he had to give out places to boost his staff's strength. Thinking about it, the thoughts drifted away, and I actually fell asleep without realizing it. Early the next morning, Etion took Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Night Cultivation with him and rode on the exclusive floating vehicle Wei Yuan had arranged to head to Xing City. It wasn't far from the Great Race Competition, and it was customary for the major East China executives to organize a selection in Xing City to choose the contestants for the Great Race Competition. It can be said that today is the day when the various outstanding geniuses make their official debut. The floating car drove smoothly towards that only large city in East China. After yesterday's attack by the Divine Prosperity Cult, Wei Yuan had sent the commander of the guard army to deploy 4 battalions of troops to reclaim the wilderness. Makes for an extraordinarily safe route. Is this Xingqing? So luxurious. It's the first time I've been to a large city in my entire life. Soon, the only large-scale city in eastern China was reflected in Etion and the others' eyes, drawing gasps of surprise from Jiang Che and Wan Jiang. From the air, this place is simply almost 10 times bigger than Xingcheng, and several technological towers are particularly eye-catching. But compared to the first-line cities in Etion's previous life, here because of the war, the style is more rustic and not very luxurious. Several people arrived at the East China Division office building. Wei Yuan, Bai Qiuli and Zhang Yuanfang were chatting at the door. Seeing Etion and the others arrive, Wei Yuan led him directly to the third-floor conference hall, where today's selection would be held. Wei Yuan and Etion were the last to arrive, and the conference hall had already been filled with a group of East China's bigwigs. The Great Race Competition concerned the interests and even the survival of all of East China, and in the event of failure, the countless secret realms that were lost would have to be deducted from the various cities and departments. Even Huaxing University, the superb Academy of Daxia, had paid a lot of secret prices for this in recent years, so much so that today, President Yu Hua was also there in person. Huaxing's principal, Yu Hua, a white-bearded old man in dark blue vestments, after seeing Wei Yuan arrive, with another old man in military uniform, he went up and questioned, Wei Yuan, I just heard that you refused the headquarters support for the East China race competition, the Great Race Competition with the Yagyu Dynasty. Do you want to face it alone? In a big racial competition with a foreign race, usually the headquarters or the subterranean base would send people to support them. After all, it was still too difficult to rely solely on the strength of a large region on its own to deal with a foreign power that had monopolized an entire foreign world. Even then, in previous years with support, there have been more draws or defeats, and this year, Wei Yuan actually took the initiative a few days ago to say that there was no need to support East China. This of course made President Huaxing angry. After all, once the race competition was lost, the losing secret realm Huaxing University, would have to contribute a portion of it as well. Looking at the imposing duo, Wei Yuan smiled blandly. Headquarters support, of course, is reserved for other regions that need it more. Lao Lin, I think, Huadong is not needed from this year. The uniformed old man, who was also the commander of the East China Guard Army, Lin Guodong, was doubly surprised at what he heard. Just like Yu Hua, Wei Yuan, by what right do you dare to be so wild? That was the Yagyu Dynasty, and the terror of those royal dragon descendants was well known in previous years. Even if Wei Yuan found a few good seedlings this year, he can't be so sure, right? For a while, they even felt that it was Wei Yuan who was going to tear up the peace agreement with the Yagyu Dynasty. At this moment, Tian suddenly opened his mouth. Support? That means we can still go and support other regions' bouts? Wei Yuan laughed. Of course, although Xia is divided into 5 major regions, they are all one and the same, and if there is any spare capacity, naturally they can go and support their fellow colleagues. Tian's eyes lit up. It seemed like there were more ways to obtain funds. The two of them, Huaxing's principal Yu Hua and the garrison commander Lin Guodong, looked shocked at the situation. East China is still struggling to take care of itself, and you're already ready to back up the others? This teenager and Wei Yuan both. How is one more crazy than the other? Seeing the other party's expression, Wei Yuan felt extraordinarily amused. He then raised his hand to introduce Tian to the duo and said in a leisurely tone, "This is the head mercenary I found, student Tian." Tian's face showed black lines at the words, and the two of them, Yu Hua and Lin Guodong, were even more bewildered and speechless at the mercenary leader. However, the duo had a subtle feeling at this point. It seems that the Wei Yuan of the past has come back. Once Wei Yuan's strength reached the first in East China at a young age, and at that time he had a reckless personality and was often happy to make fun of things. It wasn't until he became the head of East China, supporting it under the oppression of the foreigners and evil demons, that the whole thing became more and more serious. For a while, Yu Hua and Lin Guodong actually produced a few moments of trance-like nostalgia, but the next moment, this nostalgic feeling was broken by Wei Yuan's next sentence. "I'm going to give Tian full authority over the contestant slots for the great race competition." What? Absolutely not. You're messing around. At this moment, not only Yu Hua and Lin Guodong, two people, Wei Yuan's voice is not small. The conference hall almost everyone heard. None of the scene is not shocked and surprised. The reason why all the people are alarmed and angry, it was because in the past, the participants of the great race competition were never determined to be so simple. Each city, each department, and the top brass, would bring some newcomers that they were optimistic about, and then go through layers of selection, games, and ultimately, the top brass would vote before making a decision. And Wei Yuan's meaning was clearly to place the victory or defeat of the race competition in the hands of this teenager. What is this called? It's fine for you to internalize one player slot, but you're directly going to internalize 5 slots? Or just let a young man come inside? There was a lot of discussion in the conference hall, and Yu Hua, Lin Guodong and the two of them were even directly crusading against Wei Yuan. Have you got it wrong? The race competition quota is not child's play. Leave it to a young man so tender to decide on such great matters. Wei Yuan spread his hands at Tian as he spat. Tian will understand. Let Wei Yuan's secretary to Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, two people, hand over 2 ready-made business cards. The duo froze and looked, only to see the business card's first line spelling it out briefly. Make it bigger and stronger office. Then, Tian raised his hand and shouted in a loud voice, "Since everyone is against it, let's decide it in the easiest way possible. You can all send those geniuses you favor to challenge my men as much as you like. As long as you can win any of the games, the selection rules will still be decided by you." As the words fell, the room fell silent. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Night Cultivation, the 4 of them stood behind Tian in unison, waiting for the challenge. Chapter 51, I want to challenge Night Cultivation. So crazy. This was the first impression that Huaxing's principal, Yu Hua, had of Tian after he finished speaking. Tian almost made it clear that the person he had brought with him was far more than anyone in the room had ever looked favorably upon. So arrogant. Everyone present who could participate in this meeting was not a human savant. Since Tian could say such words, it could never be that he came to this kind of place to have fun for no reason. They also didn't believe that Wei Yuan would purposely come to tease them. At this time, Yu Hua silently retreated behind the crowd as he pulled on Zhang Yuanfeng, who had also come to the meeting, and couldn't help but ask, "That girl, that's your new disciple, Bai Qiuli, right?" Zhang Yuanfeng, as one of the top professionals in Daxia, and even a sword Dao instructor at Huaxing University, was naturally very familiar with Yu Hua and nodded his head in response. "That's right, this child, Qiuli, no one among her age should be her opponent." Saying that, Zhang Yuanfeng hesitated. "That Tian, I suggest you don't oppose him either. He's not simple." When Zhang Yuanfeng thought of the scene where Tian tore open the entrance to the secret realm, as well as the scene where he transferred Bai Qiuli to the divine level, even she felt a few scares, but she promised Wei Yuan that she wouldn't talk nonsense about such things. Upon hearing this, Headmaster Yu Hua pondered for a moment and looked at Tian, but ultimately did not say anything. But the others present agreed to Tian's challenge. "It's simple. You'll know if it's a mule or a horse when you pull it out for a walk." Soon, the crowd moved directly to the versus arena. Such a serious and solemn player selection meeting, promoted by Tian, A minute meeting did not open directly to fight. In ancient times is also the first time. Countless elite talents who had been selected by various cities and departments gathered in the arena. Lin Guodong, the commander of the East China Guard Army, had brought along a white-clad sword-robed teenager named Ji Bai, with an epic-level sword frenzy profession. The epic Do King professional, Sun Yi, who was in the same examination hall as Bai Qiuli, stood beside Sun Ziyang, the head of the East China Finance Department. There was even a legend-ranked, blue-haired, black-armored Lu Yuan wielding dual swords, Thunder Bladesman profession. On top of that, almost all of the epic occupiers from almost the entire eastern China had gathered here. This confirms what Yu Hua said earlier. The Great Race Quota is not child's play. For East China, the victory or defeat of the Great Race Competition was crucial, especially this year. As for the participants, the race competition was even more of an arena of honor, and almost everyone who had the strength to try it out wanted to do so. It was very delicate in the arena at this point. Etian led by Qiuli's 4 people to stand to the side. Army Commander Lin Guodong and the rest of the top brass, as well as more than a dozen participating selectors stood on the other side. Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanfeng stood in the referee position. Alright, everyone can pick their opponents and start the challenge. Etian found a stool from somewhere and calmly sat at the back of the arena, with 4 employees standing behind him. The light looked as if it was the Demon King sitting on his throne, with the 4 demon generals under him. Still, I'll concede defeat if I can beat any of my men. I'll do it. Before the words left his mouth, Sun Yi was the first to go on. Sun Ziyang, the Minister of Finance, who bore a slight resemblance to his face, patted him on the shoulder with relief. Purple potential, epic fighting king profession, along with a full set of epic equipment, made Etian still quite impressed with Sun Yi. Sun Yi's gaze swept towards Etian's rear, sweeping through Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Night Xiu. He thought quickly in his mind. I'm sure I can't beat Bai Qiuli. I'll admit this. Wan Jiang is quite accomplished in the Border Defense Army, and is said to have killed demon spirit level evil demons. Not easy to deal with. The third one, I don't recognize, but I see that his breathing is steady and his hands are calloused, so I think he must also be a person who has practiced martial arts for many years. Finally, his eyes fell on a 4th person, with a diffident face, poor standing posture, and pale skin, surely the weakest one of all. It's you! Sunny raised his hand and pointed at Nightshade with a firm expression. Me? Nightshade pointed at himself with some amusement, but didn't seem surprised that he was the first to be challenged. He took out his 1000-chance umbrella and looked calmly expectant. Actually, I prefer the feeling of professional competitions to painting copies. As the words fell, he rose and entered the center of the arena. In the next moment, a separate virtual space was created in the arena, which was a separate place prepared for professionals to fight against each other. And even if they were killed in battle in the virtual space, they wouldn't really die. Wei Yuan, who was in the referee's seat, looked like he was watching the fun. Very well. First game, start. Sunny continued to gather lavender fighting souls around his body, and drew an epic longsword to come straight at him. Watch this, Nightshade, I'm watching. After saying that, the 1000-chance umbrella in his hand instantly transformed into a long blade, a mythic-grade long blade, fighting soul protection, earth-splitting break. Sunny first condensed a layer of shield on his body as a precautionary measure, and swung out his long sword, breaking 3 chopping cracks in the ground and attacking Nightshade. The latter leapt up and dodged the chopping blow while swinging his sword in the air for a return attack. Swinging soul fluctuation chop. Bang! Boo! Sun Yi's face was stagnant. Clearly in front of him was just an extremely fast phantom purple aura flashing by, and in the next moment, he appeared outside the virtual battle space. I lost? How to lose? However, the onlookers who saw that strike just now were all dumbstruck. The damage of just one strike nearly destroyed half of the virtual sparring scene, and the speed of the chopping was strangely fast, making it completely difficult to dodge. At this moment, many of those who participated in the selection process sucked in a breath of cold air. Can't fight at all. This Nightshade, I'm afraid that strike just now has to be of legendary level power. It's better not to pick him. Their gazes fell among the remaining 3 people behind Etian. Better to challenge the others. Chapter 52 Crushing. Promotion 9 Obsidian Dragon Hunt. Nightshade landed smoothly on the ground through the aftermath of the Hato chop, with some intent still on his face. Skill damage is too high, and it's still over too quickly. This precise statement drew a lot of trolling from the challengers, but this was indeed Night Cultivator's true feelings. He wanted an evenly matched opponent to have a good duel. Perhaps at the Great Race Competition, there might be a chance. Etian unconsciously crossed his legs and greeted the opposite crowd. Please welcome the next challenger. These words, paired with Night Cultivator's performance just now, drew a wave of scorn from many of the remaining challengers participating in the selection. However, the enthusiasts were not in the minority. I'll challenge beside the garrison commander, Lin Guodong. The flamboyant swordsman dressed in white leapt into the arena. The target was straight at Zhang Che. He considered that Baiqiuli's strength as the first in the Gaokao of the fault level was obvious to all. Wan Zhan's battle record was slightly heard of, and there was no need to say anything about night cultivation, leaving only the last option. Night Xiu got off the stage with a look of pity, followed by Zhang Che's appearance. It was worth mentioning that after Zhang Che and night cultivation formed the open team, the efficiency of brushing the books and practicing leveling flew by. And now they had also long since reached level 25 and were promoted to second rank, from the first-ranked profession of Qi Jin martial artist, advanced to the second-ranked profession, Big Dipper martial artist. The white sword-robed teenager clasped his fist at him. My name is Yi Bai. You have to be careful. Saying that, the sharp sword was sheathed, and a cold aura appeared. His epic profession, sword frenzy, would fall into a state of frenzy that could not distinguish between enemy and self once he made his move, in exchange for extreme destructive power. Which was why he had specifically told Zhang Che to be careful. However, in the face of the powerful sword blade, Zhang Che didn't dodge or avoid it. Big Dipper Protector. A layer of adamantine-like astral energy coalesced around his body as a shield, and the sword's frenzied sharpness slashed at it, surprisingly leaving only a few white marks. Immediately after that, Zhang Che stormed up and let out a ferocious roar. Big Dipper Dragon Tiger Tsunami. This was the second-rank exclusive skill of the Big Dipper martial artist. In Yi Bai's ears, it was like a tiger's roar and a dragon's roar, shocking people's hearts and souls, making Yi Bai's eyes, which had originally been flooded with crimson blood after he entered the state of sword frenzy, clear up a lot at once. In the next moment, the astral energy attached to the roar directly stunned Yi Bai. His spirit was disorganized and he had no power to fight back. In the end, he was thrown out of the arena by Zhang Che, lost again. Seeing this, the executives were astonished, shocked that the talents they had singled out were defenseless in front of Etian's men. Yi Bai, who was defeated in just a few seconds, wore a guilty face. I'm sorry, Army Commander Lin. Lin patted his shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault, it's the opponent that's too strong. At that moment, someone suddenly questioned Etian now. Wait, are these people newly awakened this year? You don't think you don't know the rules of the Great Race Competition, do you? For the Great Race Competition, the Yagyu Dynasty could only compete with descendants born this year, and the Great Xia could only compete with those who had newly awakened their professions this year. But this condition, for Etian, was practically limitless. Wei Yuan's secretary next to the judges' table responded. Tests have been conducted, and all of them meet the entry conditions. Upon hearing this, the skepticism disappeared, while the president of Huaxing University, Yu Hua, looked puzzled. This kid, where on earth did he find so many geniuses? At the referee's table, looking at the bewildered expressions of the group of executives, Wei Yuan revealed a silent smile. The battle continues. The third one who appeared on the stage was that blue-haired, black-armored Lu Yuan holding dual swords, legendary profession Thunder Bladesman. From the perspective of the other executives, he's the best bet for a win, but Etian seems that this Lu Yuan's potential is only yellow, and I'm afraid that his battle performance is not as good as the first two purple potentials, Sun Yi and Yi Bai. And, in the choice of opponents, Lu Yuan pondered for a long time, and finally chose Wan Jiang. He gave up the one with more means and the one with strong martial arts and chose the one with the highest value. Wan Jiang had one more S-class transcendent physique thunder battle body than the legendary profession. Even if he called Sun Yi and Yi Bai both back and teamed up with the three of them, Lu Yuan, he had very little hope of defeating Wan Jiang. 1 minute later, it's over. At this moment, the expressions of the crowd of executives opposite Etian had changed from helplessness to candor. Even the legendary profession's Lu Yuan only lasted for a minute, and they were self-aware enough to give up on the idea of defeating Etian. The ensuing battle is not too much of a battle guide. Various executives have even encouraged them up to last a few more moves counting. Beautiful. I lasted 2 moves under night fix. I fought Zhang Che for 2 minutes. If I fly high enough, I can die late enough. I want to fight with Schoolgirl White, to die under Schoolgirl White's sword. It's also counted that I didn't come today for nothing. Of course, for this last demented behavior, Etian decisively refused. Student Etian, I'm convinced. Lin Guodong, the commander of the garrison army, first stood out and said with a sincere look. A number of executives, including the Minister of Finance, Sun Ziyang and Yu Hua, also recognized Etian. All in all, being able to see so many geniuses emerge was definitely a great thing for Great Xia. Wei Yuan came down from the referee's chair with a smile. How's it going, guys? Convinced? Convinced. Then all the contestants for this year's grand competition will be left to Etian to decide. For this decision, no one in the group of East China's top management could refute it anymore at this moment. The Great Race Competition, with 5 one-on-ones and 1 5-player copy race, theoretically requires a minimum of 5 official players. The winner of the 5 one-on-one solo matches accumulates 1 point, and the winner of the 5-player duplicate race accumulates 3 points. The camp with the most points in the end wins the big game. Etion actually felt that 4 participants would be enough to win, but Wei Yuan said that there would be a special training program to follow, so it would be best to pick another one out. In the end, Etion chose Sunny of the Dowang profession. The selection was over, and the race grand competition would begin the day after tomorrow, during which Huaxing University would organize a special training camp to provide final special training for the contestants. The great competition between East China and the Yagyu Dynasty is coming up. Before the special training camp, Etion had already decided, give the last promotion slot to Wan Jiang. On the one hand, Wan Jiang was also one of the earliest employees to follow him, and had performed well in the border guard, able to take up the great responsibility of fending off evil demons. On the other hand, Wan Jiang still had the demon ceiling tower in his hands, and the stronger he was, the higher the number of layers he could break through. Now on the next layer, there was a need to kill demon monarch level evil demons, and with his strength still quite a bit short, Etion just happened to help him out. Before Wan Jiang prepared to go to the special training camp, Etion called Wei Yuan to lay a boundary. Promoted to 10,000 borders. A new investment panel pops up as Wan Jian's title changes to Outstanding Employee. Outstanding Employee Investment Opportunities I. Promotion to God level profession, 20 points of funds. 2. Exclusive weapons, 5 points of money. 3. SSS class transcendent physique, 20 points of money. 4. Only promotion, not investment. It's one more option than when Bai Chiuli was promoted. SSS grade transcendent physique. This made Etion a little heartbroken. The S-Class Thunder battle body almost doubled Wan Jiang's combat power than the SSS class. Naturally, was even more powerful by several times. It's just a shame that you can only choose one investment opportunity. Etion pondered for a while, and ultimately chose to advance to the God level. Because of the demon ceiling tower of the 10,000 borders, there might be a chance to obtain a stronger transcendent physique when the number of trial levels increased. But the opportunity to advance to a God level profession can only come once. Pick one. Advance your career. As Etion's words fell, 20 points of funds were then deducted. Wan Jiang, who was in the boundary, looked shocked beyond words. From being called over by Etion until now, he then realized how the boss gave a surprise. You are promoted to Outstanding Employee and rewarded with a promotion to the Divine Level Second Order Profession 9 Obsidian Dragon Hunter. Ultimate Profession promoted from Dragon Martial Gun God to Universal Gun God. You have obtained the Divine Profession skills, Great Desolate Starry Lance and Dragon Hunting Field. Chapter 53, The Great Race Competition begins. 2 days passed quickly. In the past 2 days, since the employees were in special training, they didn't have the chance to reach any achievements or honors and couldn't earn any dividend funds, making Etion, the boss, quite sad. There was quite a bit of experience, allowing Etion to rise from level 28 to 33 in 2 days. Other than that, on the contrary, Serenity's cracking of the ancient relic stone slabs had gone particularly well in the past 2 days, and the cracking progress had already reached 94%. In another day, it would probably be possible to completely decipher the clues of the relics, making Etion unable to help but marvel at the strength of the legendary scholar's efficiency. The night before the big game, Wei Yuan brought Etion a necklace and a ring, the very same 2 legendary trinkets forged from 40 dragon marrow crystals, the 2 pieces of equipment that were originally forged in at least 10 days. Wei Yuan called on 4 epic level forgers to collaborate and rushed to complete them before the great race competition. Necklace Dragon Soul, a defensive trinket that, when activated, generates a powerful shield based on spiritual power to protect against damage and deter surrounding enemies. For defensive equipment, Etion had always kept it for himself, and the other, so that Etion saw directly ready to give Alice. Blood Dragon Fury, Ring. Effect 1, for every dragonborn creature the wearer kills, a blood dragon tattoo is added to the surface of the ring. Effect 2, the first attack after getting out of combat increases the damage of blood dragon tattoo asterisk by 3%, resetting after killing the enemy. Effect 3, for each blood dragon tattoo, permanently increase max life value by 1%. The more dragonborn creatures you kill, the more powerful the ring effect becomes. Whether it's an increase in damage or a permanent increase in max lifesteal, it's a very useful increase. And the one who killed the most dragonborn was, of course, Alice. Since placing Alice near the Yagyu Dynasty, just by shuttling to either subplot, you can always catch a few dragonborn and face-swiping copies to kill. So much so that the Yagyu Dynasty has been lining up this matter recently, even suspecting a traitor within the clan. Etion had a meeting that night and gave the ring to Alice. The following day, the great race competition officially began. Definitive City. The East China Guard sent 3 regiment-sized formations under Lin's personal command to maintain order in the city of Ding. The venue for the great race competition was the huge arena in the center of Ding City. The border guards are standing by. Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanfeng, as two of the only 8 remaining top professionals in Decisive, had personally come to sit in on the situation. Huaxing's principal Yu Hua, Army Chief Lin Guodong, the border guards, and other top brass were all gathered here as well. It was a day of great significance for all of East China. Many newspaper and media reporters, as long as they were allowed to enter, were the first to arrive, and even the principal of Castle Peak No. 2 Middle School, Ji Changlin, also came over. A large part of the people, East China is actually not optimistic, including Ji Changlin, because the results of the previous times than the results, all ended in failure. East China's economy has a great impact, but today, it doesn't seem to be the same. Who dash? In the sky above Ding City, a figure that covered the sky was coming in strong. Red Emperor, in his flying state as a half-dragon alone, had a body length of more than 10 meters, and if he didn't take the initiative to become smaller, even Ding City was somewhat unable to accommodate him. The Yagyu Dynasty, the Red Emperor, and several royal dragon descendants were raging. For them, the must-win mentality that has built up in recent times with repeated victories is becoming more and more rampant. But today, in addition to the Red Emperor, the Yagyu Dynasty had actually arrived for the first time with another top powerhouse. It was a tall and elegant woman, with an extraordinarily upright stature of 1 meter 9. Her skin is crystalline as green jade, and the golden runes on her blue and green robes emphasized the wonders of a few spells. Compared to Red Emperor's wildness and recklessness, this female appeared to be extraordinarily sensible and elegant. What a strong dragonborn! And who is that? The legendary Green Emperor. The people of Daxia who were seated around the arena were astonished. In the Yagyu Dynasty, there were 3 supremely powerful claimants to the throne today: the Red Emperor, the Green Emperor, and the White Emperor. Apart from the Red Emperor, the other 2 Daxia had never seen them before, and had only heard about them from the mouths of the foreigners. However, Wei Yuan seemed to be somewhat familiar with it. The Dragon of All Laws. She's actually here as well. As he said that, his expression became a bit teasing again. It seems that the Yagyu Dynasty isn't that confident this year either. Tian was currently sitting at the chief of the viewing platform, alongside Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanfeng. This place represented one of the highest status positions in East China, but no one felt bad about Tian sitting here today. Tian's expression was odd. Ever since the Green Emperor had arrived, the resume had hinted to him that this was a golden potential. This wasn't surprising. It was normal for the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor, the 2 supreme beings of the sub-ancient dynasty, to be of golden potential. But weird, Tian felt that Qing Di, one of the most powerful people of the sub-ancient dynasty, always seemed to be sizing himself up. Wei Yuan, an arrogant growl rang out, accompanied by an airy and ferocious lifting of the wings into the air. The only one with such an arrogant voice on such an occasion was the Red Emperor. This is a classic part of the process before the great race competition, placing bets. It was the same as what Tian had seen when he was in Dingcheng, when the border guards on both sides placed the same bets on the replica races. Only this time the bets were a bit bigger. Yu Huadong, if you have the guts, don't be a shrinking violet this year. The Qing Emperor on the side of the Yagyu Dynasty sat in the chief position, his gaze ancient and unperturbed. She knew that the Red Emperor had recently accumulated a lot of hatred and was ready to place heavy bets on today for a hard revenge. While thinking, her gaze once again inadvertently glanced in Tian's direction. The Red Emperor's voice was like shocking thunder, and his dragon's eyes rolled as he said, "This year's bet, 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus control of the other half of Ding City. Do you dare to call?" Wei Yuan. Upon hearing this, all of the top echelons of the Great Xia sucked in a breath of cold air. One must know that in the last great race competition, only 7 small secret realms were gambled on, which was simply heaven and earth compared to what the Red Emperor proposed this time around. Minister of Finance Sun Ziyon's gaze is shrewd. This is to actively force us to negotiate a counteroffer. In the entire East China, together with the realm of Tianyu developed some time ago, there were only 2 medium-sized secret realms in total, plus control of the other half of Ting City. Once you lose, not only will the border defense land be given away, but even the lifeblood of East China will be shaken. Huadong couldn't accept such a defeat. The entire room was silent, all waiting for Wei Yuan's counteroffer or negotiation. And at this moment, Wei Yuan just smiled bashfully and sidled his head towards Tian on his left, casually saying as if he was making small talk in class, "What do you think?" Tian clasped his hands on his chest and nodded affirmatively. "I think it's quite good. Win any more than that and I'm afraid they'll just tear right through. Of course, at that point it's all about you. Ha 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 ha." Seeing Wei Yuan laughing a bit recklessly, the Red Emperor said with great displeasure, "You, okay, I agree, that's the bet." At this moment, the whole room once again stirred up, and some reporters from the newspaper and media were almost so shocked that they forgot to record. Agreed. 2 medium-sized secret realms and the control of half a city. This was gambling with the fate of East China. Why is Wei Yuan so crazy anymore this year? Even the Red Emperor froze for a while as the entire room was shocked. On the side, Jiang Yuanxian hesitated, and although she didn't object, she still raised a question. Why do you trust ETA so much? The voice was so soft that only Wei Yuan could hear it. Kong Wunsang couldn't quite understand, and Wei Yuan pondered for a short while, and answered in the same very soft and flat voice. Do you still remember the prophecy left behind by the first god-level profession of Great Xia? Chapter 54, The Prophet? Prophecy. Among the 8-level 74 top professionals in Xia, Zhang Yuanfan was the youngest of the group, and despite her status as a sword Dao instructor, she was only 32 years old, and it was already 100 years ago when the first god-level profession in Xia appeared. Zhang Yuanfan didn't remember much about this ancient rumor. Soon, however, she recalled it, and her whole being fell into a trance-like demeanor. 80 years ago, Xia's first god-level profession, Star Guardian, encountered 3 demon heavenly kings who surrounded him and died of serious injuries. On the verge of death, he used his last vitality to make a prophecy for Daxia. When Daxia is faced with a calamity of life and death, there will be a man of salvation who will reverse the balance of the world over and over again, saving Daxia from the fire and the earth from the catastrophe. That Star Guardian, after sheltering the Grand Xia for nearly 20 years, completely faded into starlight, and this prophecy was remembered by HQ for generations. Today, only the very core of the leadership is aware of the content of this prophecy. At the same time, the prophecy indirectly led to the emergence of 2 factions in Daxia. One proposes to preserve the nation's strength to the greatest extent possible, avoiding war as much as possible, and waiting for the savior of the world to appear. The other, who firmly believe that man will win, and that such vain things as prophecies are not credible, insist on the main war to break the game. Until now, neither faction could convince anyone, and the man of the prophecy has still not appeared. At this moment, Zhang Yuanfan's face shook as he looked at Wei Yuan incredulously, trying his best to lower his voice. Are you saying that Tian is the one in the prophecy? She thought carefully about her impression of Tian, promoting Baiqiuli to the divine level for her, cracking the invasion of the void bugs. The ability is indeed unbelievable, and it does fit the description in the prophecy. As for today's Great Xia, in the past 10 years, surrounded by external enemies and the constant threat of foreign races and evil demons, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was life and death. When you look at it that way, Tian does fit the description of the prophecy. Only the phrase over and over again was difficult for Kong Wunsang to decipher the corresponding meaning. However, Wei Yuan shook his head in the face of Zhang Yuanfan's question. He was just guessing, he couldn't be sure, but he has decided that after the race competition, he will bring 003 to Tian. That legend, the partner of the Son of Prophecy, 003, which was classified by Daxia as a transcendent forbidden object, might be able to confirm the identity of the man of prophecy. A few moments later, Wei Yuan's spirit had returned to the race competition. He floated in the air and locked eyes with the Red Emperor. 2 medium-sized secret realms, plus the control of the other half of Ding City. I'll call this bet. At those words, the Red Emperor's dragon pupil suddenly shrunk. His gaze filled with surprise. He stated such a big bet, but it was just a test and scare. After all, the Huadong of the past would never have dared to accept such a large bet. And now, Wei Yuan actually took it in one gulp, without hesitation, obviously prepared. However, the Red Emperor did not have the slightest scruples, and his gaze even changed from surprise to ecstasy. Ho ho ho, ha 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 ha. The Red Emperor let out a loud laugh that was as wild and reckless as it could be. Wei Yuan, Wei Yuan, you wanted to let go, but you chose the wrong time. It's a pity, but this is the only time you can't win no matter what. Upon hearing this, a group of Xia's executives had a grave expression on their faces, vaguely feeling a few ominous moments, but Wei Yuan just snorted coldly. There's no point in talking more. Let's begin. Yes, the Red Emperor returned to the viewing gallery, leaving the arena space for the racial competition contestants. At the same time, the 2 clans simultaneously sent 2 teams of judges to preside over the great competition. The grand competition, single challenge, one-on-one elimination match, officially begins. Bow 5. Scene 1. A royal dragon descendant of the Yagyu Dynasty made his appearance, with reddish scales and reddish armor and a golden light in his eyes. His appearance was somewhat similar to that of the Red Emperor. Seeing the first royal dragon descendant to appear on the stage, the viewing gallery let out a surprise, and Huaxing Principal Yu Hua's voice rang out behind Tian. Nordine, the strongest royal dragon descendant under the Red Emperor, and he's actually the first one to make an appearance? He's a little better than North. The second sentence was a reminder from Wei Yuan, but Tian wasn't the least bit flustered. In order to ensure the victory of the great race, He spent 6, number of employees, *3 totaling 18 points of funds before the race to impose an employee benefit on insurance, immunity shield, for all employees, and got on the tactical meeting buff. Tactical meeting, after the meeting, all staff members' 4-dimensional attributes will increase by 30% for 3 hours, if employee benefits is used. The attribute increase will be increased by 80%. The attributes of the human race were originally generally lower than the attributes of the king's dragon descendants. After all, as a dragon descendant, with the bloodline and dragon body bonus, the initial attribute value was dozens or hundreds of times that of the human race. The only way to barely make up for the attribute values is to have a high-quality profession and level up to level 70 or above, through the growth attributes. But now, the situation is reversed. Although the 18 points of funds spent dropped the ETSU fund balance to 10.3, the win rate is a little more stable. Anyway, when the great race competition was won, there was bound to be a large sum of money coming in. It makes sense to give up a little to get a lot. Night show. Knowing that Nordine was one of the strongest of Red Emperor's men, Etion didn't slack off and arranged for night cultivation to take on the enemy. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Night Cultivation, and Sun Yi were seated in the players' seats, and hearing Etion's words, Night Cultivation showed anticipation on his face as he was the first to take the stage. In the spectator seats, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and the other high-level officials were overwhelmed with emotion, putting the race competition entirely in the hands of a teenager. I don't know if it's madness, or if the times are progressing. Night Show was dressed in silver and white light armor, and his dark red cloak learned a few new skills at the special training camp, just in time to try them out on you. He held 1,000 umbrellas in his hands and spoke trash in the face of the king's dragon descendant, Nordine. In the next moment, Nordine's muscles tensed and fired, and with a boom like a locomotive traveling at breakneck speed, he charged towards Night Show, Dragonborn whose strength is determined by their bloodline. Different bloodlines bring different systems of power. The dragon descendants of the Red Emperor's lineage possessed innate strength and physique, like a god of war, winning with destructive power, as was the case with Nordine. Bang! The moment Nordine impacted, the 1,000-chance umbrella in Night Cultivation's hand turned into a shield, resisting the impact while swirling up a gust of scattered airwaves. Nightshade's head then emerged from the massive shield. Dude, haven't you eaten? Accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, Nordine swung his sharp claws angrily. Nightfix said very calmly, although I'd love to have a few more moves with you, the boss said that I need to win steadily before I can do so. As the words fell, Nightshow silently activated the skill, Chaos Domain, skill taunt in its super-enhanced form. The moment it was unleashed, Nordine's eyes were scarlet, as if he had turned into a crazed beast. Wait, he's a shield guard? On the player's table, Sunny looked at Nightshow's taunting skill and fell into deep thought, and immediately afterward, his eyes abruptly widened. No! This is an assassin stealth and backstab? Only in the arena. Nightshade adjusted his angle by utilizing his newly acquired stealth enhancement technique the moment Nordine was taunted. The giant shield in his hand changed into a dagger. God Exorcising Blade, enhanced technique for backstabbing. The dragon descendants of the Red Emperor's lineage had quite hard skin on their bodies, but Nightshow's dagger was a mythic ranked attribute, and with the skill enhancement, it easily pierced Nordine's spine. Ow dash! This stab stabbed Nordine instantly awake. But Nightshow then gripped Nordine's back and fired both hands. Earth Throw, enhanced technique for backdrop. Nordine felt off balance for a moment, followed by a hit from an oncoming purple aura. Swinging Soul Fluctuation Chop. A combo moves in a flow, seemingly using many skills, but everything happens in 2 seconds. End of the first. Daxia wins, 1 point. Handsome dash. Beautiful. As the competitive space was divided into winners and losers, and the panel of referees then pronounced their judgment, a mountain of cheers erupted from the great summer audience. Across from Daxia, the Red Emperor clenched his fists and made a crunching sound, his gaze unkind. Chapter 55, The Spirit of Words, a win and a loss. These guys of theirs, they're not simple. Beside the Red Emperor, the Qing Emperor, who had the image of a sensible woman, slowly opened her mouth, her voice light and elegant, her gaze, looking straight to the contestant seats, by Qiuli Wanjiang and the other 4, finally landing on Etion again. The Red Emperor's face was irritated. It's not like the human race is brainless. If they weren't prepared, how would they dare to gamble so heavily with us? The great race competition is not my own business. Let's just forget about that insidious White Emperor not coming. It's your turn to make a move next. The Qing Emperor nodded slightly at her words and signaled a female dragon descendant beside her to make a move, but she then countered the Red Emperor's words. Who says the White Emperor didn't come? The Red Emperor looked puzzled. Bo 5-second game starts. Jiang Che, you go. Seeing that royal dragon descendant with blue-green colored scales make his appearance, Etion slightly froze and dispatched Jiang Che. Not only Etion, This kind of blue and green scaled dragon descendant was something that most of the people in Daxia in the viewing gallery had never seen before at this time. The ones that Daxia had seen the most of were still the dragon descendants of the Red Emperor's lineage, who were known for their great strength and physique. And a royal dragon descendant from the Qing Emperor's lineage was indeed rare. Easy World Consciousness checked out the resume information of his opponent. Alisa, basic information, female, ancient kingdom of the ancient continent, A-class bloodline dragon descendant, potential, purple, biography, descendant of the Qing Emperor, born to control the elements of wind and spirit. After entering the secret realm of the dragon ancestor, he comprehended the inherited ability of the Black Emperor, the spirit of speech, taking the spirit. Investment opportunities, none. Unable to invest in non-human races for the time being. There are no investment opportunities to invest in non-human races for the time being, and it seems that at least a half-human form, like Alice's, is required. Maybe there's a chance to invest in non-humans later. Etion's gaze quickly noticed the Black Emperor, as well as Speech Spirit Raider? Speech Spirit? Hearing Etion's muttering, Wei Yuan couldn't help but ask, that dragon descent knows Speech Spirit? After receiving Etion's affirmative answer, Wei Yuan frowned slightly. I'm afraid Zhang Che will have to be careful. What is the power of the spirit of speech? It is said to be a special ability of the ancient dragon race, produced through the resonance of the dragon language and the dragon bloodline. Wei Yuan explained. As far as I know, the higher the bloodline, the stronger the speech spirit mastered, and some of the speech spirits even have the power to change the rules and destroy the world. Etion was shocked. This is too strong, isn't it? A single skill can change the rules and even extinguish the world. However, Wei Yuan added, but that's all ancient dragon legends. In today's Yagyu Dynasty, there are only a handful of dragon descendants who possess the spirit of speech. Although the power of the speech spirit is very strong, it is 10 times less powerful than the ancient dragons. I've also only seen the spirit of speech unleashed when I fought with the Green Emperor. Hearing this explanation, Etion's surprise calmed down a lot. It seems that the dragon race has fallen a lot compared to their ancestors. Still, one cannot underestimate the dragonborn who currently possess the spirit of speech. At least this Alisa, nowadays, was actually fighting Zhang Che. It made Etion frown slightly. Big Dipper Dragon and Tiger Tsunami. The battle had already gone on for 3 or 4 rounds, and Zhang Che saw the right moment and was about to release his exclusive skill to take advantage of the situation. But it is not expected. In the midst of Zhang Che's heart-shattering roar, the dragonborn Alisa actually didn't dodge or avoid. The dragon's eyes blazed with golden light, and his mouth chanted an obscure incantation, as if he were performing some kind of ritual. Lock of the soul, binding of the will. That was originally some sort of ancient dragon language, and Etion originally didn't understand it. However, after sharing Serenity's general knowledge of the languages of the 10,000 races, all sorts of obscure words formed clear statements in his mind. It's time to abort the dragon tiger tsunami and make a mental defense first. Baicholi stared intently at the battlefield, contemplating a means of response. Even without the language liberalization skill, she understood it. It was obvious through the incantation that this was about a spiritual attack, but alas, her words couldn't reach the competitive space, and Zhang Che couldn't understand. Buzz dash. An invisible binding enveloped Zhang Che's surroundings. Spirit of speech sees the spirit. With her dragon physique, Alisa hardened herself against the damage of the Heavenly Dipper Dragon and Tiger Tsunami and released the spirit of words with her backhand. In an instant, Zhang Che's eyes lost focus and his mind went blank, as if he was demented, unable to do anything. It's over. Alisa stepped forward and kicked Zhang Che out of the arena space. End of the second Yagyu Dynasty. With 1 point, Zhang Che, who had been awakened by the crowd, returned to the player's table, his entire body extraordinarily disoriented. Baicholi patted him on the back. Go back and brush up on your ancient dragon language. In fact, this defeat couldn't be blamed entirely on Zhang Che. Even Etion hadn't expected the speech spirit's ability to be so perverse. For that matter, it was actually 10 times less than the speech spirit ability of the ancient dragons. As for the ancient dragon language chanted when the speech spirit is released, not to mention Zhang Che, the only 4 people present who could understand were Etion, Baicholi, Wei Yuan, and Huaxing Principal Yu Hua. The language was too old for Baicholi to understand, having learned it sometime in the library after finishing the exams, with the mentality of learning a language for leisure. Single challenge. Game 3. The Yagyu Dynasty was still sent out by the Qing Emperor. In a single challenge, a contestant who had made an appearance could not make a second appearance. So this time, Etion sent Baicholi, another dragonborn with a speaking spirit. Etion realized that the dragon descendants of the Qing Emperor's lineage all seem to be able to speak spirits, and, in the bioinformation, they all have almost the same path to mastering the word spirit. After entering the dragon ancestor's secret realm, comprehend the Black Emperor's inherited ability, speech spirit in ghost. The Black Emperor? In the Yagyu Dynasty, there were clearly only 3 rulers who claimed the title of emperor: the Red Emperor, the Green Emperor, and the White Emperor. Where's the Black Emperor from? As Etienne pondered, Huashing Principal Yu Hua reminded behind him, make sure Bai Qiuli is careful with that speech ability. Etienne smiled at his words. Don't worry, she knows a lot more than I do. At this time, the battlefield. The opponent's Dragonborn even started chanting a spell as soon as it made its appearance. In an instant, in the arena space, the air became chilly, and it seemed as if invisible ghosts began to float in the field. Shadow of Death. The incantation of the speech spirit, Shady Ghost, has just begun to be chanted. In the next moment, Bai Qiuli's ice spirit sword was sheathed, and the sword aura filled with coldness instantly enveloped the entire arena space. Ling Tian sword domain. Space changed color, countless sword chi surged in the void, and the unfolding of the domain skill caused the ghosts that had yet to take shape to be put to death. In a flash, before the opponent Dragonborn could finish reciting a single line of his incantation, Bai Qiuli had already killed in front of him. Frozen Jedi Breath Slash. Within the domain, the damage of the sword Dao skill was multiplied, and with the 80% attribute increase provided by Etienne, Bai Qiuli, a god-tier profession, went all out to detonate her output within a second. The Kendo profession, which was already one of the highest output professions. No, the Dragonborn of that shadowy ghost speech spirit stopped chanting his incantation, realizing that with his Dragonborn's candor, he was at risk of being killed in seconds. When he realized this, the first part of the effect of the Ice Seal Jedi Breath Slash had already frozen him up and he couldn't move. Cold Moon Sword Dance, combined with the back-end damage of Frozen Jedi Breath Slash, it explodes in an instant. Boo! The ice crystals shattered and the body fell. Seconds, end of the third. Daxia has 2 points. Chapter 56, White Emperor. The arena collapsed. Switch to me. 2 in 1. Killed in seconds? How can mastering the spirit of words be killed in seconds? The Red Emperor's brows were furrowed and his face was furious. Dragon descendants who were able to master the spirit of speech often had powerful bloodlines and equally powerful attributes, so how could he have imagined that he would actually be second-guessed? 2 of the 3 one-on-one fights had already failed, which had never been seen in the previous racial competitions. The Green Emperor was also slightly startled, but he quickly calmed down. Ghost is only a low-ranked speech spirit, just like taking the spirit, so it's normal for it to fail. Besides, the human race with swords, that girl is indeed strong. Upon hearing this, the Red Emperor was extraordinarily upset. Why did so many talents pop up in Great Xia this year? In the past's great race competition, a strength like Zhang Che's would have been called the #1 freshman in Grand Xia. Only this year, surprisingly, one is more fierce than the other. A tiny race like the human race is really tenacious. The Red Emperor's face huffed. Who's next? He knew that there were 2 other dragon descendants under the Qing Emperor who had mastered the spirit of speech, but the difference in strength between them and the Ghosts was not great, so he was afraid that it would not be easy to win against Daxia. However, the Green Emperor smiled faintly. Didn't I tell you? The White Emperor is also present. Next, it's enough to have him out of the way. White Emperor? The Red Emperor was puzzled. How did that sinister fellow? Before the words left his mouth, a very ordinary-looking Dragonborn came to the side of the 2. In the 4th match, it's up to me. Red Emperor recognized that it was clearly just an ordinary Dragonborn named Nora, weaker than the Nodin who lost the first match. But soon, he realized that although the other party still had the appearance of a Dragonborn Nora, but whether it was the spiritual power, the tone of voice, the aura, etc., they were all completely different, like a powerful soul that was manipulating this shell of a Dragonborn. The Red Emperor understood and showed disdain. White Emperor, forcibly occupying the body of your offspring with speech spirit kingdom, you're as devious as ever. The White Emperor, who had taken over the body of the Dragonborn Nora, laughed softly. Thank you. The Red Emperor snorted coldly. If you had come to Xia in person earlier, where would be the need for the great competition? The Yagyu Dynasty would have conquered this place long ago. Saying that, Red Emperor put on a teasing face. Oh, I almost forgot. You fear the revenge of the Black Emperor. Even though he died almost 100 years ago, you still don't dare to leave his burial place for a moment. He said he'd be back. The White Emperor's voice grew cold. Do you want to go back to the time when you were ruled by him? After saying that, the White Emperor stopped speaking, lifted his wings and leapt up to the arena space. The Red Emperor's face showed disdain, being scared by a last word for nearly 100 years. What a waste. Wan Jiang, you're on for the 4th game. As Etienne's words fell, Wan Jiang leapt up with his spear. Originally, Etienne's intention was that if the opponent's dragon descent who was fighting was of average strength, having Sunny on the field might not be without a chance of winning. However, from the first match, the Yagyu Dynasty did not show any weakness. The participants of this year's great competition of the Yagyu Dynasty could also be called the strongest of all time. Even in this 4th set, The opponent's aura was far greater than in the previous sets. This round's opponent isn't right. Wei Yuan also saw it. And with that, Etian opened his opponent's resume. Nora, dead. Basic information/potential, omitted. Biography, descendant of the Red Emperor. His consciousness encountered the erasure of the spirit of speech kingdom, and his body is controlled by the appropriation of part of the White Emperor's consciousness. The White Emperor partially willed control. Whitey pinch hit. Etian rubbed his jaw and thought, this tactic was similar to the previous Void Bug race's parasites. The difference is that the parasite itself is weak, and after parasitizing and controlling someone else, it fights only on the other person's abilities, and dispelling it has little effect on the controlled person. As for Bai Di, directly erasing someone else's consciousness was very similar to the seizing of the body in the metaphysical novels of his previous life. Spirit of Speech Kingdom? A speech spirit that can erase another person's consciousness. No need to think about it to know that it's very powerful. As for the full effect, there's no way to judge it at the moment. However, to use this one time, it was going to cost a king's dragonborn. Etian immediately classified Bai Di as being sinister. Moreover, as one of the 3 claimants to the throne of the Yagyu Dynasty, the White Emperor had never seen him put up a fight, but he was at least on par with the Red Emperor. This one was a lot of pressure against the pinch hitters. Good thing. Wan Jiang is now S-class transcendent physique plus god-level occupation, and he is called the strongest among the Disya players. The odds are just as good. Fighting begins. The arena instantly went into battle. Wan Jiang unleashed the exclusive skill of 9 obsidian dragon hunting at first opportunity, dragon hunting domain. In an instant, the wind and clouds over the arena space changed color, and a pair of large golden pupils appeared, and the movements and stance states of all the enemies within the domain would be clearly captured by Wan Jiang. The White Emperor sneered at the sight. Mayfly shakes the tree. The 2 pairs of dragon claws were open, the eyes emitted white light, and the invisible and terrifying spiritual power suppression pounced on Wan Jiang like a shocking wave. The White Emperor, the strongest dragon race that mastered the spiritual element, although part of his will was now taking over his body so strongly that he could only utilize a small portion of his strength, but a dragon race that was at least level 80 or above. Even a tiny bit of strength was enough to crush others. However, this monstrous weight of spiritual power did not crush Wan Jiang, and after the baptism of the 1000 June quenching body, he had a stronger tolerance for pressure. Oh, the White Emperor looked surprised at this, and with a wave of Wan Jiang's lance, several channels of thunder power descended from the sky, and the power of the thunder battle body made his body, which was slightly bent, stand up in an instant, like a thunder god descending into the world. Transcendent physique. The White Emperor's gaze flinched, and the well-informed man immediately recognized it, his complexion changing a bit. How could it be? The human race has such a weak physique. How could a transcendent physique be born? There's more than you can imagine. As Wan Jiang's words fell, his body swept like lightning. The tip of the gun slid extremely fast on the ground, bringing up a shower of sparks. Breaker! The tip of the gun snapped from the bottom to the top, like a dragon coming out of the sea, and all the way through the stored power suddenly burst out. The White Emperor clearly felt the danger from this strike. With the weak body he occupied nowadays, a hit would be a second death. Asterisk 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 off. As he raised his hand, invisible spiritual energy erupted in a wave of receding repulsion in all directions with him at the center. However, Wan Jiang reacted extremely quickly and instantly changed his stance as he felt the repulsive force. Gun shadow formation. The golden light array formed by countless lance shadows was left in place. Even though Wan Jiang was pushed away, the gun shadow formation still surrounded the White Emperor, with hundreds of lance shadows as if they were about to penetrate him in the next moment. Interesting. Facing the threat of the gunshot shadow formation, the White Emperor had to let out a sigh. If the original owner of this dragon descent body, Nora, had come on the field, I'm afraid that within 2 or 3 rounds, she would have been killed by Wan Jiang in seconds. Even if it was a royal dragonborn, S-grade transcendent physique plus the outburst of a god-tier profession is as terrifying as it is. If I had known it was this kind of opponent, I would have seriously picked a body to possess. The White Emperor is depressed. And the bottom line is that the release of the spirit of speech is related to bloodlines. With this body's bloodline, it's impossible to use spirit of speech king's power. Now it seems this body must be scrapped. In the next moment, the pressure on this dragon descent body continued to rise. The air suddenly froze, and the ground cracked with spiderweb-like cracks. It seems like he's blowing himself up? Zhang Yuanfang felt puzzled. Wei Yuan's face was grave. His spiritual power is increasing, but that body can't carry that much spiritual power. So the body is going to burst. It's like a small balloon that blows in too much air and pops. That dragon descent body is now a small balloon, and White Emperor's growing spiritual power is the gas. But how terrifying should a spiritual power that could make the body of a royal dragon descendant hold up and explode be? Die! With a wave of the White Emperor's dragon claw in the void, The space around Wan Jiang seemed to collapse as if it had been annihilated, and even the ground trembled and crumbled. Boom dash! Wan Jiang added Thunder Battle Body's movement speed, and Limit Roll barely dodged the surefire blow. After the White Emperor had forcibly enhanced his spiritual power at the cost of scrapping his body, Wan Jiang was in a very bad situation. Let's see how else you can hide. The White Emperor didn't have the slightest bit of playfulness in his mind. His body was scrapped and he had to kill Wan Jiang immediately. The crowd in the audience didn't dare to utter a single breath. Today's opponent was overpowered in battle, and Wan Jiang had to keep dodging the White Emperor's subsequent attacks until that body was scrapped in order to win. But if you don't dodge it at once, you're bound to be killed in seconds. Hiding? Wan Jiang snorted coldly as the long spear in his hand continued to bloom with dazzling starbursts. Why should I avoid you? He nailed the tip of the gun into the ground, and in a flash, billions of starlight poured out from under his feet, like a blossoming of gorgeous colors and starlight shining brightly. The surrounding light gradually dimmed, and all was silent as a huge starburst lance coalesced above the dome of the sky. Great Desolate Starburst Lance, the second exclusive technique of the 9 Obsidian Dragon Hunt. It was too late to delay even one more second. Now there was only must touch must kill. The White Emperor's mind was shaken with emotion. You couldn't be better if you were under my command. Although he said so, the movements of White Emperor's hands did not stop at all, until he could not carry this blow, and simply pushed all of his spiritual power. The two overpowering attack forces collided with each other. The entire arena space erupted in a burst of blinding white light, and everyone in the arena had trouble seeing what was going on inside the arena, and Red Emperor couldn't help but stand up. Immediately afterward, white light shot straight up into the sky, creating a stunning explosion. Boom dash! The entire arena space ruined. This was originally a battlefield between the Great Xia and the Yagyu Dynasty, a battlefield that the two races had built heavily to withstand a high ceiling of attacks. But under this strike, it directly collapsed and destroyed. 10,000 boarders, Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and the others rushed onto the field and dragged the severely injured Wan Jiang back. Originally, in the arena space, the two participants would not receive substantial damage, but the two men's attack destroyed the arena, so Wan Jiang was seriously injured by the aftermath of the explosion. Nightshio released Holy Healing Apocalypse and pulled back Wan Jiang's life value. Thanks. Wan Jiang was examined by Dasha's medical team and found to be unharmed. On the side of the Yagyu Dynasty, although the White Emperor was fine, at least one of the royal dragon descendants was completely dead. The Red Emperor took 2 steps forward, his brows furrowed. The arena is destroyed. Who wins this? End of the 4th. After some heated debate between a panel of judges made up of people from both communities, the result was reached. Due to the destruction of the arena, the 4th result is tie. After the results came out, there was a lot of talk, and most of the crowd was okay with the results. Only the Red Emperor disdainfully said, "The White Emperor is truly a waste of space. He couldn't even win against a human kid in person." As soon as the words fell, another ordinary dragon descendant came to the Red Emperor's side, his voice indifferent. That human race is not simple. By the sound of it, it was Whitey quickly changing bodies again, transcendent physique, as well as a profession that is at least legendary. This kid, the White Emperor stared at Wan Jiang's back with an unkind gaze, and at that moment, the members of the referee panel began to ask the senior members of their side, how can we play the 5th when the arena is destroyed? No points for the draw and the current standings are still 2:1. It can be argued that whether or not the 5th game is played does no longer affect the final winner. After all, a 5-player copy races, and 3 points are awarded for victory, meaning the success or failure of the duplicate race, meaning the final end of this great race competition. Game 5 is cancelled. The second big competition item, the duplicate race, has been brought forward. After Wei Yuan and Red Emperor confirmed, the referee panel read out the results. The racing event is the level 50 replica Howling Abyss. The first team to clear the level wins and accumulates 3 points. At this moment, the rhythm of the great competition was once again pushed to a climax. The moment to decide the winner comes early. Zhang Yuanfan reminded Etian, the contestant from the 5th match of the Yagyu Dynasty has yet to show up. I'm afraid it's not simple for them to hide until the 5th field. Be careful. Etian smiled and nodded, yet was not nervous. In the Dixia player's seat, Sunny secretly patted his chest as if he was relieved. He, as a contestant, epic profession king of fighters, might have been a standout in other places, but here, Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Dragonborn who can speak spirits, etc. One hated to destroy the sky and the arena. Sunny felt like a husky that had gotten mixed up with the wolves. He was afraid that Etian would learn some kind of Tianji racehorse and let the weakest him deal with the ace of the 5th game of the Yagyu Dynasty. In fact, he did overthink it. If it comes down to a tiebreaker, the Yagyu Dynasty is really hiding something. Then Etian will take action himself. Show them what it means to be a real bottom feeder. single challenge focuses on individual strength. That copy racing more important to group efficiency. Each side sends a squad of 5 men to the battle, and when Etion did realize it, of the 5 players sent by the Yagyu Dynasty, with the exception of the Dragonborn such as Nordine and Elisa from the first 3 games, and the White Emperor who has taken over another body, there was also a strange Dragonborn who was hidden beside the White Emperor. The players from Decisive were still, Baicholi, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Night Xiao, and Sun Yi. The medical team is checking its status. Sun Yi, as the weakest of them all, could clearly see that he was a bit flustered, as if he was worried about his play. If the opponent's strength was still manageable, Etion felt that it would not be difficult for the 5 of them to win with Alice. But the Yagyu Dynasty has White Emperor possession plus hidden killing moves. It's hard to win solidly when you make the odds of winning or losing on both sides so high. Etion thought about it and eventually walked out, patting the somewhat flustered Sunny and opened his mouth. Let me do it instead. Chapter 57 Alice's hunting moment. What? The head coach is warming up? Similar questions surfaced among the Decisive executives who saw Etion preparing to take the field. Immediately after that, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong and the others could not help but look at Wei Yuan, as if they could not believe it. Even if Etion's men had a lot of talent under him, could he himself be very strong as well? Is this still an 18-year-old teenager? However, Wei Yuan just spread his hands, stating that he didn't know Etion's true strength either. However, he didn't say much and only confirmed towards Etion. Are you sure? Don't worry, since I've taken over the grand competition, I'll naturally go all out. Etion was sprightly on the surface, but in reality, he murmured inwardly, after spending 18 points of capital for the big game, it would be a big loss if we don't win. Sunny was internally torn for a long time before he finally nodded and gave up his spot to enter the copy. In the end, Etion led the 4 people, by Choli and Wan Jiang, against White Emperor led by Nordine, Elisa and 4 other Dragonborn. The second big competition item, the duplicate race, officially begins. Level 50 copy, Howling Abyss. The Black Valley was bottomless, the broken ground was scattered with gray snow, and the cold wind whistled like a mournful howl within the valley. Alice, as Etion's words fell, Alice's tall figure stepped out from the void beside her. Bai Chioli, Wan Jiang and the other 4 people were surprised to see this. Although they had heard of Alice's ability to walk through copies, it was the first time they had actually seen it with their own eyes. Boss. Alice was quite excited. The boss summoning meant that a suitable prey must have appeared. As a Lord Boss, she found it very difficult to promote to the ultimate boss, and the progress of the monster template had only gone up a little bit in the last 2 days of hunting many dragon descendants. Monster templates are upgraded not only for stronger boss access, as well as a boost in void walking ability. Even the talent, Demonization, after being promoted to Lord Boss, had increased its enhancement to combat ability from 5 times to 8 times. It makes her especially eager for monster template promotions. Alice, you and I will go to the other copy to block the Yagyu Dynasty. Etion gave orders to the crowd. Night cultivation. This side or you lead the team to speed through the copies. The appearance of the White Emperor was a great destabilizing factor that Etion had to take care of personally. Understood. Nightshio nodded his head and without wasting any time, he brought by Choli Wanjin Jiang Che and the 3 of them immediately killed the depths of the Howling Abyss. Etion, on the other hand, and Alice both turned on Void Shuttle and traveled to another subspace of the Howling Abyss. Another sub-level copy space is in the copy that the Yagyu Dynasty is in. At the moment, the Yagyu Dynasty, under the leadership of White Emperor, was walking through the level 50 copies as if they were on the ground, and the progress of clearing the level was extremely fast. As a top powerhouse of the Yagyu Dynasty, although he couldn't fully utilize his strength, the skills and means he had at his disposal were much stronger than the other dragon descendants. Soul pressure, boom dash, spiritual energy poured out in all directions, killing all the monsters in an entire large level in seconds. At this rate, Dashiao will never be our opponent. It's still Lord White Emperor who is far-sighted, Eliza complimented. But just as the rest of the Dragonborn were about to advance, they realized that the barrier in front of them was sealed. The path that could have been traveled through was blocked off from the terrain, which was equivalent to trapping them here. What's going on? White Emperor froze for a moment, and the experienced one looked out, changing the terrain of the level. Isn't that something only Lord Bosses can do? Why would a Lord Boss want to delay their progress? Whatever. White Emperor was about to make his move. Just destroy it directly. But in the next moment, the Dragonborn once again sounded suspicious. A new ability restriction has appeared on the copy. Lord White Emperor, noticing that something was wrong, White Emperor frowned slightly and looked at the new debuff that had appeared on his body. Copy restriction, spirit elemental damage reduced by 60%. What? The White Emperor, who had only mastered the spirit element, let out an incredulous question. This degree of copy restriction, only the Lord Boss can do it. But this kind of low difficulty copy, usually does not appear the Lord Boss is right. Besides, restricting only mental elemental damage was a bit too much against him, wasn't it? White Emperor is extremely puzzled, first changing the terrain affects the speed of passage, then restricting mental damage. This Lord Boss can't be sent by Daxia, right? Of course that's right. These were all things that Etion had asked Alice to do using her copy privileges. From the single challenge, he could see that the White Emperor would only use spiritual attacks, and he wanted to try to ban directly in the copy, but the Lord Boss permission was not enough. One has to fall back on the mental attack damage reduction option. In this way, it's time for Alice's hunting moment. Diablo. Deep in the valley, a demonized figure haunting a monstrous demonic aura killed out. The demonic wings lifted their wings into the air. Demonic and dangerous. A substance-like oppression straight into the White Emperor and the other group of dragon descendants. What monster? The power of the abyss. Is this copy evilized? The dragon descendants were shocked, but only the White Emperor was calm and certain. Evil demonization is when the copy is infected by the abyss along with the copy monsters. And right now the copy is fine. There's only one demonized boss. This is Daxia's dirty trick. Whitey is a sinister character himself, so it's easy to see his opponent's dirty tricks. Terrain changes and copy restrictions are by no means coincidental. All good hunting. Alice's demonic pupils showed joy, and the demonic long knife in her hand flashed with a dark red crimson aura, as if the blade was breathing. You want to stop us with this kind of tactic? The dragon descendant who had mastered the Een ghost speech spirit said indignantly. In the next moment, Alice's demonic long sword chopped out in midair, creating a dark red arc of chopping that carried an extremely terrifying destructive force. No good. White Emperor sidestepped and quickly dodged, and Elisa rolled to avoid the chop. The eightfold increase in destructive power after demonization, coupled with the increase in damage from Blood Dragon Fury, was terrifying as hell. The dragon descendant who had mastered the Een ghost speech spirit was scratched by the aftermath and directly severed an arm. Nordine didn't dodge and his large body was split in two by the slash. Seconds out, a hint of blood red surfaced from Nordine's body and merged into the ring on Alice's hand. Blood Dragon Fury. For every dragonborn killed, the first attack was boosted by 3%. Alice had killed 15 dragonborn in that time, 16 counting Nodin, a 48% damage increase. Dragonborn Elisa looked horrified. Why is it that such a copy can exist with such a strong boss? Chapter 58 Daxia wins. Outside the arena, among the spectators of the two races who were waiting for the results, the Red Emperor's face changed with incomparable indignation. Nodin died, as he had not long ago during the scramble for the medium secrets, and it didn't take long for one of the Dragonborn to die right after it started. Damn, why again? As for the Qingdi next to her, her expression had never relaxed since she saw Etion enter the copy. Daxia's side, two powerful professionals came beside Wei Yuan. One was Ling Luo, the head of the subterranean dragon base, who was dressed in red. The other, a thin man in a green power suit, had gray cloth wrapped around his hands and feet, and didn't look very bloody. Old Zhou, you're here too. He and Wei Yuan were truly on the same level as Zhou Yuan, the general head of the North China region. It was also one of the 8 level 74 top professionals of Daxia, and now, half of Daxia's top professionals were even present. Ling Luo was called over by Wei Yuan, but Zhou Yuan's coming was an arrangement by the headquarters. I heard that you bet 2 medium-sized secret realms with the Yagyu Dynasty, and the headquarters thought that you were going to let go and play with them. Wei Yuan smiled at his words. Playing with your life also has to be worthwhile. Zhou Yuan stared blankly at the ongoing grand competition tiebreaker and glanced at Ling Luo who had somehow been called by Wei Yuan. What are you going to do if you lose this big competition? 2 medium-sized secret realms. That was the lifeblood of the entire East China. Wei Yuan, still smiling casually, said, then you've come at the right time. Inside the copy where the Yagyu Dynasty is located, Alice in her dark side form did what she could to prepare for a quick battle. Within a short period of time, the dragon descendant who had mastered the Een ghost speech spirit was easily killed by Alice with another slash. A mere demonized boss. How dare you be so arrogant? The White Emperor was enraged. Even though he had his damage reduced by 60%, it was still enough to kill Alice if he gave it his all. Both he and Alice were poor in defense and strong in attack. Typical glass cannons, with either having the possibility of killing the other in seconds. In an instant, his spiritual power continued to climb. But the next moment, the figure of a black-clad teenager stepped out of the shadows. To be so old and to be involved in the matter of the great competition. Does the Yagyu Dynasty have no one left to succeed it? The White Emperor was startled at his words, and the spiritual power climbing around him stopped instantly. Wary, he eyed the teenager. With his spiritual power, he actually didn't perceive the other party's appearance at all. Just by standing here, Etion attracted the incomparable scorn of the White Emperor. It was because the latter, at the first moment, used his spiritual power to probe Etion a bit, and the result he got was deeper than the bottom. Whether it was attributes or abilities, it was as deep and unfathomable as an endless abyss. The White Emperor even developed a feeling that even if his main body arrived in person, he might not be able to kill this teenager. It's too weird, obviously. He was just a youngster with a childish appearance, but his strength was so terrifying. The White Emperor pondered. Could it be that he was also occupied by some being? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, Bai couldn't explain Etion's appearance in the copy. Also, Alice being a demonized boss, the person behind him might have something to do with the abyss. Could it be that the terrifying existence in the abyss was personally cultivating descendants? Quite possibly. It does not seem to be someone from Daxia. Did it really happen to me by chance? It was because Bai knew that among the top powerhouses of Daxia, there were no professionals who could occupy someone else's body, much less one so young and strong existed. Lord White Emperor, save me! A miserable cry for help rang out, only to see Elisa being chased by Alice and slashed to the point of serious injury. But Etion was here, making it impossible for Bai to act rashly. To be precise, the moment he probed Etion's strength, Bai realized that he was afraid that this copy was going to end. No intention of disturbing the abyss. Farewell. The White Emperor's voice was extremely humble, like he was afraid of getting into some big trouble. After one sentence, the consciousness actually dissipated directly from this body. Before he left, he took a hint of something spirit-like from the Dragonborn who had hidden him by his side, causing the latter to fall into unconsciousness as well. The White Emperor had prepared a killer weapon, and before he could use it, he escaped with it. Abyss. Etion's face looked odd, completely unaware of what exactly the White Emperor had associated with. However, this time, blocking the Yagyu Dynasty went so smoothly, which he didn't expect. Didn't even move his hand to scare Whitey away. Come to think of it, someone who didn't even dare to appear in his own body probably wasn't bold enough. At the same time, Alice slashed the last Dragonborn to death, and several experiences flooded into her body. The monster template's promotion progress has increased by a small amount. So far, the 5 dragon descendants of the Yagyu Dynasty who entered the copy, 3 were beheaded by Alice and 2 lost consciousness. Early declaration of failure. Outside. At this time, the Yagyu Dynasty seemed to have completely exploded. The Red Emperor's 2 dragon eyes stared like copper bells. Even if he couldn't believe it anymore, it wouldn't change the ending of the copy. The copy raider team from the Yagyu Dynasty failed outright. How? How can that be? Not only the Red Emperor, but even the Green Emperor, who had a sensible personality, had a look of disbelief on her face. This meant that the Yagyu Dynasty had completely failed in this year's grand competition, even if the Daxia's copy raider team had similarly failed. With the current single challenge score of 2-1, Daxia was still ahead of the Yagyu Dynasty. What's more, Daxia didn't fail. Under Night Shio's leadership, the Howling Abyss was cleared in just under 5 minutes. The score came to 5-1. Daxia crushed the win. Holy, awesome. This is the most promising year. East China rises. Etion, how on earth did he do it? How could Wei Yuan find such a marvelous talent? At this moment, the great summer audience was in a mountainous and tsunami-like frenzy, with cheers that almost shook the heavens and earth in general. One really has to be thrilled that in the past, there have been very few wins for East China, much less a big win like this. Hugs, shouts, and tears of joy. As soon as Etion exited the copy, he was infected by the warm and exciting scene, and several team members did the same, but it was the honor of victory that he looked forward to most. The member of the referee panel from Daxia saw this and quickly announced, all members of the Yagyu Dynasty were killed in action. The clearance copy failed. Daxia successfully cleared the level to accumulate 3 points. 5-1 overall. Great Xiao wins the great competition. Wodash! Even the Daxia members in the panel of judges couldn't help but let out a cheer. They had heard of the victory of the Yagyu Dynasty many times. Only this time it was Daxia's turn. At the moment of sentencing, the long-awaited prompt finally popped up in front of Etion. Employee by Chioli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Night Shio, received the honor of race competition winner, reward dividend, fund plus 25*4, legendary equipment optional gift box *4, 100 points of funds arrived. The most lucrative amount of money he had ever obtained so far instantly filled Etion's vault. But before Etion could take a look at the contents of the gift box, then he heard an icy voice coming from the opposite side of the Red Emperor. Wait! The sound of cheering gradually lowered. While Wei Yuan's gaze had been fixed on the Red Emperor early on, only the latter made no bones about it. I suspect that there is something wrong with your Daxia's contestants and that they don't meet the requirements for participation. Hand those people over so I can test them myself. Chapter 59 I hereby declare war. As the Red Emperor's words fell, even the air seemed to heat up a few degrees. The senior members of Grand Xia rose to their feet, and Zhang Yuanfang said in a cold voice, the contestants have been tested long ago, and there are no problems. The Red Emperor looked unkind. I said, I want to personally inspect it. The faces of the daxia crowd were indignant. Personally inspecting? It sounded good to say. What good could come of placing the few geniuses who defeated the Yagyu Dynasty in the hands of the Red Emperor? Wei Yuan, we signed an agreement contract. Do you want to break the contract? Before every race competition, Red Emperor and Wei Yuan would sign a gambling contract, prop. In the event of a breach of contract, the contract will suffer severe repercussions and penalties. The Red Emperor didn't speak, his golden pupils becoming crimson as if he was ready to storm out at any time. From the moment the athletic space score appeared, he knew he had lost, but he couldn't take it. Neither the Red Emperor nor the Yagyu Dynasty had ever suffered such a crushing defeat. The two medium-sized secret realms at stake were considered economic lifelines for East China, but to the Yagyu Dynasty, they were nothing at all. They monopolized the Yagyu continent, with a full 14 medium-sized secret realms. Even if he lost 2 seats, it wouldn't hurt at all, but he just couldn't accept losing to the human race. The dragon race was condescending, and since the opening of the race competition, they had barely failed, and had almost forgotten what it was like to fail. The most crucial thing was that not only did he have to lose the secret realm, he also had to lose half of the control of Ding City. It means that it is difficult for them to occupy the territory of Daxia anymore. And even more so, they can't divide the resources in the Blue Star. Thinking about the special nature of the planet Blue Star, the Red Emperor became more and more unwilling. On the side, the Green Emperor also stood up, his green wings slowly spreading out, ready to strike. In the Daxia audience, some media reporters looked indignant. After losing for so many years, Great Xia is willing to gamble and accept defeat, and the Yagyu Dynasty can't afford to lose even once? They took out their filming equipment to document this rogue move by the Yagyu Dynasty. After a short time of filming, the garrison troops entered and hastened to persuade all the spectators to leave. For everyone's safety, please evacuate immediately. Anyone with eyes could see that the two sides had become at cross purposes, to fight or not to fight. It was all at the whim of the strongest of the two parties. From the fact that Ling Luo, the head of the subterranean dragon base, was called in advance by Wei Yuan, it could also be seen that Wei Yuan had long anticipated this situation. Ling Luo turned his head toward Wei Yuan and said expressionlessly, "Bringing people to retreat?" She was already prepared to escort Yi Tian and the others to a safe exit. The reason why she thought Wei Yuan wouldn't do it was because she knew Wei Yuan is a staunch conservative. According to that prophecy of the Man of Salvation, Daxia gradually divided into two factions, conservatives and main warriors. Avoiding war, preserving the nation's strength, and waiting for a savior to emerge are the unanimous ideas of conservatives. This was also the reason why Ling Luo and Wei Yuan had been comrades for more than 10 years, but later became strangers and even looked at him with displeasure. It's that Ling Luo doesn't believe in prophecies at all, nor did he understand why Wei Yuan believed in something so nebulous. But what Ling Luo doesn't realize is that Wei Yuan becoming a conservative has almost nothing to do with the prophecy. It's because East China and Daxia are too poor. A full 200 years of wars with the evil demons of the foreign races had been emptying the Great Xia's old pockets at every turn, especially when one cannot end the war on one's own and is stuck in a protracted battle. That's why Wei Yuan rarely initiated foreign wars after he became in charge. Other than that, the future of Daxia is really a blur. The foreigners surrounded the city, and the evil demons were watching, with careers completely randomized. Daxia is so green and yellow that no one knows when the next top guy will step up. It's as if standing in a fog where you can't see out of the corner of your hand, and no one dares to make a big show of it. However, it seems to be different now. Yi Tian's appearance made him feel that the future of Daxia was promising. Wei Yuan, Yi Tian, you guys did a great job. Leave first before you get caught in the wave. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian hurriedly brought by Chioli and the others and retreated to an extreme distance behind Wei Yuan. What's most important as a boss? Of course it's TMD safe. Wei Yuan's words fell, drawing surprised glances from Zhou Yuan and Ling Luo. The battle of the younger generation is over. Now it's our turn. Ling Luo revealed an approving gaze. Sort of a manly decision. Zhou Yuan froze for a moment, followed by instantly figuring it out. Wei Yuan expected that the Yagyu Dynasty wouldn't admit defeat, so he called Ling Luo early, meaning that he was ready to go to war before the grand competition. Zhou Yuan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. RNTUTM. A conservative? Too conservative for the main warriors. Ha! Repelling a foreign power from the territory of Great Xia was something that every region head wanted. Zhou Yuan also wanted to, but it was never that simple. Especially in the Yagyu Dynasty, the Dragonborn community was particularly powerful among the Fey. Zhou Yuan, who is also a member of the conservative faction due to his special profession, was momentarily in deep thought. At this time, Zhang Yuanfang whispered from the side, "The Son of Prophecy seems to have appeared." Son of Prophecy. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened, and in the next second his gaze became firm as he looked at the Red Emperor. Then there is nothing more to say. It. Wei Yuan floated into midair. Several spheres condensed by the power of the star spirit lingering behind him. His gaze staring indifferently at the indignant Red Emperor. Admit defeat. Hand over control of the 2 secret realms and the fixed city, and go back to your Yagyu continent. The Red Emperor lifted his wings and rose up, looking untamed. A mere human race wants me to admit defeat? Good. Then the truce between Great Xia and the Yagyu Dynasty ends. Wei Yuan's hands spread out, his black robe hunting, the sky dome of wind and clouds changing, day turning into starry night, the boundless power of the stars plucking up his strength. I hereby declare war. As the words fell, the river of stars converged into a spear that fell into the sky, and with Wei Yuan's will driving it, it smashed into the Red Emperor like a falling meteor. The sideways couch will not allow others to snore. The alien race has been entrenched for a long time, and it will end today. He was determined to give the younger generation a safe, foreigner-free East China. Jiang Yuanfang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan's gazes were astonished, clearly feeling that Wei Yuan had gotten a little stronger again, and seemed to have already claimed to be the number 1 person in the Grand Xia. Wei Yuan, with you? The Red Emperor roared, his body changing into a hideous crimson dragon hundreds of meters long in midair. This was the exclusive ability of the Dragonborn after level 50, and after transforming, it was his true form. Jiang Yuanfang and the other 3 killed at the same time. Half of Daxia's top fighting force, the 8 level 74 legend-ranked professionals, were now gathered here. In the Yagyu Dynasty, with the exception of the oldest White Emperor who had reached level 80 or above, the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor were both stuck at the threshold of level 74. Even so, after changing into the true dragon form, it would not be too much to say that after dealing with a normal legendary professional of the same level, it would not be too much to say that he would be able to fight 3 against 1. Unfortunately, the 4 people present were not ordinary. Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor fought fiercely above the sky dome. The power of the star spirit and the crimson dragon's breath collided, and the sky and earth changed color. The Green Emperor sighed and changed into his blue and green true dragon form. Ling Luo's red clothes fluttered as he opened a blood-colored domain. Red Sky Robbery Domain. Jiang Yuanfeng and Zhou Yuan cooperated with the 3 of her, breaking through the Qing Emperor with all their might, and their attack was heavenly. The clouds churned into a vortex. The spells were like dragons and snakes dancing wildly, and the attacks kept colliding, shocking the air with ripples that shook heaven and earth, and the impact was extraordinarily terrifying. For a time, the battle between the topmost powerhouses on the blue planet unfolded for the first time before the eyes of Etian and the others. The crowd had a shocked look in their eyes. Bai Qiuli looked wistful. This kind of strength is what I strive for. Wan Jiangdu was deeply impressed with his insignificance. To become this strong, I have to work harder. Etian can't help but nod his head. Yes, my staff has to work harder. They stood vigilantly at the very edge, only to see that under the siege of the 3, Qingdi unleashed his speech spirit and was barely able to manage to fight 1 against 3. But the thin-looking Zhou Yuan, after untying the gray cloth wrapped around his hand, each attack became more and more powerful, and was not weaker than Wei Yuan. It caused the Green Emperor to gradually fall into a disadvantage. On the other hand, the Red Emperor, who had no fancy skills and was purely a frontal combat type, had originally been able to vaguely gain the upper hand against Wei Yuan, but it wasn't long before a heavenly punishment like lightning strike landed on the Red Emperor. Ow dash! The Red Emperor let out an angry dragon roar. Deeds! The gambling contract is backfiring on him and punishing him. With the content of the contract of the bet, he had to give up the control of the fixed city and give 2 medium-sized secret realms before he could be considered to have fulfilled the contract. The Red Emperor's face was livid with rage. Wei Yuan, on the other hand, had a smile on his face and looked like he had expected it. If I'm the one who loses the big competition, it's kinda hard to do, but alas, our men are more competitive, so you'd better get your ass back in there. The pain of the backlash tormented Red Emperor. He wanted to kill Wei Yuan, but it was currently impossible to do so. He had to flee back to the otherworldly passageway with his eyes wide open. Good, Wei Yuan, Da Xia, you're good. The 2 medium-sized secret realms that were lost to you are in the Yagyu continent. Come in and get them if you have the guts. He stared deathly at Wei Yuan, a few more shades of disdain appearing on his face. Although he lost the medium-sized secret realm, the secret realm couldn't be moved, and if he wanted to obtain the bet he would have to go into the Yagyu continent to get it. With Wei Yuan's strength, these few people who dared to come were 10 dead. The city of Ting is yours, but sooner or later I will take it back with my own hands. If it wasn't for the contract backfiring, he would definitely have to fight another 300 rounds. But now, he could only enter the otherworldly passageway without looking back and return to the Yagyu continent. And the Green Emperor also gave up the fight and left with him. Chapter 60, Refusing to Transfer? Golden Potential. Winning. Jiang Yuanfang slightly breathed a sigh of relief. but Wei Yuan shook his head. Not really, it's just that we've gotten Ding City back for the time being, and from now on we'll be officially entering a state of war with the Yagyu Dynasty. Seeing the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor enter the otherworldly passageway, Wei Yuan immediately signaled the crowd to stop their pursuit. The Red Emperor was right. Trying to break into the Yagyu continent was almost impossible at the moment. In the continent of Yagyu, there is that White Emperor with the strongest strength, although Wei Yuan does not know why he does not come out. But if they fought their way into the Yagyu continent, it would be impossible for the White Emperor to stand idly by. Moreover, the other side of the otherworldly passageway could be the home ground of the Yagyu Dynasty, and the pressure to be faced at that time would definitely be even more severe. The two medium-sized secret realms that the race competition had won seemed to be out of reach at the moment. Sooner or later, we'll fight our way into the Yagyu continent and tell these miscellaneous dragons to be arrogant again. Ling Luo stared at the otherworldly passageway with an aggressive air, and Wei Yuan immediately threw out 2 spell formation props, and with the activation of his professional ability, he laid down a 6-fold spell formation at the entrance of the otherworldly passage. The 6-fold spell formation was interlocked, combining the effects of defense, control, and attack, and once the dragon descended passed through the otherworldly passage again, the spell formation would trigger an attack. Wei Yuan knew very well that by the time the backlash of the contract was over, Red Emperor would most likely fight back again. Now, though, Tingcheng has at least been reclaimed by Huadong. Guard troops, clear the northern part of the city of Ting. Do not spare the remaining remnants of the Yagyu Dynasty. Army Commander Lin, take over all the small secret realms occupied by the Yagyu Dynasty in Great Xia. Although the medium-sized secret realm was not one, the Yagyu Dynasty has occupied a lot of small secret realms in Xia in recent years. Now that they failed and fled, Wei Yuan immediately sent someone to take over, and counting 11 small secret realms, they could make up for East China's economy. But at this point, Zhang Yuanfang assisted Zhou Yuan, only to see that some of the remaining blood color on his originally thin and pale face was fading away. It seemed that after exploding against the Green Emperor, something was constantly drawing on his life force. Wei Yuan poured him a bottle of potion and laughed helplessly. You don't want to die on me? Then I'll have to take a big responsibility. Zhou Yuan stood up. I'll try my best. In front of him, this head of North China, Zhou Yuan, was also a golden potential, legendary professional. However, after Etian had read his resume, he realized that there was something special about his current occupation. Legendary profession, Eclipsed Life Martial Saint. Next to him, Knight Cultivator, who had knowledge of all types of professions, couldn't help but sigh at the words. Eclipsed Life Martial Saint? This profession has appeared many times in Daxia, but every awakened one died very early. Why? Erotic Life Martial Saints, a profession that exchanges life force for combat power, and at the end of each battle a portion of their life force is devoured. The more intense the battle, the more life force is devoured until death. Unless one does not fight, life will always be drawn from the career power, with a profession that burned lives in exchange for combat power. It was no wonder that Zhou Yuan's damage was so high when he dealt with the Green Emperor just now. It was a pity that with Zhou Yuan's current state of being only in his 30s, it looked like he already had a short life ahead of him. At this moment, Etian instantly thought of a solution. He came before Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan and spoke to the former. Senior, do you need me to change your occupation? At those words, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. Right, if Etian could help Zhou Yuan change his occupation, it would almost be saving Zhou Yuan's life. Zhou Yuan froze, his brain racing to understand what Etian meant. This little brother, can you not be so calm and say such horrible things? Change your career. A career is predestined. Can you just change it? Seeing this, Wei Yuan quickly gave him a quick overview of Etian's abilities. The short 10 seconds or so of explanation seemed to have upended Zhou Yuan's worldview for decades. It made Zhou Yuan's brain go down a bit, and after freezing for a long time, he looked at Wei Yuan violently with a startled expression. Son of prophecy? He's the son of prophecy, isn't he? At this moment, it was as if he understood Wei Yuan's determination to wage war against the Yagyu Dynasty. However, Wei Yuan shook his head. It's not certain yet, but it didn't matter anymore, even if it really wasn't. With an ability like Etian's, Zhou Yuan was willing to treat him as a son of prophecy. Children of prophecy. Etian was full of confusion. What is it? The ability to transfer someone to a legendary profession is over the top. Zhou Yuan swallowed a sigh as the knot in his throat rolled and looked at Etian with an emotional expression. If it were 5 years ago, I would have begged you to help me at any cost. The Eclipsed Life Martial Saint, awakened by Zhou Yuan when he was young, only felt that his destiny was infinite and fearless. It wasn't until middle age, when he had children and realized that he only had a handful of years left to live, that he began to worry and even cower in battle. But now with only a month or two left to live, Zhou Yuan is relieved on the contrary. There are too few top pillars in Daxia. and when my career power disappears, North China will be in danger. I'm not the only genius in Daxia. Let me use the last remnants of my body to guard Daxia for one more brief ride, and it will be enough." As the words fell, Wei Yuan patted his shoulder with a silent expression. Tian is a bit touched and in awe. Perhaps it was because of many people like Zhou Yuan that the great Xia was able to resist for 200 years without falling. Leave the precious opportunity for others in need. Zhou Yuan's low words continued, but the next moment, his words turned, as if returning to the light, went forward and tightly pulled Tian's hand, showing a hopeful face. "We, in North China, have a lot of people in need." Wei Yuan covered his face and couldn't bear to look at it. "No, you've been laying the groundwork for half a day just to abduct Tian to North China?" Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, the solemnity that had just brewed up vanishing. Cough cough. Zhou Yuan coughed dryly a few times and explained, "We don't have a single legendary profession in North China this year, so it's only right for me to be anxious." As the head of North China, Zhou Yuan even pleaded with Tian to help awaken a legendary profession out of North China. In fact, there was no need to request, as long as there were funds available. Tian was still highly motivated to recruit employees, not to mention that Zhou Yuan had sort of helped repel the Yagyu Dynasty. "No problem. Good, then we'll go now." After receiving Tian's promise, Zhou Yuan looked impatient and immediately called for the floating car. It caused Wei Yuan to be speechless for a while. On the floating car, Zhou Yuan was very enthusiastically introducing the North China region to Tian all the way. It was as if Tian had said one word and immediately helped him change his account from East China to North China. Floaters pulling into North China. When Tian came to the North China region for the first time, he found that the architectural style was even more severe, and each city was almost like a fortress. Seeing as how the alien threat seems to be much more dire here. "Elder, where do we go first?" "There's no rush. It's not easy for brother Tian to come here. Let's have a meal at my house first." Zhou Yuan had prepared a reception banquet for Tian, and although he was a martial artist roughneck, he also knew the ways of hospitality. Besides, what kind of person lets a visitor work as soon as they come to the door? Zhou Yuan's home was not big, situated on the edge of North China's Nantang city, with an area of more than 100 square feet. Once you enter the door, you can feel very cozy from every bit of the home. "Dad, you're back. Do you have guests today?" A soft voice rang out from the living room, instantly causing Zhou Yuan to reveal a heartfelt smile. "Back." Turning to Tian, he introduced, "This is my daughter, Zhou Moya." He raised his eyes and a quiet, lovely little girl stood up in response, her face very plain against her long pale yellow dress, but the next moment, Tian frowned slightly. Only the young girl's eyes, which should have been as bright as stars, were now covered with a faint layer of mist, and her pupils were gray. "Hello." Zhou Moya bowed slightly towards Tian by virtue of the source of the voice. She was unable to see with both eyes. Seeing Tian's silence, Zhou Yuan explained in a voice that only he could hear. "Mo Yao was attacked by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan 5 years ago in the wilderness. When I arrived, both of her eyes had already been destroyed." Zhou Yuan's voice became heavy. Being blind in both eyes was quite a heavy blow to a person. A person who might have had an unlimited future has lost the light, and even survival is a problem in this day and age. Tian didn't care and responded to the young girl with a smile. "Hello, I'm Tian." At the same time, golden potential talent detected. Chapter 61, Spirit Seeker. Song 1, Spirit Envoy. "Hello there, I'll leave you to it then," Zhou Moyo said timidly, then groped her way back to her room. She knew that anyone who could come back with her father was bound to be of high status, and it would be better for her not to be present if matters were to be discussed. At this moment, Tian's expression moved as he opened her resume. Name, Zhou Muyo. Basic information, female, 18 years old, from Nantang City, Daxia, occupation Dr. Myoan, potential, gold, spirit sighting, biography, innate mental power far beyond normal people. Born psychic, able to see what normal people cannot see, encountered the Shadow Moon Wolf clan at the age of 13, deprived of the sight of both eyes due to looking directly at the shadow-devouring string moon. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, Sangwon Spirit Envoy, 20 points of capital, looking directly at the shadow-eating string moon? What the hell is this? The Shadow Moon Wolf clan was a neighboring Fey clan in the North China region, and the otherworldly passage was located in the wilderness on the border of North China. It sounds like it should have something to do with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. And what Tian didn't expect was that this Zhou Moyao's mental power was actually born so strong, enough to make both eyes psychic without being transferred. Some people are born with godly strength. Some are born fast runners. Compared to these obvious gifts, being naturally mentally strong makes it easy to get buried. If he switched to a spiritual profession, he would also be much more powerful than the average person. Tian was quite impressed. "Senior, your daughter would actually be very suitable. Nowadays, under Tian, by Chioli, Wanjiang, Jiangche, and Night Cultivation. There was only one person short of forming exactly a 5-member special squad, and there happens to be a lack of a support profession. Zhou Yuan froze, thinking of his daughter's situation, and once again fell into grief. It won't work, her eyes just won't heal for some reason. You can't fight even if you become a professional when you're blind. As a matter of fact, Zhou Moyao's awakened profession was very good. The epic level auxiliary profession mythic voice physician. Being a great support for a teen was the only small wish she had in her life. But how can you be a competent professional when blindness makes walking a problem and skills can't be thrown accurately at teammates? Etion pondered for a moment and once again said, "It's okay, try my profession." What makes him so confident is that each of the careers in his investment as an owner fit well with his employees, though he didn't know, either, what kind of careers were suitable for the blind, but he wanted to try. At least everyone with talent shouldn't be given up so easily. Failure is only 20 points of funds. Etion now has a balance of funds on hand, 110. 3, enough to try. Zhou Yuan looked at Etion's confident face and pondered for a long time before finally nodding. As a father, why wouldn't he want his daughter to get what she wants, or at least not have to spend her days huddled in the house? Desperate. Moyo. Zhou Yuan knocked on the door of his daughter's room and stood outside the door to talk to her about the situation. Etion's eyes glanced to a corner of the room, where several small green bird dolls were hanging in front of the window along with wind chimes, swinging and lingering with the breeze. Change your occupation? Zhou Moyao was a bit hesitant, but it's okay, give it a try. It might just make you the #1 auxiliary in Daxia. Etion's cheerful voice drew a snort of laughter from Zhou Moya. First aid is also too exaggerated. It's great to be a qualified professional. Saying that, Etion unleashed his skills and a contract fell into Zhou Moyao's hands. Put your fingerprints here. Looking at Zhou Moyao, who did not hesitate and raised her hand to press, Etion could not help but snicker. Won't you let your dad check it out? Not afraid I'm a bad guy? Zhou Moyao raised a bright smile and said in a soft voice, since going blind, I can feel someone's heart whenever I'm near them. It can also sense the good and bad thoughts of others. Big brother, you have a good heart. You're a good person. Etion was stunned at his words. Being able to sense the good and evil thoughts of others? Could it be that the psychic vision ability transformed into telepathy after the blindness? Just as she was thinking, Zhou Moyao pressed her handprint on the contract. In an instant, golden light filled the air, and the Wan and Phoenix flew straight into the sky. Employee, Zhou Muyo. Occupation, Sangwon Spirit Envoy, 2nd rank. Quality, Legendary. Level, 25. Power, 10. Agility, 10. Physical fitness, 50. Spirit, 1080. Occupational talent, Sangwon Yao. Change into the form of an unselectable, unharmed Sangwon spirit, possessing a friendly party, increasing their agility and damage bonus by 40%, and movement speed by 70%, and cancelling or transferring the possession at any time. Profession skill, Trace the Flowing Light, unfolds a lucid light spell formation, attaching a 500% spiritual power shield to the surrounding friendlies, which counteracts 3 control effects while the shield exists, and increases defense by 60%. Spirit Wind Leader, restores 10% of the possessed friend's maximum life value per second. Active use can remove negative statuses and refresh all skill cooldowns of that friend. Beyond Jedi, applies buff to surrounding friendlies, when attacking. The Sangwon Shadow floats in pursuit, dealing 15% extra true damage from spirit power, with 70% slowdown and marking the enemy's location. P.S. Some skills that you can see the effect at a glance will not write a description, like this skill will write about it in detail. Over. Etion looked at Zhou Moyo's skills and was quite pleased. This assistance is quite powerful. Let's not talk about the terrifying mental strength of 1080 points at this level 25. A possession is equivalent to making up for the biggest flaw of the support profession, uncheckable and unharmed. And, in this way, even if Zhou Moya couldn't see the way, her teammates could lead her into action. With agility, damage, and movement speed bonuses, ordinary people come in and become superhuman. Whether it's a shield or a group buff, it's a support ability that can be extremely useful to your team. Etion feels that the most perverse, or the spiritual wind leader, refreshes all the skill cooldowns, which is equivalent to letting the output efficiency of teammates directly double. You share Zhou Moya's attributes and gain, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, physique plus 50, spirit plus 1080. You have shared Zhou Moya's skills and gained, Sangwon Yao, Trace the Flowing Light, Spirit Wind Leader, by Yun Jia. At the same time, Zhou Moyao, who had sensed the effect of the skill in her mind, was slightly dumbfounded and reddened a little with excitement. This, she was so excited that she stuttered a little. I want to try. Etion stepped forward and put his hand on hers, signaling that she could possess herself. Zhou Moya unleashed, Sangwon Yao. Her body seemed to transform into a Song Wan silhouette. Her body that had become translucent manifested wings of light, and underneath her feet drifted particles of light like star sand. Her body quickly shrunk, her 160 height transforming to just under half her size. It looks like a delicate, fairy-like hand puppet. She could now float around 10 meters around Etion's circumference, and the feeling of flying freely was quite a novelty for her. Although she couldn't see the way, she had established a marvelous connection with Etion, allowing her to return to him at any time without worrying about getting lost. Zhou Yuan's gaze froze a little. He had not seen such a surprised smile from his daughter's face for a long time. Zhou Moya was of course extremely pleased. Having these few skills meant that she could still be a good aide even if she was blind. No, with this kind of professional ability today, becoming the #1 auxiliary of the Great Summer was not out of the question. Zhou Moya lifted her possession and stood in front of Etion, timidly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, brother benefactor. Etion rejected the strange title and corrected. Call me boss from now on. Yes boss. Etion then turned his head to look at Zhou Yuan again. Senior, your daughter can just join my department and be one of my men from now on. With Zhou Moyao's assistance, along with Baiqiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Night Cultivator, the puzzle pieces of the first special squad had finally come together. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, but after thinking about his situation, he finally nodded and said, good. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Yuan's newly soothed face suddenly became puzzled and looked odd. Wait, something's not right. Didn't I ask Etion to help Huabei awaken a legendary profession? How come my daughter is being abducted now? Chapter 62 Hitchhiker. What did you see? Replacement. Zhou Moya was in an excited mood. It was the first time since she lost her sight that she felt hope in her life. Old, boss. Etion responded back. Aha, can I touch your face? Ha! Etion froze for a moment, and then immediately saw Zhou Moyao's face suddenly redden. I just want to remember what you look like boss. Visually impaired people will construct image perceptions of others by touching facial features, similar to the process by which sighted people remember what they look like. Etion understood what she meant, but it was inevitably a bit strange to be touched in the face for the first time. You do it. Zhou Moyao's delicate fingers stroked the side of Etion's face. Before Etion's face changed, the first time she touched a boy's face was already a scarlet red. Etion closed his eyes slightly, and the touch of his fingertips came from his face, gentle and slightly cool. The corner of Zhou Yuan's mouth twitched, and his eyes suddenly became fluttering, as if he suddenly had 100 more urgent things on his body, looking left and right. You? Suddenly I remembered that the meal hasn't been cooked yet. He turned and strutted toward the kitchen without a moment's hesitation. Zhou Moya pursed her lips and touched back and forth 2 or 3 times until she had approximately constructed Etion's appearance in her mind, and then quickly withdrew her hand. She suddenly thought of something else and asked a little nervously, Boss, so I'll follow you from now on? She wasn't talking about joining ETA's crew. Rather, it's her being blind and the fact that her profession requires her to be possessed and bound to a teammate that predisposes her to needing a partner, not only in terms of combat, but also in terms of life. Men and women are always a little inconvenient together. Etion gave her contact Baiqiuli. It just so happens that Zhou Moya is also of college age and can be a college roommate with Baiqiuli. And, with the Sword Immortal and the Tsang Luan Spirit Envoy, the two professions will work together with high mobility, damage and survivability. The two should make a good match. I've connected you with someone else, a girl, the same age as you, and you can go to college together. Thanks boss. Zhou Moya patted her chest, somewhat thankful, knowing that this was Etion having thought about it for her. Being able to go to college was quite a blessing for her as well. At this time, Etion looked at Zhou Moya's ashen eyes, confirmed that Zhou Yuan was farther away, and asked in a deep voice, Mo Yao, 5 years ago, what exactly did you see? Don't even tell your dad. At those words, Zhou Moya's body shook as if she had frozen. Etion remembered that when Zhou Yuan explained the reason for Zhou Moya's blindness, he said that he had encountered an attack by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. But what the resume says is clearly that Zhou Moya saw something and was deprived of her sight. Obviously, she didn't tell Zhou Yuan. What is it that should be deprived of binocular vision just by looking at it? Even Decisive's medical treatments today, the various professions were unable to cure it. Etion stared tightly at Zhou Moya, but saw that the latter was stagnant for a long time, and in the end, she just shook her head silently. I can't say and I don't know. Can't tell and don't know? Yiton is confused. What Riddler link? He completely did not have half a solution to the problem, and looking at Zhou Moya did not look like a lie. So he said, something to do with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan? Zhou Moya thought for a moment and nodded. Fine. Etion simply didn't want to think that much. Zhou Moya possessed the innate ability of spiritual vision to be able to see those strange things. In Etion's place, he might not even be able to see them in his lifetime. It didn't take long for Baiqiuli's message to be sent over. Etion greeted Zhou Moya. Go, your partner has arrived. Etian asked Baicholi to directly bring Jo Moya back to Huaxing University, so he called her over. Before that, Etian happened to have a gift box for Baicholi as well. Legendary equipment optional gift box. Description: after opening, you can choose one legendary equipment of any part applicable to this profession. The special rewards for the great race competition. Etian was prepared to follow the usual practice and still give one to each of the 4 people participating in the competition. Bosses get rewarded enough. All the more reason not to treat their employees poorly. Only Alice, since she could only be in a copy, resulting in very little high-level equipment as well, would have to wait until later to take care of Alice. Thanks a lot, boss. Baicholi's eyes lit up. A shot of legendary equipment. The boss's handiwork was truly amazing. She even wondered if the boss had ransacked the East China Logistics Department. No, the East China Logistics Department shouldn't have that much legendary gear either. With this legendary gift box, it was just the right time to make up for the equipment deficiencies again, and the combat power was bound to increase a few more points after entering Huaxing University. Boss, is this the partner you were talking about? Baicholi saw Jo Moya beside Etian, a pair of mist-covered eyes somewhat distressing. Hello, my name is Baicholi. Baicholi, it's that East China scholar, that superb female sword fairy. Jo Moya was suddenly pleasantly surprised. Etian never thought that Baicholi's reputation had spread to North China. However, it is true that those who have both face value and strength can easily gain fans. Therefore, the 2 girls familiarized themselves very quickly, saving Etian a lot of effort in introducing them. Baicholi was even more shocked after experiencing the skills of the Zhonghuan Spirit Envoy. So strong, the output can be increased by more than 1 notch. She hadn't regarded the person picked by Etian as ordinary, but she hadn't expected him to be so strong. The 2 women officially decided to enter Huaxing University as partners. Zhou Yuan also happened to ask a few people to have a meal together at this time. It's getting late, people. The words were not yet spoken. A sharp alarm sounded in Nantang City, and the red lights of patrol planes flashed throughout the city. Not good. The Shadow Moon Wolf Clan is under enemy attack again.